Beneath the shroud of a blood moon, a cursed ghost village quietly emerges. Mist envelopes the surroundings, twisting the shadows of houses into malevolent shapes, concealing countless terrors within the eerie silence. A mysterious elder appears, guiding intruders in their quest for a relic to dispel the curse. As they explore an ancient well, horrific spirits surge forth. The relic manifests, awakening a more formidable evil force, and in the darkness, a pair of enormous crimson eyes gradually materialize, an unknown dread drawing ever closer. As dusk deepens like ink, it gradually envelopes the world. An old van struggles along a winding, pothole-riddled country road, its body jolting violently, emitting creaking sounds reminiscent of an aged, weary soul striving to utter its final lament. Sitting in the passenger seat, Nanfeng unconsciously grips the edge of his seat, his gaze fixed upon the grimy window, intently observing the retreating landscape. Before him lies a desolate field, with withered crops trembling in the cold wind, resembling countless dried hands desperately waving in futile attempts to seize the elusive breath of life. This road has become so treacherous it feels far worse than I remember. Aqiang mutters, his grip on the steering wheel tightening, the muscles in his arms taut as beads of sweat form on his forehead. His voice is low and hoarse, tinged with fatigue and resignation, echoing within the cramped confines of the vehicle. Aqiang, robust and weathered from years of outdoor labor, bears the marks of time upon his sun-kissed skin, yet a hint of unease flickers in his eyes. Indeed, I wonder how the village has changed, Chinyu replies from the back seat, his slender frame swaying with the van's jolts. His gaze, sharp and alert, is now furrowed with worry as he intermittently glances out the window. Nanfeng furrows his brow, remaining silent. His return to his ancestral home after many years is meant to settle matters regarding the family estate, yet an inexplicable fear has clung to him since his feet first touched this land. The village, once filled with laughter and tranquility, now seems shrouded in a heavy gloom, permeated by an unsettling atmosphere. At last, the van approaches the village entrance. Nanfeng opens the door and steps out, inhaling deeply in an attempt to quell his rising anxiety. However, the sight before him freezes him in place. The village is engulfed in an eerie silence. Devoid of any human presence, the vibrant sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking have vanished without a trace. Above, thick clouds accumulate ominously, obscuring the last vestiges of sunlight, casting an even darker pall over the village, as if time itself has come to a standstill, and vitality has evaporated. The old locust tree at the village entrance stands alone, stripped of its former vigor. Its withered branches stretch skyward like twisted arms, clawing at the heavens, as if narrating tales of endless suffering and defiance. The bark's fissures resemble anguished, contorted faces, rendering the already eerie atmosphere even more sinister. Each scar seems to chronicle the village's hidden, harrowing secrets. What has become of this village? Where have all the people gone? Chen Ye's voice trembles, laced with fear. He cautiously descends from the vehicle, closely following Nanfeng, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, as if every corner harbors an unknown threat. I've heard that many villagers have left over the years, supposedly due to hauntings. Aqiang whispers, a flicker of terror crossing his face as his gaze instinctively darts about, fearing that the rumored spirits might emerge from the shadows at any moment. Hauntings? Nanfeng's brow furrows, an ominous premonition swelling within him. He surveys his surroundings, noting how the dilapidated houses appear even more forlorn under the dim sky, their doors and windows tightly shut, as if concealing unspeakable secrets. Moss clings to the walls, some areas having collapsed, leaving only remnants of former grandeur, swaying precariously in the cold wind, as if sharing tales of past prosperity and present decay. The trio moves cautiously along the village path, their footsteps resonating hauntingly in the stillness, each step echoing their own heartbeats. Occasionally, a few crows fly overhead, their caws piercing the silence, chilling and eerie, sending shivers down their spines. The houses lining the road stand mostly abandoned, with overgrown weeds swaying in the cold breeze, resembling hidden hands in the dark, silently beckoning them, or monstrous entities poised to consume them. This place feels increasingly unsettling. We should finish our business swiftly and leave, Chinyu urges, his body trembling slightly, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself, his expression rife with unease. Nanfeng does not reply. His attention is captured by an ancient mansion nestled deep within the village. Its door stands firmly shut, the paint long since peeled away to reveal decayed wood that appears drained of life, cracked and fragile, as though it might crumble to dust with the slightest touch. The rusty door knocker sways gently in the breeze, creaking ominously, as if recounting tales of terror from the past, each sound a whisper of lingering resentment. The yard is overrun with weeds, the grass nearly knee-high, swaying in the wind as if countless hidden hands are beckoning them, or monstrous figures ready to devour them. In the center lies an ancient well, covered by a heavy stone slab engraved with strange symbols, reminiscent of ancient script or enigmatic patterns, glimmering with an eerie light in the dimness, as if narrating a long-buried, forbidden history, each etching harboring untold secrets and dangers. That mansion, Nanfeng murmurs, a surge of curiosity igniting within him, compelling him to draw closer and uncover its mysteries. The mansion stands as a colossal enigma, irresistibly alluring. Don't go near it, they say. That place is cursed, where strange occurrences are commonplace, Aqiang warns, gripping Nanfeng's sleeve tightly, concern etched across his face, as if fearing Nanfeng might vanish into its depths. What's there to fear? Perhaps we might uncover clues about the village, Nanfeng retorts, freeing himself from Aqiang's grasp and striding toward the mansion. Chunyu and Aqiang exchange glances, resigned to follow. Their steps are heavy and hesitant, each laden with trepidation, yet curiosity ultimately triumphs over fear, propelling them closer to the enigmatic abode. They tread carefully into the yard, each step through the grass producing a rustling sound, as if warning them of their intrusion into a forbidden realm. Nanfeng crouches beside the well, scrutinizing the symbols etched on the stone slab. At first glance, they appear chaotic, yet Nanfeng senses a mysterious connection among them. He extends a finger to touch the symbols, a chill coursing through him, sending shivers down his spine. These symbols seem to imply something, Nanfeng mutters, his gaze locked onto the markings, brow furrowed in concentration, as he attempts to decipher the concealed secrets that may unravel the village's enigma. Could it be a method to open the well? Chunyu inquires, leaning in with genuine curiosity, his eyes sparkling with wonder, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Stop speculating and hurry inside to take a look, Aqiang urged impatiently, his voice laced with a hint of anxiety and fear. His hands fidgeted restlessly before him, as if seeking to dispel the unease that gnawed at his heart. A glimmer of urgency flickered in his eyes, revealing his eagerness to uncover the secrets of the ancient mansion, while simultaneously harboring an unspoken dread of what lay ahead. The three approached the entrance of the main house, and Nanfeng took a deep breath, extending his hand to gently push the door open. Creak. The door opened slowly, emitting a long, muted sound reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening from a prolonged hibernation. A pungent odor of mold assailed their senses, so acrid it felt suffocating, as if a multitude of decaying substances had amalgamated to release an offensive stench. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with furniture scattered haphazardly across the floor, as if a fierce struggle had taken place. The walls were adorned with cobwebs that swayed gently in the breeze, resembling the hair of a phantom. "Everyone be cautious," Nanfeng whispered, retrieving a flashlight from his backpack and flicking the switch. The harsh, pale beam flickered uncertainly in the gloom, illuminating the disarray around them, yet casting the surrounding shadows into even deeper and more terrifying depths. The light revealed dilapidated tables and chairs, scattered debris, and ominous corners that seemed to harbor countless secrets. At that moment, Aqiang suddenly pointed at a corner and screamed, "Look, what is that?" His voice was sharp and shrill, brimming with terror, his body trembling involuntarily. The others followed the direction of his finger, discovering a black shadow slowly writhing in the corner. Nanfeng tightened his grip on the flashlight and cautiously approached the shadow, each step taken with utmost care, as if he might tread upon a hidden pitfall. As the light fell upon the shadow, they discerned that it was a massive black spider, its size akin to that of a palm. Its 8 eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, resembling 8 burning will-o'-the-wisps, watching them intently, as if warning them to stay away from its territory. "Ah!" Chunyu shrieked in fright, hastily retreating behind Nanfeng, clutching the hem of his shirt so tightly that his nails nearly pierced the fabric. His body shook uncontrollably, murmuring, "So terrifying, so terrifying." "Fear not, it's merely a spider," Nanfeng reassured, though his own heart raced, his voice betraying a slight tremor. The spider's presence instilled in him a foreboding sense that the secrets hidden within this ancient mansion were far more sinister than they had envisioned, as though unseen eyes were watching them from the darkness, danger drawing ever closer. The trio continued their exploration within the house when suddenly, Chenyu inadvertently bumped into a table, causing a box atop it to tumble to the ground with a resounding clang. The sound reverberated through the silent room, starkly jarring and unsettling, as if shattering some unspoken taboo. The box's lid flew open, revealing a weathered diary within. Nanfeng picked up the diary, noticing that the pages had turned yellow with age, the writing smudged and faded, bearing the marks of time's relentless passage. He carefully leafed through the diary, hoping to unearth some clues. The entries were fragmented, chronicling the malevolent rituals performed by the mansion's former owner. In the pursuit of immortality and immense power, the owner had sacrificed the living to a mysterious entity. Since then, bizarre occurrences had plagued the mansion, leading the owner into madness and ultimately to a bizarre demise. The diary also contained strange symbols and patterns that bore a resemblance to those inscribed upon the stone slab of the ancient well. It appears we have stumbled upon a secret best left undisturbed, Nanfeng remarked with a furrowed brow, his countenance growing grave, his eyes betraying a mix of concern and dread. He closed the diary tightly in his grasp. As if it were a scalding hot potato, he dared not relinquish. What shall we do now? Chang's voice quavered with fear, his gaze filled with helplessness and confusion, akin to a child lost in the dark. Before Nanfeng could respond, a chilling gust of wind swept through the window, sending papers fluttering about the room. They soon heard a faint rustling sound, as if someone were stealthily moving in the shadows. The sound drew nearer, each step echoing like a heartbeat, quickening their own pulses in response. The three of them clutched their flashlights tightly, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly from the darkness, its speed so great that they barely had time to discern its form. Chapter 2. Shadow Pursuit. That shadow seemed to shoot forth from the abyss of hell, its speed so rapid that it nearly distorted the surrounding air, resembling a bolt of black lightning that flashed past the three individuals in an instant. Concurrently, a bone-chilling gust of wind, laden with a putrid stench, rushed towards them, akin to a multitude of icy insects crawling up their spines, causing their hair to stand on end and prickling their skin with goosebumps. Who is there? Nanfeng's voice shattered the oppressive silence as he swiftly directed the beam of his flashlight towards the direction in which the shadow had vanished. The pallid light flickered violently in the darkness, as if it were on the verge of being engulfed by the shadows. Yet, the only reply was a hollow echo, reverberating through the desolate room, reflecting and overlapping, as if countless ears hidden in the darkness were savoring their fear. Nanfeng, what on earth was that? Chun Yu's body trembled uncontrollably, his voice quaking to the point of incoherence, the sobs increasingly evident in his tone. His hands clutched Nanfeng's clothing with a vice-like grip, his fingertips turning pale from the strain, as if that was his sole lifeline in this terrifying world. Should he let go, he would be consumed by the endless darkness. Chang swallowed hard, attempting to gulp down the terror rising within him, striving to compose himself. He slowly bent down to retrieve a wooden stick from the ground, still exuding a decaying odor. He gripped it tightly, his arm trembling slightly from the tension. No matter what it is, we must proceed with caution. Though he attempted to lower his voice, the tremor exposed his inner dread. Nanfeng took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his wildly racing heart. He understood that in this perilous environment, only calmness could offer a glimmer of hope for survival. He held the flashlight aloft, taking each step with utmost slowness, his toes lightly grazing the ground as he cautiously advanced towards the corner where the shadow had disappeared, each movement brimming with vigilance, fearful of triggering a lethal trap concealed in the darkness. Chen Yu and Chang followed closely behind, their breaths heavy and hurried, resonating sharply in the stillness of the room, akin to the relentless beating of a drum, striking at their fragile nerves. When they finally reached the corner, they were met with nothing but a pile of dilapidated debris. Nanfeng furrowed his brow, crouching down, his knees striking the dust-laden floor with a thud, sending a cloud of fine particles into the air. He scrutinized the ground, leaving no minute trace unnoticed. Suddenly, he spotted a peculiar set of footprints on the floor, small and grotesque, each imprint so bizarre it sent chills down his spine, entirely unlike those left by a human. The contours of the footprints were distorted, with a chaotic arrangement of toes, as if the creature that left them possessed a body structure utterly alien to humankind. Look, what is this? Ninfeng pointed at the footprints, his voice steady, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable fear. Qinyu and Chang hurried closer, their faces paling as they beheld the haunting prints, terror spreading across their features. What kind of creature left these footprints? Qinyu asked in a voice tinged with panic, pressing himself tightly against Ninfeng, seeking a sliver of safety. I don't know, but it's certainly not something good. Chang's face was ashen, his eyes filled with dread, gripping the wooden stick tighter, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. At that moment, a chilling laughter erupted from all directions without warning, sharp and piercing, akin to rusty nails scraping against a chalkboard, or the haunting cries of an owl in a graveyard, sending shivers down their spines. The three of them tensed instantly, clenching their weapons as they nervously scanned their surroundings, their bodies twisting in a futile attempt to locate the source of the laughter. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, the laughter seemed omnipresent, echoing from the depths of their own minds. Don't be afraid. Perhaps someone is merely trying to frighten us, Ninfeng said, attempting to bolster both his companions and himself. Though he felt no certainty within, the eerie laughter sent a chill racing down his spine. After a spell, the laughter abruptly ceased, and an eerie rustling of footsteps emerged from the darkness, seemingly drawing nearer, as if the mysterious entity lurking in the shadows was inching closer. Ninfeng tightened his grip on the flashlight, directing its beam with all his might towards the sound, yet all he encountered was an endless void. The darkness resembling a vast black curtain that concealed everything within. We cannot remain here, idly awaiting our fate. We must find a way to escape. A note of urgency crept into Ninfeng's voice, acutely aware that remaining trapped here meant certain death. But where is the door? This house feels transformed. Chun Yu exclaimed anxiously, his eyes frantically scanning the darkness. The once familiar layout now appeared foreign and terrifying, the shadows on the walls dancing erratically under the flashlight's glow, as if countless eyes were watching them, each flickering shadow hiding lurking danger. Chang, too, sensed something amiss. He moved towards the direction where he remembered the door to be, his steps faltering, the sound of his heels scraping against the ground echoing sharply. Yet, upon reaching that spot, he was met with nothing but a cold wall. What is happening? Where has the door gone? Chang pounded on the wall with fervor, his palms reddening from the effort, desperately hoping to uncover a hidden mechanism, but the only response was the dull thud of the wall. Realizing they had likely fallen into a meticulously laid trap, Ninfeng sensed a malevolent force lurking within the ancient house, gradually driving them toward despair. He flipped open the diary in his hand, the pages rustling as he nervously turned them. Under the dim light of the flashlight, he meticulously read each page, not overlooking any detail, every word a potential lifeline, hoping to glean a method to escape their plight. Suddenly, Ninfeng stumbled upon a passage that had been overlooked, detailing a secret passageway within the house. The entrance to this passage lay in a corner of the main room, capable of opening only under specific circumstances. Checking his watch, he noted that the current time matched the conditions described in the diary. His heart raced, a flicker of hope igniting in his otherwise dim gaze. I believe I have discovered the means of our escape, Ninfeng announced, a hint of hope glimmering in his eyes, albeit faint, like a fragile spark in the darkness, liable to extinguish at any moment. Is that true? Please, tell us quickly. Chun Yu and Chang's faces brightened with a semblance of joy, akin to spotting a ray of light amidst the shadows, rekindling life in their previously desolate expressions. Following the diary's instructions, Ninfeng searched for the entrance to the secret passage. His hands roamed over the wall, fingertips brushing against the cold surface, feeling the marks left by time. At last, in an unremarkable corner, he discovered a protruding stone. With force, Ninfeng pressed it down, and, upon doing so, the wall emitted a creaking sound, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening from slumber, slowly revealing a pitch-black opening. A musty, damp odor wafted from the entrance, reminiscent of decay emanating from an ancient tomb. This is it. Let us hurry inside, Ninfeng urged, stepping into the opening with a resolute stride, though unease gnawed at his core. The three of them cautiously entered the passage, a wave of damp mildew enveloping them, the stench so overpowering it felt almost suffocating, as if countless putrid insects were writhing within their nostrils. The passage was narrow and shrouded in darkness, barely accommodating a single individual. The damp moss on the walls felt cold to the touch. Ninfeng led the way, with Chun Yu and Chang closely following. Their footsteps echoed ominously in the corridor, resonating with an eerie emptiness as though the passage had no end. Suddenly, Ninfeng halted, his body tense, as a potent sense of danger enveloped them. Chun Yu and Chang sensed the disturbance as well, gripping their weapons tightly, the wooden sticks trembling slightly in their hands, poised to confront any imminent threat. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes flickered ominously in the darkness, glowing with an eerie light akin to flickering ghostly flames, exuding an overwhelming chill. As the eyes drew closer, they discerned a colossal creature, its body cloaked in black fur, glistening with a viscous substance that emitted a nauseating stench. Its mouth stretched grotesquely to the ears, revealing a row of sharp fangs, each dripping with repulsive green ooze that sizzled as it hit the ground, corroding the earth beneath. "Run!" Nan Feng shouted, his voice reverberating through the corridor as he turned and fled, his steps frantic, nearly losing his balance. Chen Yu and Chong were equally terrified, desperately trailing behind him, their breaths coming in rapid, heavy gasps, as if they were bellows being drawn quickly. The creature pursued relentlessly, its roar shaking the very walls of the corridor, causing stones to tumble and crash upon them. The trio raced through the constricted passage, their breaths and footsteps merging into a despairing symphony, each note pulsating with fear. Suddenly, Nan Feng discovered that a massive stone blocked the way ahead, leaving them with no escape. The stone lay like an insurmountable chasm in the middle of the passage. "What now?" Chen Yu cried out in despair, his voice thick with dread and helplessness, as he leaned against the wall, tears streaming down his face. "We'll fight it," Chong declared, raising his wooden stick in defiance, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, despite knowing it might be futile. Nan Feng took a deep breath, realizing that they had no choice but to make a stand. He gripped his flashlight as a makeshift weapon, bracing himself for the creature's attack. As the creature drew nearer, its form appeared increasingly menacing, like a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Just as it was about to pounce, Nan Feng noticed a small opening beside the stone, glimmering faintly in the darkness, a potential twist of fate. Seizing the moment, he shoved the flashlight into the hole and twisted it with all his might, veins bulging with exertion. A miracle unfolded as the stone slowly shifted, emitting a deep rumble and revealing a new passageway. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio dashed into the newly opened path, stumbling and nearly crawling in their haste. The creature, hindered by its size, became trapped at the entrance, roaring in fury as it clawed desperately at the walls. The sound of its claws scraping against the stone ringing out like nails on a chalkboard, sparks flying. They continued their frantic flight down the new corridor, unaware of how long they had been running, their legs growing numb and breaths becoming labored. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, shining like a beacon of hope, illuminating their way forward. They quickened their pace towards the light, hearts filled with anticipation. Upon emerging from the passage, they found themselves in the rear courtyard of an ancient mansion. The yard was cloaked in a strange mist, thick and impenetrable, reducing visibility to mere steps ahead. They cautiously navigated through the fog, each step laden with vigilance, wary of hidden traps beneath their feet. Suddenly, Chen Yu accidentally stepped on something, producing a loud clang that shattered the silence of the courtyard, as if breaking some unspoken taboo. Looking down, they discovered a dilapidated copper basin. Beside it stood an old, uncovered well, its depths unfathomable, resembling an entrance to the netherworld. Nan Feng approached the well, peering into its depths, where strange lights flickered, casting an enigmatic aura. At that moment, a figure emerged from the mist, gliding towards them with an ethereal grace. As it drew closer, they recognized a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her hair obscuring her face, rendering her features indistinguishable. The robe billowed in the mist like a specter's gown. "You have finally arrived." Her voice emerged low and raspy, as if echoing from the underworld, imbued with a decayed timbre, every word seemingly squeezed through clenched teeth. The three recoiled in fear, their hearts racing as terror washed over them like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf their sanity. The woman's form flickered in and out of visibility within the mist, as if she could vanish at any moment or lunge at them. "Who are you?" Nan Feng summoned his courage to inquire, his voice steady yet betraying a tremor of fear. The woman did not respond, continuing her advance, her footsteps quickening, the robe swirling more violently in the fog. When she was mere steps away, she suddenly raised her head, revealing a horrifying visage. Her face bore no features, only a blurred mass of flesh. Blood streaming down her countenance, dripping onto the ground with a chilling cadence, echoing ominously in the stillness of the courtyard. "Ah!" The trio screamed in terror, their voices slicing through the night as they turned to flee, their steps frantic as they scattered into the mist. The woman pursued relentlessly, her laughter reverberating through the fog, sharp and mournful, reminiscent of a curse from the depths of hell. They ran desperately, unaware of how long they had been fleeing or where they had ended up. Suddenly, Nan Feng spotted a dilapidated house ahead, its door ajar, a faint light spilling out, flickering like a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. "Quick, let us take refuge inside," Nan Feng urged, rushing towards the house and forcefully pushing the door open. The trio dashed inside, swiftly shutting the door behind them. Leaning against it, they gasped for breath, hearts pounding as if they might leap from their chests. The air within was thick with a pungent medicinal odor, a nauseating blend of decay and bitterness. The surroundings were cluttered with dilapidated furniture, cloaked in dust as if untouched for years. "We are safe for now," Nanfeng remarked, his voice tinged with exhaustion and relief. "What in the world is happening? Why are there monsters and spirits everywhere in this village?" Xinyu cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse from sobbing. "I don't know, but we must find a way out of here," Achang asserted, a hint of determination glimmering in his eyes despite his trembling form. Just then, an eerie sound echoed from outside, resembling someone weeping or whispering, low and oppressive, as if countless lost souls were lamenting. The three gripped their weapons tightly, eyes fixed on the door, their breaths quickening once more, hearts racing as though a calamity they could not escape loomed ever closer. Suddenly, the door was flung open by a tremendous force, and a shadowy figure surged into the room. Chapter 3, A Night of Terror. The shadow was enveloped in a stench of decay, akin to a black whirlwind, rushing into the room with lightning speed. Before Nanfeng and the others could react effectively, they sensed the shadow flash before them, a tremendous force crashing toward Achang with ferocious intent. Achang had no time to evade. He was like a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably hurled against the weathered wall behind him. A dull thud reverberated through the air, shaking loose dust from the walls as if a miniature sandstorm had erupted within the confines of the room. "Achang!" Nanfeng and Xinyu shouted in terror, their voices laced with an endless urgency and concern, sharp and trembling as if pulled taut by fear. Nanfeng's heart raced, his mind a blank canvas. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down, his hands frantically groping the ground until he grasped a weathered wooden plank, swinging it forcefully towards the shadowy figure. His arm was taut with exertion, veins bulging as he poured every ounce of strength into drawing the shadow's attention, hoping to afford Achang a chance to escape this deadly peril. The plank whistled through the air, yet the shadow, like a streak of black lightning, nimbly evaded the blow. It slowly turned its head, revealing a pair of eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light in the darkness, cold and piercing, as if two sharp daggers were fixated on Nanfeng, capable of penetrating his very soul, sending an icy chill racing down his spine and raising the hairs on his neck. Xinyu crawled desperately to Achang's side, his knees and palms scraping against the rough floor, leaving red marks that he seemed oblivious to. His voice trembled, almost unrecognizable, laced with a sob. "Achang, are you all right? Please don't scare me." Achang's face was ashen, devoid of blood, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth, slowly dripping down his chin, creating a small pool of horrifying red on the ground. He struggled to utter a few words. I can still hold on. Be careful of that thing." His eyes were filled with fear and pain, each word seemingly extracted with excruciating effort, yet he remained concerned for his companions. At that moment, the shadow lunged again, moving like a ghost, its speed nearly imperceptible. It surged towards Nanfeng. With a jolt, Nanfeng's pupils constricted, and he sidestepped just in time. The shadow brushed past him, leaving a chilling breeze that felt like countless icy needles piercing his skin, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity while the shadow turned, Nanfeng clenched the wooden plank tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, and hurled it with all his might at the shadow. With a resounding thud, the plank struck the shadow, producing a dull sound, yet the shadow appeared unscathed, merely incensed by the attack, emitting a low growl that resonated like thunder within the room, making the very air tremble and causing objects on the table to rattle and fall. "What manner of creature is this? Why can't we destroy it?" Xinyu screamed in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably, every inch of his skin quivering involuntarily. His voice, tinged with a sob, cut through the oppressive silence of the room like a sharp knife. Nanfeng kept his gaze fixed on the shadow, his eyes locked onto its every movement, his mind racing like a high-speed machine, strategizing their next move. He understood that such reckless resistance could not endure. They must swiftly discern the shadow's weakness, or they would all perish here. This thought weighed heavily on his heart. As the shadow prepared to strike once more, Nanfeng caught a glimpse of a mirror hanging on the wall out of the corner of his eye. In an instant, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He recalled a passage from a diary discovered in the ancient mansion that suggested certain malevolent entities feared the reflection of light. Without pausing to deliberate, he dashed towards the wall, his movements frantic and urgent. He stumbled over some debris, nearly losing his footing, but managed to steady himself after several wobbly steps. Grasping the mirror, his hands trembled with anxiety and excitement as he aimed it at the shadow. A remarkable phenomenon occurred. The light reflecting from the mirror struck the shadow, which emitted a piercing, agonizing shriek, a sound sharp and mournful, as though pierced by 1,000 steel needles, resonating like the wails of countless tormented souls from the depths of hell. Its form began to convulse violently, the previously indistinct outline gradually becoming clearer. Only then did Nan Feng and the others realize that the shadow was a grotesque humanoid figure, its skin a sickly greenish black, as if steeped in venom for countless years, exuding a nauseating stench reminiscent of long-decayed corpses. Its features were so distorted they barely resembled a human face, its mouth gaping wide, black viscous liquid oozing forth, splattering onto the ground with a hissing sound, swiftly corroding small craters into the floor, while the dust was stirred up, mingling in the air. Seizing the moment while the shadow was subdued by the light, Nan Feng shouted, "Chen Yu, a Chong, let us devise a way to corner it." His voice, strained and hoarse from tension, despite trembling legs that nearly buckled beneath him, Chen Yu gritted his teeth against his fear, picking up a stick from the ground, gripping it tightly as he swung it towards the shadow, attempting to aid Nan Feng. His eyes revealed a flicker of determination, though his body continued to shake uncontrollably. A Chong struggled to rise, disregarding his injuries. A sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, rendering his complexion even more pallid, yet he gritted his teeth, retrieving a stone and hurling it at the shadow. The three of them coordinated their efforts, gradually pushing the shadow towards the corner. As the mirror's light persisted, the shadow's strength seemed to wane, its struggles growing increasingly feeble, its steps unsteady as if walking on cotton, as if it might collapse at any moment. Finally, they succeeded in cornering the shadow against the wall. Under the mirror's illuminating glow, it released one final, agonizing scream, a sound that seemed to penetrate their very souls, before dissipating into a swirling plume of black smoke, leaving behind a lingering, acrid stench that hung in the air, refusing to dissipate. The three collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their chests heaving like bellows, sweat-soaked clothes clinging to their bodies, their eyes still reflecting the remnants of terror. "At last, we have vanquished this monster," Chen Yu uttered weakly, his voice tinged with a sense of relief, though traces of profound fear lingered on his face, as if etched into his very being. Nan Feng rose unsteadily, his legs still shaky, and approached a Chong to assess his injuries. A Chong's wounds were severe, a long laceration across his abdomen from which blood seeped continuously, staining his clothing a shocking red. Nan Feng retrieved a first aid kit from his backpack, his hands trembling slightly as he hastily bandaged a Chong's wounds. His gaze was filled with concern, his movements gentle yet urgent, fearful of causing a Chong further pain. Each action executed with utmost caution. "We must leave this place at once. It is far too perilous," Nan Feng declared, his eyes resolute. He understood the lurking dangers that surrounded them. Every passing second heightened their peril, every breath seeming to conceal a lethal threat. Both the Chong and Chen Yu nodded in agreement. The three of them cautiously exited the room, the thick mist outside enveloping the world like a heavy blanket. Visibility severely limited. They could only discern a few steps ahead, the surroundings shrouded in fog, nebulous and fraught with unknown terror. They navigated carefully towards the entrance of the ancient mansion, each step taken with extreme caution, eyes alert to any slight movement, fearful of yet another sudden danger. As they proceeded, Chen Yu abruptly halted, a look of terror spreading across his face. His voice trembled as he asked, "Did you hear that sound?" Nan Feng and a Chong paused, straining their ears to listen. In the stillness of the fog, a deep, ominous growl resonated, as if emerging from the very depths of hell, imbued with boundless rage and resentment, sending shivers down their spines, as though an invisible hand were gripping their throats. This sound seemed to emanate from behind the house they had just exited. A Chong's face turned pale, his voice trembling with fear, his body quaking, eyes filled with unease. The three exchanged glances, a wave of foreboding washing over them. They slowly approached the back of the house, each step feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, cautious not to disturb the lurking danger in the dark, their heartbeats quickening with each movement. Upon rounding the back of the house, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A massive figure was slowly emerging from an enormous coffin, its rotting wooden planks exuding a musty odor. The figure towered over them, draped in a layer of black scales that shimmered with an eerie glow in the fog, each scale resembling a mysterious symbol radiating an unknown peril. Its head resembled that of a colossal lizard, filled with sharp fangs, each as thick as a finger, glinting menacingly, as if capable of tearing through anything. A pair of red eyes burned like flames, emanating a chilling light that seemed to devour all hope, revealing boundless savagery and ferocity. What is that?" Chen Yu exclaimed in terror, his legs trembling, nearly unable to stand, leaning against Nan Feng for support, his hands gripping Nan Feng's arm tightly, his nails digging into the flesh. Nanfeng and Echong were equally horrified by the sight of the monstrous being. Yet they understood that retreat was not an option. In a moment of bravery, Nanfeng swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the creature. The stone traced an arc through the air, propelled by Nanfeng's fear and fury, striking the creature with a resounding clang, akin to metal colliding. However, the monster merely swayed, unfazed, its massive form standing resolute like a mountain. Enraged by the attack, the creature unleashed a deafening roar, its voice rumbling like thunder, causing their eardrums to throb painfully, as if threatening to shatter their very hearing. It opened its gaping maw and charged towards them with alarming speed, closing the distance in an instant. The trio hastily dodged, the creature's claws narrowly grazing Nanfeng, sending a rush of wind that stung his cheek, akin to a sharp blade cutting through flesh. "This won't do. We must find a place to hide," Echong shouted, urgency lacing his voice, a flame of desperation igniting within him. They turned and fled towards the ancient house, the creature hot on their heels, its heavy footsteps reverberating, each thud causing the ground to tremble as though the earth itself quaked in fear. They sprinted through the fog, disoriented and panicked, the mist enveloping them like a vast net, ensnaring them within. Suddenly, Nanfeng spotted an abandoned warehouse ahead, its door ajar, a faint glimmer of light seeping through, flickering like a glimmer of hope in the darkness. "Quick, into the warehouse," Nanfeng shouted, his voice hoarse from exertion, accompanied by labored breaths. The three rushed into the warehouse, forcefully shutting the door behind them. They leaned against the door, listening to the creature's roars and the violent impacts against the door, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats, each sound pounding against their psyche like a hammer. The warehouse was suffused with an ancient odor, mingling the scents of decayed wood and dust, making it feel like a relic of a forgotten tomb. Scattered about were worn-out trinkets, their shadows flickering in the darkness, concealing countless unknown dangers, each silhouette a lurking menace. "What do we do now?" Chinyu asked despairingly, his voice filled with helplessness and dread, that fear wrapping around him like an invisible net. Nanfeng surveyed the surroundings, searching for something to defend against the beast. Suddenly, he noticed a pile of hay and some broken planks in the corner. An idea sparked in his mind. "We can use these hay and planks to barricade the door, then find some weapons to defend ourselves," Nanfeng suggested, urgency lacing his tone, that urgency igniting like a fire within him. The three sprang into action, hastily piling the hay and planks against the door to fortify their defenses. Their movements were frantic, sweat cascading from their brows, soaking the ground beneath them, each droplet carrying their anxiety and tension. Just as they were occupied, the creature outside seemed to sense their intentions, its assaults growing increasingly forceful. The door trembling under the relentless pounding, creaking ominously, as if it might give way at any moment, each sound akin to a countdown to death, sending chills through their spines. "Hurry, we don't have much time," Echong cried out, despair tainting his voice, that despair enveloping him like an inky darkness. The trio quickened their pace, just managing to complete their barricade before the door was breached. The creature slammed against the door with ferocity, but the hay and planks held firm, preventing entry for the time being. The monster roared in fury, its claws frantically scratching against the door, the grating sound sending shivers down their spines, like a multitude of needles piercing their ears. "This door won't hold for long. We must devise a plan to eliminate this monster once and for all," Nanfeng declared, his eyes reflecting urgency and resolve, that resolve as steadfast as a mountain. Bolstering his conviction, he searched the warehouse for any useful clues. Suddenly, he spotted a tattered painting hanging on the wall, depicting a mysterious symbol that bore resemblance to the one they had encountered earlier in the ancient house. Nanfeng carefully removed the painting, scrutinizing it closely. Beneath the symbol, he discerned a line of faint text that read, "By blood as a guide, summon the light's power, break the evil curse." A flicker of inspiration ignited within him. He recalled a small knife nestled in his backpack. Without hesitation, he drew the knife and made a small incision on his palm, letting the crimson blood drip onto the symbol depicted in the painting. "Nanfeng, what are you doing?" Chinyu and Echong gasped in astonishment, concern flooding their voices like a tidal wave. Ignoring their apprehension, Nanfeng fixated on the painting. In an instant, the symbol radiated a brilliant light, its brilliance expanding to illuminate the entire warehouse. Within the glow, countless mysterious runes flickered, emanating a potent energy that swept away the fear that had gripped their hearts. The creature outside seemed to sense the threat of the light, unleashing a terrified roar. As the light intensified, the creature's howls grew fainter, until finally, with a piercing shriek, its voice vanished entirely. Cautiously, the trio opened the door, discovering that the fog had dissipated, and the creature was nowhere to be seen. They exhaled in relief, knowing they were safe for the moment. Yet, As they turned to leave, they found themselves encircled by an eerie mist that had inexplicably materialized around the ancient house. Within the fog lurked countless eyes watching them, accompanied by low, murmuring voices that resembled the whispers of countless lost souls, sending chills down their spines. As if the sighs of ghosts echoed in their ears, Ninfeng clenched his fists, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead, aware that their peril was far from over. Within this strange village, countless unspeakable horrors still awaited discovery, lurking in the shadows. Chapter 4. Shadows in the Mist. Ninfeng suppressed the surging tide of fear within him, that fear icy and penetrating, coursing through his veins, causing his fingertips to tremble ever so slightly. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently as he endeavored to compose himself. Clenching his fists, the knuckles turned pale from the effort, clearly defined. He stepped into the mist, and that single step seemed to drain him of all his strength. The soles of his shoes scraped against the ground, producing a faint sound that was instantly swallowed by the eerie fog. Chun Yu and Achong exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation and terror. Chun Yu's lips quivered, as if he wished to speak, but fear constricted his throat. Achong, brow furrowed deeply, had sweat beads rolling down his forehead, mingling with the mist, gathering at his chin before falling with a soft plop, disappearing in an instant. After a moment's hesitation, they followed closely behind, their footsteps heavy in the thickening fog, each step feeling as though they were treading on soft marshland, laden with unknowns and fears, at any moment liable to be consumed by endless darkness. The fog. Why does it feel increasingly dense? Chin Yu's voice trembled, as though it were being tugged by an invisible hand, tinged with a whimper. Swiftly engulfed by the sinister mist without leaving a trace of echo, his eyes widened in fright, nearly bulging from their sockets, scanning the surroundings with a frantic gaze. Filled with panic and helplessness, desperately seeking a familiar sight amidst the ink-like fog, yet all he could discern was an endless expanse of gray, as if the entire world were shrouded in this uncanny haze, with no end in sight. Achong remained silent, merely nodding gravely, his lips pressed into a taut line, as rigid as a bowstring, as though it would snap at the slightest misstep. His hands clenched instinctively, the knuckles whitening under the strain, a stark contrast in the dim fog, as if that grip could somehow secure a sense of safety. His breathing was rapid and labored, each inhale echoing like a worn bellows, producing a wheezing sound. Ninfeng inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his racing heart, which pounded within his chest like a frantic drum. He strained to recall his observations of the ancient residence, searching for a possible escape route. Yet his mind was a tumultuous chaos. The once familiar layout of the buildings obscured beneath the veil of mist, leaving him utterly lost. His brow knitted tightly, memories of every corner and passage in the ancient house surfacing in his mind, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not discern a corresponding direction amid the fog. Just then, a low murmur arose from all directions, the sound akin to whispers brushing against his ear, indistinct yet haunting. At times it rose high, like the call of an owl slicing through the still night. At others, it sank low, as if wails were emanating from the abyss of hell, sending shivers down their spines. It was as if countless souls lamented their tragic fates, the sound imbued with endless sorrow and pain, piercing their ears and jarring their nerves. Chun Yu's body stiffened suddenly, as if struck by a bolt of electricity. He glanced around in terror, his eyes darting anxiously, hands pressed tightly against his ears, nails nearly digging into his scalp, as if that could shield him from the chilling sounds. What is this sound? Chun Yu cried out, his voice laden with fear and helplessness, the feeling of despair swallowing him whole. Ninfeng furrowed his brow, determination flickering in his gaze, a glimmer of light in the surrounding darkness. Stay calm, he murmured. Let's see if we can locate the source of the sound. Although his voice was low, it carried a reassuring strength, illuminating a flicker of hope amid the darkness. Achong swallowed hard, his throat parched and painful, as though sandpaper had scraped it raw. He struggled to infuse his voice with calmness. Perhaps those creatures have returned. We need to be cautious. His voice quivered slightly, yet he feigned composure, his eyes reflecting vigilance as he scanned the fog. The trio pressed onward through the mist, every step filled with trepidation. They tread lightly, almost on tiptoe, fearful of disturbing the hidden dangers lurking within the fog. Suddenly, Ninfeng felt a soft give beneath his feet, as if he had stepped on something. His heart contracted sharply, an ominous premonition washing over him. He glanced down but found the fog too thick to discern anything. Instinctively, he took a step back, only to hear a rustling sound, sharp and clear in the silence of the fog, as if something had been startled by his movement. Did you hear that? Ninfeng asked nervously, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Chun Yu and Achong halted, straining to listen. In the stillness of the fog, besides their own rapid breaths, The rustling grew ever clearer, as if an unseen creature was inching closer. The sound approached, an invisible entity drawing near, the very air feeling thin with its oppressive presence. "It seems something is encircling us," a Chong whispered, fear etched in his eyes, his hands groping before him, seeking something to wield as a weapon. His fingers fumbled through the air, brushing against a dry twig, which he clutched as though it were a lifeline, trembling slightly in his grip. Ninfeng tightened his hold on the small knife, its blade glimmering coldly in the fog, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. He remained vigilant, his eyes sharp as a hawk, capturing every minute movement. Suddenly, he spotted a vague silhouette emerging not far ahead. The figure was indistinct, resembling a human form, yet exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Nanfeng's heartbeat quickened, echoing in his ears like a frantic drumbeat. He gripped the knife tightly, his palms slick with sweat, nearly slipping off the hilt as droplets cascaded down his arm and fell to the ground. "Who goes there?" he called out, summoning courage, his voice reverberating through the fog, yet receiving no reply. The figure continued to advance, becoming increasingly distinct. With each step it took, their hearts raced faster, deepening their fear. Xinyu cowered behind Nanfeng, clutching his shirt tightly, nails digging into the fabric. His voice trembled. "Nanfeng, what is that?" His body shook uncontrollably, enveloped in terror. Chong gripped his makeshift weapon firmly, his arm quivering from tension. As the figure drew nearer, they finally discerned that it was a person clad in a black robe, their face obscured by a dark cloth, rendering their features unrecognizable. The robe fluttered gently in the fog, like a ghostly train, exuding an aura of mystery and dread. "You should not be here," the cloaked figure spoke, their voice deep and hoarse, as if dragged from the depths of their throat, carrying a scent of decay reminiscent of rotting flesh. Nanfeng inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "Who are you? Why do you say we should not be here?" he inquired, his voice resolute, attempting to maintain calm in the strange atmosphere. The figure did not respond, merely lifting a skeletal hand, fingers long and pallid, gesturing behind them. The three instinctively turned, only to find a horde of dark shadows had appeared behind them, twisting forms slowly advancing. Each shadow emitted a potent stench of decay, overwhelming them, nearly suffocating. The shapes were grotesque, some resembling distorted human figures, others monstrous beasts, flickering in and out of the fog like demons from hell. "Run!" Nanfeng shouted, his voice filled with terror and urgency. He turned and fled, his footsteps frantic, nearly tripping over the stones strewn across the ground. Xinyu and Chong were equally terrified, desperately trailing behind Nanfeng. They ran with all their might through the mist, the uneven terrain causing them to stumble frequently. The growls and pursuit of shadows behind them grew ever closer, echoing like thunder and causing a sharp pain in their eardrums. "We cannot continue like this. We must find a place to hide." Chong gasped, his voice hoarse from exertion, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Nanfeng scanned the surroundings, seeking a refuge. His eyes searched fervently through the fog, sweat blurring his vision. Suddenly, he spotted a dilapidated house ahead, its doors slightly ajar, a faint light seeping through. The glimmer flickered like a thread of hope in the darkness. "Quick, into that house!" Nanfeng exclaimed, his tone laced with surprise and anticipation. The three of them rushed inside and swiftly shut the door. They leaned against it, panting heavily, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. The pungent smell of medicine filled the air, a nauseating blend of decay and bitterness. Surrounding them were pieces of worn furniture, appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. The outlines of the furnishings seemed to conceal countless secrets and dangers. "We are temporarily safe," Nanfeng remarked, yet his voice bore no hint of relaxation, remaining taut and vigilant. "What on earth is happening? Why are there such terrifying things all around this village?" Xinyu cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice cracking from sobs. Chong shook his head in confusion, his eyes wide with fear and bewilderment, as if trapped in an inescapable nightmare. Ninfeng did not respond, his gaze swept across the room, seeking any useful clues. His eyes flickered like a searchlight in the gloom. Suddenly, he noticed a tattered diary on the table, its cover yellowed with age, seemingly harboring countless secrets. He picked it up and turned to the first page, where he read, "I am cursed. The secrets of this village, once unveiled, will bring endless calamity." The handwriting was shaky, as if penned by trembling hands, exuding a sense of despair and terror. Nanfeng's brow furrowed deeper as he continued to read. The diary chronicled bizarre occurrences that had transpired in the village, along with a legend concerning ancient rituals. It was said that the village once conducted a nefarious ceremony in an attempt to summon a powerful force, only to unleash uncontrollable evil entities. These malevolent beings were sealed within various corners of the village, but should anyone break the seals, they would awaken once more, wreaking havoc upon the world. The words in the diary seemed to pulsate with life, each one a curse that weighed heavily on Nanfeng's heart. It appears we have inadvertently triggered something, attracting these monsters, he said, his voice low and tinged with regret. What should we do now? Yu asked urgently. His eyes filled with expectation, as if Nanfeng were his sole beacon of hope. Before Nanfeng could respond, a violent pounding echoed from outside, as if something was forcefully battering against the door. The thuds reverberated like a hammer, striking at their hearts. The faces of the three turned ashen, gripping their weapons tightly, preparing to confront the impending danger. The weapons trembled slightly in their hands, as if sensing the imminent threat. Could it be the monsters have caught up to us? A Chong exclaimed in terror, his voice rife with fear, which spread like a contagion. Nanfeng took a deep breath, stating, no matter what it is, we cannot remain idle. Let us see if we can find another exit. His voice was resolute, attempting to bolster their spirits. The trio searched frantically within the confines of the room, only to discover that it contained but one door and a window, the latter barred with iron, rendering escape impossible. Their footsteps were frantic as they scurried about, hands exploring the walls for a hidden exit. What do we do? We are trapped, Yu cried in despair, his voice overflowing with hopelessness, that hopelessness consuming him like an abyss. Nanfeng refused to give in. He once again grasped the diary, hoping to uncover a means to extricate themselves from this predicament. His eyes scrutinized every detail of the text. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar symbol on the last page, reminiscent of the markings they had seen in the ancient manor. The design was twisted, as if imbued with unfathomable mysteries. As Nanfeng examined the symbol closely, he spotted a tiny inscription beneath it. Disperse the darkness with light, and unravel the curse with sincerity. The lettering was minuscule, barely discernible unless one looked closely. A spark ignited within Nanfeng. He recalled the earlier incident in the warehouse, where they had activated the symbols with blood, successfully dispelling the monsters. Could a similar method be required here? The memory of the light banishing the creatures flickered in his mind, a beacon of hope amid the darkness. Nanfeng scanned the room and discovered a candle atop the table. He seized it and rummaged through his pockets for a lighter. His fingers fumbled nervously, his heart racing in his chest. Fortunately, he found the lighter and ignited the candle. The flame flickered in the darkness, casting a faint glow yet instilling a glimmer of hope within them. Do you recall what transpired in the warehouse? Perhaps the light from this candle is the key, Nanfeng suggested, his voice tinged with anticipation and excitement. Yu and Chong nodded, their eyes rekindling with hope, like a spark in the enveloping darkness. Just then, the door was violently thrust open, and a swarm of shadows poured in, their stench overwhelming. Nanfeng swiftly raised the candle, allowing its light to illuminate the room. Remarkably, the shadows began to dissipate under the radiant glow, twisting and writhing in agony as they emitted pained howls. It works, Yu exclaimed joyfully, his voice filled with elation. The three of them advanced toward the shadows, their candlelight piercing the darkness, causing the figures to screech in torment before dissipating into wisps of smoke. Their steps were resolute, the candle acting as a sword, severing the darkness. When the last shadow vanished, tranquility finally returned to the room. They exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the floor, their bodies weary, drenched in sweat, remnants of fear still lingering in their eyes. At last, we have resolved another crisis, a Chong said weakly, relief evident in his voice. Nanfeng rose. Gazing at the diary in his hand, he understood that this was merely a fleeting victory in this strange village, with more secrets and dangers awaiting their unraveling. The diary felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, burdened with the village's mysteries and their fate. We cannot afford to let our guard down. The secrets of this village are far from over, Nanfeng declared, his voice deep and resolute. The three of them steadied their emotions and stepped out of the house once more. The fog outside remained thick, and they continued their journey through the haze, seeking a way to escape this eerie village. Their steps were heavy yet resolute, searching for a glimmer of hope amid the endless mist. As they walked, Yu suddenly halted, pointing ahead in terror. Look, what is that? His hand trembled, his voice quaking with fear. The gentle breeze and Qiang gazed in the direction indicated by his finger, and through the mist, a colossal silhouette gradually materialized, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression that sent their hearts racing. This figure flickered in and out of visibility within the fog, resembling a vast shadow that enveloped them. And an unknown dread surged forth once more. Chapter 5. The abyssal shadow. The immense form loomed within the thick, inky mist, akin to a crumbling mountain peak on the verge of collapse, exuding a chilling pressure that penetrated to the very core of their beings. This force was terrifyingly powerful. Every inch of air seemed to be violently compressed, distorted, and rendered thin and heavy, making each breath a Herculean task. Nanfeng's heart soared to its utmost limit, pounding like a frantic war drum, striking against his taut nerves with relentless ferocity. Instinctively protective, he swiftly turned sideways, shielding Chunyu and Aqiang behind him, as if erecting an indomitable human barricade. His right hand clenched tightly around the candle that had just dispelled the shadow, its flame flickering erratically in the eerie, turbulent fog. Akin to a frail candle in the wind, on the brink of being entirely engulfed by darkness. Yet, that diminutive light now served as their sole solace. A glimmer of hope in the encroaching blackness. What? What is that? Chunyu's voice trembled, nearly breaking into sobs. His legs felt weak, and were it not for Nanfang's support, he would have surely collapsed. Aqiang's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He gripped his wooden stick tightly, his arms slightly shaking from the tension, his gaze fixed on the increasingly discernible silhouette as if willing it to stay at bay. As the figure inched closer, they finally discerned that it was a monstrous creature, towering 3 stories high. Its body appeared to be entwined with countless twisted black tendrils, each as thick as a tree trunk, oozing a viscous black liquid that emitted an abominable stench. The creature's head was grotesquely large, with 2 massive crimson eyes resembling pools of burning blood, radiating a predatory glint. Its mouth occupied a third of its face, filled with razor-sharp fangs, each as thick as an adult's arm, glistening with strands of viscous fluid that shimmered ominously in the mist. "Run!" Nanfeng screamed hoarsely, his voice slicing through the oppressive fog with a haunting urgency. He knew that with their current strength, confronting such a terrifying beast was out of the question. Fleeing was their only chance for survival. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted, his steps frantic and hurried. Chunyu and Aqiang, as if awakening from a nightmare, instinctively followed suit, desperately racing after Nanfeng through the mist. Their hurried footsteps stumbled unevenly on the uneven ground, kicking up dust that mingled with the fog. Behind them, the creature's heavy footfalls echoed, each step resonating like a hammer striking the earth, shaking the ground beneath them as if heralding the apocalypse. The monster's furious roars were deafening, imbued with an unquenchable rage and savagery that made their souls tremble. "We can't keep running like this. We need to find somewhere to hide," Aqiang shouted, breathless, his voice ragged from the exertion, each word seeming to sap his strength, his throat dry and raw. Nanfeng, still sprinting, frantically scanned the surroundings, his eyes wide with desperation as he sought a refuge. Suddenly, he spotted an abandoned factory ahead. Its doors were ajar, a faint light seeping through, appearing as a beacon of hope in their dire predicament. "Quick, into that factory!" Nanfeng shouted, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them surged forward as if grasping at a lifeline, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests, sweat soaking their clothes and clinging to their skin. Just as they reached the factory entrance, the creature seemed to sense their intent, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated like rolling thunder, causing their eardrums to ache. In the next instant, a black beam shot from its mouth, slicing through the fog like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards them with blinding speed. Nanfeng caught a glimpse of the beam in his peripheral vision, his heart lurched, and without a moment's thought, he instinctively turned, throwing himself to the ground with all his might, taking Chunyu and Aqiang down with him. The beam narrowly missed them, grazing past and igniting an acrid scent of charred air as it struck a nearby tree, severing it in a single blow with a resounding crack, echoing like the rupture of life itself. The fallen trunk kicked up a cloud of dust that engulfed them, forcing them into a fit of coughing. Without daring to linger, they scrambled to their feet, barely brushing off the dust before rushing into the factory, slamming the door shut behind them. Leaning against the door, they gasped for breath, their chests heaving, hearts racing as if they might burst forth. The factory was suffused with a musty odor, a blend of rust and dust that was stifling. Shadows of old machines loomed in the dim light, their outlines appearing menacing in the darkness, as if lurking beasts poised to attack. "We're safe for now," Nanfeng panted. Yet his tone bore no hint of relaxation, only heightened vigilance. His eyes remained fixed on the door, ears perked to catch any sound from outside. He understood that the monster would not relent easily, and they could be pursued at any moment. Chunyu sat on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, trembling uncontrollably, muttering to himself, "What is happening? How did we encounter such terrifying creatures?" His gaze was filled with fear and confusion, trapped in an endless nightmare from which he could not awaken. Aqiang, exhausted, leaned against the wall, his eyes mirroring the same terror and bewilderment. He shook his head silently, releasing a heavy sigh laden with helplessness and despair. Nanfeng ignored their distress, his eyes scanning the factory for anything that could serve as a weapon or a means of defense. Suddenly, he spotted a pile of discarded steel pipes in a corner, and a glimmer of hope sparked within him. He hurried over, crouched down, and picked up a pipe, weighing it in his hands, finding it to be quite manageable. He grabbed two more and turned to hand them to Chunyu and Aqiang. Take these. If that monster comes after us, we might stand a chance, he asserted, his voice imbued with resolute determination. Though their hands trembled with fear, a natural instinct, they gripped the pipes tightly, as if this small act could imbue them with courage to confront the unknown terror ahead. Just then, a thunderous crash resounded from outside. The creature had indeed followed them. It slammed its massive body against the factory door, each impact causing the door to creak ominously, as if on the verge of giving way. The three of them tightened their grips on the steel pipes, their knuckles turning white with tension, their eyes locked on the door, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads, pooling on the floor beneath them. Each crash reverberated through their hearts, quickening their pulses, while fear continued to seep deeper into their souls. What are we going to do? This door won't hold for long, Chunyu exclaimed, his voice trembling with despair. The southern wind furrowed his brow, fully aware that Chunyu's words rang true. The dilapidated gate was utterly incapable of withstanding the monstrous threat for long. Anxious and restless, he scanned the surroundings, his mind racing in search of an escape. Suddenly, he spotted a narrow ventilation duct on the opposite side of the factory. Though its opening was small, it could barely accommodate a single person. We can exit through that duct, he exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. Without hesitation, the trio dashed towards the ventilation shaft, their footsteps frantic and hurried. Just as they neared the duct, the door was forcefully flung open with a resounding crash, echoing like a death knell. The monstrous figure loomed in the doorway, its crimson eyes glimmering with wrath in the darkness, resembling two blazing infernos. It immediately identified the fleeing trio. With a roar filled with fury and murderous intent, it charged at them, stirring a fierce gust that sent dust swirling into the air. A knot tightened in Nanfeng's stomach as he shouted to Chunyu and Aqiang, "You two go ahead. I'll hold it off." With that, he gripped the steel pipe tightly, spreading his feet apart to assume a defensive stance, and charged at the beast, his resolve suggesting a willingness to face annihilation. The creature swung its enormous claws toward him, each paw the size of a table, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Nanfeng sidestepped just in time, the claws grazing his body and whipping up a strong wind that stung his cheek, leaving a shallow gash on his skin. Seizing the moment, he swung the steel pipe down upon the monster's claw. The impact rang out sharply in the eerie silence of the factory. Yet it merely left a faint mark on the beast's appendage. While Nanfeng diverted the creature's attention, Chunyu and Aqiang hastily climbed into the ventilation duct. Chunyu led the ascent, his movements frantic, scraping his knees and palms against the duct walls, blissfully unaware of the crimson welts forming. Aqiang pushed from behind, his arms bulging with strain, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and falling into the duct. Once Aqiang scrambled into the duct, he turned back to shout, "Nanfeng, hurry up." Nanfeng persisted in his futile assault on the monster, each strike draining his strength, but to the beast, they were mere pinpricks. He then pivoted and sprinted toward the duct. The creature relentlessly pursued him, and just as he was about to reach the duct's opening, its tail lashed out like a massive serpent, delivering a crushing blow to his back. The impact hurled him across the floor, akin to a kite severed from its string, and he collapsed, coughing up blood that glimmered ominously in the dim light. Nanfeng, Chunyu and Aqiang shouted in unison, their eyes filled with anxiety and dread. Nanfeng struggled to rise, feeling as if his back were ablaze, every movement tugging at the wound, the searing pain almost rendering him unconscious. Yet he knew he could not concede defeat. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he sprinted once more toward the ventilation duct. This time, he finally succeeded in climbing into the shaft. The trio crawled desperately through the duct, the creature's furious roars and the sound of it battering against the duct echoing behind them. The vibrations threatened to collapse the structure, potentially burying them in darkness. They had no idea how long they had been crawling. Their knees and palms were scraped raw, blood staining the duct walls. Eventually, they arrived at the other end of the ventilation shaft. With the last vestiges of his strength, Nanfeng forcefully pushed open the duct cover, which clanged against the ground. One by one, they leaped down, their legs trembling from the prolonged exertion, nearly toppling over upon landing. They found themselves in a basement, permeated by a damp, musty odor so pungent it was nauseating, as if it had been sealed for a millennium. Scattered around were dilapidated boxes and miscellaneous items, their shadows flickering ominously in the dim light, seemingly concealing countless unknown dangers. The outlines of the boxes and debris stretched out on the floor like clawing beasts. "What is this place?" Chunyu whispered, his voice trembling with fear, echoing hollowly within the basement, magnified by the oppressive darkness. Aqiang shook his head, equally perplexed, his eyes brimming with vigilance, hands gripping the steel pipe tightly, ready for any impending threat. Nanfeng remained alert, sensing an underlying danger lurking in the basement, as if every breath carried an eerie essence. Suddenly, he heard a faint dripping sound, akin to water falling to the ground. Following the noise, he discovered a dilapidated water tank in the corner, filled with a black liquid that overflowed from its rim, pooling on the floor and exuding a potent stench of decay. Cautiously, Nanfeng approached the tank, each step deliberate, wary of disturbing whatever might be concealed in the shadows. As he drew closer, an overwhelming odor assaulted him, far more revolting than anything he had encountered before, nearly inducing him to vomit. He stifled the urge, his stomach churning as he scrutinized the liquid within, noting bizarre shapes writhing amidst it, twisting and extending as if imbued with life. At that moment, the basement lights flickered ominously, plunging the space into deeper gloom. An eerie laughter erupted from all directions, sharp and piercing, like the wails of countless tormented souls reverberating within the confined space, instilling a sense of dread. The three of them instantly tensed, muscles rigid with fear, their grips on the steel pipes tightening, arms trembling slightly as they scanned the surroundings for the source of the laughter. "Who is there?" Nanfeng called out, his voice quivering with a blend of terror and rage. Yet, no response came, only the chilling laughter that crescendoed, threatening to shatter their very souls. The flickering lights intensified, with each pulse morphing the shadows into grotesque shapes, as if myriad eyes were watching them from the darkness, the shadows elongating and distorting like the faces of demons. Suddenly, a pale hand emerged from the tank, bony and elongated, with fingers that appeared like brittle twigs, its sharp nails glistening menacingly in the dim light. Following closely behind, a figure began to rise from the tank, shrouded in the black liquid, its features obscured, its form twisted grotesquely, as if pulled by some malevolent force. Each movement exuding an unsettling aura. "Run!" Nanfeng shouted, fear and urgency propelling him toward the basement's exit. Chun Yu and Chong, equally terrified, followed closely behind. They groped through the darkness, the basement's layout convoluted, quickly disorienting them. The sounds of the pursuing figure grew ever closer, the sinister laughter lingering in their ears like a demonic curse, ensnaring them. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, Nanfeng spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Elation surged within him, as if he had glimpsed the dawn after an interminable night, and he quickened his pace towards the light. Upon reaching the source of illumination, they discovered a door leading to the outside. With all his might, Nanfeng pushed it open, and the three of them burst forth into the world beyond. However, when they beheld the scene outside, they were utterly stunned by the sight before them. Chapter 6: The Secret History of the Haunted Village. Nanfeng, Chinyu, and Chong burst forth from the door, and what lay before their eyes rendered them as if ensnared by a paralyzing spell, frozen in place, unable to move. The fog, once thick and inky, was now infused with a bizarre filter, seemingly tainted by some invisible, malevolent hand. The sky bore a dark, oppressive blood-red hue, reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits' blood, thick and terrifying, as if at any moment, a deluge of blood would pour down from the heavens. The surrounding houses, under this eerie and distorted light, cast grotesque shadows that resembled ravenous demons, clawing and gnashing their teeth, swaying gently in the breeze, as if they could spring to life and attack at any moment. Just as they were stupefied by this apocalyptic spectacle, a hoarse and aged voice, as if emerging from the abyss of hell, slowly echoed, "You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for a long time." The voice carried a chilling undertone that penetrated to their very core. The three turned abruptly, only to find an elderly figure, hunched and spectral, standing silently behind them. The old man was clad in a tattered black robe, nearly in rags, adorned with a myriad of peculiar stains and crooked patches, as if silently narrating the countless years of tumult and bizarre occurrences it had witnessed. Each wrinkle on his fabric concealed untold secrets. His face was completely obscured by a dilapidated straw hat, frayed at the edges, rendering his features indistinguishable. Save for a few wisps of white hair that danced like ghostly tendrils in the sinister wind, exuding an unsettling chill. Who are you?" Nanfeng strained to suppress the tidal wave of fear welling within him, his heart racing violently as if it would burst from his chest. Summoning his courage, he asked, his voice quivering slightly. The old man did not respond directly, but instead slowly raised a bony, veined hand, moving with a deliberate slowness that carried an inexplicable authority, pointing towards the ancient, mysterious ancestral hall at the village's center. "Follow me. There are things you must know." With that, he turned and began to shuffle toward the hall, his steps appearing frail and unsteady, yet imbued with an irresistible force that demanded compliance. The three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt, fear, and unease. Yet, In this seemingly cursed and bizarre situation, they felt they had no choice but to follow the old man, their hearts heavy with trepidation. As they proceeded, they could distinctly sense countless icy, piercing eyes lurking in the shadows, ravenously watching them. Those gazes were like sharp blades, as if they sought to dissect their very souls. Occasionally, faint, intermittent whispers drifted into their ears, sounding like pain moans or the despairing laments of vengeful spirits, imbued with endless sorrow and resentment. Finally reaching the ancestral hall, the old man halted, his body trembling slightly. He retrieved a rusty, time-worn key from his cloak, its corrosion resembling the scars of time, layered and accumulated. He inserted the key into a similarly rusted lock and turned it with effort, accompanied by a long, piercing creak as the heavy door, laden with the weight of a millennium of secrets, slowly swung open. Instantly, a wave of stale, nauseating air surged forth, mingled with the acrid scent of incense. As if countless decayed souls and pungent offerings had fused into a grotesque amalgamation, making them nearly retch, their stomachs churning. Upon entering the hall, they found it dim and abyss-like, devoid of any natural light penetrating the heavy darkness. Only a few solitary oil lamps flickered weakly in the corners, casting a feeble glow that seemed utterly insignificant and helpless, barely illuminating a minuscule area around them. The walls of the hall were adorned with numerous tattered and faded portraits. The figures depicted within twisted and grotesque, their hollow eyes devoid of life, as if their souls had been siphoned away. Each face silently narrated tales of endless anguish and despair, their expressions seemingly revealing the harrowing events that had transpired within this space. At the center stood a grand, solemn tablet, inscribed with strange, incomprehensible symbols and characters. In the flickering shadows, these markings appeared profoundly mysterious and ominous, as if they might spring to life at any moment, unleashing unfathomable malevolence. The old man, with slow and deliberate steps, approached the tablet, gradually kneeling, hands clasped, murmuring incantations. His voice was low and indistinct, as if conversing with spirits, recounting long-buried tales shrouded in the dust of time. After a prolonged silence, he slowly rose, moving with the deliberate pace of a centenarian. Turning to face the three, he gradually removed his hat. For the first time, they beheld his visage, etched with deep wrinkles, each crease a testament to the infinite hardships and suffering he had endured. His eyes, sunken and weary, reflected a profound fatigue, as if he bore the weight of all the village's secrets and sorrows. "Children, your presence here signifies an inextricable connection to this village's fate." The old man's voice resonated within the hall, imbued with a heavy sense of duty, as if he were imparting a momentous mission concerning life and death. This village was once a flourishing place, filled with laughter and joy, but a sudden, unheralded calamity, akin to the arrival of a demon, transformed it into a hell on earth. The old man spoke slowly, his voice deep and hoarse, each word seemingly forced from his parched throat, as if he were unearthing a long-forgotten, dust-laden horror. Years ago, a mysterious stranger arrived in the village, claiming to possess the ability to communicate with spirits and wielding unimaginable powers. Initially, the villagers were filled with intrigue and reverence, approaching him with admiration and anticipation, seeking wisdom for their daily tribulations. However, as the days turned into weeks, they began to perceive the stranger's increasingly bizarre behavior, leaving them bewildered. He would venture alone into the perilous, enigmatic forest behind the village during the stillness of night, disappearing for days, returning with a fatigued demeanor and a flickering gaze, as if he had encountered unspeakable horrors within the woods. One day, tranquility was shattered as villagers discovered their livestock mysteriously vanishing. Once lively cattle and sheep disappeared overnight without a trace, as though they had evaporated into thin air. Soon after, even more dreadful events unfolded, as children began to vanish one by one, without warning or any clues left behind. Panic gripped the village, fear spreading like wildfire, etched on every face. Suspicions arose that the enigmatic stranger was behind these misfortunes, igniting anger and concern among the villagers. Thus, a handful of brave, justice-minded villagers resolved to stealthily follow him one night, determined to unveil what illicit activities he was conducting in the depths of the forest. As they cautiously pursued the stranger into the heart of the woods, the sight that met their eyes sent chills down their spines, their blood seemingly congealing in their veins. A stranger stood before a colossal and ominous altar, which was laden with an array of bizarre and grotesque offerings that exuded a putrid stench, evoking a sense of revulsion. Surrounding the altar was a circle of eerie runes, pulsating with an ethereal green luminescence, as if they possessed a life of their own. At the center of the altar rested a massive black box, its surface etched with arcane symbols that seemed to harbor an infinite malevolence. emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The stranger stood before the altar, murmuring incantations, his hands flailing wildly in the air as he uttered strange syllables, reminiscent of some ancient and sinister chant. Suddenly, the box creaked open, releasing a jet of black light that shot forth, enveloping the entire forest like a bolt of darkness. Almost immediately, the air was filled with piercing screams, the sound akin to countless tormented souls writhing in anguish, sending waves of terror through the onlookers. From all directions, shadowy figures surged forth, each taking on grotesque forms, some resembling distorted human shapes, others akin to monstrous beasts, clawing and lunging at a group of villagers in a frenzied assault. The villagers, paralyzed by fear, their hearts racing, turned to flee in a frenzy, stumbling and scrambling in their desperate escape. Yet, several were tragically caught by the shadows, who consumed them in an instant, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed in this world. From that moment onward, the village was beset by a series of bizarre and haunting occurrences. At night, peculiar sounds could be heard, sometimes resembling sorrowful weeping, heart-wrenching enough to draw tears. At other times, it sounded like maniacal laughter, sharp and grating, echoing as if mocking from the depths of hell. As one walked the streets, fleeting glimpses of indistinct silhouettes darted past, vanishing upon closer inspection, leaving an indelible mark of dread in their wake. Some villagers even reported waking from dreams, feeling icy, ghostly hands caressing their faces, akin to the touch of ice, only to find their rooms empty, engulfed in a suffocating silence, save for their own rapid breaths and pounding hearts. As time wore on, the population of the village dwindled, with fear and despair casting a long shadow over everyone. Some villagers succumbed to madness, their eyes vacant and actions erratic, while others met with mysterious deaths, their bodies bearing no marks, yet suffused with an eerie presence. Ultimately, what was once a vibrant and lively village had transformed into a ghostly shell, steeped in silence and an overwhelming sense of dread, with the very air thick with the scent of death and despair. What happened next? Chen Yu asked, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and curiosity, his wide eyes fixed intently on the elder, eager to unearth every hidden truth. The elder sighed deeply, laden with a sense of helplessness and sorrow, and continued, in time, a powerful and renowned Taoist passed through this land. Sensing the malevolent atmosphere that enveloped the village, he felt compelled to remain and assist the villagers in unraveling this horrific enigma to save the cursed hamlet. Through thorough investigation, he discovered that the mysterious stranger was an exceedingly wicked sorcerer who, in his insatiable quest for ultimate power, sought to open the gates of hell to summon malevolent spirits for his own gain. Ultimately, the Taoist, wielding his formidable magic and unwavering resolve, succeeded in sealing the sorcerer and the summoned demons. However, remnants of their malevolence lingered, like a malignant tumor hidden in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to resurface. And what are we to do now? Achong inquired anxiously, his face etched with worry and uncertainty, his fists clenched tightly, as if grasping for a glimmer of hope. The elder regarded them with a glimmer of precious hope in his eyes. Your arrival may indeed hold the key to breaking this curse. The clues within that journal and your previous encounters are no mere coincidence. They are the threads of fate. You must locate the sealed artifacts and restore them to their rightful places to fully lift the village's curse and save both it and yourselves. At that moment, the oil lamp in the shrine extinguished without warning, snuffed out by an unseen hand, plunging the space into impenetrable darkness. An eerie, chilling laughter erupted from all directions, sharp and piercing, as if countless malevolent spirits were mocking their ignorance and frailty, echoing within the confined space and causing their eardrums to throb painfully. Be careful, the elder shouted, his tone rife with urgency and alertness. They have come. The trio tightened their grips on their weapons, palms slick with sweat, their eyes darting nervously around. In the darkness, they felt countless pairs of eyes glowing with an eerie green light, like will-o'-the-wisps, peering at them intently, the frigid gaze seemingly capable of freezing their very souls. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forth like a bolt of lightning, targeting Nan Feng with ferocity. Quick to react, Nan Feng dodged to the side, swinging his steel pipe with all his might at the shadow. The pipe struck with a dull thud, but the shadow merely wavered, seemingly unscathed, before charging at them once more. In quick succession, more shadows surged from all sides, encircling them completely. Each shadow bore grotesque forms, some twisted and contorted, as if being torn by an invisible force, others resembling massive and ferocious beasts, claws bared and roaring with a cacophony that threatened to shatter their very souls as they launched a frenzied assault. Nan Feng, Chen Yu, and Achong stood back to back, forming a tight defensive circle, fighting against the onslaught of shadows. They swung their weapons with every ounce of strength, their arms aching from exertion, sweat soaking their clothes. Yet, the shadows continued to pour forth, seemingly endless, as if they would never cease. Each time they repelled a wave, more shadows rushed to fill the void. The elder joined the fray, producing a yellow talisman inscribed with cryptic runes. Chanting in a low, mysterious tone, he hurled the talisman at the shadows. It ignited in midair, radiating brilliant light, akin to the sun, dispersing the shadows into wisps of smoke wherever the light touched. However, this was but a fleeting victory, as the light dimmed and the shadows surged back, as if they had never departed. This cannot continue. We must swiftly uncover the clues to the artifacts, Nan Feng exclaimed, his voice hoarse from urgency. At that moment, Chang's eyes brightened with realization. He hurriedly retrieved the journal from his pocket. Could there be clues about the artifacts within the journal? Nan Feng's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. As he snatched the journal from Chang's hands, straining to discern the writing in the oppressive darkness, his eyes widened dramatically, missing no subtle sign, and his brows knitted tightly together. Suddenly, he noticed a passage he had overlooked before. The artifact lies where the blood moon guides, beneath the ancient well, in the land of seals. I believe I know where to search, Nan Feng exclaimed, a note of surprise and anticipation in his voice. Follow me. Under the cover of the old man, the three of them fought fiercely, carving a bloody path as they sprinted toward the ancient well in the village. Shadows surged from all directions, attacking them relentlessly. They bore multiple wounds, their clothes stained with blood, yet they did not falter. Their hearts were driven by a singular conviction: to locate the artifact, lift the village's curse, and end this dreadful nightmare. Upon reaching the well, the blood moon blazed even more vividly, as if soaked once again in the blood of countless vengeful spirits, red enough to appear as though it might drip. An eerie aura enveloped the well, a chill that pierced to the bone, evoking dread. The rope at the well's mouth swayed gently in the sinister wind, creaking as if whispering endless secrets, each sound beckoning them toward an unknown abyss of terror. Nan Feng inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart as he peered into the well, only to find an abyss of darkness, unfathomable and seemingly a portal to hell, where countless eyes seemed to lurk in the shadows. At that moment, a cold wind swept by, accompanied by a whisper, "Come, descend." The voice seemed to emanate from the depths, imbued with endless temptation and horror. Chapter 7. Terror beneath the well. That whisper lingered in Nan Feng's ears, as if given life, each syllable wrapped in a chilling frost, akin to an invisible, icy hand striving to drag him into the unfathomable depths of the well. His scalp tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end. Instinctively, he shuddered and took a step back, colliding with Qin Yu and Chang. The three of them appeared to be under a spell, their gazes locked onto the well, taut with tension, barely daring to breathe for fear of inciting disaster. Are we really going down? Qin Yu asked, his voice trembling like a leaf in a frigid wind. His eyes reflected fear and hesitation, darting between the well and his companions, as if hoping someone would provide an answer that would spare them from descent. The well, illuminated by the eerie, enchanting glow of the blood moon, resembled a demon with a gaping maw, dripping with desire, every crack and patch of moss mimicking the malevolent patterns of that fiend, as if it might consume them without a trace at any moment. Chang swallowed hard, his throat parched as if on fire. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, he endeavored to keep his voice steady. We've come this far. Can we really turn back? Besides, the clues in that diary clearly lead here. Perhaps the artifact truly lies at the bottom. As he spoke, he gazed into the well, his expression a mix of resolve and unmistakable fear. The old man shuffled forward, his back bent like a taut bow, the years etched deeply into his face. He gazed gravely at the well, his eyes appearing to penetrate the darkness, revealing its hidden secrets. Children, he began slowly. Beneath this well may lie not only the artifact, but also the malevolent forces sealed by the Taoists. The path you choose is fraught with peril. Each step could lead to an irretrievable abyss. Yet, should you fail to find the artifact, the village's curse shall remain unbroken, and this land will forever be shrouded in darkness, leaving you with no peace. His voice was deep and hoarse, each word resonating like echoes from ancient times, laden with a heavy sense of duty. Nan Feng inhaled deeply, his chest heaving, striving to regain his composure. The horrific scenes he had witnessed in the village flashed through his mind, the twisted shadows, sinister laughter, and unknown dangers. He understood that there was no turning back. Clenching the steel pipe in his hand, his knuckles turned white from the pressure, he declared resolutely, "Whatever lies below, we must venture forth." His voice bore a determination that rang out starkly against the stillness of the night. With that, Nan Feng approached the well's edge, staring at the swaying, seemingly fragile rope that appeared ready to snap at any moment, and a wave of fear washed over him. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and began to descend cautiously along the rope. His hands gripped the rope tightly, the sweat from his palms quickly soaking into the coarse fibers. With each descent, he felt the rope quiver slightly, as if it might succumb to the burden at any moment. Chenyu and Achong exchanged worried glances, their eyes reflecting anxiety and fear. Yet in this dire situation, they had no choice but to follow suit. The old man remained at the well's edge, his expression one of concern as he watched them, his brow furrowed, murmuring incantations that sounded like ancient spells, as if praying earnestly to ward off the unknown dangers. As they continued their descent, the darkness at the bottom thickened, akin to a pool of impenetrable ink, threatening to engulf them entirely. The sound of Nanfang's heartbeat echoed ominously in the eerie silence of the well, each thump a heavy hammer striking against his taut nerves. His hands trembled slightly from the tension, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, each tiny droplet falling into the darkness below, swallowed without a sound, as if devoured by the infinite void. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped him, as if a gust from a millennia-old ice cellar had swept through, sending a shiver down his spine, as if a pair of cold, malevolent eyes were watching him from the shadows. Instinctively, he halted his descent, his heart constricting in alarm, scanning his surroundings warily. At that moment, he heard a faint dripping sound, reminiscent of water hitting the ground, yet it also resembled something large and heavy approaching, each sound stepping on the rhythm of his heartbeat. "Did you hear that?" Nanfeng whispered, his voice low, reverberating in the well with a barely perceptible tremor, betraying profound fear. "I heard it too. It seems something is down there," Chenyu replied, his voice quaking with anxiety, standing out starkly in the stillness. Achong gripped the rope tightly, his arms taut with tension, remaining silent, his gaze fixed intently on the darkness below, as if willing to pierce through it, prepared for any potential danger, even if it was shrouded in the unknown. The three of them continued their slow descent, the dripping sound growing increasingly distinct, as if an invisible monster lay hidden in the deepest shadows, sharpening its fangs in anticipation of their arrival. As they neared the bottom of the well, a nauseating stench assaulted them, a foul amalgamation of damp mildew and an indescribable fishiness that nearly suffocated them. Chenyu instinctively covered his mouth and nose, his face contorted in pain, nearly retching. "What is that smell?" Chenyu exclaimed in terror, his voice muffled by his hand. Nanfeng remained silent, forcing down his nausea as he scanned the darkness, searching for the source of the putrid odor. His eyes widened, missing no subtle movement or shadow. Suddenly, he caught sight of a shadowy figure, flickering in the dim recesses of the well. The silhouette resembled a human form, yet exuded an indescribable eeriness, as if it were coalesced from darkness itself, ready to dissolve back into the shadows at any moment. Nanfeng's heart raced, pounding as though it might leap from his throat. Gripping the steel pipe tightly, he cautiously approached the figure, each step taken with utmost slowness, fearful of disturbing this enigmatic and perilous entity. As he drew nearer, the obscured visage became apparent. It was a figure clad in tattered robes, its face shrouded in darkness, rendering its features indiscernible. The body stood motionless, seemingly lifeless for ages, yet a pungent odor of decay emanated from it, intensifying as Nanfeng neared, overwhelming him with dizziness. "Who are you?" Nanfeng summoned his courage to call out, his voice echoing in the well, trembling with both fear and a hint of anticipation. Yearning for a rational explanation from this mysterious being, the figure remained silent, continuing to stand there, resembling a lifeless statue. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, as if hailing from the depths of hell, carrying an icy malevolence. The figure's robe billowed, revealing its hands, dry and withered, fingers elongated and twisted, nails sharp and long like desiccated branches, appearing particularly terrifying in the foreboding ambience. "Run!" Nanfeng shouted, his voice filled with terror and urgency. He realized that this seemingly deceased entity was far from benign. It was likely an evil being sealed at the bottom of the well. Chenyu and Achong, equally terrified, turned pale and hurriedly followed Nanfeng, desperately fleeing in the narrow confines of the well. In that fleeting moment of turning, the figure suddenly sprang to life. Its movements were stiff and uncanny, akin to a marionette under a puppeteer's control, joints twisting grotesquely. It lunged toward the trio, arms outstretched, emitting a deep, guttural roar that reverberated like a voice from the abyss, laden with unending resentment and fury, causing the air at the bottom of the well to tremble. Nanfeng swung the steel pipe, striking at the figure. With a resounding thud, the pipe hit, yet produced a dull sound, akin to striking solid rock, numbing his arm. The figure merely swayed slightly before lunging at them once more, this time with increased speed and strength, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. The three fled desperately within the well's confines, the narrow space severely limiting their movement, each turn risking collision with the cold, hard walls. Yet the figure pursued them like a wraith, relentlessly shadowing their every maneuver, making escape impossible. Its nails scraped against the walls, emitting a chilling sound that sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, Nan Feng lost his footing, tumbling uncontrollably to the ground. The figure seized the opportunity, pouncing upon him like a famished wolf, its long claws aimed at Nan Feng's throat, glimmering with a cold light in the darkness, as if poised to slice through him in the next heartbeat. Eyes wide with terror, Nan Feng struggled desperately, pushing against the ground, trying to evade that lethal strike, his hands flailing in search of anything that might save him. In that critical moment, Chun Yu and Chang rushed to his aid. They swung their weapons, striking at the figure in a frantic attempt to fend it off. Chun Yu's wooden stick crashed against the figure's shoulder, while Chang swung the steel pipe towards its head. The figure was compelled to momentarily abandon its assault on Nan Feng, engaging with them instead. Its strength was immense, each block causing Chun Yu and Chang's arms to tingle, nearly rendering them unable to maintain their grip on their weapons. Seizing the chance, Nan Feng scrambled to his feet, joining the fray. The three formed a protective circle, valiantly resisting the figure's onslaught. Their weapons continually struck, yet they could only momentarily disrupt its advance, failing to inflict any tangible harm. The figure's body was as hard as iron, seemingly impervious to their attacks. This cannot continue. We must devise a way to escape, Nan Feng exclaimed, his voice hoarse from urgency and exertion, sweat mingling with dust as it trickled down his cheek. At that moment, Chang's eyes lit up with realization. Fumbling in his pocket, he retrieved the talisman given to him by the elder before their descent into the well. The elder had insisted it might prove useful in a critical moment. Chang's fingers trembled with anxiety, nearly dropping the talisman. He muttered incantations, striving to recall the elder's teachings, before hurling the talisman towards the figure. The talisman ignited mid-air, emitting a brilliant light that illuminated the darkness of the well. The brilliance caused the figure to emit a piercing, anguished wail, as though a tormented soul were struggling against the flames. It works, Chun Yu shouted in delight, a glimmer of hope illuminating his face. Seizing the moment of the figure's torment, the trio continued to scour the depths of the well for the artifact. They meticulously checked every stone and crevice, leaving no corner unexamined. Suddenly, Nan Feng discovered a concealed cave within the stone wall, emanating a faint, flickering light, like a spark of hope in the surrounding darkness, wavering in the eerie depths of the well. Quick, let's see what's inside, Nan Feng called, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. They rushed toward the cave, and upon reaching it, discovered a beautifully crafted box adorned with mysterious symbols resembling an ancient script, radiating an aura of mystique akin to the symbols they had seen in the village. Could this be the artifact we seek? Chun Yu exclaimed, eyes fixed on the box, hands trembling slightly, as if the mere act of reaching for it would grasp hope itself. With utmost caution, Nan Feng lifted the box, and the moment his fingers brushed its surface, a powerful force surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, coursing through him. Visions flashed in his mind, glimpses of the village's past and the artifact's secrets. It was revealed that this village had once served as a sacred site, where annually, grand ceremonies were held to pray for peace and bountiful harvests. The artifact was the most significant object of these rituals, possessing immense power to seal evil and protect the village. However, many years prior, a malevolent sorcerer had come seeking the artifact's power, unleashing a horrific calamity, exploiting the villagers' trust. He opened the seal that contained evil, releasing countless malevolent spirits, plunging the village into a sea of blood and terror. As Nan Feng immersed himself in these revelations, the figure reemerged, seemingly sensing the artifact's power and growing more frenzied. It charged at the trio with reckless abandon, faster and stronger than before, eyes gleaming with greed and wrath, as if intent on reclaiming the artifact and unleashing evil once more. It's coming again, Chang cried out in fear, his voice saturated with despair. The three immediately shielded the box, bracing themselves for another intense confrontation with the figure. This time, the figure's attacks were more ferocious, each strike imbued with formidable strength, nearly overwhelming them. They bore multiple injuries, blood staining their garments, yet they steadfastly protected the box, unwilling to yield. Just as despair began to envelop them, Nan Feng suddenly conceived a plan. A resolute light sparked in his eyes as he opened the box. A radiant beam of light erupted from within, illuminating the entire well, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. In the radiance of the light, the figure emitted a piercing wail, its form beginning to dissipate, transforming into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the air. As the apparition faded, the foul stench from the well gradually receded. The three individuals exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, their sweat mingling with blood, saturating the earth beneath them. Their breaths came in rapid bursts, hearts pounding violently, as if still reliving the harrowing battle for survival. They understood that, for the time being, they were safe. However, just as they prepared to depart from the well's depths, Nanfeng suddenly sensed a far more formidable force emanating from the depths below. This power was laden with boundless malevolence and an oppressive aura that sent his heart racing. He looked up to behold, emerging from the darkness of the well, a pair of immense red eyes, radiating infinite evil and wrath, as though a demon from the netherworld was watching them, biding its time to engulf them completely. Chapter 8. Enigmatic shadows of the forest. Nanfeng, Xinyu, and Achong felt as though they were ensnared by an invisible force, unable to escape the gaze of those colossal red eyes. The eyes resembled two sinister blood moons, casting an eerie and frigid glow in the darkness, while fear surged like a tidal wave, rushing from their feet to the crown of their heads, engulfing them entirely. Every breath felt like an ingestion of darkness and dread, constricting their chests painfully, as if a massive boulder were pressing down upon them. What could this entity be? Xinyu trembled, his voice nearly a whimper, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, producing a clattering sound. His legs weakened, and he slowly slid down the rough well wall, collapsing onto the cold, damp ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. His eyes were filled with terror and despair, fixated on those eyes as if he could already envision himself being consumed by the darkness, his soul ground to dust in a tragic fate. Achong gripped the deformed steel pipe tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, reminiscent of the remnants of winter's snow. Veins bulged on the back of his hands, resembling twisted earthworms writhing beneath his skin as sweat cascaded down his arms, dripping onto the ground with a rhythmic plop, raising tiny particles of dust that stood out starkly in the silent well. Whatever it is, we cannot simply await our doom. He endeavored to make his voice sound resolute and powerful, yet the tremor in his tone betrayed the fear within him, rendering his words as fragile as a withered leaf. Susceptible to the gale of terror, the elderly man at the well's mouth sensed the horrifying aura rising from the depths, as if an invisible hand were tightening around his throat. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen, as if time had etched the marks of despair upon him. His hands fumbled hurriedly in his robe, retrieving a yellowed talisman, imbued with the secrets of ages and exuding an ancient essence. Chanting incantations in a low, hurried tone, he raced against time, attempting to suppress the malevolent force before it could erupt. He then hurled the talisman into the well. As it descended, it rustled softly against the air. The talisman ignited midair, transforming into streaks of golden light, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, slowly descending to dispel the encroaching darkness and evil. As the light flickered, it revealed the deep concern and urgency etched on the old man's face, reminiscent of a parent watching a child about to plunge into an abyss, helpless to intervene. Children, this talisman can temporarily suppress its power. You must find a way to escape. His voice echoed in the well, laced with a tremor that revealed his profound worry and fear for the children, as if he too were gripped by the unknown dread. Despite his words resonating in the cavernous depths, they failed to dissipate the pervasive atmosphere of terror surrounding them. Nanfeng took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, akin to an impending volcanic eruption. He struggled to regain his composure, yet his rapid breaths betrayed his inner tension. Scanning the surroundings, he finally spotted a narrow passageway on one side of the well. The passage was shrouded in a faint blue mist, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as if ethereal spirits danced within the darkness, concealing deeper dangers that beckoned them to tread into a trap. The elusive light flickered within the mist, whispering secrets long hidden from mortal eyes. "We shall proceed through there," Nanfeng declared, pointing toward the passage with an undeniable conviction, seeking a sliver of hope amidst despair. Though terror gripped his heart, causing it to race as if trying to burst forth from his chest, he understood the necessity of making a choice, refusing to succumb to inaction. His voice reverberated through the darkness, instilling a glimmer of hope within his companions, a flicker of defiance against despair. The trio supported one another as they cautiously advanced toward the passage. Each step was taken with utmost care, as if they might stumble into an unfathomable abyss at any moment. The red eyes seemed temporarily restrained by the talisman's power, not pursuing them immediately. Yet they could sense the malevolent force straining against its bonds, akin to a caged beast thrashing within its confines. With every step, they felt the chilling gaze behind them, as though those eyes pierced through the darkness, sending shivers down their spines. Upon entering the passage, they discovered the walls adorned with strange symbols and patterns. These markings shimmered with a bizarre light in the blue mist, whispering ancient and enigmatic tales. The symbols resembled some archaic script or mystical totems, each line seemingly brimming with unfathomable power. Achong, intrigued, reached out to touch one of the symbols the instant his fingertip made contact. It emitted a powerful jolt of electricity, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. His body rolled several times before finally coming to a halt, a black scorch mark etched onto his arm, the skin slightly charred, exuding a nauseating odor of burnt flesh. Achong, Nanfeng, and Chunyu rushed to his side, crouching down, each supporting one of his arms to help him rise. Achong grimaced in pain. His facial muscles contorted, beads of sweat erupting on his forehead, coalescing into droplets that cascaded down to dampen the earth. Yet, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I'm fine. I can still walk." Despite his resolute tone, his trembling body betrayed him, revealing the immense agony he endured. His voice was hoarse, akin to the sound of sandpaper scraping. They continued deeper into the passage, the mist thickening around them like viscous milk, enveloping them tightly. Their vision became exceedingly blurred, the flashlight's beam dim in the mist, illuminating barely a meter ahead. The flickering light danced uncertainly in the mist, threatening to extinguish at any moment, instilling a sense of impending darkness. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated from ahead, the sound akin to a roar from the depths of hell, filled with boundless fury and hunger. As if a colossal beast lay hidden within the mist, poised to pounce. The growl echoed through the passage, assaulting their eardrums as if to shatter their very souls. "Be cautious, there is something ahead," Ninfeng whispered, gripping the steel pipe tightly, his knuckles pale from the strain, resembling ice shards in winter. Vigilantly, he scrutinized the path ahead, every nerve taut, every hair on his body standing on end, sensing the encroaching danger. His gaze remained fixed upon the mist before him, not daring to overlook the slightest movement, his breathing slowing to a near halt, fearful of alerting the unknown entity lurking in the shadows. Chenyu's body quivered slightly as he retrieved a flashlight from his pocket and flicked the switch. The feeble beam of light flickered uncertainly in the mist, as if it might be swallowed by darkness at any moment. Under the dim glow, they beheld a colossal figure materializing slowly, an enormous spider with a human head. Its 8 legs scuttled across the ground, producing a chilling sound that reverberated through their fragile nerves with each movement. The creature's legs twisted grotesquely, its body undulating in an eerie manner, while the human head, with eyes gleaming a sinister red, fixed its gaze upon them, as if assessing its impending prey. The skin on that head was wrinkled and desiccated, as though time had drained it of moisture. Its mouth hung slightly ajar, revealing a row of sharp fangs that sent shivers down their spines. What manner of monster is this?" Shinyu exclaimed in terror, his voice echoing through the corridor, laden with boundless fear, nearly overwhelmed by the horrific atmosphere. His voice trembled, tinged with desperation, as he instinctively recoiled, almost losing his balance. His legs felt weak, his knees trembled incessantly, and the flashlight in his hand shook erratically, casting errant beams that rendered the entire scene even more bizarre. The creature seemed incensed by Chunyu's cry, its 8 legs propelling it swiftly across the ground, leaving marks in its wake as it lunged toward the trio. Without hesitation, Nanfeng charged forward, wielding a steel pipe to strike at the monster's head. The creature reacted with astonishing speed, deflecting Nanfeng's blow with one of its legs. The clash of metal against its appendage rang out, sending a jolt through Nanfeng's arm, causing his muscles to quiver. Simultaneously, the creature's other legs swept toward him. He sidestepped just in time, feeling the rush of air as it passed, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, his clothing torn, exposing his pale skin beneath. Achong and Chunyu joined the fray, attacking the monster from either side in an attempt to divert its attention. Chunyu swung a wooden stick at the creature's legs, but the impact merely produced a dull thud against its hard exterior, inflicting no harm. Achong thrust the steel pipe toward the monster's abdomen, only for it to bounce back harmlessly, the creature merely swaying before charging at them once more. The monster's strength and speed far exceeded their expectations. Their assaults seemed like insignificant annoyances, as it relentlessly pursued them, each strike imbued with immense power that left them nearly defenseless. With every lunge, a gust of wind surged forth, rustling their garments and sending their hair into disarray. "We cannot continue like this. We must devise a plan," Achong shouted, his voice tinged with despair, feeling utterly powerless in the face of such terror. As he evaded the creature's attacks, his eyes darted around, desperately seeking something useful. His gaze scanned the darkness, missing no corner. Yet all that surrounded them were the cold stone walls and the pervasive mist. Nan Feng, while dodging the monster's onslaught, observed their environment. He noticed a sturdy stone beam spanning the top of the corridor, and a sudden idea sparked in his mind. That beam, like an ancient bridge, arched above them, harboring a glimmer of hope. Xinyu, distract the creature while Chang and I figure out how to bring down the beam, Nan Feng called out, grasping at this last flicker of hope. His voice was resolute, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety, uncertain of the plan's success. His gaze, filled with anticipation and trepidation, fixated on Xinyu, awaiting his response. Xinyu nodded, shouting loudly as he sprinted toward one side of the corridor. His voice echoed, reminiscent of a trapped bird lamenting its fate. The monster, indeed drawn to him, turned and pursued Xinyu. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Feng and Chang dashed to the beam's base, straining to push it down. The beam was exceedingly heavy, their efforts seemingly futile, each eve akin to battling a great mountain. Covered in moss, their hands slipped several times, nearly causing them to fall. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, blurring their vision, forcing them to rely on instinct as they strained to shake the ancient stone beam. Push harder, we are out of time, Nan Feng urged, sweat pouring down his face and splattering onto the ground, creating small splashes. His hands trembled from exertion, and his strength waned. His voice grew hoarse from urgency, like sandpaper scraping against wood, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest, pounding audibly within him. Just as the monster was about to catch up to Xinyu, they finally managed to break the beam, sending it crashing down toward the creature. Realizing the imminent danger, the monster attempted to evade, but it was too late. The beam struck it with a resounding thud, echoing through the corridor as if it might collapse the very walls. The creature let out a pained roar, thrashing beneath the beam, sending dust swirling through the passage. In that moment, as the beam fell, the airborne dust clouded the air, making it nearly impossible to breathe, forcing them to cover their mouths and noses in an effort to ward off the noxious particles. The trio remained vigilant, cautiously approaching the creature to ascertain if it had met its demise. Their steps were slow and deliberate, each one akin to treading on a knife's edge. As they neared the beam, the monster suddenly thrust a leg out from beneath it, aiming for Nan Feng. Caught off guard, he was struck in the arm, blood instantly staining his sleeve, the searing pain eliciting a cry from his lips. Blood gushed from the wound, pooling on the ground in a dark crimson stain, glaringly vivid in the dim light. Nan Feng, Xinyu, and Chang shouted, brandishing their weapons and launching a furious assault on the creature. Though constrained beneath the weight of the beam, the monster resisted fiercely, each struggle sending tremors through the air. Xinyu and Chang's blows fell like rain upon the creature, yet it merely roared in defiance, showing no signs of retreat. Each roar echoed through the corridor, a proclamation of its unyielding spirit, reverberating painfully in their ears. Suddenly, Chang remembered the few talisman papers left in his pocket. He hastily retrieved them, chanting incantations as he hurled them at the monster. Upon contact, the talismans ignited, emitting a blinding light, and the creature let out a more piercing wail. Dark smoke beginning to emanate from its form. Within the haze, the monster's silhouette flickered ominously, rendering it all the more terrifying. The black smoke seemed to embody the creature's malice, permeating the air with a nauseating stench that threatened to induce vomiting. Seizing the opportunity amidst the monster's anguished thrashing, the three resolved to press onward. They sprinted down the corridor, the creature's roars trailing behind them, as though it were breaking free from the beam's grasp. Preparing to pursue once more, their footsteps echoed ominously, intertwined with the creature's howls, creating a terrifying rhythm. Breathing heavily, each inhalation tinged with fear, sweat soaked their clothing, clinging to their skin and sending chills down their spines. After what felt like an eternity of flight, they finally spotted a glimmer of light ahead. A surge of hope flooded their hearts as they quickened their pace. The illumination flickered in the darkness, like a beacon guiding them towards salvation. Approaching the source of the light, they discovered an exit leading into a desolate forest. As they stepped out of the corridor and into the woods, they found the trees twisted in grotesque shapes, their trunks adorned with strange markings resembling the anguished faces of tormented souls. Each contour seemed to narrate centuries of suffering, every crease a testament to the scars of time. A thin veil of mist enveloped the ground, obscuring the path beneath their feet. Within the fog, strange sounds echoed faintly, resembling soft weeping or hushed whispers. These eerie noises drifted through the mist, intermittent and elusive, as if emanating from a distant realm or whispering directly into their ears, sending shivers down their spines. Where were they? Xinyu scanned the surroundings warily, his heart racing with an unrelenting dread. His eyes darted about, striving to discern the world around him, but the fog and twisted trees severely impeded his vision. Confusion and terror filled his gaze as he searched through the haze, longing for any familiar trace. Nanfeng cradled his injured arm, the pain at the wound slowing his movements. No matter where this is, we must leave at once and find a safe haven to rest, he urged, his voice weakened by blood loss, like a gentle breeze that could dissipate at any moment. Yet, determination still flickered in his eyes, a testament to his desire for survival and defiance against the unknown. They tread cautiously through the forest, when suddenly a peculiar sound reached their ears. Again, it was akin to soft crying or whispered secrets. This sound reverberated through the trees, chilling them to the bone. It came sporadically from all directions, leaving them uncertain of its source. They halted, holding their breath, attempting to determine the origin of the sound. But it seemed to taunt them, shifting from left to right, keeping their nerves taut. Chang tightened his grip on his weapon, which trembled slightly in his hand, a manifestation of his anxiety and fear. Be cautious. There seems to be something else lurking here, he warned, his eyes brimming with vigilance, his body slightly leaning forward, ready to confront any imminent danger. His gaze scoured the mist, leaving no corner unchecked, every rustle of leaves and sway of branches capturing his attention. As his words faded, the fog around them thickened abruptly, cocooning them entirely. Within the mist, indistinct figures emerged, slowly advancing towards them. With each step closer, the malevolent aura intensified. The fog entwined around them like a living entity, hindering their movements. The silhouettes flickered in and out of visibility, their features obscured, yet the malice they exuded was palpable, akin to sharp blades cutting against their skin, sending chills coursing through their veins. Nanfeng and the others observed their surroundings with trepidation, their weapons quivering in their grasp. The figures drew nearer, gradually becoming clearer. They beheld pale faces, devoid of life, with hollow eyes that sparkled not with vitality, but rather with an eerie emptiness. Their mouths gaped wide, emitting spine-chilling sounds. The phantoms floated in a translucent state, as if they might vanish at any moment or pounce upon them in an instant. Their hair billowed wildly in the mist, resembling serpents poised to strike. Are those ghosts? Chunyu gasped, his legs weakening beneath him, instinctively retreating, nearly tripping over a gnarled root. His voice quivered with unending terror, as if he envisioned himself being consumed by these apparitions. Nanfeng inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, yet fear clung to him like a shadow. Whatever they are, we cannot succumb to despair, he declared, his voice resolute, though trepidation gnawed at him in the face of these unknown specters, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, as he felt the weight of his own insignificance and helplessness against this inexplicable terror. At that moment, one of the phantoms lunged towards Nanfeng. He swung his steel pipe at the apparition, but it passed through the ghostly form without inflicting any harm. The specter surged forward, barreling towards Chunyu and Chang. They recoiled in fright, Chang hastily retrieving talismans, hurling them at the ghost. The talismans ignited upon contact, causing the phantom to emit a ghastly shriek and retreat a few paces. Yet, more phantoms surged towards them, plunging the trio into a desperate plight. The apparitions flitted through the mist, relentlessly advancing upon them, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Suddenly, Nanfeng recalled the artifact box from earlier. Although its radiance had faded, perhaps it still possessed latent powers. A glimmer of hope flickered in his mind, fighting for survival amidst despair. He swiftly retrieved the box, his hands trembling with anticipation and anxiety, the mysterious symbols on its surface glimmering faintly in the hazy mist, as if they too were wary of the specters surrounding them. This might save us, Nanfeng exclaimed, his tone laced with desperate resolve. At the very moment his words escaped his lips, the box awakened like an ancient beast, emitting a gentle yet profound light that pierced through the dense fog. The phantoms recoiled from the illumination as if scorched, their howls piercing the air as the mist churned violently with their struggles. The once menacing figures slowed, their transparent forms becoming increasingly ethereal, as if the light could disperse them entirely. Seizing the opportunity, the trio fought fiercely to carve a path through the encircling phantoms. Although they wielded their battered weapons with the knowledge that they posed no real threat to the spirits, the act of swinging their arms served as a temporary bolster to their courage as they dashed toward a direction with all their might. The phantoms persisted in their assault, the icy, piercing chill of their presence scraping against their skin, each brush igniting a wave of goosebumps, as if countless needles pricked at once. Their bodies bore new wounds, their garments torn as the chilling energy clawed at them, blood mingling with sweat, dripping onto the fog-laden ground, where it was swiftly consumed by the darkness. Finally, after a harrowing struggle, they burst through the ghostly encirclement and fled through the woods. The phantoms, relentless in their pursuit, howled ominously, their chilling cries echoing in their ears, akin to sharp nails scraping across glass, fraying their nerves. The cacophony of their hurried footsteps, ragged breaths, and the phantom's wails intertwined into a terrifying rhythm, quickening their heartbeats to the brink of bursting. As they ran, their strength waned, legs feeling as though they were laden with lead. Just as exhaustion threatened to claim them, they spotted a dilapidated temple ahead. Shrouded in mist, it loomed like a mysterious beast lurking in the darkness. The temple's door stood ajar, a faint glow illuminating the interior. Flickering like a candle in the fog, a beacon of hope amidst despair, beckoning them closer. "Let us head there," Nan Feng urged, urgency coloring his voice. For them, the temple represented a lifeline amidst their impending doom. He sprinted toward the structure, his steps unsteady yet fueled by an unwavering determination. The trio reached the entrance, forcefully pushing the door open and stepping inside. The air within the temple was thick with an ancient, decaying odor, a blend of time and dust that provoked a cough. At the center stood a statue, its features obscured by layers of dust and intricate webs, as if it had slumbered for a millennium, witnessing countless changes and tragedies. No sooner had they entered than the phantoms, akin to an enraged swarm, surged toward them, unleashing a cacophony of anguished howls outside the temple. Leaning against the wall, Nan Feng and his companions panted heavily, their eyes fixed anxiously on the doorway. Sweat and blood mingled together, cascading down their bodies and pooling into a dark crimson puddle on the ground. Suddenly, the lights within the temple began to flicker wildly, and a chilling wind swept in from an unknown corner, enveloping them in an icy grip that caused their teeth to chatter. From the incense burner before the statue, a plume of black smoke erupted, swirling as if animated, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. The outline of the figure sharpened within the smoke, revealing a grotesquely contorted face, eyes gleaming with an eerie red light, burning with unending resentment and fury. The figure spoke slowly, its voice gravelly and deep, resonating as if it emerged from the bowels of the earth, laden with the weight of countless sorrows and grievances. "You should not have come here." The voice echoed throughout the temple, each word striking their hearts as if it were a heavy hammer. The three of them stared in terror at the unfolding scene, apprehensive of the horrors yet to come. This unknown fear enveloped them like an invisible net, while the wails of spirits outside served as a sinister soundtrack, forewarning that their peril was far from over, and that the true terror had only just begun. Chapter 9. The secret spell of the ancient village. Nanfeng suppressed the overwhelming tide of fear surging within him, a dread akin to a relentless black tide battering against his sanity and courage. His breath quickened and grew labored. Each inhalation felt like swallowing darkness and despair. Yet, the instinct for survival and his responsibility towards his companions compelled him to grit his teeth and muster all his strength to take a step forward. This movement seemed to exhaust all his energy, his legs trembling slightly under the weight of fear, producing a soft, rustling sound. "Who are you? Why do you say we should not be here?" he shouted, his voice reverberating in the hollow, eerie temple. Initially, his tone bore a hint of determination, but as the strange echoes within the temple responded, the tremor at the end of his words betrayed the deep-seated terror within him. His hands clutched tightly around the artifact box, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure, as if it were his sole support in this engulfing darkness. The last lifeline in the abyss of despair. The figure, formed from the black smoke, emerged like a demon from the depths of the netherworld, emitting a chilling, sinister laugh. The sound was sharp and piercing, akin to shards of glass slicing through the heavy air of the temple, assaulting their eardrums. Each laugh struck like a dagger across their nerves, sending shivers through their very souls. "You need not know who I am, now that you are here. Do not expect to leave easily." As these ominous words lingered in the air, the temperature within the temple plummeted as if controlled by an unseen hand. The breath they exhaled instantly transformed into thick, white mist, swirling around them like phantoms from the underworld, as if countless icy hands sought to drag them into an endless chasm of darkness. Chun Yu's legs weakened, his knees clashing uncontrollably, producing a sound that echoed ominously in the stillness of the temple, reminiscent of the countdown to death. His body swayed perilously, teetering like a leaf in a tempest, poised to be swept away by the storm of fear. Overwhelmed by terror, he lost his grip on reason, clutching Nanfeng's arm as if it were a lifeline, his nails digging into the flesh, leaving pale imprints. "What should we do? Should we rush out?" His voice trembled with a cry, a blend of deep despair and fear. His frantic gaze darted towards the entrance, yet the haunting howls of spirits outside, rising and falling like tumultuous waves, extinguished any thought of escape, causing him to retract his gaze as if the outside world were a more terrifying hell, where a single step would lead to instant obliteration. Achang gripped the deformed steel pipe in his hands, fully aware that it would offer little resistance against the formidable black figure before them, an effort akin to striking a stone with an egg. Nevertheless, it served as his only psychological refuge, the last remnant of security amidst this dire situation. His hands strained, veins protruding, muscles tensed as if engaged in a final struggle. We cannot act impulsively. Outside, there are spirits, and rushing out would be a dead end. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if ground down by despair. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, rolling down his cheeks to vanish upon contact with the ground, as if devoured by the insatiable darkness of the temple. His eyes remained fixed on the black figure, filled with wariness and dread, as if any moment of negligence could lead to their instant demise, leaving no trace of their souls. Just then, the temple door was violently flung open by an invisible and powerful force, emitting a shrill creak that echoed like a scream tearing through the fabric of reality. The spirits outside surged in like a tidal wave, driven by some unseen summons. They clawed and screeched, their every movement infused with malevolence, creating a cacophony that threatened to shatter their very souls. The icy, penetrating chill enveloped the temple, freezing their spirits as if to encase them in eternal frost. This malevolent aura slithered up their ankles, invading their bodies, nearly solidifying their blood. Nanfeng swiftly opened the artifact box. Though its glow was faint, it carved out a fragile line of defense against the onslaught of spirits. Like a flickering candle in the dark, swaying precariously in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment, the spirits battered against the edge of the light, each impact causing the glow to flicker erratically, as if it could be swallowed by darkness at any moment. Their forms danced within the light, distorted and writhing as if enduring immense torment, yet unwilling to relent. They lunged repeatedly at the glow, striving to breach this tenuous barrier. "We must find a way to break through all of this," Nanfeng shouted, his voice strained with urgency and despair. His gaze swept across the temple's every corner, searching for a glimmer of hope or a clue amidst the apparent hopelessness. Suddenly, he noticed some indistinct writing on the wall behind the statue, resembling blood-inked characters that shone with an eerie, seductive glow in the darkness, whispering of unknown secrets and curses. The glow flickered like will-o'-the-wisps, capturing their attention while instilling fear. "Look there." Nanfeng pointed with a trembling finger at the wall. Cautiously, the three of them approached, every step amplifying the palpable malice of the spirits surrounding them, as if countless icy eyes were fixated on them from the shadows, sending chills down their spines. Their movements were slow and deliberate, each footfall akin to walking on a razor's edge, fearful of disturbing the lurking dangers. When they finally discerned the writing, they found it to be an ancient and mysterious language, one they had never encountered before. The symbols twisted and contorted, seemingly alive, subtly writhing on the wall, as if recounting a long-forgotten and horrifying tale. Achang scrutinized the characters, his brow furrowed, a vague memory flickering in his mind. He recalled seeing similar symbols in an ancient, decaying tome in the village, exuding an air of decay and mystery. The pages of that ancient tome had turned yellow and brittle, emanating a musty odor that seemed to harbor countless secrets of the ages. A flicker of recognition danced in his mind. He needed to think. He closed his eyes, the furrows on his forehead knitting together in concentration, as he endeavored to retrieve the contents of that venerable text from the depths of his memory. Sweat trickled down his brow, splattering onto the dust-laden floor, vanishing instantly as if devoured by the oppressive darkness of the temple. In his mind, images from the ancient text flickered like a film, the once indistinct symbols gradually sharpening into clarity. Seizing the moment of Ah Chang's recollection, Nanfeng and Chun Yu continued to wield the radiant glow of the artifact box to fend off the spectral onslaught. The spirits, illuminated by the light, twisted and writhed, emitting anguished howls. Their forms flickered in and out of visibility within the brilliance, as if they might be entirely dispelled at any moment, yet they remained relentless, charging repeatedly at the boundaries of the light. Each impact caused the glow of the artifact box to flicker ominously, suggesting it could extinguish at any instant. Their screams melded with roars to create a cacophony that was utterly maddening, suffusing the temple with an aura of despair and terror. This atmosphere enveloped them like an invisible net, binding them tightly and nearly suffocating them. "I remember," Ah Chang exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement, yet underscored by tension and unease. These characters appear to be an ancient incantation, perhaps capable of countering them. His voice echoed within the temple, sparking a faint glimmer of hope within the trio ensnared in despair. This glimmer shone like a distant star in the darkness, however faint, rekindling their will to survive. Under Ah Chang's guidance, Nanfeng and Chunyu began to decipher the incantations. Their voices trembled, laced with fear and uncertainty, yet driven by the instinct to live. They strove to maintain the rhythm, articulating the ancient and enigmatic verses syllable by syllable. With each utterance, the glow of the artifact box pulsed vibrantly, as if resonating powerfully with the incantation, revealing myriad mysterious runes that flickered and danced within the light. These runes resembled ethereal sprites, gracefully swirling in the luminosity, akin to arcane codes concealing the secrets to vanquishing the darkness. As the incantation continued, a bizarre transformation began to unfold within the temple. The once frenzied spirits slowed their assault, their forms becoming increasingly nebulous, as though being gradually stripped away by an invisible force. The humanoid figure formed of black smoke began to tremble violently, emitting a furious roar as the dark mist around it surged wildly, attempting to resist the incantation's power. Its roar was deafening, akin to thunder, while the black mist crashed against the incantation's force like tumultuous waves, striving to breach this newfound barrier. "Keep reciting. It seems effective," Chunyu shouted, his voice brimming with newfound hope, as if glimpsing the dawn of life. The three raised their volume, their incantations resonating throughout the temple, intertwining with the howls of the spirits and the roars of the mysterious figure, creating a strange yet exhilarating melody. This melody embodied a struggle between life and death, with every note laden with their fervent desire to survive, each beat pulsating with their unwavering commitment to existence. However, just as they believed victory was within reach, the enigmatic figure suddenly extended a hand formed of swirling smoke, unleashing a suffocating wave of dark power that surged toward them. This force resembled a relentless tide of darkness, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of oppression and destruction, engulfing them in an instant. Nanfeng and his companions were hurled backward, crashing heavily against the wall with a resounding thud. Dust rained down from the ceiling, choking them as if sand had been forced into their throats, leaving them gasping for breath. The artifact box was flung aside, its light extinguished in an instant, as though consumed entirely by the encroaching darkness, plunging the world into an abyss of blackness. "No." Nanfeng struggled to rise, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, a visceral reaction to the impact that had rattled his insides. He crawled towards the artifact box, each movement sending searing pain through his body, every bone feeling as though it might shatter. His vision blurred, sweat and blood mingling, clouding his sight, yet he pressed on, driven by a singular, resolute thought, to retrieve the artifact box and save them all. His gaze fixated on the box, it represented his last glimmer of hope, his only beacon in this darkened realm. Ah Chang and Chunyu also struggled to their feet, their bodies swaying precariously, as if they might collapse at any moment. Their faces were smeared with dust and blood, their garments tattered and torn, revealing numerous wounds. Yet they persevered, rushing towards Nanfeng in an attempt to shield him from the impending attack of the mysterious figure. The spirits, sensing their resolve, surged forward once more, encircling them with frenzied aggression. The icy presence of the spirits loomed close, their chill seeping into the very fabric of their beings, raising goosebumps across their skin, as though countless frigid insects crawled over them. They could feel the spirit's breath, a frigid wind from the underworld, eroding their bodies and souls. At last, Nanfeng grasped the artifact box, trembling hands prying it open, yet no light emanated from within. His heart plummeted in despair. Was this to be the end? Just then, a memory flickered to life of the mysterious symbols he had glimpsed in the passage at the bottom of the well, those symbols flashing through his mind. Drawing upon his recollection, he painstakingly traced the symbols upon the box with his finger, each stroke causing his hand to tremble violently, sweat dripping onto the box. His fingers grew numb from anxiety and exertion, yet he persisted, inscribing those arcane symbols as if inscribing the very code of their fate. A miracle unfolded. The artifact box radiated light once more, and this time, the brilliance was even more resplendent than before, akin to a blazing sun rising in the darkness. The light struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly dispersing the surrounding spirits, who shrieked in anguish, their forms twisting and contorting before dissolving into wisps of blue smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the echoes of their defiant cries lingered, reverberating through the air, fading gradually as if their final struggles and curses were being silenced. The mysterious figure, too, howled in despair beneath the illuminating glow. Its form began to dissolve, the black mist swirling chaotically as if swept away by a tempest. Yet, just as it seemed on the brink of complete disappearance, it suddenly erupted into a chilling laughter. "Do you believe this is the end? The true horror has only just begun." As this sinister voice faded into the shadows, calmness enveloped the temple, as if the preceding ordeal had been but a nightmarish reverie. Yet, The trio understood that the situation was far from simple. Their hearts raced, sweat soaking their bodies, and they trembled involuntarily. Their breaths were rapid and labored, each inhalation drawing in the last vestiges of life from this terrifying realm. Cautiously, they stepped outside the temple, only to find that the mist had receded, revealing a desolate village. Moonlight bathed the dilapidated houses, casting eerie and twisted shadows, each concealing an unknown peril. The village lay in a haunting silence, devoid of life, resembling a ghost town forgotten by the world. The doors and windows of the houses creaked gently in the breeze, whispering as if countless wronged souls were recounting the tragic tales of this forsaken village. Is this the village we visited before? What has become of it? Chenyu exclaimed in terror, his voice echoing through the stillness, met with no response, as if the merciless silence of the village had swallowed him whole. His eyes widened in terror and confusion, scanning his surroundings in a desperate search for any semblance of familiarity. Yet all he encountered was an endless expanse of the unknown and dread. His gaze swept across dilapidated houses that loomed ominously under the moonlight, each one seemingly concealing a horrifying secret. The three of them walked slowly through the village, each footstep echoing heavily in the silence, their sounds starkly jarring. As they passed the crumbling abodes, the walls bore the scars of time and peculiar cracks that twisted grotesquely, resembling anguished faces. Occasionally, a chilling breeze would sweep by, carrying a putrid stench that compelled them to cover their mouths and noses, intensifying their mounting fear. This foul odor was reminiscent of death, pervading the entire village, infusing their every breath with terror and despair. Suddenly, Nanfeng halted, noticing ahead a house that stood apart from the rest. Although equally decrepit, it emanated an aura of mystery and eeriness. The door was firmly shut, and tattered curtains fluttered at the windows, as if someone within were peering out at them. The movement of the curtains beckoned like a ghostly invitation, igniting their curiosity while simultaneously instilling fear. Should we venture inside? Nanfeng whispered hesitantly, a hint of uncertainty lacing his tone. His grip tightened around the artifact box, ready to confront any impending danger. His eyes remained fixed on the closed door, as if he could see the secrets hidden within. Chang and Chunyu exchanged glances, their expressions filled with trepidation and doubt. Yet, within this realm of uncertainty and peril, they found themselves bereft of better options. A glimmer of resignation and resolve flickered in their eyes, as if they had steeled themselves to face whatever horrors lay ahead. Be cautious, Chang cautioned, his voice low and measured. The trio approached the house with deliberate care, each step taken with trepidation, as though the ground beneath them might give way to an unfathomable abyss. Their heartbeats resonated clearly in the stillness of the night, each thump echoing like a harbinger of fate. Upon reaching the threshold, Nanfeng inhaled deeply, extending a trembling hand to slowly push open the door. With a creak, the door swung ajar, unleashing a wave of stale and sinister air that enveloped them. The atmosphere was thick with dust, decay, and an unknown terror that stung their nostrils. Inside, the oppressive scent of dust lingered, suggesting that no one had set foot here for ages. They cautiously stepped into the interior, finding the furniture in a state of disarray, tables and chairs askew, as if they had witnessed a fierce struggle. The chaotic arrangement seemed to narrate the harrowing events that had transpired within these walls. Suddenly, Chenyu let out a piercing scream, his finger trembling as he pointed to a shadow lurking in the corner. Nanfeng and Chang turned their gaze in the direction he indicated, and there, a dark figure writhed slowly. It resembled a person yet also an unknown entity, its form contorted and bizarre, flickering in and out of view within the darkness. The shadow's movements resembled a malevolent dance, exuding an aura of horror that froze their blood. The trio's heartbeats quickened, fear flooding over them like a tidal wave. They huddled closely together, their weapons trembling in their grasp, eyes fixed on the shadow, scarcely daring to breathe. Their breaths came in rapid, heavy gasps, each inhalation a struggle against the oppressive atmosphere. The shadow seemed to sense their presence, lifting its head slowly to reveal a pair of eyes glowing with a crimson light. Chapter 10. Blood-eyed shadow. The blood-red eyes blazed like two flames of hellfire, burning fiercely in the inky darkness, locking onto Nanfeng, Chenyu, and Chang with malevolent intent. The chill radiating from those eyes threatened to freeze the very air around them into sharp ice crystals, each breath laced with a biting cold. They found themselves ensnared by that malicious gaze, their hearts racing wildly in their chests, the sound echoing loudly in the silence as if they might burst forth, spilling forth despairing blood. What is that? Chenyu's teeth chattered uncontrollably, the sound almost inaudible, as if an invisible hand were tightening around his throat. His legs felt weak as overcooked noodles, threatening to collapse beneath him. Had he not been braced against Nanfeng and Chang, he would have crumpled to the cold, dust-laden floor. His face was etched with profound terror, his eyes wide, resembling two glass orbs on the brink of shattering, fixated on those blood-red orbs, as if he were caught in a powerful paralysis. His very soul drawn toward the abyss of darkness they emanated. Nanfeng forced down the tsunami of fear surging within him, gripping the artifact box tightly, his fingers whitening from exertion, as if it were his only lifeline in this nightmarish predicament. Under the baleful gaze of those blood-red eyes, the box began to flicker with a faint light, as if even it instinctively feared the unknown horror that stood before them. "Whatever it is, we cannot remain passive," he uttered softly, the words imbued with a fierce determination born from the depths of his soul, a testament to his unyielding will to survive. Chang held the steel pipe tightly, his knuckles pale and devoid of color, resembling frostbitten branches in the winter chill. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, cascading down his grimy and blood-stained cheeks, disappearing into the floor as if consumed by the insatiable darkness of the room. His eyes remained fixed on the indistinct shadow, every nerve taut, as if he could sense danger approaching with heavy, deliberate steps. "Be careful, it seems to be moving," he warned, his voice low and raspy, each word heavy with urgency, reverberating in the suffocating silence of the room like leaden weights upon their hearts. Indeed, the shadow began to rise, its form growing larger and more grotesque in the darkness. Its body appeared to be an amalgamation of chaotic, twisted lines, shifting and contorting as if it were a living mass of darkness, defying comprehension. With every movement, a nauseating stench enveloped them, far more pungent than any odor they had encountered in the village, overwhelming their senses. This stench bore a faint metallic tang, reminiscent of blood, as if the essence of countless vengeful spirits had congealed in the darkness, rotting and evoking a primal dread that churned their stomachs. Suddenly, a mysterious incantation from the temple flashed through Nanfeng's mind, the sole glimmer of hope in their desperate plight. He frantically searched through his chaotic memories, striving to recall the shapes and sequences of the runes, each detail flickering like distant stars in the inky void, fleeting and elusive. Then, with trembling fingers, he traced the artifact box, each motion infused with anticipation and tension, attempting to awaken the dormant power hidden within. As he moved, the box's glow stabilized, transforming from a mere flicker into a radiant beam, slicing through the darkness and illuminating a corner of the room. In the light's embrace, the shadow's outline became increasingly discernible, sending chills down their spines. Its form appeared to be a grotesque assemblage of rotting flesh and brittle bones, with greenish slime oozing from the decaying mass, staining the ground with dark spots, exuding a bone-chilling aura. The skeletal remains intertwined within the flesh seemed to manifest as malevolent specters rising from the depths of hell, laden with unending resentment and malice. This is nothing short of a monster from hell," Chun Yu exclaimed in terror, his voice reverberating wildly within the room. Laden with boundless fear and despair, akin to the final lament of a trapped beast. His body trembled uncontrollably, hands pressed tightly over his mouth, nails digging into his palms, terrified that he might unleash a scream that would provoke the creature into a more frenzied assault. The monster appeared utterly incensed by Chun Yu's outcry, emitting a deep growl that resonated like distant thunder, reminiscent of an ancient titan awakening from slumber, shaking the very walls of the room, causing crumbling plaster to flake away and dust to cascade from the ceiling like snowflakes, suffusing the air with a pervasive gloom. Gradually, it advanced towards the three of them with heavy, deliberate steps, each footfall sending tremors through the ground, as if the entire world quivered beneath the weight of this beast. The sound of its steps echoed in the silence of the room, each thud striking like a hammer upon their hearts, quickening their pulses to the point of near eruption. Seeing this, Nanfeng shouted hoarsely, "Quick, we must scatter to draw its attention." With that, he exerted every ounce of strength and dashed to the left, his steps frantic and hurried, stirring up dust from the floor. Chang sprinted to the right, his figure a blur in the darkness, tightly gripping his steel pipe, the only weapon and reliance he had in this dire moment. Chun Yu hesitated momentarily, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Yet he followed closely behind Chang, his legs weak as if treading on clouds, devoid of strength. The monster paused, seemingly taken aback by their sudden dispersal, but swiftly turned, pursuing Nanfeng with astonishing speed. In mere strides, it crossed the expanse of the room, closing in on Nanfeng with alarming rapidity. Nanfeng sidestepped just in time, the creature's massive claws grazing his body, stirring a fierce wind that felt like a razor's edge, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. His shirt soaked through, he swiftly pivoted, summoning all his might to strike the monster's head with the artifact box. Upon impact, a blinding light erupted, akin to a miniature sun exploding in the darkness, searing their eyes. The monster let out a pained howl, filled with rage and defiance, retreating a few steps. Once the brilliance faded, a charred mark appeared upon its body, emanating a noxious scent, reminiscent of Hellfire's imprint. Seizing the moment, Achong and Chinyu attacked from behind the creature. Achong gripped the steel pipe tightly, unleashing all his strength as he struck the monster's back, producing a dull thud that echoed like a blow against a solid stone wall. Yet, the beast seemed hardly phased, merely swaying slightly. Its form more resilient than one could fathom, as if forged from steel and rock. Chinyu swung the wooden stick he held towards the monster's legs. The impact yielded a sound akin to striking cold stone, merely stirring up a wisp of dust, without inflicting any significant harm. The monster roared in fury, abruptly turning and lunging at Achong and Chinyu with wild abandon. They dodged frantically, but still, the creature's claws raked across their arms, slicing through their sleeves, blood gushing forth and staining their garments. The agony surged through them, akin to countless steel needles piercing their flesh, rendering their movements sluggish, each action accompanied by sharp pain. "This cannot continue. We are no match for it," Achong shouted, his voice tinged with despair and helplessness, reverberating in the darkened room. As he evaded the monster's strikes, his eyes frantically searched the surroundings, yearning for anything that could offer a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he spotted a decrepit cabinet in the corner, adorned with peculiar bottles that seemed to contain luminous liquids, flickering in the darkness like ghostly flames, yet imbued with a sense of mysterious promise. "Look over there," Achong exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. "Perhaps those can aid us." Nanfeng followed his gaze, a flicker of hope igniting within him. He dashed towards the cabinet, his steps unsteady yet resolute. The monster, noticing this, pivoted and charged after Nanfeng with even greater speed, as if an enraged beast. Just as the creature was about to overtake him, Nanfeng abruptly turned and struck at the beast with the artifact box once more. The emitted light momentarily halted the creature's advance, enveloping it in brilliance, while it thrashed in rage, emitting a furious roar. Seizing the opportunity, Achong and Chinyu rushed to the cabinet, discovering that the bottles bore strange symbols, reminiscent of those they had encountered in the temple and the well passage, as if inscribed in an ancient and mystical language laden with immense power. Could these be some form of magical elixir? Chinyu speculated, his voice tinged with anticipation and trepidation, as though grasping at a lifeline in the dark. "Regardless, we must try," Achong declared, reaching for a bottle, his hand trembling with anxiety and hope. With all his strength, he hurled it towards the monster. The bottle arced through the air, bursting upon impact, the luminous liquid splattering onto the creature and emitting a hissing sound, akin to acid dripping on metal. Dark smoke billowed from the monster's skin, releasing a pungent odor reminiscent of flesh being corroded, inducing nausea. The monster howled in anguish, its body convulsing violently, its movements growing sluggish as if the mysterious liquid siphoned its strength. Realizing their strategy was effective, Nanfeng, Achong, and Chinyu hastily seized the remaining bottles, one by one hurling them at the monster. With each explosion, the creature became increasingly enveloped in black smoke, its form flickering within the haze, movement slowing, its roars diminishing, as if its life force was being gradually drained away. Just as they believed the monster was on the brink of defeat, it unleashed a furious roar, filled with resentment and anger, shaking the very foundations of the room. Its body swelled dramatically, the black smoke dissipating in an instant as if driven away by a colossal force. Its eyes glowed with an even fiercer crimson light, burning with unquenchable rage, as if ready to ignite the world. "This is bad. It appears to have grown stronger." Nanfeng cried out in fear, his voice laden with dread and hopelessness. The monster lunged at them once more, faster and more powerful than before, each movement exuding an oppressive force, akin to a moving mountain bearing down upon them. The trio scrambled to evade, yet they found themselves cornered against the cold wall, with no escape in sight, engulfed in a shadow of impending doom. The monster towered over them, regarding them with disdainful eyes, its red glow flickering as if mocking their frailty and struggles. It opened its maw, filled with jagged teeth, unleashing a deafening roar, a wave of foul and bloody air crashing upon them, nearly suffocating the three. Within that onslaught, one could sense the curses of countless vengeful spirits, sending shivers through their very souls. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Nanfeng. He recalled the mysterious symbols from the well passage that had not only illuminated the artifact box, but seemed to harbor some arcane power. This was their final hope. He swiftly traced those symbols upon the artifact box once more, his fingers trembling with tension and exertion, each stroke imbued with boundless anticipation and dread. Simultaneously, he murmured incantations, his voice low and urgent, as though he were communicating with an ancient force, attempting to awaken the deeper powers of the box. As he moved, the radiance emanating from the artifact began to transform. The light was no longer merely bright, but flickered with a mysterious runic glow. The runes pulsated as if ancient spells were awakening from the shadows, akin to countless enigmatic spirits dancing gracefully in the luminescence, silently countering the might of the monster. Chang and Xinyu also recognized that Nanfeng was making a final effort. They suppressed their fear and pain, huddling closely together. Though their weapons were battered and worn, they clutched them tightly, as if they were the last vestiges of their dignity and courage. Their gazes were resolute. Despite being filled with terror, they refused to relinquish hope for survival. That glimmer of hope, though faint in the darkness, continued to burn defiantly. The monster seemed to sense the shift in the box's power, its eyes momentarily flickering with hesitation, only to be quickly replaced by rage. It lunged at the trio once more, this time with an intensity that suggested a do-or-die resolve, as if it aimed to obliterate them in a single strike. Erasing their existence from this darkened world, Nanfeng suddenly thrust the artifact box towards the creature, and the light surged dramatically, the runic glow enveloping the monster like a colossal net. As the monster's claws made contact with the light, a hissing sound erupted, echoing the fierce clash of two formidable powers. Its body seemed ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering its movements sluggish, every struggle appearing utterly futile. Seizing the opportunity, Chang and Xinyu attacked the monster from both sides. Chang poured every ounce of energy into his strike, bringing the steel pipe down forcefully upon the creature's arm, producing a resounding crash. The muscles in his arm tensed with exertion, sweat and blood mingling as they streamed down. Xinyu swung his wooden stick towards the monster's legs, each collision with its skin resonating with a dull thud. The monster howled in agony, its body writhing in a desperate attempt to escape the binding light and the onslaught of their attacks, causing the entire room to tremble. Dust cascading from the ceiling and filling the air, heightening the surreal and shocking atmosphere. In this fierce confrontation, the tension in the room reached a breaking point. The light and darkness intertwining, the monster's roars blending with the radiance of the artifact and the shouts of the three, creating a bizarre yet overwhelming tableau. At that moment, however, the light from the artifact began to flicker erratically, its power seemingly waning, the glow dimming as if it were on the verge of extinguishing, plunging them into an abyss of darkness. The monster, too, struggled desperately, attempting to seize its last opportunity. Each convulsion sent ripples through the surrounding air, as if the darkness were gradually pushing back, ready to engulf the room once more. Chapter 11. Shadows of the Haunted Village. The light from the artifact box grew increasingly feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, its frequency of illumination escalating. Each flicker reminiscent of a struggle for survival, teetering on the brink of complete extinguishment, plunging into an endless void. The monster keenly sensed this, its struggles becoming more frantic, its power seemingly magnified by the surrounding darkness. Each violent motion stirred up a fierce wind, scattering the dilapidated debris around. As rotting wood and shattered ceramic shards sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, reminiscent of a prelude to death, Nanfeng felt a burning urgency. His palms were soaked with sweat as he clutched the artifact box, acutely aware of the dwindling power within, akin to sand slipping through an hourglass. Beads of sweat rolled down his brow, tracing paths across his dust and blood-streaked cheeks, his vision blurred by tension and fatigue, everything around him veiled in a hazy mist. "No, we cannot lose like this," he screamed internally, the echo reverberating in his chest, causing his heart to ache. He summoned every ounce of his unwavering will, infusing it into the artifact box like a lifeblood, striving to awaken the latent powers hidden within, that flicker of hope in their dire predicament. Chang and Xinyu also acutely felt the precariousness of their situation, as if a blade hung above them, poised to descend at any moment. Despite the excruciating pain from their wounds, each breath felt like a sharp knife twisting within their chests, yet they pressed on, refusing to retreat. Chang gripped the steel pipe tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, his arm muscles taut from exertion, resembling iron cables. Each muscle trembling, a fusion of strength and agony. His gaze reflected a resolute determination, fixated on the monster, daring not to blink, lest it unleash a fatal blow. He awaited, searching for an opportunity to strike again, even if it were but a glimmer of hope. Xinyu clenched his teeth, the sound echoing as if attempting to crush his inner fear. The wooden stick in his grasp trembled, not from weakness, but from overwhelming tension and exhaustion. His legs felt unsteady, as if standing on cotton, each step a struggle, yet he fought to remain upright, knowing that if he fell, he might never rise again. Just as the light from the artifact box was on the verge of extinguishing, a sudden epiphany struck Ninfeng's mind. He recalled an ancient legend recounted by an elder upon their arrival in the village, his expression grave under the dim light. It spoke of a cursed well deep within the village, its mouth cloaked in age-old moss, surrounded by an aura of mystery. Within it lay a powerful, enigmatic force, ancient and potent, capable of vanquishing all evil and safeguarding the village's peace. This tale had been passed down through generations, gradually forgotten in the sands of time. Yet now it illuminated Ninfeng's despairing heart like a beacon piercing through the darkness. "Achong, Chinyu, I have thought of a solution," Ninfeng exclaimed, his voice raspy from excitement and anxiety, laced with a discernible tremor. "We must venture to the ancient well at the deepest part of the village. Legend has it that it holds the power to defeat this monster." His voice resonated in the vast room, tinged with urgency and hope. Achong and Chinyu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with skepticism, for this was merely a nebulous legend, and no one knew what truly lay within that well. Yet in their current predicament, they had no better choice but to place their trust in Ninfeng, pinning their last hope on that mysterious well. Seizing the moment while the monster was momentarily restrained by the artifact's light, the three supported each other, stumbling towards the door. Their figures appeared minuscule in the dimly lit room, yet they radiated an indomitable spirit. The monster seemed to sense their intent to flee, unleashing a furious roar that shook the very foundations of the room, dust cascading from the ceiling. It exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the light's grasp, the swirling black smoke enveloping it like an inferno of endless darkness. It lunged towards the trio with incredible speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning, swiftly closing the distance between them. Ninfeng and the others felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, as if an invisible hand were gripping them tightly, leaving them breathless, each pore oozing with the sweat of fear. "Hurry," Ninfeng shouted, not daring to look back, his voice laced with urgency and desperation. The trio hastened their pace, charging recklessly out of the building. The night outside had deepened, resembling an expansive black curtain that enveloped the entire village. Moonlight struggled to penetrate the thick cloud cover, casting faint beams of light that seemed to carry distant hopes, outlining the bizarre contours of the buildings within the village. The houses loomed in the darkness, like silent giants or shadowy nests concealing innumerable secrets, each shadow appearing to harbor unknown dangers. Occasionally, a chill wind swept through, carrying an eerie atmosphere tinged with decay and coldness, sending shivers down their spines, as if icy hands grazed their skin. Three figures raced through the village, their feet encountering uneven ground riddled with the scars of time and hidden traps. They stumbled several times, their bodies propelled forward by inertia, yet they managed to regain their balance with remarkable resilience. The surrounding houses stood as silent observers, waiting like hunters for the opportune moment to strike. From a dark corner, a sinister laughter echoed, sharp and eerie, seemingly emanating from all directions, burrowing into their minds, leaving them uncertain of its source. Each peal of laughter slicing through their nerves like a keen blade. As they ran, Jinyu suddenly felt something seize his ankle, a cold, rough sensation akin to a withered branch. In terror, he looked down to see a pale hand emerging from the ground, its fingers elongated and twisted, nails dark and long, gripping his foot tightly. "Ah!" Jinyu screamed, his voice piercing the night, imbued with fear and despair. The shock of this sudden turn of events caused him to collapse, his knee crashing painfully against the ground. Ninfeng and Achang quickly halted, turning to rescue Chinyu. They watched as the owner of that hand began to rise from the earth, a ghastly figure exuding a stench of decay, its body contorted as if shaped by a warped reality. Its face bore no features, only a gaping black maw from which green slime flowed, dripping onto the ground with a hissing sound, as if corroding the earth itself. "Leave me. You must escape," Chinyu shouted in terror, struggling desperately to free himself from the ghost's grip. His hands clawed at the spectral hand, his nails breaking from the effort, but the ghost's strength was overwhelming, pulling him ever closer to the ground. "No, we cannot abandon you," Ninfeng declared resolutely, his eyes reflecting an undeniable determination. He and Achang rushed forward, wielding their weapons against the apparition. Achang gripped a steel pipe tightly, raising it high and bringing it down with all his might onto the ghost's arm, producing a dull thud as if striking a solid wall. Yet, the specter remained unfazed, merely pausing momentarily before resuming its relentless pull on Chinyu, as if Achang's attack was nothing more than a trivial annoyance. Ninfeng then approached the ghost with a mystical box. its faint glow eliciting a pained shriek from the ghost, a sound sharp and jarring, reminiscent of metal scraping. The specter's form began to tremble slightly, loosening its grip on Chunyu. Seizing this opportunity, Chunyu wrenched free, hastily rising to his feet, ignoring the pain in his knee. And together with Nanfeng and Achong, they continued their flight deeper into the village. They pressed on without pause, encountering numerous bizarre phenomena along the way. At times, they heard that sinister laughter echoing from all around, reverberating in their ears and sending chills down their spines, each laugh mocking their struggles and despair. Other times, they caught fleeting glimpses of indistinct figures darting through the darkness, resembling humans yet also some unknown entities. However, when they focused their gaze, nothing remained but the oppressive silence of the night, as if those apparitions were mere figments of their fear. Eventually, they arrived at the heart of the village. Standing before the fabled ancient well, a faint mist enveloped the area, emanating a mysterious aura, ancient and distant, as if carrying millennia of memories. The stones encircling the well were etched with strange symbols that shimmered softly under the moonlight, as if recounting ancient tales while warning them of impending peril. This is it, Nanfeng gasped, his chest heaving, sweat soaking his clothes. He approached the well, scrutinizing the enigmatic symbols closely. They resembled those they had seen earlier, but were more intricate. With twisted and mysterious lines, as if concealing deeper secrets, each symbol seemed a cryptic code waiting to be unraveled. Achong and Chinyu joined him, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear, yet their eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. What should we do now? Achong asked, his voice trembling with a blend of trepidation and hope. Nanfeng shook his head. I do not know, but I believe these symbols are key. He extended his hand, gently touching the symbols, his fingers quivering with a mixture of anxiety and expectation. The moment his fingertips brushed the symbols, they erupted with a brilliant light, illuminating the ancient well like a sword, engulfing the three of them in radiance. They found themselves enveloped in a blinding white, unable to perceive anything, as if suspended in a boundless realm devoid of direction. A powerful force seemed to tug at their bodies, an irresistible pull drawing them closer to the well's edge. What is happening? Chunyu shouted in alarm, straining against the invisible bonds, but found his body immobilized, ensnared as if by a spell. His voice echoed in the luminescence. Steeped in fear and helplessness, Nanfeng and Achong were equally unable to escape, succumbing to the force that drew them toward the well. Just as they teetered on the brink of falling in, the light abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. Their bodies regained freedom, and they stood at the well's edge, panting heavily, sweat trickling down their brows and dripping onto the ground. Peering into the well, they beheld an abyss of darkness, unfathomable and foreboding, as if it were an entrance to hell. In that darkness, countless eyes seemed to watch them, every shadow concealing boundless peril. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the depths of the well, akin to soft weeping interspersed with furious growls, low and raspy, sending chills down their spines, as though curses from the depths of hell reverberated forth. What lies within? Achong whispered, his voice quaking, his gaze fixed on the well, wary of any lapse in vigilance. Nanfeng remained silent, his eyes locked onto the well's mouth, his heart heavy with questions and fears. Abruptly, he glimpsed a flash of light within the well, akin to a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. Shortly after, an object shot forth from the well, hurtling toward them with incredible speed and fierce momentum. Instinctively, Nanfeng raised the mystical box to shield himself. The object collided with the box, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated like the clash of two worlds. The object then landed on the ground with a crisp sound. As they focused their gaze, they discovered it to be an ancient bronze mirror, its surface adorned with strange patterns that appeared to shift and swirl, as if alive, emanating an aura of mystery, each design concealing untold secrets. Nanfeng picked up the bronze mirror, examining it closely. He discovered a small hole on the back of the bronze mirror, surrounded by inscriptions that belonged to the same ancient and mysterious language they had previously encountered. The lines seemed imbued with millennia of memory. Could this be what we seek? Nanfeng inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation yet laced with uncertainty. Achong and Chunyu shook their heads, equally perplexed. At that moment, a monstrous roar echoed from the distance, growing ever closer, as if heralding a countdown to death. It seemed to have pursued them, and the pallor on the faces of the three deepened. They understood that their time was fleeting. Each second felt like a race against the Grim Reaper. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng resolved to take a risk. He placed the bronze mirror upon the artifact box, and the instant their surfaces touched, a wondrous resonance seemed to arise. Then, he gently rotated his finger around the small hole of the mirror, attempting to decipher the meaning of the inscriptions. As he did so, both the mirror and the artifact box began to emanate light, the glow intensifying from a faint shimmer to a blinding radiance, ultimately forming a vast luminous shield that enveloped the three of them. Mysterious runes flickered upon the shield, each one akin to a source of enigmatic power, radiating a gentle yet formidable glow. The silhouette of the monster gradually emerged from the shadows, its colossal form looming ominously as if it were a moving mountain. Upon seeing the three protected by the shield, it let out an enraged roar, shaking the very air around them, as though it sought to shatter the world. Then, it charged towards the shield with unbridled speed, propelled by an unstoppable force. The moment its body made contact with the shield, a sizzling sound resonated, reminiscent of electricity coursing through, or the clash of two opposing forces. Its form rebounded violently, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The creature struggled to rise, its eyes ablaze with fury and resentment, the crimson orbs flickering like flames in the darkness. It charged at the shield once more, this time with even greater strength, each step causing the earth to tremble. The shield began to fracture under its assault, the cracks resembling a spider's web, spreading rapidly and threatening to shatter at any moment. The expressions of Nan Feng and his companions turned grim. They sensed the shield's power waning, each crack feeling like a wound to their hearts. They understood that the shield could not endure for long. Just then, Nan Feng noticed a change in the patterns on the bronze mirror. They appeared to form a new symbol, ancient and enigmatic, radiating a potent energy. A surge of inspiration struck him as he traced this symbol upon the artifact box, his fingers trembling with a blend of anticipation and anxiety. The artifact box emitted an even more brilliant light, revealing a mysterious rune that slowly rotated in the air, exuding waves of ancient power. As if declaring its extraordinary nature to the world, the monster seemed to sense this newfound threat, its previously frenzied movements faltering. But soon, driven by rage and instinct, it recklessly lunged at the shield again, its speed causing the surrounding air to shriek. Just as the creature was about to collide with the shield, Nan Feng and his companions felt a powerful repulsive force emanating from the artifact box and the bronze mirror. This force melded with the shield, forming an impenetrable barrier that kept the monster at bay. The creature's attacks fell like stones into the sea, leaving the shield unscathed. Almost immediately, the mysterious rune unleashed a beam of light directed at the monster. Upon impact, it emitted a pained howl, filled with terror and despair. The creature's body began to tremble violently, the black smoke enveloping it, swirling and dissipating, as if being gradually stripped away by an unseen force. As the darkness receded, the monster's form slowly transformed, shedding its terrifying guise and reverting to an ordinary human shape. The figure collapsed weakly to the ground, breath faint, eyes filled with confusion and regret. Cautiously, Nan Feng and his companions stepped out of the shield, approaching the now harmless creature. They recognized him as a long-lost villager from their community. "How did this happen?" Chen Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Nan Feng knelt down, scrutinizing the individual before him in search of answers. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, speaking in a feeble voice. It was a curse of darkness. In pursuit of wealth, I breached the forbidden ground. It turned out that this villager, driven by greed, had trespassed into the sealed forbidden area of the village, unleashing dark forces that had corrupted him, transforming him into a horrific monster that wrought endless calamity upon the village. After listening to his tale, Nan Feng and his companions were filled with a tumult of emotions, realizing that the root of all this turmoil lay in the desires of the human heart. "How do we lift this curse and save the village?" Achong asked, his voice tinged with urgency. The man weakly raised his hand, pointing towards the ancient well. "The power within has not been fully unleashed. Only by placing the bronze mirror and artifact box into the well can we awaken that power completely, purifying the darkness and breaking the curse." Exchanging glances filled with trepidation yet resolute determination, Nan Feng and his companions hesitated not. They gathered the bronze mirror and artifact box, slowly making their way to the ancient well. The moment they lowered the items into the depths, the world seemed to come to a standstill. Then, a mighty beam of light erupted from the well, illuminating the night sky. This brilliance contained boundless purifying power, spreading to every corner of the village. As this cleansing force radiated outward, the pervasive darkness within the village gradually dissipated, and the eerie phenomena began to vanish. The homes once tainted by darkness returned to their former states, and the frightened villagers cautiously emerged from their dwellings, their eyes wide with shock and joy at the unfolding miracle. The villager, once consumed by dark forces, began to regain his former self under the purifying light. He rose, Gazing at the scene before him, tears of remorse welling in his eyes. "I'm so sorry. It was all my fault." Nanfeng approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Let the past be the past. As long as we learn from it and safeguard the village's peace, that is what truly matters." From that day forth, tranquility returned to the village. Nanfeng, Achong, and Chunyu were hailed as heroes, their deeds woven into the fabric of local legend. The ancient well stood silently at the heart of the village, a testament to their harrowing experience and a perpetual reminder to all: do not let desire blind your vision. Cherish the peace and serenity that surrounds you. Chapter 12. The foggy crisis. Dense, inky fog enveloped the village like an impenetrable curtain, swirling ominously and suffocating the very air with a palpable sense of dread. Nanfeng, Achong, and Chinyu found themselves trapped within the faintly glowing shield, too fearful to breathe, their eyes fixed on the thrashing monster before them. Its roars gradually subsided, yet a stubborn defiance lingered in each cry, striking against their taut nerves like heavy hammers, causing their hearts to tremble. "Why does it seem the rune's effects are insufficient?" Chunyu stuttered, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his voice tremulous with barely suppressed tears, as fear surged within him like a tidal wave threatening to engulf him entirely. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed at the unfolding scene, his body trembling uncontrollably. He clutched tightly to Nanfeng's arm, his nails nearly embedding themselves into the flesh, as if it were his sole anchor in this dreadful abyss. Nanfeng's brow furrowed deeply, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks as he fixated on the creature, striving to discern any weakness amidst its frantic struggles. "Stay calm. The runes must hold some power. But this creature is simply too formidable." He endeavored to keep his voice steady, yet the slight tremor betrayed the turmoil within. At that moment, his heart resembled a lake besieged by a tempest, turbulent, yet feigning composure to instill hope in his companions. Achong gripped the steel pipe with both hands, fully aware that, before such a powerful beast, it was akin to a child's toy, fragile and ineffective. Nevertheless, it was his last source of psychological solace. His arms trembled from exertion, sweat cascading down his forehead, tracing paths across his dusty, blood-stained visage, leaving behind grimy streaks. "Regardless, we must not yield," he murmured, his voice hoarse yet imbued with unwavering resolve, as if declaring their indomitable spirit against the encroaching dread. Suddenly, from the dense fog surrounding them, an eerie sound pierced the air. It resembled whispers in the darkness, muffled and indistinct, yet exuding an inexplicable strangeness. It was akin to countless insects scuttling in a frenzied swarm, creating an unsettling rustle. The trio's attention was instantly drawn towards the sound, and they discerned numerous vague silhouettes emerging from the mist, gradually advancing towards them. These figures varied in shape. Some resembled grotesquely distorted human forms, their limbs bent at unnatural angles. Others appeared as entirely unfamiliar monstrosities, their outlines shrouded in a mysterious and ominous aura. Their forms flickered in and out of visibility within the fog, as if they might be consumed by it at any moment, yet they pressed closer, instilling an intangible sense of dread. What are those things?" Chunyu screamed in terror, his voice echoing helplessly through the mist, laden with profound fear. As if he were attempting to expel the panic that gripped his heart, his legs felt as feeble as cotton, barely able to support him. Had he not been leaning against Nanfeng, he would have surely collapsed, utterly defeated by his terror. Nanfeng's heart sank like a stone into an abyss. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the artifact box, hoping its feeble luminescence could pierce through the eerie, dense fog and unveil the true nature of the mysterious figures. "Whatever they are, we must protect the light shield. We cannot let them approach," he shouted, his tone resolute, seeking to fortify both himself and his companions. As the figures drew nearer, the trio finally discerned their true appearance, a horde of spirits. Their bodies were semi-transparent, emitting a ghostly green glow that appeared particularly sinister amidst the fog. Their faces contorted in expressions of agony, their features seemingly crushed by an invisible force. As though recounting their tragic pasts, their eyes were hollow, like bottomless voids, yet seemed to harbor boundless resentment, a palpable malice that fixated on the three. As they slowly extended their skeletal hands, with long, dark nails, as if intending to drag them into an endless abyss of suffering. Where did these spirits come from? Achang asked nervously, his gaze fixed upon the approaching phantoms, his steel pipe trembling in his grip, glinting ominously in the greenish light. Nanfeng shook his head in exasperation, equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events. However, he understood that the emergence of these spirits was no mere coincidence. It was intricately linked to the hidden secrets of this village. "Everyone, be cautious. These spirits may prove difficult to confront," he cautioned in a hushed tone, his eyes revealing a vigilant awareness as he monitored the spirit's every movement. The spirits advanced with slow, eerie steps, growing ever closer. The light shield seemed to sense an overwhelming threat, its previously steady glow flickering violently, as if on the verge of extinguishing. The creature, trapped beneath the weight of the runes, appeared to sense the spirit's arrival, its struggles becoming even more frantic and violent, as if drawing strength from the phantoms to escape the rune's grip. The dark aura emanating from the creature intertwined with the spirit's ghostly glow, amplifying the atmosphere's terror. "We must devise a means to thwart them," Nan Feng exclaimed urgently, his gaze darting around in search of a solution. Suddenly, he noticed subtle changes in the patterns on the copper mirror in his hand. New symbols began to emerge, their lines twisting with an ancient, mysterious essence. "Quickly, examine these new symbols. They might provide a solution," he urged to Chang and Chunyu, who immediately gathered around the mirror, scrutinizing the symbols intently, racking their brains for any relevant clues from ancient texts or temples. Their eyes brimmed with anxiety and anticipation, as if these symbols were the key to their salvation. "I believe I've seen similar symbols in that ancient text," Chang suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He closed his eyes, striving to retrieve the images from the ancient book, attempting to recall further details. "I didn't pay much attention at the time, but I think it pertains to some sort of sealing." He furrowed his brow, concentrating hard, deepening the lines etched upon his forehead. Nanfeng's heart stirred, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He hastily began sketching the symbols on the artifact box, each stroke infused with tension and anticipation. As he worked, the box's glow intensified, and the previously flickering shield appeared to solidify, the light shimmering as if forming a sturdier barrier. The advancing spirits halted before the light shield, emitting piercing wails that reverberated like a cacophony of needles stabbing into one's ears, resisting the shield's burgeoning strength. However, the creature's might was formidable, not to be underestimated. It unleashed a deafening roar, akin to thunder cracking the sky, causing the ground to tremble. Instantly, its body swelled, the rune's glow that had once constrained it dimming under the weight of its newfound strength. The surrounding spirits seemed invigorated, letting out a chilling howl as they surged towards the shield with renewed ferocity, intent on breaching it and consuming the three. "Not good. The creature is about to break free," Chinyu screamed in terror, just as the words left his lips. A larger spirit spotted the flickering light of the shield and slipped through the gaps like a green flash, lunging directly at him. Chinyu felt a bone-chilling cold wash over him and instinctively sidestepped. The spirit brushed past him, leaving a trail of icy dread that raised goosebumps on his skin, as if countless frigid insects were scuttling across him. Without hesitation, Chang swung the steel pipe at the spirit with all his might. Yet, with a swift whoosh, the pipe passed through the spirit's form, inflicting no tangible harm whatsoever. Conversely, this action appeared to enrage the spirit, whose once hollow eyes suddenly flickered with an intensified hatred. It swiftly turned and lunged toward Chang with astonishing speed. Chang hastily raised the steel pipe to defend himself, but the spirit's strength exceeded all expectations. He found himself retreating under the relentless assault, stumbling precariously as if he might collapse. Nan Feng, in a state of desperate urgency, felt beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like pearls slipping from a broken string. While he remained focused on inscribing symbols onto the bronze mirror, he anxiously sought a means to effectively combat the spirit. In his moment of sheer desperation, he suddenly noticed that the artifact box emitted a light that seemed capable of influencing the spirit. Each time the light flickered, the spirit's movements noticeably slowed, as if the illumination contained a mysterious force that restrained it. "Everyone, use the light from the artifact box to attack the spirit," Nanfeng shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency. The three immediately grasped the artifact box, adjusting their angles to maximize the light's exposure on the spirit. Under the illumination, the spirits let out anguished howls, their cries sharp and haunting, as if enduring immense torment. Their forms began to blur, seemingly dissolving in the light, some even dissipating entirely into the mist, leaving behind only a faint, eerie wail. Yet, the sheer number of spirits was overwhelming, surging forth like an unrelenting tide. Despite their efforts with the artifact box's light, the three found their attempts but a drop in the ocean against the oncoming wave of spirits. Meanwhile, the monstrous entity continued to struggle fiercely, its rune's radiance waning under its persistent resistance as it appeared on the brink of breaking free from its bindings. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Nanfeng suddenly discerned a complete pattern on the bronze mirror, an intricate and mysterious design that resembled an ancient formation, imbued with a potent force. "I understand now," We must arrange the formation according to this pattern, Nanfeng exclaimed, his voice tinged with the elation of a near escape. He quickly directed Achong and Chunyu to hurriedly position the surrounding debris within the protective barrier, following the design on the mirror. They clumsily arranged the dilapidated wooden boards and variously shaped stones into specific formations. With each item set in place, the light from the artifact box intensified, as if these objects resonated with it through the enigmatic pattern. As the formation gradually took shape, the light from the artifact box became extraordinarily brilliant, akin to the blazing sun, bathing the entire barrier in a radiant golden hue. This golden light spread outward like a tangible force, forming a formidable shield. The once frenzied spirits, now illuminated by this dazzling light, emitted desperate screams that echoed hauntingly, their bodies swiftly vanishing in the brilliance. Akin to snow melting under the scorching sun, the monstrous entity, too, was profoundly affected, its struggles growing feeble, the malicious glow in its crimson eyes fading, its form beginning to falter. However, just as they believed victory was at hand, a chilling laughter resonated from the mist. The laughter was deep and eerie, as if emanating from the very depths of hell, laced with endless malevolence that sent shivers down their spines. Soon after, a colossal shadow emerged slowly from the mist, its form towering over the previous monster, resembling a moving black mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. As it advanced, the mist seemed to part before it, revealing its grotesque outline. The trio's faces turned as pale as parchment, their eyes filled with boundless terror and despair. They stared in horror at the shadow, hearts heavy with dread. What on earth was this shadow? What calamity would its presence bring? Could they still find a glimmer of hope amid such dire peril? Chapter 13. The shadow descends. The thick, icy fog enveloped the world like a heavy blanket, darkness spreading unchecked, devouring every flicker of hope. Nanfeng, Achong, and Chunyu found themselves ensnared in this seemingly hopeless mist, as the enormous shadow loomed ever closer, each inch of its form materializing like the malevolent manifestation of darkness itself. The oppressive atmosphere weighed upon them like an invisible mountain, constricting their chests and making it difficult to breathe. Their hearts raced wildly, fear crashing over them like a tidal wave, each heartbeat echoing with profound despair and helplessness. What is that? Chunyu's voice trembled, laced with an impending sob, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, as if tolling the bell of death. His legs felt as weak as overcooked noodles, devoid of strength, and had it not been for the support of Nanfeng and Achong, he would have collapsed onto the cold, damp, dust-laden ground. His eyes widened in terror, the very thought of the shadow making his heart race. As if frozen in place by an unseen spell, his soul ensnared by the unknown horror before him. Nanfeng clutched the artifact box tightly, his palms slick with sweat, each droplet slipping through his fingers and vanishing upon contact with the ground, seemingly devoured by the encroaching darkness. The box's light flickered weakly under the immense pressure, resembling a candle struggling against the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, each droplet a testament to his anxiety and unease. Though his gaze betrayed his tension, he endeavored to remain calm, seeking a sliver of hope in this desperate situation. No matter what it is, we cannot simply resign ourselves to fate, he murmured, his voice soft yet resolute, a manifestation of his indomitable will to survive amidst despair. Achong gripped the steel pipe tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, devoid of color as if touched by frost. The muscles in his arms were taut, quivering not from weakness, but from overwhelming tension and fear. Sweat streamed down his face, marked with dust and dried blood, leaving soiled trails in its wake. His eyes were fixated on the shadow, every nerve in his body tingling, instinctively aware of the looming danger. Be careful, it seems to be moving, he warned, his voice low and gravelly, echoing eerily through the tense silence, each word a heavy lead ball striking the hearts of his companions. Indeed, the shadow began to stir. Its movement slow and laborious, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if it bore the weight of the world's darkness and wickedness. As it approached, a putrid stench assailed their senses, far more pungent than any odor they had encountered before, an unholy amalgamation of decaying flesh, acrid blood, and the fado of death that churned their stomachs. Within that foul aroma lingered a hint of sulfur, as if the shadow had crawled from the inferno, bearing the curses and malevolence of hell. Under the feeble light, they finally glimpsed a portion of the shadow's form. It was a colossal monstrosity, its form seemingly assembled from countless twisted black lines, which appeared to writhe and morph with a life of their own, obscuring its true visage. It resembled an unknown entity from an alternate dimension, transcending human comprehension. Its head was grotesquely large and distorted, devoid of discernible features. Save for a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, each glinting with a chilling luminescence, as if capable of effortlessly tearing apart any obstruction, be it flesh or soul. It was the very embodiment of nightmares. Chinyu cried out in terror, his voice echoing through the mist, laden with boundless fear and despair. Akin to the final lament of a caged beast, his body trembled uncontrollably, hands pressed tightly against his mouth, nails digging into his palms. Terrified that a scream would escape him, unleashing the monster's wrath and leading to their utter annihilation. The creature seemed incensed by Chunyu's cry, releasing a deep, rumbling roar, reminiscent of distant thunder or the awakening fury of an ancient beast, causing the surrounding mist to shudder as if the entire world quaked in response. It then lunged at the trio with its massive arms, which moved through the air like a gigantic serpent, creating a powerful gust that rendered them nearly unsteady, the wind lacerating their faces. Seeing this, Nanfeng shouted desperately, "Scatter!" With that, he summoned all his strength and dashed to the left, his steps frantic and hurried, stirring up clouds of dust and mist. Achang sprinted to the right, his figure darting through the darkness, tightly gripping a steel pipe, his sole weapon and reliance. Aware that it might be futile against such a beast, yet it was his last bastion of psychological defense. Chinyu hesitated for a moment, his gaze filled with dread and helplessness, but ultimately followed Achang, his legs weak, each step feeling like treading on cotton, yet compelled to run for his life. Knowing that pausing could spell death, the monster paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by their sudden dispersal, but swiftly pivoted, pursuing Nanfeng with astonishing speed. In mere strides, it closed the distance, appearing right behind him. Nanfeng quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the creature's arm as it swept past, sending a frigid chill that pierced him, akin to countless icy needles stabbing into his flesh, causing cold sweat to drench his back. He turned and, with all his might, struck the monster's arm with the artifact box. Upon contact, a feeble glow emanated from the box, a mere flicker of light in the overwhelming darkness. Appearing insignificant against the creature's immense power, the monster let out a pained howl. Its arm trembled slightly, but soon resumed its aggressive stance, as if the attack had been nothing but a trivial annoyance. Seizing the moment, Achang and Chunyu attacked from behind. Achang gripped the steel pipe tightly, raising it high and bringing it down forcefully onto the monster's back, producing a dull thud, akin to striking a solid stone wall. Yet the creature seemed largely unfazed, merely swaying slightly, its body as resilient as iron and stone, rendering their efforts futile. Chinyu swung his wooden stick at the creature's legs, but the impact merely echoed like a tap on cold stone, raising only a wisp of dust, inflicting no substantive harm, inciting further wrath from the beast. The monster roared in fury, turning abruptly and lunging at Achang and Chinyu with its claws. They dodged hastily, but still felt the sharp talons slice through their arms, as if daggers had pierced their sleeves, blood gushing forth, staining their garments. The pain was excruciating, akin to countless steel needles piercing their skin or being seared by fire, slowing their movements, each action accompanied by agonizing agony, as though every breath tugged at their wounds, rendering them nearly incapacitated. "This cannot continue. We are utterly outmatched," Achang shouted, his voice tinged with despair and helplessness, reverberating through the oppressive darkness like a cry of hopelessness. He evaded the monster's onslaught while desperately scanning their surroundings, seeking anything that could provide a glimmer of hope. His eyes brimmed with urgency and longing, as if searching for a sliver of potential salvation amidst the gloom. At that moment, Nanfeng suddenly recalled an epiphany gleaned from their time in the temple. When ensnared in despair, seek the source of light that counters the dark power. Perhaps a turning point could be found. He rapidly conjured images of the temple's murals in his mind, the mysterious symbols and patterns flickering before him like stars in the night, faint yet illuminating a path of hope. "Achang, Chinyu, we must find the source of light in the village," Nanfeng exclaimed, urgency and anticipation threading through his voice, as if he had glimpsed dawn breaking through the darkness. His words echoed in the mist, imbued with a tremor, a yearning for hope, and a dread of the unknown. Though Achang and Chunyu were filled with doubt, they had no choice but to trust Nanfeng at that moment. Under the relentless assault of the monster, they trudged toward the village's center, their steps faltering, their bodies laden with pain, each stride a laborious effort. They understood that there lay the potential key to their survival, the last vestige of hope in this desolate world. Along the way, they encountered numerous eerie phenomena. At times, they heard a chilling laughter resonating from all directions, reverberating in their ears, sending shivers down their spines. Each laugh mocking their struggles and despair, as if demons of darkness were deriding their insignificance and helplessness. Other times, they glimpsed shadowy figures flitting through the darkness, resembling humans yet evoking something unknown. When they focused, nothing remained but an oppressive silence, suggesting that these figures were mere figments of their fear, manifestations of their innermost dread. Finally, they arrived at the village's heart, where an ancient altar stood. The altar was etched with strange symbols that flickered faintly in the dark, as if conveying messages from a bygone era, warning them of impending peril. Nan Feng approached, scrutinizing the symbols with intense focus and anxiety. He discerned a connection between these symbols and those depicted in the temple murals and the engravings on the bronze mirror, as if an invisible thread wove together their experiences. His heart raced, realizing that this might be the source of light they sought, the key to their escape. "Everyone, come quickly. I believe this is the answer," Nan Feng exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice filled with the joy of survival and anticipation of the unknown. His words resonated in the stillness, infusing the atmosphere with a breath of hope. The three gathered around the altar, their expressions a mix of curiosity and tension, endeavoring to unravel the secrets behind the symbols. They discovered that these symbols appeared to form a complex array, with a recess at the center of the altar that seemed designed to accommodate an object, resembling a mysterious keyhole awaiting a suitable key. Suddenly, the south wind recalled the copper mirror they had previously found. He swiftly retrieved it from his pocket, his palms slick with perspiration, trembling slightly from anxiety. With utmost care, he placed it into the recess, as if partaking in a sacred and solemn ritual. The moment the copper mirror was inserted, the symbols upon the altar emitted a brilliant light, soaring towards the heavens, so radiant that it seemed poised to tear apart the dark world around them. The illumination dissipated some of the surrounding mist, revealing a glimmer of long-lost light. The creature appeared to sense the threat, letting out an enraged roar that shook the ground beneath them, causing the nearby structures to sway precariously. It charged towards the altar with incredible speed, conjuring a whirlwind of darkness, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. The three quickly braced themselves for defense, their eyes filled with determination and dread, knowing that the ensuing battle would determine their fates, a final stand against the horrors of this world. As the light intensified, a mysterious rune manifested upon the altar, ascending slowly toward the creature. The rune radiated a gentle yet formidable glow, akin to a harbinger of justice, imbued with divine power. When the creature beheld the approaching rune, it attempted to evade, but the rune seemed to possess a life of its own, relentlessly pursuing it. No matter how the creature struggled, it could not escape the rune's relentless chase. Upon contact, the creature emitted a wretched howl, a sound deafening and rife with agony and despair. Its body began to convulse violently, the inky lines writhing and dissipating as if the dark forces within it were succumbing to the rune's onslaught. Nevertheless, the creature's strength remained formidable. It fought desperately, trying to shake off the rune's grip, its form twisting and contorting as dark mist swirled around it, a final resistance against the encroaching light. The surrounding mist surged once more, seemingly bolstering the creature, resembling a tide of darkness crashing against it in relentless waves. The three felt an overwhelming pressure, their breaths quickening, hearts racing, as if the very rhythm of their heartbeats echoed in the tension-laden atmosphere. They understood that this battle was far from over, and they were about to face even graver challenges, with the unknown outcome waiting to be unveiled. Chapter 14. The enigma of the Spirit Valley. The confrontation between the rune and the creature had reached a fever pitch, with the creature's dark lines resembling countless frenzied serpents, writhing and twisting in an attempt to shatter the mysterious force binding it. Each contortion of the lines seemed imbued with boundless malice, striving to break free from the rune's confinement and unleash the darkness once more. The creature's tortured howls echoed hauntingly over the village, a deep, raspy sound that rippled through the air, sending chills down the spines of South Wind, Achong, and Chunyu, penetrating their very bones with an icy dread, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Can the rune withstand this? Chunyu's voice quivered, thick with emotion, fear surging within him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him entirely. He clung tightly to South Wind's arm, his nails digging into flesh, leaving pale imprints. His eyes were wide with terror, fixated on the harrowing battle before them, his gaze so taut with anxiety that it seemed as if he were drawn into this horrifying spectacle, unable to look away. South Wind's brow furrowed deeply, beads of sweat rolling down his dust-streaked and bloodied face, leaving trails of grime behind. He stared intently at the creature, bloodshot eyes searching for clues amidst its frantic struggles. "I don't know, but we must act. We cannot afford to wait idly." His voice was low and hoarse, as if scraped raw, yet it carried an unwavering determination, a fierce yearning for survival in the face of despair. At that moment, he was consumed by anxiety. Torn between the fear of the rune failing and exposing them to the creature's terrifying power and the desperate need to devise a solution. His mind racing through past experiences for a glimmer of hope. Achong gripped the steel pipe tightly, its frailty evident in the face of such horror. Resembling a mere twig in a tempest, yet it was his last bastion of psychological support, the final straw in this desolate realm. His muscles tensed under the strain, sweat droplets cascading down his dirt-streaked face, vanishing upon impact with the earth. "No matter what, we cannot falter," he whispered, his voice barely audible. A self-affirmation and a declaration of their unyielding resolve against the encroaching dread. Though faint, it bore a tenacious strength. At that moment, the surrounding mist began to swirl violently, as if stirred by an unseen hand. From within the fog emerged a faint, ethereal song, its haunting melody resonating from afar, imbued with profound sorrow, each note a lament, as if calling from another world, shrouded in mystery and strangeness. The trio found their gazes drawn to the mist, where a winding path gradually materialized, flanked by eerie phosphorescent lights that flickered ominously, resembling countless eyes in the darkness, shimmering with a ghostly glow that sent shivers down their spines. "What is this?" Chun Yu cried out in terror, his voice reverberating through the mist, laden with dread, as if seeking to unleash all his internal fears. His legs weakened, knees trembling, nearly collapsing under the weight of his fear. Without Southwind's support, he would have surely crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated by terror. Southwind's heart raced, a sense of unease gripping him, as if an invisible hand clutched his heart. He tightened his hold on the artifact's box, perspiration dampening its surface, rendering it slippery. He endeavored to pierce the eerie fog with its light, seeking to discern what lay at the path's end. Whatever it is, approaching recklessly is undoubtedly perilous. Yet remaining here is no solution. His tone bore hesitation and caution, each word weighed with deliberation, his eyes scanning the mist for any signs of danger. Achong observed the flickering phosphorescence, brow furrowed deeper, as if to crush a fly. Could this be linked to the creature and the village's secrets? Perhaps following this path will lead us to a resolution. His voice was low, tinged with anticipation, mingled with profound fear. That hope serving as a flicker of light in the darkness, however dim, it propelled them forward, yet the fear shadowed them, a constant reminder of the lurking unknown. After a brief deliberation, the three resolved to traverse the mysterious path. Supporting one another, they staggered towards the flickering lights. With each step, the ethereal song grew clearer, its mournful tune recounting an ancient and tragic tale, every note a sharp blade, slicing through their nerves. As they delved deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. Shadows began to emerge along the path, indistinct figures that appeared human yet radiated an icy aura, as if they had stepped forth from a frost-ridden abyss. Their movements were mechanical and slow, like puppets manipulated by invisible strings, each motion rigid and unnatural. As the southern wind and his companions approached, the figures slowly turned their heads, hollow eyes devoid of any glimmer, resembling two abyssal voids that fixed their gaze upon them, as if conveying a silent warning to refrain from advancing. What are these entities?" Chun Yu inquired in terror, his voice trembling so violently that he could scarcely articulate a complete sentence. He huddled closely behind Southern Wind, gripping his garment tightly, afraid to meet the gaze of those figures, his body quaking as if swept by a chilling breeze. Southern Wind's palms were slick with sweat, his eyes scanning the surroundings in an attempt to uncover the source of these strange phenomena. "Do not panic. They may be the restless spirits of the village. Let us proceed with caution," he reassured Chun Yu, while vigilantly observing the movements of the figures, treading more lightly and slowly, fearful of disturbing these unknown presences. His expression betrayed a blend of anxiety and curiosity. He yearned to uncover the origin of these apparitions yet remained wary of the imminent dangers they might pose. Continuing their journey, they arrived at an expansive valley. A faint purple mist enveloped the area, shimmering with peculiar luminescence, reminiscent of countless mysterious gems twinkling in the darkness. The light was vibrant yet imbued with an enigmatic aura, eluding comprehension. At the center of the valley stood a colossal stone tomb, intricately inscribed with bizarre symbols. Under the glow, these symbols appeared to flow gently, as if animated by some unseen force, exuding an ancient and mysterious energy, as though recounting a long-forgotten tale. This stone tomb appeared remarkably unusual, possibly intertwined with the village's secrets and the source of light, Southern Wind mused, his gaze reflecting a flicker of excitement and anticipation. Akin to glimpsing a glimmer of hope, yet a thread of tension lingered, for he understood that greater perils might lurk behind the tomb. The trio cautiously approached the stone tomb, each step measured and deliberate, fearful of triggering any hidden mechanisms. They scrutinized the symbols above. These bore similarities to those they had encountered previously in the temple, the bronze mirror, and the altar, yet were far more intricate and mysterious. With twisted lines and peculiar shapes, seemingly harboring deeper secrets. They endeavored to decipher the meanings of these symbols, only to find each one a standalone enigma, concealing unknown truths. They racked their brains, recalling previous clues, yet could not unearth a method to unravel the mysteries. Suddenly, as they focused on the symbols, the purple mist surrounding the stone tomb began to roil violently, as if caught in a tempest. Soon after, a low, rumbling roar emanated from within the tomb, a sound that seemed to arise from the depths of the earth, laden with boundless fury and resentment, each roar resonating like an earthquake, sending chills down their spines. The trio staggered back in fright, their eyes fixed on the tomb, hearts brimming with dread and confusion, their eyes wide open, afraid to miss any sign of impending danger. Could there be something horrifying within? Achong asked nervously, his grip tightening around the steel pipe. Though he knew it might prove futile, it was merely an instinctive reaction, a form of self-preservation amidst fear. His voice quivered, tinged with unease and anticipation, torn between the terror of facing a more monstrous being and the hope of discovering a solution to their plight. Before they could react, the top of the tomb slowly cracked open, a plume of black smoke billowing skyward, resembling a massive black dragon roaring into the heavens. Within the smoke, a colossal figure gradually emerged. Its silhouette bore some resemblance to the previous monstrosity, but was far larger and more terrifying. Its form seemed to coalesce from a multitude of dark substances, emanating a foul stench that mingled with the purple mist, creating a nauseating aroma that threatened to induce retching. Another monster has appeared. Chun Yu screamed in terror, his voice laced with despair, sharp and piercing, as if to slice through the darkened night sky. His body trembled violently, legs weakening, nearly devoid of the strength to flee, collapsing against Southern Wind, eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Southern Wind's heart sank. He realized they were ensnared in a greater peril. He swiftly grasped the artifact box, palms slick with perspiration, the box trembling slightly in his hands. He sought to harness its power against the newly emerged monster, yet the box's radiance appeared feeble in the face of such overwhelming darkness, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. His expression conveyed tension and anxiety as he adjusted the box's angle, striving to find a balance of power between it and the beast. The creature slowly lifted its enormous arm, resembling a stout black stone pillar, swinging it towards the trio. The arm bore with it a forceful gust, as if capable of obliterating everything in its path, compressing the surrounding air to emit a howling sound. Southern Wind and his companions hurriedly dodged, only to find the purple mist had transformed into intangible barriers, obstructing their movements. Their bodies collided with the mist, akin to striking a soft yet resilient wall, making any further advance impossible. "We're trapped within this mist," Achong shouted, frantically swinging the steel pipe in an attempt to break through the surrounding barrier, but to no avail. The pipe struck the mist with a dull thud, inflicting no damage. His arms ached from exertion, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his eyes filled with despair and rage, yet utterly powerless. The monster's assault intensified, relentlessly swinging its arm, each strike unleashing a tempest and showering debris. The three maneuvered within the constrained space, dodging left and right, sustaining injuries from flying stones and smoke, blood seeping from their wounds, staining their garments. The pain surged from their injuries, akin to countless needles piercing simultaneously, rendering their movements sluggish, each action accompanied by excruciating agony. Just as despair washed over them, Southern Wind suddenly noticed a symbol on the tomb glowing faintly. A spark ignited within him, recalling the insights gleaned from the temple. Perhaps these symbols were interconnected, capable of invoking a more formidable power. His gaze radiated excitement and expectation, as if beholding a glimmer of hope. He swiftly directed Achong and Chun Yu to touch the symbols in a specific sequence. "Achong, you touch that triangular symbol first, and Chun Yu, follow with the adjacent curved one." His voice was urgent and tense, each word akin to an urgent command. As they executed their movements, the symbols on the tomb grew brighter, the purple mist beginning to dissipate gradually, the radiance piercing like sunlight through clouds, gradually banishing the darkness. The monster seemed to sense the threat, its assaults becoming increasingly frenzied, its roars causing the tomb to tremble, fissures appearing in the ground beneath them. Yet, Southern Wind and his companions did not relent. They remained focused on touching the symbols, each touch accompanied by tension and anticipation. Their fingers glided gently over the symbols, as if conversing with ancient forces. At last, when the final symbol illuminated, the tomb emitted a blinding light, shooting skyward. So brilliant it seemed capable of illuminating the entire world, thoroughly dispelling the surrounding darkness and mist. Under the radiance, the monster let out a pained howl, its voice steeped in despair and refusal. As its form began to dissolve, the dark material disintegrating and merging into the air. However, before they could exhale a sigh of relief, the ground beneath them suddenly convulsed violently. Cracks began to spread from the tomb, as if the earth were being torn asunder, with black smoke and strange light surging forth from the fissures, plunging the entire valley into chaos. The mist thickened, and the light flickered, obscuring their view of the surroundings. "What on earth is happening?" Chun Yu exclaimed in terror, his voice laden with helplessness, sounding so diminutive amidst the chaos that surrounded him, as if it might be swallowed whole at any moment. Nan Feng's expression darkened significantly. He understood that the ordeal was far from over. They needed to devise a response swiftly, lest they remain forever ensnared in this nightmarish realm. Chapter 15. Echoes of the abyss. The ground beneath them trembled as if scorched by the wrath of an ancient demon, or manipulated by a furious hand emerging from the depths of a dark abyss, shaking violently with an ominous intensity. Each tremor carried the weight of destruction, threatening to upend the very foundations of the world and drag all existence into an endless chaos. Black smoke and strange luminescence erupted from the fissures, entwining in a frenzied dance. The smoke was thick as ink, seemingly seeping from the deepest pits of hell, imbued with the stench of decay and despair. The eerie light flickered like will-o'-the-wisps, alternating between ghostly green and ghastly red, casting distorted reflections of their surroundings. The two forces converged, swiftly enveloping Nanfeng, a Chang, and Chun Yu in a shroud of chaotic mist, as if they were trapped in a shadowy otherworld. A pungent aroma surged from all directions, an exquisitely complex and nauseating scent, a blend of putrid decay, charred flesh, and an indescribable essence of unnameable dread. This odor pierced their nostrils, eliciting a sharp pain that made breathing laborious, nearly suffocating. Fear spread like an invisible yet tenacious net, silently creeping from their feet, up their trembling legs, coiling around their quaking bodies, ultimately constricting their hearts, making each breath quiver uncontrollably, and every heartbeat resonate with boundless anxiety. "What on earth is happening?" Chun Yu cried out with a voice tinged with tears, exerting every ounce of strength to be heard. Yet, in the tumultuous din, his voice resembled a solitary leaf caught in a tempest, feeble and on the verge of being drowned out by the overwhelming cacophony of terror. His legs felt as weak as overcooked noodles, quaking uncontrollably, barely able to sustain his weight. Instinctively, he clutched Nanfeng's arm with all his might, his nails digging into Nanfeng's flesh, leaving stark, alarming marks, as if this grip was his only lifeline in this nightmarish abyss. Releasing it would plunge him into an irretrievable void. Nanfeng's brows were knotted in a tight frown, the creases on his forehead etched deep, as if carved by the relentless passage of time. Sweat poured uncontrollably from his brow, mingling with the dust and fresh blood on his face, obscuring his vision, rendering everything before him hazy, as if viewed through a grimy, cracked pane of glass, shrouded in peril. His eyes widened, bloodshot and intense, fixating on the horrifying manifestations around them, his mind racing like a machine at full throttle, desperately seeking a crucial clue to unravel the chaos enveloping them. "I am uncertain, but it undoubtedly relates to the secret of this stone tomb. We must devise a plan swiftly." His voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper rasping against rough wood, imbued with a barely perceptible tremor, a testament to his struggle to maintain composure amidst overwhelming fear, each word a laborious effort, yet laced with determination and defiance. A Chang gripped the steel pipe tightly, though it felt feeble and toy-like against the unimaginable horrors before them, as if it could be easily shattered. Nonetheless, he regarded it as his final bastion of hope and physical support. His arms trembled slightly from exertion, muscles taut as stone, each fiber bearing immense strain. On the verge of breaking, beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down his dust-coated, blood-streaked cheeks, leaving behind grimy, shocking trails. "No matter what, we cannot succumb to despair," he growled in a low voice, resolute and defiant, embodying a spirit unwilling to yield, a cry of resistance emanating from the depths of his soul, brimming with courage despite the overwhelming odds. At that moment, a deep, resonating rumble emanated from the stone tomb, a sound reminiscent of an ancient beast stirring after eons of slumber, its wrathful roar echoing through the air. This sound bore immense power, causing their eardrums to throb painfully. as if countless sharp needles were stabbing into their minds, filling their heads with a relentless buzzing. Soon after, an eerie green light began to rise from the depths of the tomb, within which a vague silhouette flickered, as if emerging from another mysterious dimension, exuding an aura that was decidedly alien to this world. As the light intensified, the figure became clearer, revealing a humanoid cloaked in black robes, towering and otherworldly, imposing an overwhelming sense of dread. His face was obscured by an impenetrable shadow, rendering his features indistinguishable, yet an oppressive aura surged forth, suffocating in its intensity, akin to a tidal wave poised to engulf them, shattering their resolve. What is that thing? Chunyu stammered in horror, his voice trembling nearly beyond recognition, each syllable quaking like a withered leaf rustling in a chilling autumn breeze, fragile and helpless. His body shook violently, teeth chattering uncontrollably, producing a cacophony that echoed ominously in the still, terrifying atmosphere, each sound a tolling bell heralding doom. Nanfeng's heart sank suddenly, as if plummeting into an endless abyss, an ominous premonition swiftly enveloping him like dark clouds, stifling his breath. He gripped the artifact box tightly, sweat soaking his palms, causing it to become slick and nearly slip from his grasp. He sought to harness its power against the impending threat, yet the box's glow dimmed under the overwhelming pressure. Barely discernible, akin to a firefly flickering on the verge of extinction, destined to succumb to the enveloping darkness. Whatever it may be, we must prepare for defense. As he spoke, he quickly shielded Chunyu and Achong behind him, despite his own anxiety causing his palms to sweat profusely, his heart racing in his chest as if trying to break free, each beat accompanied by intense fear and unease. Achong swallowed hard, striving to steady himself, a dull sound emanating from his throat. He clutched the steel pipe, slightly bending his knees, adopting a stance poised for attack, muscles taut like a drawn bowstring, ready to unleash at any moment. This entity appears malevolent. We must exercise caution. His voice was low and tense, resonating like a drum struck with force, each word imbued with suppressed terror. His gaze remained fixed on the figure in black, unblinking, unwilling to show any weakness, as if diverting his eyes for even an instant would reveal a vulnerability that the cloaked figure could exploit, plunging him into irretrievable peril. The figure in black slowly raised a hand, seemingly composed of dense darkness, exuding an aura of chilling dread. In its grasp was an even deeper, more profound darkness, and with every movement, the surrounding black smoke responded as if summoned by an unseen force, swirling around him like iron filings drawn to a magnet, coalescing into a colossal black vortex. Amidst the swirling vortex, chilling screams reverberated, echoing like the anguished cries of countless tormented souls. Each wail pierced the air like a sharp blade, striking deep into the nerves of the three companions, sending shivers down their spines and raising the hair on their necks. It felt as though they were ensnared in the very depths of hell, surrounded by unending agony and terror. Not good, it's gathering strength, Nanfeng shouted, his voice laced with urgency and fear, akin to an alarm ringing out in that dreadful environment. We cannot allow it to prevail. We must find a way to stop it. His gaze darted anxiously around the stone tomb, scrutinizing every nook and cranny, even the smallest stone or a withered leaf, seeking anything that could be of use, a flicker of hope that could be their sole chance of survival. At that moment, Nanfeng suddenly recalled the mysterious symbols upon the stone tomb, each resembling a cryptic code concealing immense secrets, awaiting their deciphering. Perhaps the connections between them held a deeper power, the key to unraveling this crisis. He swiftly turned, his eyes wide as if to imprint every symbol upon his mind. Upon careful examination, he noticed several symbols glowing faintly under the eerie green light, as if they were signaling for help amidst the darkness, guiding them toward a glimmer of hope. Achong, Chinyu, come quickly. These symbols might be pivotal. Nanfeng called to his companions, simultaneously attempting to touch the luminous symbols in a specific sequence based on his prior experience. His fingers trembled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation as they inched toward the symbols. With every step closer, his heart raced, akin to a gamble with fate. The trio hastily followed Nanfeng's lead, each touch eliciting a gentle tremor from the stone tomb, reminiscent of an ancient heartbeat, imbued with a mysterious rhythm. The greenish glow flickered in response, as if communicating with their actions, each flicker narrating an ancient tale of power and redemption. The figure in the black robe seemed to sense their intentions, unleashing an enraged roar that resonated like thunder, shaking the very air around them. The force of the black vortex intensified, causing the ground to begin collapsing, fissures widening like gaping wounds, exuding an aura of darkness that threatened to engulf the world into an abyss. As the symbols were activated one by one, the light emanating from the tomb grew brighter, akin to the rising sun, radiating warmth and hope, gradually forming a colossal protective shield around the three. The shield emitted a soft, warm glow, starkly contrasting the encroaching darkness, resembling a lighthouse amidst the night, offering them solace. The attacks from the figure in the black robe struck the shield, producing a sizzling sound reminiscent of electricity coursing through the air, as if the forces of darkness and light were clashing violently. Yet, the shield remained steadfast. The relentless assaults from the dark entity could not breach this formidable barrier, granting the trio a fleeting respite. "It seems we've found the right approach. Let us press on," Nan Feng exclaimed with excitement, though his voice still bore the weight of tension, interlaced with a burgeoning glimmer of hope, akin to witnessing a ray of light in the darkest of times. However, the power of the figure in the black robe was formidable. With frenzied movements, he unleashed countless black tendrils from the swirling darkness, each resembling a coiling serpent, robust and menacing. They lashed out at the shield with tremendous force, causing it to vibrate ominously. Under the onslaught of the tendrils, the shield began to crack, the fractures spreading like a spider's web, each one a deep wound threatening to shatter, leaving the trio's fate hanging precariously, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. "We cannot endure like this. The shield will not hold," Achang cried out, his voice fraught with desperation and dread, embodying the fear of imminent peril. The specter of death looming ever closer. He swung a steel pipe desperately at the tendrils, yet it struck them as if they were mere wisps, failing to inflict any damage, rendering his efforts futile. Chun Yu's face turned ashen, resembling a blank sheet of paper devoid of color, trembling like a leaf in a tempest. "Fragile and helpless. Are we to be trapped here forever?" His voice quivered, imbued with despair and helplessness, a profound fear of the unknown fate that awaited them. Nan Feng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead like serpents writhing, each pulse reflecting his inner turmoil and unyielding spirit. He understood that surrender was not an option at this juncture. With renewed focus, he scrutinized the symbols on the tomb, his gaze unwavering as if he sought to penetrate their essence, searching for a means to amplify the shield's power, each symbol a spark of hope, yearning to uncover the most critical one to ignite the flame of possibility. Suddenly, he discerned a symbol that had remained dormant, positioned at the base of the tomb, its peculiar shape resembling a twisted eye, emanating an aura of mystery and eeriness, as though it were observing them, awaiting awakening. This symbol might be the key. Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Feng crouched down, his knees striking the ground with a resounding thud, pain shooting through him, yet he paid it no heed. He reached out to touch the symbol, his fingers trembling, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation coursing through him as he neared this enigmatic secret. The moment his fingers made contact, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the symbol, slicing through the darkness and ascending toward the heavens. Simultaneously, the ground around the tomb began to tremor, the fissures slowly mending as if unseen hands were stitching the earth's wounds, each healing crack expanding like the dawn of hope. The black smoke and eerie glow gradually dissipated, retreating like receding tides. As the surrounding darkness was gradually vanquished by the emerging light, the figure in the black robe emitted a terrified shriek, filled with despair and resentment. As if stripped of its power, its form became ethereal, dissipating like smoke in the wind, gradually fading into transparency. The force of the black vortex swiftly weakened, the once formidable darkness crumbling, its once rampant essence slowly vanishing. However, just as they believed the crisis was about to be averted, the figure unleashed a heart-wrenching scream, slicing through the air with unending malice. Its form shattered into countless black shards, akin to a barrage of bullets, hurtling toward the trio, each fragment imbued with the essence of death. "Watch out," Nan Feng shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of Chunyu and Achang, as if to erect a solid barrier with his own body. The black shards struck the shield, creating a cacophony reminiscent of pebbles pelting glass, causing the shield to sway violently, fissures widening, threatening to shatter once more, leaving their fates hanging in precarious balance. Chapter 16. The phantom strikes again under the relentless assault of the black shards. The shield emitted a distressing creak, akin to an ancient fortress on the verge of collapse. The violent shaking rendered Nan Feng, Achang, and Chunyu unsteady, forcing them to lean against one another in a desperate bid to maintain balance. The cracks spread rapidly like a delicate spider's web, each fracture a stark warning of their precarious destiny, echoing the despair of imminent collapse. 3 individuals took refuge within the luminous barrier, their hearts racing wildly in their chests. The frantic rhythm seemed as though it would burst forth, competing with the terrifying cacophony beyond. The protective dome was on the brink of collapse. Achang's voice, laced with extreme fear and urgency, became shrill and nearly broke. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling cracks on a parched earth, fixated on the ever-widening fissure, filled with despair and unwillingness. The steel pipe in his grasp fell limply to the ground with a clatter, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Sweat uncontrollably trickled down his forehead, trailing over his fear-stricken face, mingling with blood and dirt, leaving behind murky streaks. At that moment, his heart brimmed with hopelessness, yet he was loath to be consumed by darkness. The instinct to survive compelled him to struggle amidst despair. Chun Yu's complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of color, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Each shiver seemed to be the last quivering of a leaf about to fall in the chilling breeze. The sound of his chattering teeth echoed starkly in the tense atmosphere, resembling a countdown clock, each tick resonating in the hearts of those present. What should we do?" he uttered, his voice tinged with a sob, imbued with helplessness and terror, as he clutched himself tightly, as if to summon a semblance of safety against the impending disaster. His gaze, filled with confusion and dread, turned towards Nanfeng, harboring the last flicker of hope. As though he were the sole lifeline in this abyss of darkness. Nanfeng's brow was tightly knitted, veins protruding on his forehead like serpents, a testament to his acute tension and anxiety. His mind raced, functioning like a finely tuned instrument, striving to unearth the final chance of survival from this dire predicament. "Stay calm. There must be a way," he asserted, his voice firm yet tinged with a tremor that betrayed his inner turmoil. His eyes frantically scanned the stone mound and its surroundings, leaving no potential clue overlooked, for even the slightest change could unlock their escape. Just as the luminous barrier was on the verge of shattering, Nanfeng suddenly detected an unusual fluctuation in the glow emanating from the stone mound. The light had become erratic, rippling like waves on a disturbed surface. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the pivotal symbol flickered intermittently, as if conveying some arcane message. A spark ignited in his mind, reminiscent of a flash of lightning cutting through the darkness. Recalling an ancient mural he had observed in a temple, the imagery depicted therein bore a subtle connection to the symbol on the stone mound. Though his memory was faint, the sense of familiarity surged powerfully. "Chun Yu, I believe I know what to do," Nanfeng exclaimed, his voice imbued with a thrill of survival and anticipation, as though a glimmer of dawn had pierced the darkness. "Let us focus our minds and channel our strength into this symbol." As he spoke, he swiftly closed his eyes, pressing his hands firmly against the stone mound. The cold touch of the stone and the faintly surging mysterious energy coursed through him. He endeavored to transfer his strength through his palms into the symbol, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and disappearing upon contact with the stone. Chang and Yu exchanged a glance, recognizing the uncertainty and concern reflected in each other's eyes. Yet at this juncture, they had no alternative but to place their trust in Nanfeng. They too shut their eyes, gently placing their hands on the stone mound, striving to calm their hearts, concentrating to infuse their energy. In an instant, the light of the symbol flared brilliantly, the once dim emblem now radiating with dazzling brilliance, akin to a resplendent star. The previously trembling barrier gradually steadied. The dark shard striking against it produced only a muted sound, failing to instigate further agitation. The dark-clad figure, witnessing this transformation, let out a furious roar, the sound reverberating through the air as if intent on shattering the very world. His form flickered amidst the inky smoke, akin to a specter, as his hands flailed wildly, seemingly attempting to rend the ceaseless darkness. Within the black vortex, the anguished cries of countless tormented souls rose again, their wails piercingly despairing, as though seeking to infiltrate the essence of the trio, sending chills down their spines. Each cry was like a sharp blade, slicing through their nerves, inundating their hearts with fear and anguish. "This is bad. He refuses to relent," Nanfeng shouted, his voice laced with urgency and alarm. "We must hasten our efforts to obliterate his power." He intensified the output of his energy, sweat beads cascading down his forehead, splattering against the stone mound, sending up tiny droplets. His hands trembled slightly, yet they remained steadfastly pressed against the stone, as if engaged in a life-and-death contest with the cloaked figure. As their power surged into the stone mound, the light amplified, forming a soaring pillar that pierced the heavens, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Illuminated by this radiant beam, the dark figure's form grew increasingly insubstantial, as if swept away by the wind, his power waning. Nevertheless, the dark figure appeared unwilling to surrender easily. He emitted a chilling shriek, reminiscent of a night owl's call, sending shivers down their spines. His body swelled suddenly, becoming immense, charging towards the barrier, stirring a fierce gust that sent debris swirling. "Watch out," Nanfeng shouted, his voice filled with trepidation. The trio hastily retreated, their steps frantic, nearly losing their footing. The dark figure collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous crash, the sound deafening, akin to the very heavens collapsing. The barrier shook violently once more, fissures reappearing, more densely packed and wider than before. Yet this time, the symbol on the stone mound shone brightly, a powerful force emanating from it, surging like a tidal wave, rebounding the dark figure's strength. Thrown back by this force, he fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, he realized his strength was nearly depleted. His body quivered slightly, his eyes brimming with resentment and hatred. Seizing the opportunity, Nanfeng and the others intensified their energy output. The light from the stone mound transforming into a blade, striking at the dark figure. Wherever the light reached, the figure began to disintegrate, dissolving into countless black shards that danced away with the wind. The dark figure emitted a desperate howl, laden with endless pain and despair, as if casting a final accusation against the world. Under the illumination of the light, his form gradually faded, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The black vortex dissipated, along with the surrounding murky smoke and eerie glow, restoring tranquility to the valley. The once pervasive stench and darkness in the air slowly receded, replaced by fresh air and warm sunlight. The three collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies and spirits utterly exhausted, their clothes soaked with sweat. They felt as though all their strength had been drained. It's finally over, Chinyu murmured weakly, his voice tinged with fatigue and relief, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted. A glimmer of liberation shone in his eyes, as the tautness of his nerves finally relaxed. However, Nanfeng sensed that matters were not so simple. Rising unsteadily, his legs trembled, his body yet to fully recover. He vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, noticing peculiar patterns emerging on the valley floor, resembling ancient symbols that radiated an enigmatic aura. These symbols were oddly shaped, their lines twisted, as if whispering an ancient and mysterious tale. Everyone, be cautious. This is not over, Nanfeng warned, his voice imbued with vigilance and concern. These patterns seem unusual. We must decipher their meaning. He approached the markings, crouching down to observe closely, seeking to uncover the clues within. His fingers gently brushed against the intricate patterns, feeling their unevenness, attempting to decipher the concealed messages within. Achang and Chinyu also rose to their feet, their bodies still somewhat feeble. Yet they cautiously followed Nanfeng, inching closer to the enigmatic designs. Their eyes were filled with a blend of curiosity and trepidation, uncertain of the unknown that these patterns might unveil. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from the patterns on the ground, dazzling and consuming the three of them in its brilliance. They felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, as if the world itself were spinning, before they succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining awareness, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. Before them lay a vast cavern, its walls shimmering with otherworldly luminescence, creating a tapestry of mysterious images. Within these visions, they witnessed the village's past, a brutal war that had once ravaged this land. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the din of battle echoing through the air, as countless villagers struggled for survival amidst the flames, their blood staining the earth. They also beheld the anguished struggles of tormented souls, their faces contorted with resentment and despair, as if recounting their tragic fates. What is happening? Chinyu asked in alarm, his voice reverberating through the cavern, tinged with fear and confusion. His body trembled slightly, shaken by the harrowing sights before him. Nanfeng's expression grew grave. He realized they had potentially uncovered a long-buried secret. These images seemed to convey that the village had endured a catastrophic disaster intimately tied to the figure in the black robe and the monstrous beings. He spoke, his gaze fixed intently on the depictions, striving to extract further clues. Worry flickered in his eyes, as if he sensed an impending, greater challenge. Achang furrowed his brow, his expression rife with doubt and concern. What should we do now? How can we escape this place? He inquired, his voice laced with urgency and helplessness. His hands clenched into fists, anxiety swirling within him as he pondered the future that lay ahead. Nanfeng remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the wall's imagery in search of an escape route. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure emerge in the images, the elderly man from the mysterious temple. The elder held an artifact that radiated a gentle glow, seemingly brimming with boundless power. He nodded slightly at the trio depicted in the vision, before the imagery gradually faded. I believe I know what must be done, Nanfeng declared, his voice imbued with determination and hope. We must locate that artifact. Only it can aid us in escaping and unraveling the village's curse. He turned to Achang and Chinyu, his eyes brimming with expectation and encouragement. His gaze radiated confidence, assuring them they could indeed find the artifact and break free from their plight. The trio commenced their search for clues regarding the artifact, discovering peculiar symbols and markings etched into the walls, seemingly guiding their path forward. The shapes varied. Some resembled serpentine forms, others like soaring birds, and yet others like mysterious eyes. They cautiously followed these leadings, each step imbued with uncertainty and fear. A damp and fetid odor permeated the cavern, inducing nausea, reminiscent of decay. Cold droplets dripped from the walls, striking them and sending chills through their bodies, as if unseen, frigid hands were brushing against them. They remained oblivious to what awaited them ahead, yet they understood that only by finding the artifact could they escape this ceaseless terror. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from ahead, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, imbued with boundless rage and resentment. The trio's faces turned pale, and they huddled closely together, fear enveloping them once more. The roars grew nearer, as if a colossal beast were approaching. Their hearts raced and breaths quickened, as if the very sound of their heartbeats reverberated through the cavern. Chapter 17. Whispers from the abyss. The roar reverberated throughout the cavern, each sound carrying an immense weight, striking the nerves of Nan Feng, Chong, and Shinya like a chilling hammer, sending tremors through their very souls. The three huddled together like startled birds, their bodies quaking uncontrollably, as fear surged like a black tide, engulfing them entirely. The damp, rancid air thickened, as if an invisible, frigid hand clutched their throats, making each breath a painful struggle. What was that sound? Chun Yu's voice quavered, tinged with desperation, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The sound stark in the oppressive silence of the cavern. Grasping Nan Feng's arm as if clinging to a lifeline, his nails nearly piercing the skin, leaving pale imprints behind. His eyes were filled with terror and despair, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter in the impenetrable darkness of the cavern, utterly helpless. Nan Feng's face turned ashen, devoid of color, his heart racing, each beat sounding like a frantic alarm in the abyss. His gaze darted through the darkness, wide-eyed and frantic, straining to discern the source of the sound. Yet, all he beheld was an endless void, a darkness that loomed like a lurking beast, swallowing everything whole, obscuring all sight. Stay calm. Let us see if there is somewhere to hide, he urged himself, attempting to sound composed, though his quivering tone betrayed the anxiety simmering within. He understood that in the face of such unknown horrors, panic would only exacerbate their plight, potentially thrusting them into an irretrievable abyss. Chong gripped the steel pipe tightly, fully aware that it might serve as little more than a fragile lifeline against the impending terror, yet it was his sole source of psychological and physical support. The last flicker of hope amidst the fearful chasm. His arms trembled from exertion, muscles taut as stone, beads of sweat rolling down his dust-streaked, terrified face, leaving trails of grime. Whatever it is, we'll face it head-on, he muttered fiercely, his voice laced with determination, attempting to bolster his courage and dispel the dread festering within. The trio cautiously retreated, their steps unsteady and frantic, each movement deliberate, fearful of inadvertently triggering some lethal threat. Their eyes remained fixed ahead, where darkness loomed, thick and impenetrable, as if harboring all the terrors and evils of the world. As the roars drew closer, they felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure bearing down upon them, akin to an invisible, colossal mountain rushing towards them, nearly stealing their breath away. Suddenly, a pair of eerie green eyes flickered into existence within the darkness, glimmering like ghostly flames, radiating a cold and sinister light, as though from another grim realm. The eyes drew nearer, gradually revealing the silhouette of a gargantuan figure. Its size was beyond comprehension, exuding a pungent stench far more potent than the already nauseating atmosphere of the cavern, the foul odor penetrating their nostrils, nearly inducing vomit. What manner of creature is that? Chun Yu screamed in terror, his voice echoing wildly within the cavern, infused with boundless fear and despair, as if that piercing cry could shatter the suffocating silence of the darkness. His legs weakened, knees trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to stand, collapsing against Nan Feng like a puddle of mud, as if clinging tightly was the only way to derive a modicum of safety from him. Nan Feng's heart sank like a stone, plummeting into an abyss of dark uncertainty, as he instantaneously recognized the unprecedented crisis they faced. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the artifact box in his hand, its glow appearing so feeble amidst the cavern's profound darkness, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Yet, it remained their sole beacon of hope in this dire situation, their only guide through the shadows. Everyone, be cautious. It appears extremely perilous, he murmured, his voice low and hoarse, gradually crouching down, eyes fixed intently on the creature's every movement. searching for a chance to confront the dreadful beast, his mind racing with possible strategies. Chang swallowed hard, striving to steady himself, a muffled gurgle escaping his throat. He slightly bent his body, legs flexed, muscles taut, poised for an explosive reaction, gripping the steel pipe tightly, ready to strike at any moment. His eyes widened like saucers, fixated on the creature, revealing a mix of vigilance and resolve, unwilling to allow even a moment's laxity. As if the slightest distraction would expose them to the monster's lethal grasp, plunging them into an irreversible fate. No matter what it is, we must not let it near us. His voice resonated with a deep-seated determination, imbued with the courage of one undeterred by the multitude, reverberating through the cavern, albeit faintly, yet infused with an indomitable strength. The monster advanced slowly, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, emitting a dull, heavy sound, as if the very earth beneath its feet quaked in submission. As it drew closer, the three of them finally beheld its horrifying visage. It was an abominably massive creature, its body seemingly assembled from countless decaying flesh fragments, exuding an appalling stench that mingled the foulness of putrid meat with the acrid scent of pus and an indescribable eerie aura. Its form was adorned with sharp spines, each glistening coldly, dripping with black viscous fluid that sizzled upon contact with the ground, as if corroding the earth, releasing wisps of strange greenish smoke. The creature opened its cavernous maw, revealing rows of fangs sharp as daggers, each glinting ominously, followed by a deafening roar, a cacophony of unending rage and resentment, as if a curse from the deepest abyss had manifested, laden with suffering and bitterness. It swung its gigantic claws, resembling two colossal scythes, lunging towards the trio. The wind from its attacks slicing their faces painfully, each movement akin to 1,000 needles piercing their skin. "Dodge!" Nan Feng shouted, his voice tinged with urgency and dread, echoing within the cavern. The three scattered in different directions, their movements frantic and hurried. The creature's claws grazed Nan Feng's body, sending a chilling gust that drenched him in cold sweat, his back instantly soaked. Seizing the opportunity, Chang swung the steel pipe with all his might towards the monster's legs. However, the pipe struck the creature's hardened skin, producing a dull thud, as if he had struck an impenetrable granite wall, inflicting no damage, and leaving his arm numb from the impact. The monster, seemingly enraged by Chang's audacity, whirled around with blinding speed, swiping its claws once more at Chang. Unable to evade, Chang felt the claws rake across his arm, sharp as a blade, blood gushing forth, staining his sleeve, a stark contrast against the darkness of the cavern. Pain erupted from the wound, a searing agony that coursed through his body, rendering his movements sluggish, each action accompanied by excruciating discomfort. "Chang!" Both Nan Feng and Xinyu cried out simultaneously, their voices laced with worry and concern. Reverberating in the cavern, Nan Feng dashed towards the creature, attempting to divert its attention and alleviate Chang's burden. He swung the artifact box at the monster's head. The moment it made contact, a faint glow flickered in the darkness. The monster seemed to recoil from the light, emitting a pained howl, filled with fury and defiance. Xinyu, anxiously searching for an opportunity, scanned the shadows, frantically groping the ground. At last, he picked up a stone and hurled it at the beast. The stone struck the creature, producing a dull thud, yet it elicited no response from the monster. Undeterred, he continued to seek anything useful around him, his gaze reflecting determination and resolve. Under the relentless assault from Nan Feng and Xinyu, the monster grew increasingly frenzied. Its howls reverberated through the cavern, shaking the very walls, as it thrashed about wildly. The walls bore deep gouges from its claws, debris raining down, clattering against the ground. The three sought refuge in the confined space, dodging and weaving, sustaining injuries from the flying shards, blood seeping from their wounds, mingling with the dust, rendering them a pitiful sight. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, Nan Feng suddenly noticed a seemingly vulnerable spot on the monster, its abdomen. The skin there appeared relatively thin, devoid of the menacing spines, starkly contrasting against its writhing form. A flicker of hope ignited within him, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. "Chang, Xinyu, attack its abdomen. That may be its weakness," Nan Feng shouted, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation, echoing throughout the cavern. Hearing his call, Chang and Xinyu summoned their courage, launching their assault on the monster's belly. Chang, gritting his teeth against the pain that throbbed like a sharp knife through his nerves, gripped the steel pipe tightly, mustering every ounce of strength to stab at the creature's abdomen. The pipe plunged into the monster's flesh, emitting a dull squelch, eliciting a piercing scream filled with agony and rage, its body convulsing violently, as if it were a powder keg ready to explode. Yu also seized a sharp branch, thrusting it towards the creature's midsection. Though the damage was minimal, it exacerbated the monster's thrashing. The creature's struggles intensified. It lashed out wildly with its claws, attempting to shake off the trio, the winds generated by its strikes reverberating through the air around them. Nanfeng clung tightly to the steel pipe embedded in the monster's abdomen, exerting force to widen the wound, his hands straining, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, dripping onto the creature. Through their combined efforts, the wound on the monster's belly expanded, black viscous fluid oozing forth, its pungent odor permeating the air. Ultimately, the monster let out a final roar, filled with profound despair and defiance, its immense frame gradually collapsing, akin to a small mountain crumbling, crashing heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that enveloped the cavern. The three of them collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies and spirits utterly spent, drenched in sweat, exhaustion weighing heavily upon them, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned away, their eyes reflecting the weariness and bewilderment of having survived a harrowing ordeal. However, before they could catch their breath, a deep rumble echoed through the cave, a sound reminiscent of an enraged roar emanating from the bowels of the earth, as though a slumbering giant had been awakened. Suddenly, fissures began to appear beneath their feet, resembling sinister serpents that rapidly spread towards them, while the ground trembled violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. "This is bad. The cave is going to cave in," Nanfeng shouted, his voice laced with urgency and fear. The trio struggled to rise, their legs weak and bodies shaking uncontrollably, yet they paid no heed to their condition and dashed deeper into the cave. They were unaware of the perils that awaited them in the depths, a realm equally rife with uncertainty and danger, but at that moment, they had no choice but to flee into the unknown, each step fraught with trepidation and despair. In the darkness, they stumbled forward, the relentless roar and the sound of falling stones echoing ominously around them, each noise like a countdown to death, quickening their heartbeats. Suddenly, a faint glimmer emerged ahead. Though it was dim, it shone brightly in the oppressive darkness of the cave, akin to a beacon of hope. The sight filled the trio with renewed vigor as they hastened toward the light, which seemed to be their sole chance of escaping the nightmare. As they approached, they discovered a massive stone door, adorned with peculiar symbols. The symbols, twisted and strange, appeared to flow under the light, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. As if whispering a long-forgotten tale, Nanfeng stepped forward, scrutinizing the symbols with a gaze that reflected focus and curiosity. He noticed a subtle connection between these symbols and those they had encountered previously in the temple and stone tomb, as though an invisible thread linked these enigmatic locales. "There may be secrets hidden behind this door that could lead us out of here," Nanfeng mused, excitement and anticipation tinging his voice as it reverberated in the cave. His fingers grazed the ancient symbols, seeking a way to unlock the door, his heart brimming with hope that it might guide them away from this terrifying cave and liberate them from their endless nightmare. Achong and Yu joined him, their faces etched with fatigue and anticipation, their eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. They yearned for the stone door to become their salvation, a passageway from this realm of fear and despair. Yet, just as Nanfeng began to decipher the symbols, an eerie laughter erupted from behind them, a sound that seemed to originate from the depths of hell, cold, sinister, and laden with malice, causing their blood to run cold and their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 18. The Shadow's Labyrinth. The sinister laughter echoed like a curse from the abyss, reverberating through the cave. Each lingering note pierced into the marrow of Nanfeng, Achong, and Yu, sending shivers through their very souls. In an instant, their bodies stiffened like stone, their blood seemingly frozen in their veins, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Nanfeng's fingers, which had lightly rested on the symbols of the stone door, halted abruptly as he slowly turned his head, his eyes wide with terror, bloodshot and straining to discern the source of the laughter that permeated the darkness, a darkness as impenetrable as an unfathomable abyss, swallowing all light. Yu's breath quickened and grew heavy, akin to a frightened fawn in the wilderness, his chest heaving violently. Where's that laughter coming from?" His voice trembled, almost breaking into a sob, the pitch distorted with fear. He clung tightly to the hem of Nanfeng's garment, his fingers whitening with the force of his grip, as if that could grant him a semblance of safety from the impending unknown threat. His mind raced with horrifying images, grotesque faces, contorted limbs, and an endless void of darkness, each terrifying vision striking like a hammer upon his frail nerves, quickening his heartbeat to the brink of explosion. Achong's arm still dripped with blood, the crimson liquid pooling at his feet. The pain from his wound felt like a sharp knife slicing through his nerves, intertwining with the profound fear that gripped him, causing his body to tremble slightly. He tightened his grip on the steel pipe, which had proven nearly useless against the monstrous foe, yet at this moment, it remained his last bastion of psychological comfort. His final straw in this horrifying predicament. Whatever you are, come out. Hiding is no skill. A Chong bellowed, his voice echoing in the cave, attempting to dispel the tidal wave of fear surging within him. Yet, the slight tremor in his tone betrayed his inner turmoil, every word tinged with barely perceptible quaver. The cave remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness, thick as unyielding ink, the shadows seemingly tangible, pressing down upon them, suffocating their breaths. Only the symbols on the stone door emitted a faint glow, flickering uncertainly in the abyss-like darkness, as if ready to extinguish at any moment. The laughter returned, this time clearer, as if an invisible specter hovered just by their ears, softly uttering that spine-chilling sound. Nanfeng fought to maintain his composure, inhaling deeply as his chest heaved, striving to steady his thunderous heartbeat. Everyone, remain calm. In moments like this, we must stay composed. He endeavored to infuse his voice with strength, but the cold sweat that trickled down his brow like serpents sliding down his cheek betrayed his inner disquiet. Suddenly, tendrils of black smoke materialized from the darkness without warning, twisting and writhing as if endowed with life, resembling serpents slithering toward them. As the smoke drew nearer, a noxious stench permeated the air, overwhelming their senses, a putrid odor that was exponentially more intense than the monstrous scent they had encountered before, a grotesque amalgamation of decaying flesh, charred remnants, and an indescribable, eerie fishiness that threatened to suffocate them. Chun Yu shrieked in terror, his voice piercing and shrill as it echoed through the cave. What is that? His legs weakened, trembling uncontrollably, nearly buckling beneath him. Nanfeng furrowed his brow. The lines etched deep in his forehead as he observed the black smoke intently, his eyes unblinking, seeking a means of counteraction. He perceived that the smoke seemed to be manipulated by some mysterious force, purposefully encircling them, each tendril's movement meticulously calculated. In haste, he retrieved the artifact box from his pocket, his palms slick with sweat, the surface of the box rendered slippery. He hoped it would once again prove useful to shatter this horrifying stalemate. However, the glow of the artifact box appeared feeble in the face of the inky darkness. Akin to a flickering firefly, nearly imperceptible, its light dimming under the shroud of smoke. A Chong swung the steel pipe with fervor, his muscles taut and veins bulging from exertion. He struck at the smoke, the pipe slicing through the air with a whoosh. Yet, as it passed through the smoke, it left no mark, the smoke continuing its languid approach. It's useless. This thing is impervious to that. A Chong exclaimed in desperation, his voice tinged with hopelessness and bewilderment, feeling utterly powerless in the face of this unknown terror. As the black smoke drew ever closer, the trio found themselves increasingly ensnared. Amidst the dense smoke, indistinct silhouettes began to emerge, figures that resembled humans, yet emanated an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. Their movements were slow and mechanical, each step echoing with a creaking sound as if they were dragging heavy chains, akin to the undead rising from ancient graves. Chinyu, terrified, shut his eyes tightly, unwilling to gaze further, his body trembling violently as he muttered repeatedly, "Do not approach, do not approach. Nanfeng, shall we never escape this place?" His voice was steeped in helplessness and despair, akin to a lost traveler in darkness, uttering a final cry for salvation. Nanfeng remained silent, his gaze fixated on those figures, his eyes wide with intensity, absorbing every detail in an attempt to discern their weaknesses. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the silhouettes moved slightly differently from the others. Its motions appeared more agile, not dictated by some external force. And its eyes shimmered with a strange light, reminiscent of ghostly flames in the dark. A flicker of hope ignited within Nanfeng. He sensed that this figure might hold the key to their predicament, perhaps a glimmer of dawn amid the darkness. "Ah Chong, pay attention to that figure. It is unlike the rest," Nanfeng whispered, his voice low and hoarse, as though forced from between clenched teeth. Leaning forward cautiously, he approached the figure with utmost care, each step taken with precision to avoid startling the enigmatic being. Ah Chong noticed the silhouette Nanfeng referred to, gripping his metal pipe tightly. He followed closely, the pain from his arm wound slowing his movements. Yet fear and the will to survive propelled him onward. As they drew near, the figure emitted a sharp cry, reminiscent of an owl's haunting hoot, shattering the oppressive silence of the cave. It lunged at Nanfeng with incredible speed, a gust of wind trailing behind it. Swiftly, Nanfeng sidestepped, his body moving with the agility of a leopard, though he felt the chill emanating from the figure's approach. Simultaneously, he swung the artifact box at it, his arm raised high, fueled by a desperate resolve. This time, the artifact box radiated a brighter light, illuminating the darkness like a flash of lightning. The silhouette let out a piercing howl of anguish, its voice laced with hatred and fury, as its form began to waver, seemingly eroded by the light. "It appears this light affects it," Nan Feng exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration and newfound hope. He swung the artifact box vigorously, his arm moving rapidly, each flicker of light serving as a counterattack against the darkness. The black smoke and indistinct figures recoiled from the glow, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Their once coordinated movements now descending into chaos. Yet, just as they believed they had momentarily escaped danger, the cave floor trembled violently, as if a colossal hand were shaking the very ground beneath them. The stone door, etched with ancient symbols, began to sway, emitting a deep, resonant sound akin to an ancient funeral bell echoing through the cavern. The trio stared in terror at the stone door, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. Uncertain of what would transpire next, each second felt like an eternity. The door creaked open, releasing a stale and mysterious aura, a blend of the dust of ages and arcane power. Beyond lay a long corridor, its walls aglow with strange luminescence, resembling countless eyes watching them from the shadows, each concealing a secret. Do we venture inside?" Chunyu stammered, his voice quivering with trepidation and hesitation, his body trembling slightly, his gaze revealing his bewilderment. His heart was heavy with fear, yet he sensed that this might be their sole escape from the confines of this place. Caught between the unknown terror and the instinct to survive, he found himself in a dilemma. After a moment's contemplation, Nan Feng furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying both resolve and concern. "We have no other choice. If we wish to leave, perhaps we must proceed through this corridor." His tone carried a note of determination, as if rallying himself and his companions, though it could not mask the worry that lingered within him. Fully aware that greater dangers might lie ahead, the three entered the corridor cautiously, each step taken with the utmost care, their footfalls soft against the ground to avoid disturbing anything. The corridor's illumination flickered erratically, at times bright, at others dim, rendering their vision unclear, as though they were ensnared in a dreamlike realm. Suddenly, strange patterns emerged upon the walls, resembling ancient murals, weathered by time yet still exuding a mysterious aura. The murals depicted terrifying scenes, individuals consumed by dark forces, their bodies contorted, faces twisted in agony and fear. Others struggled desperately, hands raised to the sky as if pleading for help. Monstrous giants wreaked havoc, their forms as massive as mountains, leaving ruin in their wake. These depictions seemed to convey a narrative, Ah Chong murmured, his gaze drawn to an illustration of a towering figure in a black robe standing amidst a pile of corpses. The figure's face was obscured by shadows, rendering its expression indecipherable, yet the aura it radiated was chilling, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Infused with malevolence and the scent of death, Nan Feng scrutinized the murals with growing concern. He discerned subtle connections between some of the images and the bizarre events they had encountered in the village. The scenes replayed in his mind, gradually assembling a horrifying truth. A sense of unease enveloped him as he realized they were on the verge of uncovering a long-buried secret, one that could lead to even greater peril. They seemed ensnared in a vast trap, sinking deeper into its grasp. As they remained absorbed in the wall's illustrations, a low growl resonated from the corridor's end, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, laden with boundless resentment and fury, causing the walls to tremble. The trio's faces drained of color. Their bodies froze as if paralyzed by an unseen force. "That voice again," Chunyu stammered, his body shaking violently, teeth chattering ominously. The growl drew nearer, an oppressive force bearing down upon them, as if an invisible mountain were pressing toward them. Suddenly, a colossal claw emerged from the corridor's depths, glinting with a cold light, each talon sharp as a dagger, instilling terror in their hearts. "Run!" Nan Feng shouted urgently, his voice infused with fear. The three turned and sprinted towards the corridor's entrance, their footsteps frantic and unsteady. However, they soon realized that the passage behind them had vanished, replaced by a solid stone wall, cold and smooth, as though the corridor had never existed. They found themselves trapped, with the enormous claw advancing, each step quickening their heartbeats, as fear surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf them entirely. Chapter 19. The Forbidden Truth. The enormous claw swung with reckless abandon through the inky darkness, each motion heralding a bone-chilling gust, as if it were drawing forth the frigid air of the abyss, relentlessly closing in on Nan Feng, Ah Chong, and Chunyu, who were ensnared within the corridor. The gleaming claws, shimmering with a chilling light, appeared particularly piercing in the endless, profound darkness. This radiance was frigid and sharp, reminiscent of the scythe wielded high by the grim reaper, exuding an aura of icy death that seemed to mercilessly herald the imminent arrival of demise. Each flicker of that cold light struck heavily upon the hearts of the three individuals. Chen Yu's eyes widened in terror, filled with boundless fear and despair. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold, hard ground with a thud. "We're finished. This time, we're truly finished." His voice trembled with a weeping tone, sharp and quivering with fear, echoing hopelessly through the narrow passage. Every word was saturated with profound dread, hammering the surrounding air and resonating within his companions' hearts. His body shook uncontrollably, like a leaf swept away by a tempest, hands clutching his head tightly, as if attempting to evade the impending catastrophe by mere avoidance. Believing that if he could not see it, danger would not descend, Achong gritted his teeth, the sound of his jaw clenching resonating as he endured the excruciating pain from the wound on his arm. The injury was grotesque, flesh torn and blood seeping continuously, mingling with dust to form murky streaks that trickled down his arm, tracing across his face marked by both terror and resolve. He gripped the steel pipe tightly, aware that in the face of the terrifying unknown, this pipe might prove as fragile as a mere straw, incapable of offering substantial protection. Yet, it was the sole bastion of his defiance, the last weapon with which he could uphold his dignity in this dire predicament. "Let us fight," he whispered fiercely, his voice imbued with a resolve akin to burning bridges, a willingness to embrace death. Though low, his words reverberated through the corridor, attempting to uphold their last shred of dignity, even if it proved futile. Nanfeng's heartbeat quickened dramatically, each pulse echoing like a countdown to life in the darkness. His breaths became rapid and labored, his chest heaving violently. He scanned the surroundings swiftly, his gaze rife with urgency and tension, leaving no corner unexplored in search of a sliver of escape. The passage was narrow and constricted, flanked by icy stone walls that emanated a bone-chilling cold, as if a frigid barrier from another realm. Ahead loomed the terrifying claws, drawing ever closer, each movement carrying a palpable threat of death. Behind them lay the suddenly appeared, unyielding stone wall, smooth and cold, a cruel barrier that severed their retreat, as if fate had intentionally crafted an unsolvable deadlock, ensnaring them in an abyss of despair. Just as the enormous claw was about to make contact, casting a shadow of death over them, Nanfeng's gaze flickered like lightning across the stone wall, suddenly discovering a small, concealed crevice. This gap was remarkably hidden. Had he not maintained acute vigilance in this dire situation, it would have easily gone unnoticed. A faint glow emanated from within the crevice, subtle yet radiant amidst the surrounding gloom, akin to a beacon of hope in the enveloping darkness. Without a moment to ponder, he urgently yanked Chen Yu, who lay prostrate on the ground, nearly succumbing to despair, urging him toward the opening. "Hurry, there's hope here," he exclaimed, his voice imbued with a thrill of survival and anticipation for life, reverberating through the passage and invigorating his companions. Achong swiftly spotted the crevice as well. Trailing closely behind Nanfeng, still clutching the steel pipe, which, despite its prior ineffectiveness, had transformed into a source of inner strength. The three struggled through the narrow gap, their bodies scraping against the rough stone walls, leaving behind traces of abrasions. At long last, they entered a new space. This area was modest in size, its walls adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns. The symbols twisted in form, their lines bizarre, as if narrating a tale of a forgotten, enigmatic history. The patterns depicted various strange scenes, including mysterious sacrificial rituals, colossal monsters, and enigmatic objects radiating otherworldly light. At the center of the space stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a crystal ball emitting a soft glow. The light from the crystal was gentle and mysterious, flickering in the dark space as if beckoning them to unveil its secrets. "What is this place?" Chen Yu gasped, his voice tinged with curiosity and profound fear. His chest heaved, sweat soaking his garments, his eyes fixated on the crystal ball, its faint luminescence appearing particularly enigmatic in the shadows, as if it were an entryway to another world, or a treasure concealing endless secrets. A glimmer of confusion and unease flickered in his gaze, uncertain of the fate this mysterious locale would bestow upon them. Nanfeng approached cautiously, his steps slow and deliberate, each footfall laden with reverence for the unknown. He scrutinized the crystal ball intently, his eyes unblinking, attempting to decipher the concealed messages within its dim light. He discerned blurred images emerging upon the surface of the orb, like fragments of ancient memories dancing within its glow. Among these visions, an ancient sacrificial rite unfolded, villagers clad in peculiar attire encircling a vast stone tomb. murmuring incantations in low, mysterious tones. The tomb radiated an eerie light, seemingly intertwined with the strange phenomena they had encountered, as if an invisible thread connected all the enigmas. "I believe we may have found the key to unraveling the truth," Ninfeng remarked, his voice laced with excitement and tension. His heart raced once more. A thrilling anticipation of uncovering secrets mingled with anxiety over the unknown truth. Carefully, he grasped the crystal ball, his hands trembling slightly, as though he held the fate of the entire world. Eager to extract further information, his gaze reflected a blend of expectation and focus. Just as he lifted the crystal ball, it suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light, illuminating the entire space like a flash of lightning. Within the radiance, a spectral figure gradually materialized, a robed elder. The elder's robe billowed as if caught in a breeze, yet emitted no sound, as though he hailed from another dimension. His visage was kind, with deep wrinkles etched by time, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of concern, a worry for the fate of this world. "You have finally arrived." The elder's voice resonated throughout the space, ethereal and distant, as if echoing from a time long past, imbued with the weight of history. "This village is shrouded in an ancient curse. Many years ago, in pursuit of boundless power, the villagers conducted a forbidden rite, awakening a slumbering evil." The elder's words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of Ninfeng and his companions, leaving them stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief. They could scarcely fathom the terrible secret concealed behind the facade of this seemingly ordinary village. "How can we break this curse?" Ninfeng implored urgently, his voice tinged with eagerness and hope. He stepped forward, his eyes brimming with a thirst for answers, as if the elder's response held the key to their escape from this predicament. The elder sighed softly, an exhalation filled with resignation and concern. "Deep beneath the village lies a mysterious altar, the key to breaking the curse. However, peril surrounds the altar, guarded by ancient beasts and various lethal traps. Only by retrieving 3 keys, symbolizing protection, courage, and wisdom, can one safely reach the altar." The elder's words weighed heavily upon Ninfeng and his companions, who understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and danger. Yet, in their quest to lift the curse, they had no alternative. With that, the elder's figure began to fade, dissipating into the air like smoke. The radiance of the crystal ball gradually dimmed, plunging the space once more into darkness, as if everything that had transpired was merely an ephemeral dream. Ninfeng and his companions fell into contemplation, their faces etched with gravity and concern. They understood that the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet to lift the curse and save the village, they must advance with courage. "We must find those 3 keys, Ninfeng declared resolutely, a glimmer of determination reflected in his eyes. His voice resonated in the darkness, imbued with an unwavering resolve. He knew that this mission was not solely for their own sake, but for the fate of the entire village. Achang and Chunyu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Despite the fear that gripped their hearts, they recognized that evasion was not a viable option. "No matter how dangerous it may be, we will face it together," Achang affirmed, his voice tinged with steadfastness and bravery. He clenched his fists, as if rallying his own spirit and transmitting strength to his companions. The trio commenced their search for clues within this enigmatic realm. They meticulously examined the symbols and patterns adorning the walls, leaving no detail overlooked. Their fingers gently traced the ancient markings, seeking hints regarding the 3 keys. In a corner, they stumbled upon a mural depicting the shapes and potential locations of the keys. Though weathered by time, the mural remained discernible, as if it were a guiding omen of fate. "Look, one key may be in the village's abandoned well, another deep within the ancient forest, and the last in a mysterious cave," Ninfeng pointed out, his voice laced with excitement and anticipation. His fingers glided over the mural, as though he were caressing the threads of destiny. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed from this space, a shadow stealthily emerged, trailing closely behind. The silhouette was indistinct, flickering in the darkness, obscuring its visage, yet an unmistakable malevolence permeated the air, akin to a noxious fog, foreboding greater dangers to come. Following the mural's clues, the trio arrived at the abandoned well beside the village. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the well, reminiscent of a forsaken grave. A massive stone sealed the well's mouth, etched with peculiar symbols that exuded a mysterious and sinister aura, seemingly narrating an ancient curse. "This is the place," Ninfeng uttered, his voice tinged with tension. His heart raced anew, caught between fear of the unknown and anticipation of unraveling the enigma. Together with Achang, he exerted force to dislodge the stone, which groaned against the ground with a screeching sound. A putrid stench assailed them, overwhelming their senses, mingling the sense of decay, sewage, and death, nearly suffocating them. Shinyu covered his mouth and nose, fear evident in his voice. There can't be anything terrifying down there, right? His words trembled, his eyes wide with apprehension. His body quivered, as if already sensing the lurking dangers below. Nanfeng inhaled deeply, striving to dispel the foul odor. Whatever it is, we must descend to investigate, he declared, retrieving a flashlight from his pocket. Its feeble beam barely pierced the darkness, but was their only reliance at that moment. He descended the well slowly, the rope creaking ominously. The bottom was dim and damp, the walls adorned with slick, cold moss, resembling a shroud of death. The ground was inundated with murky water, emitting a nauseating odor. Each step felt like trudging through sludge. Suddenly, a gigantic spider lunged from the shadows, its body as large as a basin, with 8 eyes gleaming with a hellish red light, as if it were a demon from the abyss. "Be careful," Nanfeng shouted, swiftly retreating, splashing through the murky water. A Chang followed suit, brandishing a steel pipe and swinging it at the spider. The pipe arced through the air, fueled by a Chang's fury and fear. The spider deftly evaded the assault, its movements agile and uncanny, before unleashing a stream of white silk that ensnared a Chang's pipe with the swiftness of lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Nanfeng directed the flashlight at the spider's eyes. It recoiled from the harsh light, emitting a piercing, hissing cry that echoed like a curse. Shinyu, at the well's mouth, cheered them on, his voice faint yet instilling a flicker of courage in Nanfeng and a Chang, providing a sense of warmth amid the darkness of the well. After a fierce struggle, Nanfeng noticed a glimmering object in the spider's abdomen, seemingly the key they sought. Timing his move, he leaped, splashing through the water to wrest the key from the creature's body. The spider collapsed, its vitality dissipating in the murky depths. "We have acquired the first key," Nanfeng exclaimed jubilantly, his voice brimming with elation and pride. He and a Chang ascended from the well, reuniting with Shinyu. Their faces radiated triumph, yet they were acutely aware of the looming dangers that awaited them. The trio pressed onward, venturing deeper into the ancient forest. A thick fog enveloped the woods, chilling and dense, akin to a mysterious veil concealing all within. Towering trees loomed, their branches intertwining and blocking sunlight, rendering the forest eerily ominous. They tread cautiously, each step laden with trepidation, wary of triggering hidden traps. Their eyes vigilantly scanned the darkness, ears attuned to every sound. Abruptly, a low, thunderous growl resonated ahead, echoing as if from the depths of hell, suffused with endless wrath and resentment. The three halted, their hearts racing, breaths quickening in fear. A colossal black panther erupted from the fog, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light, cold and piercing, like a specter of the night. It emanated a formidable presence, pressuring their nerves to the brink of suffocation. What is that?" Shinyu stammered, his voice quaking. He clutched Nanfeng's arm tightly, his knuckles whitening from the grip, trembling like a frightened fawn. Nanfeng's heart raced. He understood this panther was no ordinary beast. He quickly strategized, his mind racing. Suddenly, he recalled the elder's words. Courage is a key to unraveling the curse. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and approached the panther. His steps were steady and resolute, each one a challenge to the unknown and a testament to his bravery. "Nanfeng, are you out of your mind?" a Chang shouted, desperate to halt him, but it was too late. Concern and fear filled his voice as he watched Nanfeng move towards the peril. Nanfeng advanced steadily towards the panther, his gaze unwavering, refusing to retreat. Their eyes locked in a contest of courage against fear. The panther appeared momentarily daunted by Nanfeng's audacity, its growls diminishing, its form trembling slightly, as if its inner ferocity wavered before Nanfeng's bravery. Yet soon, it seemed to be compelled by an even darker force, unleashing a more ferocious roar, clawing the earth, raising clouds of dust, and then lunging towards Nanfeng like a bolt of black lightning. A Chang, frantic, swung the steel pipe at the panther's flank without hesitation. A dull thud echoed as the pipe collided with the creature's side, momentarily stalling its charge. The black panther turned its head, glaring fiercely at a Chang with its eyes radiating an eerie green light, before redirecting its focus back to Nanfeng, seemingly convinced that he posed the greatest threat. Undeterred by the panther's aggression, Nanfeng fixed his gaze upon its eyes. In the instant the beast lunged at him, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Simultaneously, he swiftly retrieved a softly glowing stone from his pocket, one he had previously discovered in the mysterious realm, and hurled it forcefully at the panther's eye. The stone struck true, hitting the panther's left eye, eliciting a painful howl from the creature as it began to thrash wildly, attempting to rid itself of the excruciating agony. Seizing the opportunity, a Chang charged forward, delivering a series of powerful blows to the panther's legs. Shinyu, though paralyzed with fear, picked up a branch from the ground and swung it at the panther, striving to divert its attention. With their combined efforts, the panther's attacks gradually slowed, and it bore multiple wounds, its ebony fur stained with crimson. Nevertheless, the panther remained remarkably tenacious. Even in its grievous state, it refused to relent. It emitted another furious roar, summoning its remaining strength to launch one final assault on Nanfeng and his companions. In that moment, Nanfeng felt a surge of urgency. He understood that this could not continue. They needed to quickly identify the panther's weakness and deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind, an image from a mural depicting the battle against a beast, specifically targeting its throat. Inspired, Nanfeng attentively observed the panther's movements, searching for an opportunity to strike its throat. At last, when the panther lunged once more, Nanfeng seized the moment. Leaping forward with an agility he scarcely knew he possessed, wielding a short dagger he had found in the mysterious space, he soared into the air, channeling all his strength into a thrust aimed at the panther's throat. The dagger found its mark, piercing the panther's throat with precision. The creature's body stiffened abruptly before it collapsed slowly to the ground. The eerie green glow in its eyes dimmed gradually, extinguishing completely, as they beheld the fallen panther. The tension and fear that had gripped their hearts began to dissipate. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces and clothes smeared with a mixture of sweat and dirt. We did it, Xinyu panted, his voice tinged with the relief of survival. Nanfeng rose, gazing at the lifeless panther, yet he felt no elation in victory. He understood that this was merely a minor episode in their quest for the key. Far greater dangers awaited them ahead. Let us rest for a moment, then press on, Nanfeng declared, his voice weary yet resolute. Achong and Xinyu nodded in agreement, aware that time was of the essence and the fate of their village still hung in the balance. After a brief pause, the trio rose once more, venturing deeper into the woods. As they progressed, the mist thickened around them, visibility diminishing sharply. They could only rely on their instincts and the occasional traces on the ground to navigate forward. Suddenly, Xinyu felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plummeted downward. "Ah!" he cried out in terror. Nanfeng and Achong reacted swiftly, reaching out to grasp Xinyu. Fortunately, Nanfeng managed to seize Qinyu's arm, pulling him back from the precipice. "Be careful, there are traps here," Nanfeng warned. The three moved with heightened caution, using their weapons to probe the path ahead, fearful of falling into danger once more. At that moment, they encountered a massive tree hollow, an odd aura emanating from it as if concealing some unknown secret. Could the key we seek be hidden within this tree hollow? Achong murmured. Nanfeng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the surroundings and noting peculiar footprints on the ground, suggesting that some large creature frequented the area. Regardless of what lies within, we must investigate, Nanfeng stated, determination gleaming in his eyes. The trio cautiously approached the tree hollow, their heartbeats resonating in the stillness of the woods. As they reached the entrance, a pungent, decaying odor assaulted their senses. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng stepped into the hollow first. Inside, the hollow was dark and damp, its walls crawling with various strange insects. Bones littered the ground, exuding a nauseating stench. The three advanced carefully, their eyes alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling noise echoed from ahead, as if something was rapidly approaching. They halted, weapons at the ready, anxiously watching the darkness. Chapter 20. Echoes of the abyss. Sharp spikes rained down like a torrential storm, bearing the scent of death, hurtling towards Nanfeng, Achong, and Xinyu with astonishing speed. Nanfeng's pupils contracted sharply, as if gripped by an invisible hand, his heart constricted in fear. A tidal wave of terror engulfing him in an instant. He had no time to think. Instinctively, he extended his arms, attempting to shield Achong and Xinyu with his frail form as if it were an impenetrable barrier. Simultaneously, he shouted with all his might, "Be careful!" His voice, hoarse and strained, reverberated through the cavern, each echo laden with profound fear and urgency, as if seeking to shatter the darkness surrounding them. Achong reacted just as swiftly, determination flashing in his eyes as he yanked Xinyu behind him, intent on forming an unyielding shield with his own body. Clutching a steel pipe tightly, he instinctively swung it in a desperate attempt to fend off the lethal spikes. However, the sheer number of spikes was overwhelming, their velocity unfathomable. Akin to a swarm of frenzied, lethal darts, the steel pipe seemed feeble under such a relentless barrage. Each collision with the spikes emitted a deafening screech of metal against metal, a sound that rang through the cavern like a hammer striking their already frayed nerves, causing their hearts to race as if they might burst from their chests at any moment. Qinyu's breath quickened, erratic and labored, his chest heaving as if he were a dying beast. His eyes widened in terror, reflecting the shadow of impending death. His body trembled uncontrollably, like a leaf caught in a tempest. "What do we do? We're going to be pierced to death," he cried, his voice laced with despair, an abyss of hopelessness swallowing any glimmer of light. He clutched Chang's back tightly, his nails digging into the flesh, as if seeking solace from the looming specter of death. In that moment of peril, Nanfeng's mind raced, acutely aware that panic would only hasten their demise. They needed to remain calm and search for a sliver of hope amidst the chaos. Just then, his gaze darted across the cavern walls, and he spotted a small indentation. It was insignificant within the vast, ominous space, yet to Nanfeng, it appeared as a beacon of hope in the enveloping darkness. Without a moment to lose, he shouted hoarsely to Chang and Chenyu, "Quick, hide in that recess." Having uttered the command, he sprinted toward the hollow, his steps unsteady yet resolute. Chang and Chenyu followed suit, racing through the gaps between the spikes. The sharp projectiles grazed their clothing, hissing as they sliced through the air, even tearing into their skin, crimson blood seeping forth, mingling with their anxious sweat as it trickled down their bodies. They struggled frantically on the brink of life and death, each second seemingly stretched into infinity, every breath accompanied by the specter of mortality, as if the countdown of their existence had commenced, with each moment potentially their last. At last, after a harrowing escape from the clutches of death, the trio managed to conceal themselves within a hollow. The sharp spikes collided against the rocky walls surrounding them, producing a series of piercing and chilling sounds, with sparks flying. Those sparks flickered in the darkness like the eyes of demons, instilling fear in their hearts. The three huddled closely together, their bodies trembling slightly from a combination of terror and exhaustion. They gasped for breath, the sounds of their labored inhalations heavy and frantic, the pounding of their hearts reverberating in their ears, as if it would collapse the narrow hollow they occupied. Their faces were etched with fear and fatigue, sweat cascading down their foreheads, mingling with the blood on their skin, rendering them a pitiable sight. "That was too close. We almost met our end here," Chang uttered, his voice laced with an unmasked tremor. A shallow cut marred his arm, blood seeping slowly, appearing particularly vivid in the dim light. His gaze reflected a mix of relief at survival and apprehension towards the unknown dangers that still lurked. Chunyu's complexion was as pale as parchment, drained of color, his body still trembling slightly, engulfed in a shroud of fear. "What is this curse? Why must we endure such torment?" he cried out in a blend of anger and terror, his voice imbued with endless resentment and despair. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, his eyes ablaze with fury, though that flame appeared feeble under the pall of fear. Nanfeng inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. He understood the necessity of maintaining composure at that moment to devise a means of escape from their predicament. He scrutinized the mechanism on the stone platform, which was etched with peculiar symbols that emitted a faint luminescence, as if they were ancient, mysterious signals narrating an archaic language. "I believe these symbols are crucial. We must decipher them," Nanfeng remarked, furrowing his brow as his gaze fixated on the symbols, as if attempting to penetrate their meaning. His fingers lightly brushed against the symbols, seeking a clue from their cold texture, which might serve as the key to their liberation. Qiang and Chenyu approached, their expressions a mixture of confusion and anxiety. The trio began to meticulously analyze the symbols, with each passing second thickening the suffocating atmosphere within the cavern. Every moment that slipped away felt like an added weight upon their hearts, quickening their heartbeats further. Suddenly, Nanfeng noticed that one particular symbol flickered at a frequency distinct from the others. A spark of intuition ignited within him, suggesting that this symbol could be the key to unlocking the mechanism, the gateway to their escape from this perilous trap. "Qiang, Chenyu, look at this symbol. It appears to be special," Nanfeng exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation, akin to glimpsing dawn amidst darkness. Qiang and Chenyu followed Nanfeng's pointing finger, their faces reflecting bewilderment. "What could this signify?" Chenyu inquired, his tone filled with confusion and uncertainty, his gaze flitting over the symbols, searching for a hint, yet finding nothing. Nanfeng pondered for a moment, his mind racing to unearth any connection to this symbol from his memories. "I'm not entirely sure, but my instincts tell me that this symbol holds significance. Perhaps we need to touch these symbols in a specific sequence to deactivate the mechanism," he asserted, his tone imbued with a mix of uncertainty and resolute belief in his intuition. The trio began to experiment with various sequences for touching the symbols. Each interaction resulted in differing sounds and lights emanating from the stone platform. Sometimes it was a deep rumble, at other times a sharp shriek. The light would, at times, be blinding, while at others, barely perceptible. Yet the mechanism showed no signs of ceasing. The lethal spikes continued to glimmer ominously around them, as if mocking their efforts. Their tension mounted, sweat dripping from their foreheads, soaking the stone platform before them. Each failure struck them like a heavy blow, yet they persevered, relentlessly seeking the correct sequence. Just as they were on the verge of despair, Nanfeng suddenly recalled a mural he had seen in a mysterious space. The patterns depicted in that mural bore an uncanny resemblance to the symbols on the stone platform, suggesting a subtle connection, like a thread entwined in darkness, binding them to hope. He strained to remember the details of the mural, those images replaying in his mind like a film. Finally, after a torturous contemplation, he discerned the pattern among the symbols, a guiding principle illuminating their path through the shadows. "I think I know what to do," Nanfeng exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice brimming with joy and pride, a testament to the thrill of discovery after enduring trials. Carefully, he began to touch the symbols in accordance with the pattern etched in his memory, his fingers trembling with anticipation and anxiety. As he did, the light emanating from the stone platform grew softer, no longer blinding, and the spikes ceased their deadly assault, the immediate threat momentarily alleviated. The trio exhaled in relief. The weight upon their hearts finally lifted. Their faces blossomed with smiles of gratitude, infused with the joy of survival and the promise of a brighter future. Cautiously, they approached the stone platform and grasped the key that symbolized wisdom. Upon contact, a wave of warmth coursed through them, akin to the dawn of victory, or a reward from fate, as if to affirm that their efforts had not been in vain, bringing them one step closer to lifting the curse. However, just as they turned to exit the cavern, a deep rumbling echoed ominously within, reminiscent of an awakened behemoth's roar, causing the cavern walls to tremble. The ground quaked violently, colossal stones tumbling from above, crashing to the floor and kicking up clouds of dust. The dust enveloped the air, nearly suffocating them, blurring their vision. "This is bad. The cavern is collapsing," Nanfeng shouted, his voice laced with urgency and dread. The trio dashed toward the exit, their steps frantic and hurried, resembling frightened hares. They weaved through the falling debris, evading imminent peril with every second. Each tumbling stone felt like a ticking time bomb, accelerating their heartbeats. Finally, they burst forth from the cavern. Yet, before they could catch their breath, they beheld an ominous, swirling mass of dark clouds in the distance. The clouds were as black as ink, roiling and growling as they rapidly approached. Wherever they moved, darkness enveloped the surroundings, as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. This darkness resembled a colossal void, consuming all light and hope. "What is that?" Chinyu exclaimed in terror, his voice thick with fear and confusion. His eyes widened, fixated on the ominous clouds, as if witnessing the end of the world. His body trembled slightly, ensnared by an overwhelming dread of the unknown. Nanfen's expression turned grave, his eyes betraying profound concern. He realized that this could signify the curse's power awakening further, heralding a greater challenge ahead. "We must locate the altar swiftly to break the curse. Otherwise, the entire village will be plunged into irretrievable despair," he declared, his voice imbued with urgency and determination. That resolute tone seemed to declare war against fate, affirming that regardless of the hardships they would face, they were resolute in their mission to unravel this horrifying curse and save their village. 3 individuals ventured deep into the bowels of the village, guided by prior clues, until they unearthed a concealed entrance beneath a mound of ruins. A foul stench permeated the air at the entrance, so overpowering that it provoked nausea. Reminiscent of decay and death, they covered their mouths and noses, cautiously stepping inside, only to discover a narrow passageway. The walls of the passage flickered with an eerie luminescence, resembling countless eyes peering into the darkness, each concealing a chilling secret that sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed through the corridor, as if emanating from the deepest recesses of hell, cold, bizarre, and laden with malevolent intent. The laughter reverberated, growing louder, as if intent on shattering their very souls. Who is there?" Achong shouted, his voice tinged with fear and anger. His words ricocheted down the passage, yet met with silence, save for the increasingly ominous laughter that approached ever closer. Nanfeng tightened his grip on the key, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a resolute vigilance, ready to confront any danger that may arise. He understood that they were on the brink of a harrowing trial, one that could determine their fates and the destiny of the village itself. At that moment, a vague silhouette emerged from the darkness ahead, advancing toward them. As it drew near, an even more potent stench engulfed them, far stronger than that at the entrance, nearly suffocating. The odor was a grotesque emlang of rot, pus, and an indescribable, sinister scent, as though it hailed from a decaying realm. What is that?" Chinyu trembled in fear, his voice quaking. He pressed tightly against Nanfeng, clutching his clothing as if it could shield him from the impending terror. Nanfeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure, revealing a mix of wariness and determination. His hand quivered slightly, yet he gripped the key with renewed strength, poised to confront any lurking peril. As the figure fully materialized before them, they beheld a colossal monstrosity. Its body was composed of countless putrid flesh chunks, intertwined and oozing black slime, exuding a repulsive stench. Its eyes glimmered with a fiery red glow, reminiscent of burning flames, akin to the gaze of a demon from the abyss, brimming with boundless resentment and fury. The creature opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of sharp fangs, each glistening with a dark viscous substance, letting out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the passage, causing the very walls to tremble and stones to fall, as if the corridor itself were about to collapse. It swung its massive claws, sharp as scythes, lunging at the trio with a ferocious gust of wind that stung their faces. "Dodge!" Nanfeng yelled, his voice filled with urgency and terror. The three scattered in different directions, their movements frantic. The creature's claws grazed Nanfeng, sending a chill down his spine and causing beads of cold sweat to form. Seizing the moment, Achong swung his steel pipe at the creature's leg. However, the pipe merely thudded against the monster's tough hide, producing a dull sound as if striking stone, inflicting no harm while numbing Achong's arm. The creature, seemingly enraged by Achong's attack, pivoted with blinding speed, swiping its claws at him. Achong barely managed to evade, but the creature's claws grazed his shoulder, slicing through flesh like a blade, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. A searing pain shot through him, slowing his movements, each action accompanied by agonizing discomfort. "Achong!" Both Nanfeng and Chinyu shouted, their voices laced with anxiety and concern. In a desperate bid, Nanfeng charged at the creature, attempting to divert its attention from Achong. He swung the key at the creature's head, and upon contact, it emitted a brilliant flash of light, akin to lightning slicing through the darkness. The creature recoiled, letting out a pained howl filled with rage and anguish. Meanwhile, Chinyu sought opportunities, scanning the surroundings for anything that could aid them in their struggle against the beast. In a moment of clarity, he spotted a sharp stone on the ground, an idea flashing through his mind. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, grasped the stone, and hurled it at the creature's eye with all his might. The stone sailed through the air, propelled by Chunyu's fear and hope, striking the creature's right eye with precision. The monster roared in a deafening cacophony of anger and pain, thrashing its head wildly, attempting to dispel the agony. Seizing the moment while the creature was disoriented, Nanfeng and Chinyu exchanged a glance, understanding each other's silent communication. Nanfeng gripped the key tightly, maneuvering behind the creature, searching for the perfect moment to strike. His heart raced, each beat echoing like a war drum, sweat trickling down his forehead and blurring his vision, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Simultaneously, Chinyu called out loudly, drawing the creature's ire. Enraged by Chunyu's cries, the monster turned abruptly, lunging with its claws aimed at him. At that instant, Nanfeng saw his chance, leaping high and driving the key into a gap of rotten flesh on the creature's back with all his strength. The key penetrated the beast's body, emitting a sizzling sound as if corroding its very form. The creature writhed in agony, its strength seemingly waning, its attacks becoming sluggish and erratic. Though wounded in the shoulder, Achong gritted his teeth against the pain, red-dripping the steel pipe and rejoining the fray. He approached the creature from the side, aiming for its leg joint and striking down with fury. The blow, fueled by Achong's anger and defiance, landed heavily, causing the creature's leg to buckle slightly, its body swaying. The trio united their efforts, persistently seeking the monster's vulnerabilities to exploit. In the heat of battle, Nanfeng discerned that the creature's abdomen appeared to be its most vulnerable spot. "Aim for its belly," he shouted. Chinyu and Achong immediately understood, and they began to unleash a relentless assault on the creature's midsection. Chinyu picked up a branch from the ground, jabbing repeatedly at the creature's abdomen, while Achong swung his pipe with all his might. More wounds began to mar the creature's belly, black sludge oozing from the gashes, intensifying the noxious stench. The creature's movements grew increasingly sluggish, its roars dwindling, as if it were nearing its breaking point. Yet, just as they believed victory was at hand, the monster unleashed one final, thunderous roar, its body swelling as if gathering its last reserves of strength. The trio froze, realizing the creature was preparing for a desperate final attack. "Be careful, it's going all out," Nanfeng shouted. They quickly retreated, maintaining a defensive stance. Indeed, the creature lunged forward with unprecedented speed and strength. The trio dodged hastily, feeling the fierce wind as the monster's attack swept past them. Nanfeng, thinking quickly, noted that while the creature was faster post-inflation, it had lost its previous agility. An idea sparked, and he called out to Achong and Chinyu, Let's lead it into the walls of the passage. They immediately grasped Nanfeng's plan, running around the creature to draw its attention. Infuriated by their antics, the creature spun and attacked, yet each time it missed its mark. Under the guidance of the three, the creature charged towards the wall of the passage. Just as it was about to collide with the wall, the trio swiftly dispersed to either side. With a thunderous crash, the creature slammed into the wall, causing the passage to tremble violently as debris fell from above. The beast became wedged into the wall, immobilized. The three dared not lower their guard. They cautiously approached the creature to ascertain its capacity for further aggression. When they observed that it had ceased to move and the crimson glow in its eyes was gradually fading, they finally exhaled in relief. Did we succeed? Shinyu gasped, disbelief tinging his voice. Nanfeng nodded, a weary yet gratified smile gracing his face. Indeed, we have triumphed. Achang set down the steel pipe in his hands, a sharp pain radiating from his shoulder wound, causing him to wince. Nanfeng and Shinyu hurried to examine his injury, providing a hasty bandage. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence, Nanfeng declared, his gaze imbued with resolute determination. They understood that, although they had vanquished this monster, greater dangers loomed ahead, and they needed to locate the altar swiftly to lift the village's curse. The trio continued their journey through the passage, the atmosphere still steeped in ominous dread. Eerie lights flickered on the walls, as if recounting ancient secrets. They tread carefully, alert to every sound around them. Suddenly, a stone door appeared before them. Its surface was etched with strange symbols that emitted a mysterious glow, seemingly harboring crucial clues to the altar. Nanfeng stepped forward, scrutinizing the symbols, seeking a means to unlock the door. Chapter 21. Perilous path. The three, bearing the marks of their harrowing ordeal, staggered through the narrow, fetid passage. The stench was overwhelming, reminiscent of decaying corpses and putrid waste, intermingled with an unidentifiable foulness, each scent piercing like 1,000 needles, stirring nausea within. The flickering lights on the walls resembled countless frigid eyes, filled with malice and scrutiny, as if intent on penetrating their very souls, rendering the already oppressive atmosphere even more suffocating, as though fear itself had thickened the air, making it difficult to breathe. With every step, the ground beneath them felt grotesque, as if unseen hands lurked in the darkness, ready to seize their ankles and drag them into an abyss of endless night. Shinyu's steps faltered, his body trembling from overwhelming fear and exhaustion, akin to a fragile leaf swaying in a biting wind. Nanfeng, will we truly find the altar? His voice trembled, echoing with despair in the oppressive silence, each word heavy with hopelessness. His gaze was vacant, as if fear had drained him of all hope, leaving only desolation, mechanically trailing behind Nanfeng and Achang like a lifeless shell. At that moment, a myriad of terrifying images flooded his mind uncontrollably, twisted faces flickering in the shadows, monstrous figures lunging at them, and an endless abyss threatening to engulf them. These fleeting phantoms in the dark seemed to foreshadow a grim fate, casting a pall of dread and despair over his heart. Nanfeng's expression was grave as he clutched the key of wisdom tightly, undeterred by the imminent threats that surrounded them. His conviction remained unyielding, as steadfast as steel. We will find it. We have come too far to turn back, he proclaimed, his voice resonating through the passage like a clarion call, instilling strength in his companions, even as a shadow of concern lingered in his tone. He was acutely aware that every step towards the altar might lead them into even more terrifying and unimaginable perils. Yet, to lift the village's dreadful curse and rescue it from peril, retreat was not an option. They must press on. As Nanfeng proceeded cautiously, he remained vigilant, scrutinizing every corner for concealed dangers. His fingers brushed over the key, as if engaging in a silent communion with this emblem of wisdom, hoping to glean insights to unravel the mysteries and confront the looming threats. Achang's shoulder wound throbbed persistently, the makeshift bandage soaked through with blood, leaving a stark crimson stain on his clothing. Gritting his teeth, he endured the searing pain, tightly gripping the seemingly fragile steel pipe that bore their collective hope. Indeed, whatever lies ahead, we will bear it together, he declared, his voice low and gravelly, imbued with the resilience forged through hardship. Achang's gaze was unwavering, though his body was weary, each movement appearing slightly labored, yet his eyes shone with a fearless determination, as if to boldly proclaim to the enveloping darkness and myriad dangers that they would not yield easily, prepared to fight to the bitter end. The trio pressed onward, the temperature plummeting, their breath crystallizing into mist that lingered in the dim passage. Suddenly, a fork in the path emerged, two dark corridors loomed ahead, resembling the gaping jaws of monstrous beasts, exuding an aura of dread. Which way shall we go? Chinyu asked, his voice trembling with trepidation, akin to wind chimes in a chilling breeze, each syllable tinged with fear. Each corridor radiated an ominous unknown, as if stepping into either would seal their fate irrevocably. Chun Yu's body quivered slightly, his gaze darting between the two paths, filled with confusion and terror, desperately searching the all-consuming darkness for a glimmer of safety. Yet, all he found was an impenetrable black void, as if they had been forsaken in a world devoid of hope. Nanfeng furrowed his brow in concentration, studying the entrances of both corridors intently. Finally, he discerned faint symbols etched into the stone wall of the left passage, reminiscent of the mysterious markings they had encountered previously. These symbols seemed to narrate a forgotten history in ancient script, while also serving as a warning of potential peril, conveying that only by solving the riddle could they safely proceed. This way, he indicated towards the left passage, his tone laced with uncertainty, yet underlined with a resolute determination to press onward. As they entered the left corridor, a more intense and nauseating stench assaulted them, like an invisible wall threatening to suffocate. A mist coiled through the passage, thick and frigid, blurring their vision, as if they had stepped into a nightmarish realm. They advanced with utmost caution, each step measured. The ground uneven and littered with stones of various sizes, with small pebbles occasionally rolling and producing sharp sounds that shattered the silence, akin to warnings from lurking dangers. With every step, they could feel their hearts racing, a primal response to the unknown, as if their lives were counting down with each beat. As they traversed further, Achong suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him, his balance lost, and he plummeted unceremoniously downward. "Watch out," he instinctively shouted. The southern wind and Chun Yu reacted swiftly, yet everything transpired too abruptly. They could only watch helplessly as Achong's figure vanished into the darkness, as if swallowed whole by an abyss. Achong! Both Nanfeng and Chun Yu were frantic, rushing to the spot where Achong had disappeared, only to discover a bottomless pit. Nanfeng, in a state of desperation, leaned over the edge of the pit, shouting hoarsely, "Achong, are you all right? Can you hear me?" His voice echoed within the cavernous depths, but no reply came for a long time, only an endless silence that felt like a harbinger of death, sending chills down their spines. In that moment, Nanfeng's heart raced as if it would leap from his throat, his mind flooded with horrifying thoughts. Fearing that Achong was in mortal danger, drowning in a tide of terror and anxiety. Just as they were consumed by worry and uncertainty, a faint voice emerged from the depths of the pit. I'm still alive. I think I've twisted my ankle." Though weak, the voice was like a ray of light, instilling a glimmer of hope within them. Nanfeng and Chun Yu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deep concern and care. "We will find a way to get you up," Nanfeng called out, his tone urgent yet resolute. They immediately began to search for anything that could aid in rescuing Achong, their eyes scanning every corner of the passage. At last, they discovered some scattered ropes in a corner of the tunnel. Although worn and frayed, these ropes became their sole hope for salvation. The two quickly secured one end of the rope to a large stone, ensuring it was firmly anchored, before slowly lowering the rope into the pit. "Achong, grab the rope," Chun Yu shouted, his voice trembling with a mix of worry for Achong's safety and anxiety over their ability to rescue him. Achong, enduring the sharp pain radiating from his ankle, like a blade slicing through his nerves, struggled to extend his hand, clutching the rope tightly. With all their might, Nanfeng and Chun Yu strained to pull Achong up, their muscles taut and veins bulging as they gradually hoisted him from the depths. Once Achong emerged, his face was as pale as parchment, devoid of color, sweat soaking his brow, and he appeared utterly feeble. "Thank you," Achong said weakly, his eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of guilt for having burdened his companions and hindered their progress. The trio pressed onward, the passage narrowing to the point where they had to turn sideways to squeeze through. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed from the depths ahead, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very bowels of hell, laden with infinite wrath and malice, causing the walls of the passage to tremble. Along with the roar came an overwhelming sense of oppression, akin to an invisible hand tightening around their throats, making each breath feel laborious, as if the very air had been siphoned away. "What is coming now?" Chun Yu exclaimed in terror, pressing himself against the cold stone wall, desperately seeking solace in its chill. His eyes widened in fear, staring into the encroaching darkness, as though countless monsters were poised to spring forth and devour them. His body trembled, every nerve gripped by terror. Nanfeng tightened his grip on the key, while Achong raised the steel pipe, both of them vigilantly watching the looming darkness, their gazes filled with determination. From the shadows, a colossal figure gradually emerged, larger than any creature they had previously encountered, a veritable moving mountain. It radiated an eerie green luminescence, cold and sinister, with eyes resembling two burning ghostly flames, emanating an aura of profound chill, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. The ghastly green light illuminated a small area around them, augmenting the eerie atmosphere, as if they were ensnared in a surreal nightmare, with lurking dangers in every shadow. The monster advanced, each step causing the ground to tremble, as if the earth quaked in fear of its presence. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp fangs that glimmered menacingly, capable of effortlessly rending steel. The roar reverberated through the passage, sending tremors through the walls, as stones cascaded down, hinting at an impending collapse. "Prepare yourselves," Nan Feng shouted, his voice resolute and unwavering. The three braced themselves, hearts pounding with fear, yet for the sake of their village and themselves, they knew they must fight. Their eyes betrayed a fierce determination. Though fear clung to them like a shadow, their resolve remained as unyielding as steel. In this dark passage, they were each other's only refuge, the last bastion against fear and peril. The monster suddenly surged forth, moving with lightning speed, lunging toward them. Nan Feng swiftly sidestepped, his movements agile as a cheetah, illuminating the key to distract the creature's gaze. The light flickered in the darkness, akin to a shooting star, yet appeared feeble against the monster's formidable might. A Chang swung the steel pipe, aiming for the creature's legs, his muscles straining with exertion. However, the monster's speed and strength were overwhelming, effortlessly evading a Chang's attack as if it were merely an ant provoking an elephant. The creature's claws reached for Chunyu, whose eyes widened in terror, nearly bulging from their sockets, too late to evade the impending strike. Just as the claws were about to seize Chunyu, Nan Feng dashed forward without hesitation, using his body to shield his companion from the attack. The monster's claws raked across Nan Feng's back, inflicting excruciating pain, as if a multitude of needles pierced his flesh, blood instantly staining his clothing, a stark contrast in the dimly lit passage. Nan Feng, a Chang, and Chunyu shouted in unison, their voices rife with shock and concern, watching the injured Nan Feng as their anger and fear ignited. The fury blazed like a raging fire, intent on reducing the dark passage and the vile creature to ashes. The fear surged like a cold tide, relentlessly battering their hearts, making them acutely aware of the imminent danger. "Don't worry about me, keep attacking," Nan Feng cried out through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse from the agony, yet his tone remained steadfast, as if declaring to the monster that they would not be easily vanquished. A Chang and Chunyu fought back tears, their eyes glistening, yet they held back, refusing to let them fall. They continued their struggle against the creature, relentlessly seeking its vulnerabilities. Amidst the fierce battle, Nan Feng bore the pain in his back, meticulously observing the monster's movements and physical traits, finally noticing a slightly lighter patch on its abdomen, seemingly its weak point. "Strike its abdomen," Nan Feng shouted, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Despite the unbearable pain, he maintained his composure, striving to seize this slender chance for survival. This flicker of hope illuminated their path through the darkness, granting them the courage and strength to persist in their fight. The trio focused their energies, launching an assault on the monster's abdomen. A Chang summoned every ounce of strength, thrusting the steel pipe toward the creature's midsection, his face a mask of determination. Chunyu picked up a sharp stone, hurling it at the monster's belly, the stone tracing an arc through the air, infused with his hopes and fears. Nan Feng wielded the key, emitting a brilliant light aimed at the creature's abdomen, attempting to weaken its power. Through their collective effort, the monster's abdomen was finally struck, unleashing a piercing wail that echoed like the world's last lament, filled with agony and despair. Its body began to convulse violently, as if shaken by a powerful earthquake. With a tremendous crash, the creature collapsed, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air, lingering like the final throes of its demise. However, before they could catch their breath, an unsettling sound echoed from the depths of the passageway, reminiscent of countless insects scuttling, producing a rustling noise, intermingled with a low, haunting whisper, as if innumerable phantoms were murmuring in the darkness, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 22. Whispers from the abyss. This strange and inexplicable sound surged forth from the profound shadows of the passage, initially resembling the subtle yet dense rustling of tiny creatures in the gloom, followed by the distant murmurs of voices, their intonations rising and falling, yet the words remained indistinct. Although the sound was not loud, it possessed a penetrating power that pierced the souls of the three, causing their scalps to tingle and their hairs to stand on end, as if invisible hands were roaming freely along their spines. Chunyu's body began to tremble uncontrollably, the frequency escalating, causing his teeth to chatter audibly. What could this sound possibly be? His voice quivered, nearly drowned out by the eerie noise. His eyes widened in terror, filled with panic, as sweat cascaded down his pallid cheeks, pooling at his chin and forming a large droplet that fell with a thud onto the dusty ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. At that moment, his mind was flooded with horrifying images, twisted shadows and grotesque faces seemingly lunging at him from the darkness. Ninfeng bit down hard on his lower lip, so forcefully that it drew blood, a crimson bead trickling down his chin. His gaze swept cautiously through the thick darkness, leaving no corner unchecked in his quest to locate the source of the sound. He gripped the key, a symbol of wisdom, tighter, the cold sensation grounding his chaotic thoughts. "Stay calm, let us proceed with caution," he reassured Xinyu, though his voice betrayed an undertone of tension, with a slight tremor revealing his inner unrest. He understood well that in this perilous dark passage, any hint of panic could lead them to an irretrievable fate. Achong brandished a steel pipe before him, adopting a defensive stance. The pain from his injured shoulder was akin to a sharp dagger, occasionally stabbing at his nerves, causing him to frown slightly. Yet he persevered through sheer willpower. His eyes reflected determination and resolve, as if proclaiming to the unknown darkness that they would not succumb easily. "Whatever it is, we shall face it," he declared, his voice deep and forceful, resonating through the narrow passage and creating an echoing reverberation. Yet, despite the firmness of his words, they seemed somewhat feeble in the face of the bizarre environment. The trio advanced slowly, each step taken with utmost care, as if the ground beneath them was laden with lethal traps. Their footsteps were feather-light, fearful of triggering hidden mechanisms or awakening lurking monsters in the shadows. As they drew nearer, the peculiar sound became increasingly distinct, as if countless cold eyes were fixated upon them from the darkness. Yet, no matter how hard they strained, they could see nothing but endless blackness and the chilling sound that permeated the air. Suddenly, Xinyu felt something cold and slippery brush against his ankle, akin to a serpent gliding over him. He screamed in terror, his voice piercing and shrill, echoing through the passage. Instinctively, he leapt up, but the sudden movement caused him to slip, nearly crashing to the ground. "Something touched me," he stammered, his voice quaking with fear, the panic surging like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him entirely. At that moment, he felt as if the darkness was teeming with peril, countless eyes lurking, watching his every move. Nanfeng and Achong rushed to his side, Achong swinging the steel pipe vigorously in the air, attempting to dispel the unknown menace. The pipe sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, yet it never made contact with any tangible entity. "Do not frighten yourself, it may just be the wind," Nanfeng said, though he too felt a twinge of uncertainty creeping into his heart. Quickly, he switched on the flashlight, its dim yellow beam barely penetrating the thick darkness, illuminating only a small area around them, resembling a flickering candle flame at risk of being snuffed out by the shadows. In that moment, a shadow slowly materialized ahead, twisting and contorting as if it were a living creature. As the shadow drew closer, a powerful, nauseating stench assaulted their senses, far more unbearable than the foul odor they had encountered earlier, a nauseous blend of decaying flesh, sewage, and an indescribable foulness that invaded their nostrils, stirring their stomachs violently. "What in the world is that?" Achong muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed in disgust and wariness. He tightened his grip on the steel pipe, his knuckles turning white from the exertion, prepared to fight at a moment's notice, his gaze betraying unwavering resolve. Nanfeng's anxiety mounted, raising the key high before him, silently praying that this emblem of wisdom might prove invaluable once more, granting them a glimmer of hope. As the shadow approached, its form became clearer. They realized it was a colossal, slug-like creature, its massive body nearly filling the entire passageway. Its surface was coated in a viscous slime, reflecting an eerie light under the feeble glow of the flashlight, flickering as if illuminated by hellish fire. The creature opened its enormous maw, larger than they could have imagined, filled with rows of jagged teeth gleaming like daggers. It emitted a sound that was both a roar and a whimper, reverberating through the passage and causing the walls to tremble before surging towards them with alarming speed, leaving them little time to react. "Scatter!" Nanfeng shouted, and the three of them darted in different directions, their forms frantically fleeing into the shadows. The creature twisted its massive body, zeroing in on Xinyu. Panic-stricken, Xinyu ran for his life, but suddenly his foot slipped, and he fell uncontrollably to the ground. He glanced back in horror, seeing the creature's massive form about to engulf him, despair enveloping him entirely. In that critical moment, Achong roared like an enraged lion, charging forward and striking the creature with the steel pipe. The pipe struck the creature's slimy body with a muted thud, as if hitting a pile of mud. Yet the creature seemed largely unscathed, merely pausing for a moment before resuming its advance. It furiously turned towards a Chong, who stumbled backward, colliding with the stone wall. Seizing the opportunity, the creature lunged, pinning a Chong against the wall. A Chong attempted to fend it off with the steel pipe, but the creature's strength was overwhelming, pressing down upon him with the weight of a mountain, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Just then, Nanfeng rushed in without hesitation, illuminating the key to unleash a burst of light, akin to a lightning bolt striking the creature's eyes. The creature shrieked in agony at the sudden brightness, thrashing violently, and temporarily released a Chong from its grasp. A Chong gasped for air, exhaustion and terror evident on his face, sweat soaking his clothes. Chunyu struggled to rise, frantically searching the ground until he picked up a stone and hurled it at the creature. The stone struck the creature but produced no significant effect, sinking into its body as if it were a drop in the ocean, failing to create any ripple. 3 individuals found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. As the creature's assaults grew increasingly violent, it relentlessly swung its massive body, launching wave after wave of attacks against the trio. They dodged and weaved, sustaining several new abrasions. Blood seeped from their wounds, mingling with sweat and trickling down their bodies, leaving streaks of crimson upon the ground. Just as despair began to engulf them, and surrender seemed imminent, Nanfeng, through sheer determination and keen observation, suddenly discerned a vulnerability where the monster's body met the earth. The skin at that juncture appeared notably thinner, faintly revealing a hue distinct from the rest of its form. With exhilaration, he shouted, "Strike at its base." His voice carried a spark of surprise and hope, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the enveloping darkness. Aqiang and Chunyu instantly grasped the plan. Aqiang gritted his teeth and, mustering every ounce of strength, thrust a steel pipe into the crevice between the creature and the ground. His arm muscles tensed, veins protruding, his face etched with determination. Meanwhile, Chunyu swiftly scavenged a sturdy branch, rushing back to assist in prying the monster upward. Nanfeng continuously flashed the key's light to disrupt the creature's line of sight, the illumination flickering in the shadows, slowing its movements. Through their combined efforts, they finally overturned the beast, exposing its vulnerable abdomen. Without hesitation, Aqiang plunged the steel pipe into the creature's belly, which yielded a stream of viscous black fluid. Chunyu too seized a sharp stone, relentlessly striking the creature's abdomen, pouring forth all his strength with each blow. The monster emitted a chilling wail, a sound laden with anguish and despair, thrashing violently as the black liquid gushed from its wounds. Gradually, its struggles ceased, its colossal form collapsing to the ground, motionless. The trio collapsed nearby, gasping for breath, their chests heaving violently, drenched in a mixture of sweat and blood that clung to their garments, rendering them a pitiful sight. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion and the relief of survival, yet they understood that danger had not entirely receded. After a brief respite, they helped one another to their feet and pressed onward. The passageway narrowed, forcing them to stoop low, their bodies nearly grazing the ground as they crawled forward with great difficulty. Time lost its meaning as they traversed the darkness, until a faint glimmer appeared ahead, though weak. It shone like a beacon, instantly igniting hope within their hearts. Elated, they quickened their pace, scrambling towards the light with all their might. Upon emerging from the passage, they discovered themselves within an immense cavern. The walls were studded with luminous stones, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entirety of the cave, rendering everything within visible. At the center stood a grand stone platform, upon which rested a crystal orb radiating an eerie luminescence. Surrounding the orb were peculiar symbols, their forms twisted and lines bizarre, distinct from any they had previously encountered, as if narrating a forgotten and mysterious history. "Is this the altar?" Chunyu whispered, his voice trembling with tension and anticipation, echoing through the cavern and stirring ripples of sound. His gaze fixated on the crystal orb, filled with curiosity and dread. Nanfeng did not respond, his brow furrowed, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, as if unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. He cautiously approached the stone platform, each step imbued with reverence for the unknown. As he neared the crystal orb, it suddenly emitted a brilliant flash of light, dazzling and blinding, enveloping him in a radiant embrace. Aqiang and Chunyu attempted to rush towards him, but were halted by an invisible force, akin to an impenetrable barrier. Within the light, Nanfeng beheld a series of bizarre scenes, villagers clad in strange attire participating in a mysterious ritual within an open space, encircling a massive stone pit, chanting in low, cryptic tones. Suddenly, a colossal shadow emerged from the depths, obscuring the sky. As the villagers screamed in despair and fled in all directions, a figure cloaked in black, its face hidden in darkness, muttered incantations in a dim room, clutching an object akin to the crystal orb, uttering strange spells, and the trio struggling through the passage. besieged by various monsters. Each vision was so vivid, it felt as though it were unfolding before their very eyes. As the light faded, Nanfeng slowly opened his eyes. His expression a mixture of shock and confusion. I have witnessed something terrifying. This curse is more intricate than we imagined. He spoke to Qiang and Shunyu, his voice quivering with a blend of fear and revelation. Before they could continue their discussion, the ground of the cavern began to tremble violently, as if a colossal hand were shaking the very foundations of the cave. Countless fissures rapidly spread from all directions, widening with ominous creaks. Subsequently, dense clouds of black smoke erupted from the cracks, thick as ink, swiftly enveloping the space. Within the smoke, innumerable eyes flickered, radiating a peculiar luminescence, as though scrutinizing their every move. "We've triggered something," Qiang shouted, his voice rife with urgency and terror. The three swiftly retreated to a corner of the cavern, backs against the wall, warily observing their surroundings. The black smoke converged into indistinct forms, gradually clarifying into a horde of faceless, grotesque human-like monsters. Their bodies contorted and twisted, limbs extending at bizarre angles, as if warped by some malevolent force. The creatures emitted shrill cries, akin to nails scraping across a chalkboard, piercing and ghastly. They charged toward the trio with astonishing speed, their silhouettes flickering in the haze. Nanfeng gripped the key tightly. Qiang raised the steel pipe, and Shunyu picked up a stone from the ground, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Their figures appeared minuscule amidst the swirling smoke and light. As the surrounding peril surged like an overwhelming tide, the suffocating unknown wrapping around them, leaving them gasping for breath. In this dire moment, they could only rely on their dwindling courage and faith to confront the terror that loomed ahead. Chapter 23. The Spectral Tide. The Faceless. Contorted humanoid monsters seemed to have crawled forth from the abyss of nightmares, exuding a pungent, visceral scent, their limbs clawing and flailing like a tumultuous wave crashing upon the three. The creatures' bodies appeared to be mercilessly stretched by an invisible force from the depths of hell. Their arms twisted into grotesque spirals, every bend echoing with a sinister curvature, as if they could snap at any moment. Their legs bent at unfathomable angles, knees twisted backward, and ankles misaligned in a disarrayed manner. Each step they took resonated with the sound of grinding bones, a cacophony of dislocation that rang sharp and piercing within the cavern. Each note striking against the frail nerves of the trio, sending chills down their spines, as if they were ensnared in an endless nightmare. Qianyu's legs trembled uncontrollably, akin to a desiccated tree swaying in a tempest, nearly dropping the stone in his grasp. What are these monsters?" His voice quivered with evident panic, nearly drowned out by the creature's piercing, shrill cries, which enveloped him in an all-consuming fear. At that moment, his mind went blank. Terror surged like an overwhelming tide, rapidly engulfing his consciousness, as if a cold, unseen hand were tightly gripping his throat, rendering each breath a monumental struggle. His eyes widened in horror, filled with despair, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, soaking his garments. The southern wind inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, yet the relentless pounding of his heart betrayed his inner turmoil. "Stay composed. We will surely uncover their vulnerabilities." He gripped the key, a symbol of wisdom, which shimmered faintly yet resolutely in the dimness, akin to a flicker of hope amid darkness, bestowing upon him a modicum of strength and confidence. Nevertheless, as he gazed upon the monstrous tide surging towards him, cold sweat began to beat in his palms, and his back was already soaked through. His eyes darted among the horde of creatures, searching for a flaw in their bizarre movements and forms. Qiang positioned the steel pipe defensively before him, determination radiating from his gaze, as if declaring their unwavering resolve to these terrifying beasts. "Bring on as many as you like. We shall fight them all." His voice resonated with a deep-seated strength, echoing through the cavern, attempting to dispel the pervasive pall of fear that enveloped them. However, the pain from an old shoulder injury pierced through him like a sharp dagger, momentarily hindering his movements. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the agony, his knuckles whitening as he tightened his grip on the steel pipe. The foremost creature lunged forward, its speed akin to lightning. The southern wind swiftly sidestepped, his body agile like that of a nimble leopard, simultaneously unleashing a beam of light from the key, which struck the creature like a sword. The light made the creature hesitate for a fleeting instant, yet it quickly resumed its frenzied charge, as if the illumination were but a trivial distraction. Seizing the moment, Qiang swung the steel pipe with all his might, aiming a powerful blow at the creature's head. The impact resonated with a dull thud, heavy and resounding, causing the creature to stagger. Astonishingly, it did not fall but instead seemed to grow enraged, launching itself at Qiang with renewed ferocity. Qianyu summoned his courage and hurled a stone with all his strength. It arced through the air, carrying his fear and hope, striking one creature's arm. Yet, the beast remained unperturbed, continuing its grotesque advance without a moment's pause. The trio found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle, the monsters multiplying around them, tightening the encirclement. With every assault, the creatures emitted piercing shrieks, echoing like curses from the depths of hell, laden with endless malice and resentment, quickening their heartbeats to the brink of bursting from their chests. Amidst the chaos, the southern wind, with his keen observation and calm demeanor, discerned that the monsters appeared to fear the light. When the key's glow swept across the horde, their movements noticeably slowed, with some even emitting pained howls. He shouted, "Concentrate the light and attack." Adjusting the key to its brightest setting, the radiance became blinding as he swung it forcefully towards the creatures. Ah Chong and Chun Yu promptly understood, and Ah Chong swiftly retrieved a small flashlight from his pocket. Though worn and aged in this tense atmosphere, it transformed into their beacon of hope. He activated the flashlight, and its beam merged with the key's light, creating a powerful illumination directed at the monsters. The creatures, besieged by the intense brightness, howled in agony, their cacophony akin to the wails of the damned. Their movements faltered, bodies contorting and thrashing as they struggled against the light that instilled fear within them. Seizing the opportunity, the trio launched their counteroffensive. Ah Chang swung the steel pipe, each strike accompanied by the rush of wind as he repelled the encroaching monsters. His arm muscles strained, sweat cascading down, pooling on the ground. Chun Yu picked up sharp stones, targeting the creature's eyes, his arm trembling with tension, yet persevering through each throw with every ounce of strength he could muster. Through their combined efforts, several monsters finally fell, black, viscous fluid oozing from their bodies, exuding a nauseating stench that mingled with decay and an indescribable, grotesque aroma, nearly suffocating them. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, seemingly endless. As the battle raged on, fatigue set in. Ah Chong's swings grew sluggish, each motion feeling like he was wielding an iron rod of immense weight, his muscles aching from exhaustion. Chun Yu's arm, too, ached and grew numb from the relentless throwing. Yet he gritted his teeth and continued to gather stones for further attacks. The key's glow began to dim, its energy waning, flickering as though it might extinguish at any moment, casting a shadow of despair over their dwindling hope. Just as they felt despondent, on the brink of surrender, the southern wind suddenly noticed protruding stones on the cave wall, arranged in peculiar patterns reminiscent of ancient, mysterious symbols. A thought sparked in his mind. Drawing from his past experiences in solving puzzles, he sensed a connection between these patterns and the monsters. Despite his fatigue and fear, he scrutinized the stones closely, discovering one that could be rotated. Summoning all his strength, he grasped the stone and turned it with all his might. A deafening roar reverberated through the cavern as the ground began to sink, revealing a new passage shrouded in damp, putrid air. "Quickly, through here," the southern wind exclaimed, his voice tinged with the joy of survival and trepidation for the unknown path ahead. The trio dashed towards the passage, their steps frantic and hurried. The monsters pursued relentlessly, their shrill cries echoing in the passage, instilling dread. They fled desperately, navigating the uneven terrain, dodging rolling pebbles that nearly caused them to stumble. The creatures' cries grew alarmingly close, the specter of death looming ever nearer. Suddenly, a stone door appeared before them, imposing and weighty, blocking their escape. Ah Chong and Chun Yu pushed against the door with all their might, their hands braced against the stone, muscles taut, veins bulging on their foreheads as sweat poured down. Yet, the door remained immovable, seemingly fixed in place. The southern wind anxiously scanned for a mechanism to open the door, his gaze sweeping over every inch of the stone barrier. At last, he spotted a recess beside the door, its shape mirroring that of the key he held, as if crafted specifically for it. His heart raced with a mix of excitement and anxiety as he inserted the key into the recess, gripping it firmly and turning slowly. As the key turned, the door creaked open, the sound piercing through the silence of the passage. Just as they stepped through, the monsters surged forward. The southern wind hastily turned the key to close the door. The creatures battered against it, each impact reverberating, causing the door to tremble as if it might yield at any moment. Fortunately, the door was sufficiently sturdy to hold them back for now. The trio exhaled with relief. Leaning against the door, gasping for breath, their clothes drenched in sweat, exhaustion and fear etched across their faces. Only then did they begin to survey their surroundings. They found themselves in a vast stone chamber, its walls adorned with strange symbols and patterns, the shapes twisted and the lines contorted, as if narrating a tale of a forgotten, enigmatic history. Among the motifs were human forms, beastly figures, and various inexplicable scenes that defied comprehension. In the center of the chamber stood a colossal statue, its features obscured by time and mysterious forces, holding a softly glowing sphere. The southern wind approached the statue. Scrutinizing the sphere closely, his gaze fixed upon it as he sought clues to unravel the curse. Suddenly, the sphere emitted a blinding radiance, dazzling like a sun that had just erupted, illuminating the entire stone chamber. Within the brilliance, they glimpsed further visions of the village's curse. Many years prior, a villager, in pursuit of supreme power, forged a nefarious pact with dark forces. On a moonless night, he conducted a mysterious and terrifying ritual at the village altar. As dark smoke billowed from the ground, accompanied by eerie incantations and anguished moans. From that moment, calamity descended upon the tranquil village. The malevolent forces, through a series of complex and arcane ceremonies, sealed the curse beneath the village, and the very place they occupied was the epicenter of that curse. Before they could fully comprehend this information, the ground of the stone chamber suddenly cracked open, the fissures spreading rapidly like a vast spider's web. Out of the crevice flowed a viscous black liquid, thick as ink, quickly spreading and exuding a noxious stench. Within the liquid, distorted human faces faintly emerged, contorted in agony, emitting mournful groans that resonated with endless suffering and resentment. Simultaneously, the eyes of the statue began to flicker with a red glow, akin to a burning will-o'-the-wisp, imbued with an infinite chill. The temperature in the stone chamber plummeted sharply, the cold biting through to their bones, as their breath transformed into white mist. Once again, the trio found themselves in peril, huddling together, their bodies trembling slightly from fear and cold. Nanfeng gripped the key tightly, though its light had dimmed. He regarded it as their final glimmer of hope. Chang raised the steel pipe, his arm trembling from fatigue, yet his gaze remained resolute. Chen Yu picked up a shard of stone from the ground, his fingers pale with tension, his palms slick with sweat. They watched their surroundings with vigilance. In the darkness, it seemed that more unknown terrors were about to descend upon them. Their hearts raced, breaths quickened, each exhalation mingling with the white fog. The stone chamber was suffused with an oppressive dread, and they could only rely on their dwindling courage and faith to continue their struggle for survival in this dire predicament. Chapter 24. The core of the curse. The trio remained on high alert, bracing themselves in the stone chamber permeated by the fetid stench. The odor was reminiscent of long-decayed corpses mingled with moldy earth, making each breath feel like a nauseating swallow of repulsion. The chamber was dark and damp, its walls crawling with unknown black slime, and eerie dripping sounds occasionally echoed from the corners, sending chills down their spines. At that moment, the sphere in the statue's hand blazed with intensified light, beams shooting forth like high-energy lasers. These rays struck the chamber walls, casting bizarre shadows, while the ancient and mysterious symbols and patterns flickered to life, as if yearning to recount a long-buried tale of horror. The symbols twisted and writhed, resembling living creatures in motion. The ancient sacrificial scenes depicted in the patterns revealed faces of pain and distortion, chilling to the soul. Suddenly, a deep rumbling emanated from the center of the chamber, akin to a roar from the depths of the earth. Following this, a rift in time and space slowly opened at the chamber's core. From the rift radiated an extraordinary energy fluctuation, as if the essence of another dimension swept over them. The rumbling grew louder, resembling the growl of an ancient beast awakening. As the rift widened, a horde of massive mechanical monstrosities surged forth. These creatures shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, their sharp teeth glinting ominously in the dim light, each blade sharp enough to rend anything in their path. The crackling tendrils of electricity danced through the air, occasionally emitting sharp pops, heralding imminent peril. Chen Yu gasped, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. What are these creatures? Oh heavens, how did we find ourselves in such a dire predicament? Fear distorted his voice, trembling as it echoed through the perilous chamber. Nanfeng furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as he scanned the creatures, searching for weaknesses in their construction and behavior. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain composure, and said, "Let us remain calm. Now more than ever, we must keep our wits about us. We've overcome countless challenges before. We can surely prevail this time." Chang tightened his grip on the steel pipe, the veins in his arms bulging with exertion, his joints pale. His eyes radiated determination as he declared with a deep, steady voice, "No matter what fiends emerge, they shall not harm us easily. I refuse to believe these scrap heaps can defeat us." As he spoke, Chang flexed his wrist, attempting to ease his inner tension. One mechanical monster initiated the assault, its serrated edges spinning rapidly, almost too fast to discern, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it lunged at Chang. The shriek pierced through the air like a sharp whistle. Chang reacted swiftly, sidestepping with the agility of a leopard, narrowly evading the creature's strike. He swung the steel pipe with all his might, aiming a fierce blow at the creature's side. However, the pipe merely produced a sharp clang against the creature's resilient metallic shell, leaving it unscathed. Instead, the collision sent a jolt of electricity surging through the pipe into Chang's arm, numbing him and nearly causing the pipe to slip from his grasp. Witnessing this, Nanfeng felt a surge of urgency and quickly illuminated the key in his hand, a symbol of hope and wisdom, attempting to disrupt the creature's movements. Though the light was faint, it appeared strikingly vivid in the enveloping darkness. The glow fell upon the creature, momentarily slowing its movements. Qinyu, observing the unfolding situation, seized the opportunity. He bent down to pick up a sharp metal shard from the ground and hurled it towards the creature's eye. The shard arced through the air, infused with Qinyu's fear and hope. With a resounding thud, the shard struck the creature, causing its eyes to flicker, disrupting its orderly attack rhythm, rendering its movements sluggish and erratic. This fleeting success allowed the trio to gradually discern the creature's attack patterns, enhancing their cooperation. Nanfeng used the light from the key to interfere with the creature's actions. Each flash of light caused the creature to momentarily halt. Qinyu diligently searched for suitable opportunities to strike, continuously collecting metal shards and stones from the ground to hurl at the creature's vulnerable spots. Chang, drawing on his courage and strength, engaged the creatures up close, diverting their attention to create chances for Nanfeng and Qinyu to attack. Yet, the mechanical monstrosities continued to pour forth from the rift, seemingly endless. As the battle raged on, the trio's stamina began to wane. Chang's movement slowed, each swing of the pipe feeling like he was lifting a 1,000-pound weight, his arms aching. Qinyu, from bending to pick up and throw objects, felt a severe soreness in his back, his arms nearly numb. The glow of Nanfeng's key dimmed from continuous use, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, Nanfeng, utilizing his keen observation and calm demeanor, discerned that the monster's movements appeared to be influenced by the energy fluctuations from the rift. Whenever the energy within the rift surged, the creatures became more agile and ferocious. Conversely, when the energy waned, their actions slowed accordingly. His eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, "Everyone listen. The movements of these creatures are influenced by the energy fluctuations from the rift. If we attack around the rift and disrupt the energy transmission, we might be able to halt these monsters." The three immediately altered their strategy, focusing their efforts on the edges of the rift. Chang, summoning his last ounce of strength, swung a steel pipe towards the rift's edge. Qinyu, disregarding the ache in his arms, picked up a larger stone and hurled it at the rift, while Nanfeng unleashed the full radiance of the key, illuminating the area around the rift in an attempt to interfere with the energy flow. As their assaults persisted, the rift began to tremble violently, emitting a low humming sound, and the emergence of the monsters noticeably slowed. At last, with a brilliant flash of light, the rift abruptly closed, accompanied by a thunderous noise. The remaining mechanical creatures ceased their movements, collapsing to the ground as if they had lost all power. Exhausted, the three sank to the floor, gasping for breath. Their clothes drenched in sweat, fatigue and fear etched on their faces. Their chests heaved violently, each breath releasing a plume of mist, as if they had just survived a harrowing battle. Before they could regain their composure, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing the entire stone chamber to begin sinking. The symbols on the walls emitted an eerie glow, flickering ominously, as if foretelling an impending crisis. Nanfeng struggled to rise, surveying their surroundings with a grave expression, declaring, "It seems this is not the end. We must find a way out quickly. If we delay any longer, we shall be buried here." Thus, they dragged their weary bodies deeper into the stone chamber, each step a tremendous effort, their legs feeling as heavy as lead. The encroaching darkness seemed intent on swallowing them whole, with unknown dangers lurking ahead. Yet, each held a steadfast belief. They must survive, discover a way to break the curse, and save themselves and their village. Chapter 25. Echoes of the Whispering Abyss. The trio, burdened by fatigue and an almost leaden weight, trudged through the serpentine passage that seemed endless. Each step felt like dragging a monumental weight, their feet seemingly enchanted to the ground, every lift and descent draining their dwindling strength. The air around them grew increasingly humid and stifling, akin to a thick, viscous shroud clinging to their skin, impenetrable and suffocating. Sweat seeped uncontrollably from their pores, yet the oppressive atmosphere ensnared it, preventing evaporation, making each breath feel laborious, their chests rising and falling with excruciating difficulty. Occasionally, droplets of water would fall from the walls, the rhythmic sound echoing eerily in the oppressive silence, each drop striking their taut nerves like a hammer, amplifying the sinister ambience. As they persevered through the suffocating corridor, A colossal stone door loomed ahead. Towering and formidable, it resembled a mountain blocking their path, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its surface was intricately inscribed with enigmatic symbols and patterns, each radiating an inscrutable aura, as if silently recounting the passage of time and undisclosed secrets. The symbols twisted and contorted, reminiscent of an ancient, mystical script, with strokes suggesting hidden power. The patterns depicted indescribable scenes, pulsating with a mysterious energy, as if narrating a long-buried history. A Chang stepped forward first, straining against the door with all his might, his teeth clenched and muscles taut, veins bulging in his neck. Yet the door remained immovable, as though mocking their futile efforts. This door must have a mechanism, Nan Feng observed, crouching down, his gaze intent and serious as he scrutinized the symbols at the base of the door. His fingers glided over the engravings, seeking to decipher their concealed messages. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation, mind racing for clues to unlock the door. Chun Yu paced anxiously nearby, his eyes darting about in a frenzy, resembling a frightened deer in search of hope within the darkness. His hurried, erratic steps echoed his racing heart, producing a dull thud. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as if he had caught a glimmer of light in the dark, pointing excitedly at the upper part of the door. Look! There's a recess up there. The other two followed his gaze, noticing indeed a uniquely shaped indentation above the door, its edges glowing faintly with blue light. Strikingly visible in the dark corridor, the ethereal blue radiance seemed to beckon from another realm, exuding an inexplicable allure. Nan Feng sprang to his feet, his movements swift and agile, as if fearing he might miss the opportunity to unlock the door. He retrieved the mysterious key from his pocket, which had proven vital in their previous adventure, and now appeared to emanate a faint but potent energy, as if anticipating its union with the recess. He approached, gently inserting the key into the indentation, his actions delicate and reverent, reminiscent of a sacred ritual, every minute movement imbued with awe. His hands trembled slightly as he focused intently on the junction of the key and the recess, as if it held the key to their fate. At the moment the key slid into place, the door emitted a deep rumbling sound, echoing as if from an ancient epic, imbued with a weighty sense of history, awakening dormant guardianship. Gradually, the door creaked open, releasing a gust of stale air, mingled with dust and the scent of time, as though long-buried memories were being unearthed, conjuring visions of the mysterious tales that once transpired here. Beyond the door lay an expansive circular chamber, its walls adorned with luminous gemstones that cast a soft, radiant glow, illuminating the entire space and revealing the enigmatic surroundings in clarity. The intertwining lights of the jewels created a fantastical interplay of shadows, as if they had entered a dreamlike realm, beautiful yet fraught with peril. This place feels off. Everyone be cautious, a Chang warned, gripping his steel pipe tightly. Tension and unease evident in his gaze as he cautiously entered the room. His body leaned slightly forward, legs bent, ever ready to confront any imminent danger. A posture akin to a vigilant warrior. At the center of the room rested a massive stone disc, ancient and enigmatic, etched with intricate patterns that shimmered with a strange light, as if whispering an ancient tale, beckoning them to uncover its secrets. The elaborate design seemed to form a mysterious cipher, awaiting their deciphering, each line and curve imbued with profound significance. Just as the trio approached the disc with curiosity, it suddenly vibrated violently, the tremor emanating from its depths, imbued with formidable power, as though a slumbering giant had been roused. The ground quaked fiercely, the entire chamber threatening to shatter under the strain, their bodies swaying unsteadily with the tremors, struggling to maintain their balance. Cracks appeared in the walls, widening ominously, as if the earth were groaning in agony, on the verge of collapse. A noxious liquid seeped through the cracks, exuding a pungent odor that elicited a visceral urge to retch, as if it were a venom from the depths of hell, radiating an aura of malevolence. Chun Yu's face turned ashen, his body trembling involuntarily as he stammered, "This is too terrifying. It can't be collapsing, can it? What shall we do?" Panic gripped him, and he cried out, "It's going to collapse." His voice was laced with fear and despair, his eyes betraying a hint of chaos, as if he beheld the specter of death beckoning them. At that moment, the light upon the disc coalesced into a humanoid silhouette, ethereal and enigmatic, as if an envoy from another realm, enveloped in an otherworldly presence. The figure spoke slowly, its voice deep and hollow, echoing as if from an abyss. Imbued with a chilling power, to escape this place, you must unravel the ancient riddle, otherwise, you shall remain trapped here for eternity. The voice reverberated through the chamber, instilling a profound chill in their hearts, as if it possessed an enchantment that pierced their very souls, imparting an overwhelming sense of oppression. With that, the figure vanished. And an enigma appeared on the disk. Light and darkness intertwine. Within the torrent of time, seek the truth of balance. Speak the number that signifies balance to unlock the path to the next level. The three exchanged bewildered glances. The riddle was too abstract, leaving their minds blank and devoid of ideas. Time slipped away. The ground quaked violently, stones cascading from above as if urging them to find the answer quickly. Each falling rock a grim reminder of impending doom. Achang anxiously tugged at his hair, his brow furrowed, exclaiming, "What does this even mean? How do we solve it? If we can't, we're truly finished." Xinyu, equally frantic, stomped his feet in agitation, his face a mask of anxiety. "Indeed, we have no clues. Are we to be trapped here indefinitely? Had I known it would be so arduous, I would never have ventured into this quagmire." Nan Feng frowned, lost in profound contemplation, his gaze revealing a flicker of determination and resolve, as if engaged in a silent duel with the riddle. His mind raced, recalling past knowledge and experiences, piecing together various clues. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization, as if he glimpsed a glimmer of hope amid the darkness. "I understand. Light and darkness intertwining may refer to the balance of yin and yang, and in traditional Chinese philosophy, the symbol of that balance is the number 5, as it lies in the center between 1 and 9. This must be the answer." Nanfeng's voice brimmed with excitement and confidence, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Achang and Xunyu shared skeptical looks, their expressions tinged with hesitation and concern, yet with no better alternative. They opted to trust Nanfeng. "Can we truly rely on this? If we are mistaken, we may lose our chance," Achang questioned, his tone betraying trepidation, his eyes filled with anticipation and unease. "We have no choice but to try. Otherwise, we will be trapped here for certain. This is the only path forward," Nanfeng asserted, his eyes radiating undeniable resolve. Xinyu bit his lip, a hint of resignation crossing his features. "Let us gamble on this. I hope it is indeed correct. If we are wrong, we shall find ourselves at a dead end." Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng steadied himself and proclaimed loudly toward the disk, 5. His voice resonated through the room, imbued with an air of certainty, as if declaring their choice to fate. As soon as the words left his lips, the disk emitted a blinding light, akin to the radiance of the sun, illuminating the entire chamber, nearly blinding them. A stone platform gradually emerged at the center of the room, revealing an opening leading downward, its edges shimmering softly, as if beckoning them. A new doorway opened by destiny. "Quick, we must descend," Nanfeng urged, urgency lacing his tone. The three hurried towards the opening, their footsteps resolute and rapid, as if racing against time. Each step infused with a fervent desire for life. Just before the room collapsed entirely, they leaped into the abyss. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as they entered a new realm, one that seemed to harbor more secrets related to the curse, awaiting their discovery. Chapter 26. Shadows in the mist. A horde of faceless, grotesque figures surged forth, as if released from the chaotic depths of the cosmos, exuding a nauseating stench that overwhelmed the senses. Their bodies twisted unnaturally, limbs contorted at implausible angles, as if manipulated by diabolical hands, threatening to fracture at any moment. Each step echoed with the dissonance of grinding bone, reverberating through the claustrophobic cavern, sounding like the tolling bells of doom, striking terror into the hearts of the trio, ensnaring them in a nightmarish ordeal. Xunyu's legs trembled uncontrollably, shaking as if caught in a whirlwind, the stone he clutched slipping from his grasp and vanishing into the abyss without a sound. What are these creatures? Will we ever escape?" His voice quivered, barely audible, as fear washed over him like an icy tide, engulfing him entirely. His mind raced with images of the monster's twisted forms, each vision a sharp blade piercing his nerves, sending shivers through his very soul. Nanfeng inhaled deeply, striving for composure. Yet the frantic beating of his heart betrayed his anxiety. His breaths were labored, each inhale akin to dragging a heavy chain. "Stay calm. We must uncover their weakness," he urged, gripping the key of wisdom tightly, its glow dimming like a flickering candle in the wind, yet he clung to it as a beacon of hope. His vigilant gaze scanned the darkness, seeking any hint of vulnerability amidst the seemingly chaotic movements of the monsters. Achang positioned a steel pipe defensively before him, his expression resolute, as if declaring their unwavering determination against the horrors before them. "Bring on as many as you wish. We shall fight them all." His voice, deep and powerful, resonated through the cave, attempting to dispel the pervasive dread. Yet, the pain from an old injury throbbed like a dagger, momentarily hindering his movements. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, yet his resolve remained unshaken, ready to confront the oncoming assault. The foremost creature lunged, its speed blinding. Leaving no time for reaction, Nanfeng swiftly sidestepped, agile as a panther, while directing the key to emit a beam of light, slicing through the air like a sword aimed at the beast. The light struck the creature, causing it to falter for but a heartbeat before it resumed its frenzied advance. As if the illumination were a mere nuisance, Aqiang seized the opportunity, swinging the steel pipe with all his might and striking the monster's head with a resounding thud. The sound resonated like a funeral knell for the beast, yet, upon being hit, the creature merely swayed without toppling over. Instead, it seemed to become enraged, attacking with even greater ferocity. Its claws lunged towards Aqiang, who quickly raised the steel pipe to defend himself, the clash of metal against claw creating a jarring screech. Qinyu, summoning his courage, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the monster. The stone traced an arc through the air, embodying his fear and hope, striking one of the creature's arms. However, the monster appeared oblivious, continuing its twisted advance without a moment's pause. The three of them found themselves in a desperate struggle as more monsters converged, encircling them with an ever-tightening grip. With each assault, the beasts emitted piercing cries, as if uttering curses from the deepest pits of hell, laden with malice and resentment, causing their hearts to race and breaths to become labored, each inhalation consuming their strength. Amidst the fierce battle, Nanfeng, with keen observation and a calm demeanor, discerned that the monsters seemed to fear the light. When the beam from the key swept over the horde, their movements noticeably slowed, some even letting out anguished howls. He shouted, "Concentrate the light and attack." With that, he adjusted the key's glow to its brightest setting, the brilliance dazzling as he swung it forcefully towards the monsters. Aqiang and Qinyu immediately understood. Aqiang swiftly retrieved a small flashlight from his pocket. Though somewhat worn, it became their beacon of hope in that tense atmosphere. He switched it on, merging its light with Nanfeng's key, creating a powerful beam directed at the creatures. Where the light struck, the monsters recoiled, shrieking in agony. The intense illumination provoked their torment, their cries echoing like wails of the damned. Their movements slowed, bodies contorting and struggling, as if they were desperately resisting the terror induced by the light. Seizing the moment, the trio launched their counterattack. Aqiang swung the steel pipe, each motion accompanied by a rush of wind, continuously repelling the advancing monsters. His muscles strained, sweat trickling down his arms, each strike exhausting his strength, each breath heavy with fatigue. Qinyu picked up sharp stones, aiming for the monster's eyes, his arms trembling from the tension and effort, yet he gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of energy for each throw, his gaze fixed on the creatures, filled with fear and determination. Through their combined efforts, several monsters finally succumbed, oozing black, viscous slime that emitted a nauseating stench, mingled with decay and an unknown, grotesque odor that threatened to suffocate them. Yet, the number of monsters remained overwhelming, as if they were endless. As the battle wore on, fatigue set in. Aqiang's swings grew slower, each movement akin to wielding a heavy iron rod, his muscles aching from exhaustion. Lifting his arms required immense effort. Qinyu's limbs, too, felt numb and sore from the relentless throwing. Yet he pressed on, picking up stones to continue the assault, his fingers pale from prolonged exertion. Nanfeng's light began to dim, its energy waning, flickering as if it might extinguish at any moment, leaving their hopes fading into uncertainty. Just as despair threatened to consume them, Nanfeng suddenly noticed protruding stones on the cave walls, arranged in peculiar patterns resembling ancient, mystical symbols. A spark ignited within him, recalling his previous experience with puzzles. He surmised these markings might be intricately linked to the monsters. Battling his fatigue and inner dread, he scrutinized the stones and discovered one that could rotate. Summoning all his strength, he grasped the stone and turned it forcefully. A deafening rumble echoed as if the entire cave trembled. The ground began to sink, revealing a new passage suffused with damp, decaying air that induced nausea. "Quick, follow me," Nanfeng shouted, his voice tinged with relief and trepidation for the uncertain path ahead. The trio hurried towards the passage, their steps frantic and hurried, hearts pounding in their ears. The monsters pursued closely behind, their shrill cries resonating through the tunnel, instilling fear. They fled desperately through the uneven ground, small stones tumbling beneath them, nearly causing them to stumble. The monsters' cries grew ever nearer, like the encroaching shadow of death. Suddenly, a massive stone door appeared before them, imposing and solid, blocking their escape. Aqiang and Qinyu pushed against the door with all their might, their hands straining against the stone, muscles taut, veins prominently visible on their foreheads, sweat cascading down. Yet, the door remained immovable, as if secured in place. Nanfeng anxiously scanned for a mechanism to open it, his gaze darting across every corner. At last, he spotted a recess next to the door, shaped like the key he held, as if custom-made for it. His heart raced with a mix of anxiety and excitement as he inserted the key into the recess and turned it slowly. As the key rotated, the door creaked open, the sound piercing in the silence of the tunnel. Just as they stepped through, the monsters surged after them. Nanfeng quickly turned the key to close the door, the beasts crashing against it with resounding thuds, each impact causing the door to shudder as if it might give way at any moment. Fortunately, the door held firm, temporarily barring their pursuers. The three leaned against the door, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. It was only then that they began to take in their surroundings. They found themselves in a vast stone chamber, its walls adorned with bizarre symbols and patterns. The twisted shapes and eerie lines seemed to narrate a forgotten, mysterious history. The designs depicted humanoid and beastly forms alongside various strange scenes, eluding comprehension. In the center stood a colossal statue, its features obscured, as though erased by time and mystical forces, holding a softly glowing orb. Nanfeng approached the statue, closely examining the orb, his gaze fixed on it in search of clues to break the curse. Suddenly, the orb emitted a blinding light, illuminating the chamber like a sunburst. Within the radiance, they beheld more scenes related to the village's curse. Many years ago, a villager, in pursuit of ultimate power, forged a nefarious pact with dark forces. On a moonless night, he conducted a mysterious and terrifying ritual at the village altar, dark smoke rising from the earth, accompanied by eerie incantations and anguished moans. From that moment on, calamity befell the once peaceful village. The dark forces, through a series of intricate and arcane ceremonies, sealed the curse beneath the village. And the very place they occupied was the epicenter of that curse. Before they could fully process this revelation, the ground of the chamber suddenly fissured, the cracks spreading rapidly like a giant spider's web. Black liquid surged from the crevices, thick as ink, quickly spreading and emitting a nauseating, putrid odor. In the liquid, distorted human faces subtly emerged, their expressions twisted in agony, emitting low, mournful groans that seemed to narrate endless suffering and resentment. Simultaneously, the eyes of the statue began to flicker with a crimson glow, resembling a burning, ghostly flame that exuded an unending chill. The temperature within the stone chamber plummeted sharply, the cold penetrating to the bone, and their exhaled breath instantly transformed into white mist. The three found themselves once again in peril, huddled closely together, their bodies trembling slightly from fear and cold. Nanfeng gripped the key tightly. Although its radiance had dimmed, he still regarded it as their last glimmer of hope. Chang raised the steel pipe, his arm quivering slightly from fatigue, yet his gaze remained resolute. Yu picked up a fragment of stone from the ground, his fingers pale with tension, his palms slick with sweat. They kept a vigilant watch over their surroundings. In the darkness, it seemed that more unknown terrors were imminent. Their hearts raced, breaths quickened, each inhalation releasing a plume of white mist. At that moment, Nanfeng noticed a small opening in one corner of the chamber, partially concealed by thick, twisted vines. The vines appeared almost alive, swaying gently in the shadows like monstrous entities. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he suggested to Chang and Yu, "Let us attempt to escape through that aperture. Perhaps it leads to safety." The trio cautiously approached the opening, carefully avoiding the encroaching black liquid. They tread softly, fearful of disturbing hidden dangers, their eyes fixed on the dark liquid beneath their feet, hearts brimming with trepidation. Upon reaching the opening, Chang used the steel pipe to push aside the vines, revealing a narrow passageway. A damp, decaying odor wafted from within, mingling the stench of rotting vegetation with an unidentifiable foulness, enough to induce nausea. Yet, they had no choice but to steel themselves and venture inside. The passage was constricted, forcing them to proceed in single file, their bodies nearly pressed against the walls, each step revealing the cold dampness of the stone. Occasionally, icy droplets dripped from the walls, striking them and sending chills coursing through their bodies, as though unseen hands were caressing them with frigid fingers. After a while, a low, rumbling growl echoed from ahead, as if emanating from the depths of hell, filled with boundless resentment and fury, causing the walls of the passage to tremble. Alongside the growl came an overwhelming sense of oppression, akin to an invisible hand tightening around their throats, making each breath a Herculean effort. What dreadful entity approaches? Yu gasped in terror, pressing against the wall in search of solace amidst the cold stone. His eyes widened in fright, staring into the darkness ahead, as if countless monsters could emerge at any moment to consume them. His body trembled with fear, every nerve ending taut with dread. Nanfeng clutched the key tightly, while Chang raised the steel pipe, both men alertly eyeing the encroaching darkness, their expressions imbued with vigilance and determination. From the shadows, a colossal figure gradually materialized, larger than any creature they had previously encountered, resembling a moving hill. It emanated a dense, chilling mist, its eyes glowing like two burning red flames, exuding a terror capable of freezing the very soul. The creature advanced slowly, each step causing the ground to tremble as if the earth itself quaked in fear of its presence. It opened its massive maw, revealing sharp fangs that gleamed with a cold light, capable of rending steel asunder. The growl reverberated through the passage, causing stones to cascade down, as if the entire structure were on the brink of collapse. "Prepare yourselves," Nan Feng shouted, his voice laced with resolve and determination. The three braced themselves, hearts heavy with fear, yet for the sake of their village and themselves, they knew they must fight. Their gazes conveyed unwavering resolve and tenacity, though fear lurked closely behind. Their determination forged as solid as steel. In this dark passage, they were each other's sole support, their final bastion against fear and danger. Suddenly, the creature accelerated, moving with lightning speed toward them. Ninfeng swiftly sidestepped, his movements akin to a leopard, while he illuminated the key, attempting to blind the beast. The light flickered in the darkness like a shooting star, yet appeared insignificant against the creature's formidable might. Achang swung the steel pipe, aiming for the monster's legs, his muscles taut with exertion. However, the creature's speed and strength were overwhelming, easily evading Achang's strike, as though it were merely an ant challenging an elephant. The monster's claws lunged toward Chun Yu, who, wide-eyed with terror, felt as though his eyes would pop from their sockets, realizing there was no time to evade. Just as the claws were about to seize him, Nanfeng dashed forward without hesitation, using his body to shield Chun Yu from the onslaught. The creature's claws raked across Nanfeng's back, inflicting excruciating pain, akin to a multitude of needles piercing his flesh, blood staining his clothing in the dim passage. A stark and harrowing sight. Nanfeng, Achang, and Chun Yu cried out in unison, their voices thick with shock and concern. Their hearts ignited with a fervent mix of anger and fear upon witnessing their injured companion. That fury blazed like a raging inferno. Intent on reducing the dark passage and the vile creature to ashes, the fear surged like a cold tide, crashing against their hearts, confronting them with the stark reality of danger. "Do not mind me. Continue your assault." Nanfeng gritted through the pain, his voice rough and strained, yet resolute, as though declaring to the creature that they would not fall easily. Achang and Chun Yu fought back tears, their eyes brimming yet refusing to let them fall, as they continued to battle the monster, searching relentlessly for its vulnerabilities. In the throes of combat, Nanfeng endured the searing agony in his back, keenly observing the creature's movements and physical traits, eventually discerning a faintly glowing crystal at its chest, seemingly its weak point. The crystal shimmered with an eerie light, beckoning their attacks. "Strike at its chest," Nanfeng urged, hope glimmering in his eyes. Even as pain coursed through him, he remained composed, striving to seize this fleeting chance for survival. That glimmer of hope shone like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating their path and granting them the courage and strength to persevere. The three united their forces, launching an assault on the monster's chest. Achang poured every ounce of his strength into thrusting the steel pipe toward the creature's heart, his face a mask of determination and resolve, as if channeling all his fury and might into that singular blow. Chun Yu seized a sharp stone, hurling it at the monster's chest, the stone tracing an arc through the air, imbued with his hopes and fears. Nanfeng illuminated the key with a brilliant light, directing it towards the creature's chest, striving to weaken its power. Through their combined efforts, the crystal finally shattered upon impact, emitting a crisp sound. The monster let out a chilling, heart-wrenching wail, echoing as a final lament to the world, filled with anguish and despair. Its body began to convulse violently, as though shaken by a tremendous earthquake. Gradually, it collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust that lingered in the air, reminiscent of the creature's last struggle and death. However, before they could catch their breath, a strange noise emanated from the depths of the passage, reminiscent of countless insects scuttling, producing a rustling sound, mingled with low murmurs, as if innumerable ghosts whispered in the darkness, sending shivers down their spines. The southern wind, gritting his teeth against the pain, led the way towards the source of the sound, with Achang and Chinyu flanking him on either side. The trio advanced cautiously, each step laden with an unknown terror, while the eerie sound grew increasingly closer, as if weaving an invisible web of death in the darkness, waiting for them to step into its grasp. Chapter 27. The crisis of the whispering path. The southern wind endured the searing pain from his back wound. Each movement felt as if countless sharp steel needles were stabbing into him, the tearing agony surging forth from the injury, spreading throughout his body like an overwhelming tide. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, splattering onto the ground beneath him, quickly soaking his garments and leaving a trail of mottled, chaotic stains in his wake. Chang and Chun Yu stood resolutely on either side, like loyal sentinels, their eyes brimming with vigilance and concern, pupils dilated in fear, resembling startled beasts in the dark. Their weapons were gripped tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain, as if at any moment some unimaginable horror might leap forth from the abyss to consume them whole. The strange sound grew ever closer, becoming increasingly distinct. Initially, it resembled the frantic rustling of countless insects. A cacophony of whispers that pricked at the heart like a multitude of fine, sharp needles, instilling a profound sense of unease and dread, tightening every nerve in their bodies. Suddenly, the sound shifted, transforming into a low murmur, the indistinct phrases drifting from ancient, forgotten depths, revealing sinister, age-old secrets. Each note imbued with a chilling magic capable of penetrating the very soul, stirring chaos within their thoughts and plunging their minds into a vortex of terror. As the sound approached, a damp, putrid odor assailed them, a stench mingling with the foulness of decaying flesh, as if the remnants of long-rotted corpses, infested with maggots, had finally made their presence known. Alongside it was the musty scent of mildew, reminiscent of ancient basements encrusted with layers of green mold, and an unknown acrid odor that induced nausea, causing their stomachs to churn violently, as if their innards were being mercilessly stirred and torn apart by this noxious miasma. Where's that sound coming from? Chun Yu's voice trembled, thick with a sobbing timbre, fear spreading within him like a raging wildfire, rapidly consuming the last vestiges of his courage. His eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets, fixated on the encroaching darkness, which loomed like an endless abyss, ready to reach out with countless sharp claws to drag them into its depths, ensuring their eternal descent. In that moment, a parade of horrific visions flashed through his mind. The twisted forms of monsters clawing at him, ghastly faces flickering in the shadows, their chilling laughter intertwining with his nightmares, binding him in an unyielding grip of terror, as if an invisible demon's hand were clutching his very soul. Stay calm. We will figure this out, the southern wind managed to utter through gritted teeth. His voice, hoarse from pain, rasped like sandpaper, yet the resolute tone offered a glimmer of solace to his comrades, akin to a flickering light in the darkness, dim, yet instilling a sense of hope. He clutched the key tightly, its faint glow reminiscent of a candle's flame, fragile against the wind, yet symbolizing the last flicker of hope. The cold sensation grounding him, as if the key connected him to light and possibility. The trio continued to tread carefully forward, the narrow passage suffused with a stifling tension. The air thickened by fear, every breath feeling like a struggle against a heavy, damp cloth. Suddenly, glimmers of light appeared ahead, flickering like ghostly flames, dancing in the darkness with an inexplicable eeriness. As they drew closer, the lights became discernible, pairs of eyes radiating an uncanny glow, their eerie green light cold as if they were phosphorescent fires from the underworld, gazing at them from the shadows, as if probing the very depths of their souls, seeking their innermost fears. Look, what is that? Chun Yu exclaimed in terror, pointing at the eyes, his body shaking uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, his speech stuttering. Chang instantly raised the steel pipe before him, assuming a defensive stance, his legs slightly bent, his center of gravity lowered, resembling a poised leopard ready to pounce. His gaze exuded unwavering determination. Despite the creeping fear, his will remained as resolute as steel, refusing to bow to terror. Whatever it is, we are not afraid, he shouted, his voice resonating through the passage, attempting to embolden himself and his companions, though the slight tremor in his tone betrayed his inner anxiety, a testament to his struggle against the brink of fear. The eyes multiplied, like a constellation of stars in the night sky, coalescing into a massive shadow. As the shadow approached, they finally beheld the creature, a colossal monstrosity, its form covered in writhing tentacles, its body twisted grotesquely, each movement accompanied by a chilling hiss, as if countless insects were feasting upon something. Tentacles flailed in the air, resembling serpents, each adorned with sharp barbs glinting ominously in the faint light, akin to instruments of death from the abyss, ready to rend their flesh with a mere stroke. The creature unleashed a deafening roar, its voice akin to a bomb detonating near their ears, reverberating painfully, as if threatening to collapse the very passage itself. It then lunged forward, tentacles slashing through the air with alarming speed, producing a howling wind that felt like razor blades slicing through the atmosphere. The southern wind swiftly sidestepped, his body agile like a leopard, illuminating the key in a flash, attempting to disrupt the beast's assault. The light flickered, momentarily affecting the creature, its rapid advance faltering, as if someone had pressed the pause button on its ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Achang swung the steel pipe with all his might, striking the tentacle with a resounding thud, echoing through the corridor like the tolling of a decrepit bell. However, the tentacle was resilient, reminiscent of steel. Achang's blow merely delayed its onslaught, and it quickly retaliated, whipping towards him with such speed that he barely had time to evade, the rush of air stinging his cheek. Yu, summoning his courage, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the creature. The stone arced through the air, carrying his fear and hope, yet upon impact, it was as if it had sunk into the ocean without a ripple, the creature exhibiting no reaction, as if the stone were merely a whisper of wind. The tentacles drew ever closer, ensnaring the trio in a perilous predicament. Shadows of death looming like a dark cloud overhead, each second teetering on the precipice of life and death. Amidst the fierce confrontation, the southern wind, with his keen observation and calm demeanor, discerned that the creature's eyes appeared to be its weakness. Whenever light illuminated its eyes, the creature's movements would become sluggish, its once agile tentacles trembling slightly, as if drained of their strength. He immediately shouted, "Aim for its eyes." His voice quivered with tension and excitement, yet it resonated with power. Upon hearing this, Achang and Yu promptly altered their attack strategy. Achang summoned all his strength, lunging the steel pipe toward the creature's eye. His arm muscles tightened, veins bulged, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his clothing. Sensing the imminent danger, the monster swiftly twisted its body, moving with a speed akin to lightning in an attempt to evade the strike. Achang's steel pipe grazed the creature's eye, leaving merely a faint mark on its eyelid, failing to strike a critical blow, which filled him with frustration. He gripped the steel pipe tightly, preparing for another assault. Meanwhile, Yu searched for an opportunity, his gaze fixed intently on the creature's eyes, scanning for suitable stones. At last, he picked up a sharp rock, aimed it at the creature's eye, and hurled it with force. His arm rose high, his body slightly leaning back with effort, the stone spinning rapidly through the air. This time, the stone struck true, hitting one of the creature's eyes. It let out a tortured howl, reminiscent of an injured beast, shaking the corridor with its reverberation. The creature thrashed violently, its tentacles flailing wildly, causing chaos throughout the passage as debris fell from the walls. Seizing the moment of the creature's confusion, Nanfeng concentrated, intensifying the light from the key. His hands gripped the key tightly, sweat pooling in his palms, nearly causing him to drop it. The light became blinding, resembling a small sun as it shot toward the creature's other eye. The intense radiance inflicted torment upon the creature, which flailed its tentacles in a frenzy. Careening through the corridor, the tentacles crashed against the walls, sending stones tumbling down, stirring up dust, and creating an atmosphere akin to a minor earthquake. Enveloped in smoke that hindered visibility, the three quickly took cover, scampering through the narrow passage, their steps frantic and hurried, occasionally tripping over fallen stones, only to rise swiftly and continue their escape. The creature's tentacles whipped dangerously close, each gust of wind rustling their clothing. They struggled to find refuge amidst the dust, every second fraught with peril, their lives hanging by a thread, the shadow of death looming ever closer. Just as despair began to settle in, Nanfeng suddenly spotted a small niche in the wall, concealed behind a fallen stone. Had he not been observant, it would have gone unnoticed. Within the niche glimmered something, faintly shimmering like a beacon of hope in the darkness. Without a moment to lose, he dashed toward the niche, his steps unsteady yet resolute, as if it were their last lifeline. Achang and Yu followed closely, their hearts reigniting with a flicker of hope, a testament to the yearning for life in the face of despair. Upon reaching the niche, they discovered an ancient box, covered in strange symbols. The symbols were twisted and bizarre, reminiscent of an archaic and mysterious script, recording secrets long forgotten, or perhaps a curse from antiquity. Nanfeng reached out to grasp the box, and upon contact, it emitted a faint glow, the symbols beginning to shimmer in response. The interplay of light and symbols exuded an aura of mystery, as if recounting a tale from a bygone era. Simultaneously, the creature seemed to sense the box's power, becoming even more frenzied. It charged at the three without hesitation, its tentacles thrashing with renewed vigor and speed, the air filled with the howling of its flailing appendages, akin to the scythe of death. "Quick, see what's inside the box," Achang shouted, his voice tinged with urgency and anticipation, embodying a desperate longing for hope. Nanfeng hurriedly opened the box, his fingers trembling with anxiety as he struggled to unfasten the clasp. Inside lay a crystal, radiating a gentle light. its clarity and warmth starkly contrasting with the surrounding terror, as if it hailed from a realm of light. Once the crystal was exposed to the air, its brilliance intensified, resembling a resplendent star that illuminated the entire corridor, banishing the darkness and casting away shadows. The creature was engulfed by the crystal's radiance, emitting a chilling wail. A sound reminiscent of agony from the depths of hell, filled with resentment and despair, as if cursing the very world. Its body began to tremble, the tentacles gradually ceasing their wild thrashing, their previously frenzied motion slowing to a halt, as though ensnared by a binding spell. Under the light's influence, the creature's form grew increasingly translucent, starting from its limbs, until it vanished completely, as if it had never existed, leaving behind only silence and the sound of the trio's heavy breathing. They exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath. Sweat mingling with blood, soaking their clothes, which clung to their bodies in a disheveled state. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion and the relief of survival. Yet their eyes retained a glimmer of fear, a deep imprint of their recent harrowing ordeal. Is it finally over? Chunyu uttered weakly, uncertainty and profound fatigue lacing his voice, as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. We cannot let our guard down yet, Nanfeng replied, rising slowly and laboriously, each movement accompanied by sharp pain from his back, as though a knife were twisting within him. He carefully stowed the crystal in a pocket close to his body, patting it gently as if to provide it with added protection, and to instill a sense of security within himself. This crystal seemed to harbor immense power, potentially linked to the village's curse. Furrowing his brow, his gaze reflected contemplation and concern, as if pondering the unknown challenges that lay ahead. They continued along the passage, noticing a gradual transformation in their surroundings. The corridor no longer felt narrow and dark. The moisture and moss on the walls began to dissipate, giving way to a spacious and illuminated expanse. Murals adorned the walls, depicting ancient rituals and mysterious symbols. In these rituals, figures donned peculiar garments, encircling a grand altar, their faces a mixture of reverence and fear, as if engaging in a dialogue with deities or demons. The enigmatic symbols varied in shape, some resembling serpents, whispering ancient secrets. Others appeared as distorted human forms, seemingly cursing the very essence of existence, narrating a forgotten history steeped in mystery and terror. As they ventured deeper, a colossal stone door loomed ahead. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns, depicting mountains and rivers, suggesting the power of nature. Celestial bodies hinted at the mysteries of the cosmos, and various fantastical creatures, some fierce and others inscrutable, adorned the center, where a recess perfectly matched the shape of the crystal in Nanfeng's possession, as if designed specifically for it. A key to unlock an enigmatic realm. Could it be that we must use this crystal to open the door? Achong speculated, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, tinged with a hint of trepidation, as if on the verge of uncovering a monumental secret. Nanfeng stepped forward and placed the crystal into the recess. His hands trembled slightly, a mix of anxiety and excitement, as if he were about to embark on an extraordinary journey. In an instant, the crystal emitted a brilliant radiance, harmonizing with the patterns adorning the stone door. The door creaked open slowly, its sound piercing the stillness of the corridor, reminiscent of a sigh from the ages. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them, steeped in the weight of time and the allure of the unknown, as if it were a summons from a bygone era. Beyond the door lay a vast cavern, at the center of which stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a tome that glimmered softly. The cover of the book was crafted from aged leather, inscribed with enigmatic runes, as though penned by the hand of an ancient sorcerer. As they approached the pedestal, the book opened of its own accord, the pages whispering softly. The words within began to flicker and dance, as if imbued with life, recounting a forgotten history, fraught with anguish and struggle. Nanfeng scrutinized the contents, his expression growing increasingly grave, his brow furrowed, eyes betraying shock and concern, as if he had uncovered a terrifying truth. This book chronicled the truth behind the village's curse. Many years ago, an evil sorcerer sought immortality and struck a pact with a dark deity. On a moonless night, he conducted a gruesome and terrifying ritual, sacrificing the lives and souls of villagers to awaken the slumbering god. In retaliation, the deity unleashed a dreadful curse upon the villagers. The crystal they held was one of the artifacts used to seal the god away. His voice was deep and heavy, each word laden with immense sorrow and helplessness. A profound lament for the village's fate. What must we do to lift the curse? Chun Yu inquired anxiously, his gaze filled with hope and trepidation, his hands instinctively clenched, as if to grasp that fleeting chance of salvation. Before Nanfeng could respond, the ground of the cavern trembled violently, as though a colossal hand was shaking the earth beneath them, threatening to upend their world. Countless fissures rapidly spread from all directions, glowing with a sinister red light, reminiscent of hellfire. A thick black smoke billowed forth from the cracks, dense as ink, swiftly enveloping the cavern, obscuring their vision and plunging them into an abyss of darkness. Within the smoke, low growls and anguished moans echoed, as if emanating from the depths of hell, brimming with rage and resentment, as if the sealed deity was struggling, cursing their existence. "We have triggered something," a Chang shouted, his voice rife with urgency and fear, a primal instinct responding to the unknown peril. The trio swiftly retreated to the stone door, their bodies pressed closely together, warily surveying their surroundings. Slowly, distorted figures began to materialize from the smoke, resembling the faceless, contorted humanoid monsters they had encountered before. They lunged at the trio, claws bared, emitting piercing shrieks that grated on the nerves, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Reminiscent of demonic laughter. Nanfeng gripped the crystal tightly, a Chang raised a steel pipe, and Xinyu picked up a stone from the ground, bracing themselves for battle once more. Yet, deep down, they understood that this crisis was far more dire than before. The monsters multiplied, surging towards them like a relentless tide, encroaching upon their space, threatening to crush them into oblivion. With each attack, the creatures emitted spine-chilling cries, their sounds echoing like curses from the underworld, quickening their heartbeats and rendering their breaths heavy and labored, as if each inhale depleted their very essence, their lives hanging by a thread in this atmosphere of terror. Amidst the fray, Nanfeng suddenly discerned that the monsters seemed to recoil from the crystal's radiance. Whenever the light illuminated them, their movements slowed, their bodies trembled slightly, as if that brilliance were their nemesis. He promptly raised the crystal high, its light flooding the cavern, akin to the sun dispelling darkness, leaving the monsters with no refuge. The creatures, bathed in the light, shrieked in agony, their frenzied actions becoming sluggish, their attacks faltering, much like a disoriented mob devoid of leadership. "Let us concentrate our attacks, utilizing the crystal's light," Nanfeng proclaimed, his voice resonating within the cavern, infused with strength and resolve. A Chang and Xinyu instantly grasped his intent, rallying around Nanfeng, harnessing the crystal's glow to launch a more fervent assault against the monsters. A Chang swung the steel pipe, each motion accompanied by a whooshing sound, sweat cascading down his arms, dripping onto the dust-laden ground. His eyes reflected determination, each strike fueled by every ounce of strength he had, striving to repel the relentless onslaught of the creatures. The pipe collided with the monsters, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the cavern, mingling with the monsters' roars and their labored breaths, weaving together a dreadful symphony. Xinyu, meanwhile, sought suitable stones with fervor, his gaze fixated on the monsters, missing no opportunity to strike. His arms ached from the continuous throwing, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to persist in battle. Each stone he hurled traced arcs through the air, imbued with his fear, anger, and desire for life, crashing down upon the clawing monstrosities. Some stones struck true, eliciting even more anguished cries from the creatures, forcing them to momentarily retreat. Others narrowly missed their targets, but Xinyu remained undeterred, quickly bending to retrieve more stones for another assault. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, as if they were endless, surging forth from all directions. As the battle raged on, fatigue began to set in. A Chang's swings grew increasingly sluggish, each motion feeling akin to lifting a tremendous burden. His muscles sore and numb from exertion, every lift of his arm demanding monumental effort. His breaths became labored and rapid, his chest heaving violently, sweat saturating his clothes, clinging to his weary frame. Xunyu's arms, too, were nearly immobile from the prolonged exertion, his fingers pale and weak from overexertion, though his gaze remained resolute. The fatigue began to hinder his movements. His actions slowed, the speed and power of his stone throws diminished, while the monsters closed in, the encirclement tightening. Nanfeng's stamina was also waning, the crystal's brilliance dimming, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his face pale, his body trembling slightly. Yet, he clutched the crystal tightly, continually adjusting the direction of its light, striving to maximize its power. Anxiety and concern flooded his mind, not only for his own safety and that of his companions, but for the fate of the entire village. Should they fail here, the village would forever remain shrouded in the curse's shadow. Just as despair began to settle over them, a powerful tremor reverberated from the depths of the cavern. This tremor was more violent than before, as if the entire cavern were on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from the cavern's depths, brighter than the sun, engulfing all the monsters in an instant. The creatures let out a wretched wail, gradually dissipating in the light, transforming into wisps of azure smoke, vanishing into the ether. This radiance bore a divine and potent force, as if it were a judgment from the cosmos, purging the malevolent beings entirely. The trio gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, still reeling from the shock when a figure emerged from the light, clad in a flowing white robe. The elder's garments billowed gently in the breeze, as though he had stepped from a painting, exuding an otherworldly grace. His countenance was kind, adorned with a gentle smile. Yet his eyes reflected profound wisdom, as if he had witnessed the passage of countless ages. "You have finally arrived." The elder's voice was deep and gentle, as if it had transcended the ravages of time, imbued with a soothing power. His voice echoed within the cave like an ancient bell, instilling a sense of tranquility. "I am the guardian of this village, long awaiting the one who can lift the curse. The crystals and courage you possess have brought you here." His gaze swept over the three, filled with warmth and approval, as if he beheld the culmination of years of hope. "Master, what must we do to completely lift the village's curse?" Nan Feng inquired eagerly, stepping forward with eyes brimming with anticipation. His heart was aflame with the desire to end this dreadful calamity and restore peace to the village. The elder smiled faintly and replied, "Follow me." His voice resonated like the ancient bell, beckoning them toward their fated conclusion. The three followed the elder, venturing deeper into the cave. Along the way, they encountered many strange phenomena. The murals on the walls became increasingly vivid, as if narrating ancient tales, with figures and scenes seemingly coming to life before their eyes. The painted individuals were either in solemn worship or engaged in battle, their expressions so lifelike that they appeared to convey some profound message. Mysterious runes appeared on the ground, emanating a faint glow, as if they held immense power, each akin to a cryptic code awaiting their interpretation. Upon reaching the cave's end, they beheld a colossal magical array. Within it lay the enormous shadow of the dark demon, bound by countless iron chains that shimmered with an eerie blue light, as if forged from the essence of stars. Emanating a mysterious and formidable aura, its eyes glinted with a fiery red, brimming with hatred and rage, the light seeming capable of searing one's soul, invoking a chill of dread. "This is the source of the curse," the elder proclaimed. "To dispel it, you must harness the power of the crystals to reseal the demon. This task will not be easy. It requires your united strength and unwavering faith." His tone grew solemn and grave, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes, as if to remind them of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Nan Feng, Chang, and Chun Yu exchanged resolute glances, their determination shining through. They positioned themselves before the magical array, placing the crystal at its center as instructed by the elder. In an instant, the crystal emitted a brilliant radiance, intertwining with the array's light, forming a vast luminescent shield that enveloped them and the demon. This brilliance acted as a protective barrier, isolating them from external disturbances while suppressing the demon's malevolent power. As the light intensified, the demon began to thrash violently. Its roars reverberated, as if striving to shatter the seal and plunge the world into darkness. It writhed, attempting to break free from its chains, which scraped against its form, producing a harsh clamor. The three held tightly to one another, concentrating their energies into the crystal. Nan Feng closed his eyes, silently praying for their combined strength to completely seal the demon and lift the village's curse. Chang clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead, channeling his indomitable will and unyielding spirit into the crystal. Chun Yu's eyes widened, filled with a yearning for victory, his courage surmounting the fear that lingered within. In the heat of this fierce struggle, Nan Feng suddenly sensed a potent dark force attempting to invade his consciousness. This force was cold and sinister, akin to numerous icy tendrils seeking to penetrate his mind and seize control of his thoughts. He gritted his teeth and fought back, the faces of cursed villagers flashing in his mind, their anguished expressions and desperate cries fueling his resolve. Chang and Chun Yu felt the same pressure, their bodies trembling slightly, yet their feet remained firmly rooted, unwavering. They silently urged themselves not to falter at this critical juncture, vowing to fight for the future of the village, just as the demon seemed on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. Nan Feng recalled a passage from a tome he had read. The incantation, obscure and cryptic, had previously eluded him, but at this crucial moment, it emerged clearly in his mind. Without hesitation, he recited it, his voice initially quavering but growing more resolute with each utterance, reverberating within the cave as if infused with a mysterious power, resonating with the crystal and the array's light. Each syllable seemed to contain ancient magic, vibrating in the air and causing the surrounding runes to flicker subtly, as if the entire cave awakened to the incantation's force. As the spell resonated, the crystal's brilliance intensified, its once blinding light now nearly overwhelming. The demon's struggles began to wane, its frenzied movements gradually slowed, and the red light in its eyes dimmed. Its roars diminished to a faint echo, as if it were making one final, desperate attempt to resist. The chains binding it pulsed with renewed vigor, their blue light intertwining with that of the crystal, forming radiant yet foreboding beams, heralding the imminent conclusion of this conflict. Ultimately, under the enveloping light, the demon was resealed. Its form gradually became insubstantial, as if being consumed by the radiance, and the chains binding it faded into the glow. The cave fell into a serene stillness. The stones that had once tumbled ceased their descent, and the dust suspended in the air settled gently. The silence was punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the three, their chests heaving, sweat soaking their bodies, hair matted against their foreheads, exhaustion etched across their faces, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Weary, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, sweat and blood mingling, soaking their garments, clinging uncomfortably to their forms. Yet their hearts burned with elation. They had successfully lifted the village's curse, rescuing this place shrouded in darkness for so long. However, as they stood to leave the cave, Ninfeng suddenly noticed the elder had vanished. Only they three remained, along with the softly glowing magical array. The array's light, no longer intense, had softened to a tranquil glow, as if recounting the victory of their struggle. Where has the elder gone? Shen Yu inquired, confused, scanning the cave for any trace of the elder, his eyes scrutinizing every shadow. Nanfeng shook his head, replying, "Perhaps he has fulfilled his mission and returned to where he belongs." Though filled with uncertainty, he felt a deeper sense of solace at having lifted the curse. Unconsciously, his hand brushed against the pocket where the crystal lay, as if to assure himself that this was not merely a dream. They retraced their steps, exiting the cave. Sunlight bathed them in warmth and brightness, starkly contrasting the cave's darkness. Life had returned to the village. Once withered trees sprouted fresh green leaves. Flowers swayed gently in the breeze, releasing sweet fragrances. The villagers wore smiles once more. Children frolicked in the streets, while adults conversed, sharing in the joy. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered in Nanfeng's heart. He sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Upon their return, they discovered that some peculiar phenomena in the village had not entirely dissipated. Occasionally, in the stillness of the night, faint whispers could be heard, seemingly echoing from a distant past. These intermittent whispers, indecipherable in their content, filled Nanfeng with a sense of vigilance. One night, the gentle breeze wandered alone through the village, seeking the source of the whispering voices. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the entire village in a veil of silver. As he reached the edge of the village, near the grove once shrouded in darkness, the whispers grew clearer. He cautiously stepped into the woods, each footfall measured, gripping a crystal that emitted a faint glow, illuminating his path through the obscurity. A delicate mist enveloped the forest, with moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Following the direction of the whispers, the breeze moved forward, his heartbeat quickening, tension swelling within him. Suddenly, he spotted a shadowy figure ahead. Wavering in the fog, its shape indistinct. The breeze halted, holding his breath, fixated on the shadow, the crystal trembling in his hand, its light flickering. The figure seemed to sense his presence, slowly advancing towards him. As it drew nearer, his heart raced, a chilling aura enveloping him, as if unseen eyes were watching from the darkness. When the figure was merely steps away, he finally discerned that it was a cloaked figure, its face obscured by a hood. "Who are you?" The breeze summoned his courage to ask. His voice, though quiet, resonated sharply in the stillness of the woods. The figure remained silent, standing there motionless. After a long pause, it slowly raised a hand, pointing towards the depths of the forest, then lowered it again. Just as the breeze pondered this gesture, the figure spoke suddenly, its voice hoarse and deep, as if rising from the depths of the earth. "The danger is not yet over." Chapter 28. The mysterious cloaked figure's warning. The danger is not yet over. The figure's voice echoed like a haunting specter from the abyss, raspy and profound, laden with infinite darkness and uncertainty, drifting through the desolate woods like a chilling tendril, sending shivers down the breeze's spine. His hand trembled uncontrollably as he clutched the crystal tightly, trying to draw a modicum of courage from its flickering light. He inhaled deeply, mustering all his resolve, and spoke again, his voice quivering with fear. "Who are you? What danger do you speak of?" The cloaked figure seemed oblivious, radiating an aura of utter detachment. It turned slowly, striding deeper into the woods. Each step fell silently upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves, eerily like a ghost in the night, moving without a sound, yet emanating an unnameable dread. The breeze stood rooted to the spot, wrestling with conflicting emotions. Curiosity burned within him like an insatiable flame, yet the awareness of impending peril doused this impulse with cold water. However, thinking of the village's safety and the villagers who might plunge into endless fear and calamity again, he gritted his teeth and resolved to follow. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the dense, interwoven branches, casting a mosaic of shadows upon the ground. These shadows intertwined with the thick mist that pervaded the woods, rendering the forest a macabre tableau, increasingly sinister. With each careful step, the breeze advanced, his gaze fixed intently on the cloaked figure ahead, fearing that a mere blink might cause it to vanish into the ink-black night. It was unclear how long he had walked when the figure finally halted before an ancient, gnarled tree. The trunk was robust and rugged, bearing deep scars etched by time. The cloaked figure raised a hand, moving slowly and mysteriously, gently caressing the bark. As its fingers glided over the surface, strange symbols began to emerge, twisting and contorting, glowing faintly in blue, starkly illuminated against the surrounding darkness. What is this? The breeze could no longer contain his curiosity, his voice rising, piercing the suffocating silence. The cloaked figure remained silent, as if it were an integral part of the darkness, ignoring the breeze's inquiry. Its fingers continued to trace the symbols, their luminosity intensifying, as if beckoning some ancient and malevolent presence. Then, a deep rumbling echoed from the depths of the earth, reminiscent of a colossal beast awakening from a millennial slumber. The ground beneath the breeze began to tremble slightly at first, but quickly escalated into violent quakes. He widened his eyes in terror, frantically scanning the surroundings, witnessing the earth nearby fissuring open, revealing a gaping black maw, as if the earth had been torn apart. A nauseating stench of decay surged forth from the abyss. A noxious blend of putrid flesh and mold, overwhelming the breeze's senses, nearly inducing him to retch. The cloaked figure slowly turned, raising an arm, its withered fingers once again pointing towards the chasm. Then, in a manner akin to mist, its figure gradually dissipated into the thickening night, as if it had never existed. The breeze stared into the unfathomable darkness of the void, his legs trembling uncontrollably, filled with dread and hesitation. Yet, thinking of the trusting villagers, of Achong and Chunyu, he steeled himself, suppressing his fear, and cautiously approached the abyss. As he reached the edge of the chasm, an overwhelming force surged from within, akin to an invisible hand attempting to draw him into the endless dark. He braced himself against the ground, leaning back with all his might to maintain his balance. Peering into the void, he glimpsed flickering green lights, akin to myriad cold eyes, watching him intently from the darkness, sending chills down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, a massive black claw shot forth from the chasm, sharp and glistening in the moonlight, effortlessly grasping the chasm's edge. Following that, an enormous creature began to emerge from the depths. Its body was covered in black scales, each shimmering with an icy sheen, as if forged from frost. Its eyes, the size of lanterns, glowed with a ghostly green light, radiating an aura of menace and malice. Its maw was lined with razor-sharp fangs, glistening with a viscous substance, casting a terrifying sheen in the moonlight. A long tail lashed behind it, wreaking havoc among the trees, snapping trunks with a resounding crack, a jarring sound in the stillness of the woods. The breeze stumbled back in terror, nearly losing his footing. He quickly raised the crystal, but its feeble glow seemed insignificant against the encroaching darkness, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. The creature, noticing the light, seemed to recoil in trepidation, letting out a guttural roar that shook the surrounding trees, causing leaves to rain down. Immediately after, it swung its claw, creating a fierce gust of wind as it lunged at the breeze. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped, the creature's claw grazing his clothing, stirring a sharp breeze. Aware of the vast disparity in their strengths, he turned and fled desperately towards the village. The creature pursued relentlessly, demolishing everything in its wake, leaving destruction as it went, snapping sturdy trunks in half, scattering branches and leaves everywhere. Upon returning to the village, the breeze was breathless, drenched in sweat, his clothes torn by branches, appearing disheveled. He could not afford to rest, rushing immediately towards the village square, knowing that Achong and Chunyu often congregated there. Indeed, at this moment, Achong and Chunyu were in the square, and upon witnessing Nanfeng's disheveled state, their smiles vanished in an instant as they hurried towards him. Nanfeng, what has happened? Achong inquired anxiously, his eyes brimming with concern and worry. Breathless, Nanfeng leaned on his knees, striving to regulate his breathing, and recounted in fragmented phrases his encounter with the figures in black robes and the monstrous beings. Upon hearing this, the expressions of both men turned grave, their brows furrowing tightly like two small mountains. It seems the curse of this village has not been fully lifted. Greater dangers await us, Chinyu said with unease, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Whatever it may be, we shall face it together, Chang declared resolutely, his eyes reflecting fearless courage as he clenched his fists, as if declaring war against the unknown peril. The three of them resolved to return to the woods in search of a solution to the impending crisis. Upon arriving at the forest, they found the creature stationed at the cave entrance, as if it had anticipated their return. Upon spotting them, the monster unleashed a deafening roar, filled with rage and provocation, before lunging at them with claws bared. Without hesitation, Chang swung a steel pipe and charged forward, his gaze unwavering and his steps steady, attempting to divert the creature's attention. Meanwhile, Chinyu swiftly bent down, snatched a stone from the ground, and hurled it at the beast with all his might. The stone arcing through the air, imbued with his fear and fury, crashing into the monster. Nanfeng, with eyes tightly shut, concentrated intensely, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, striving to emit a stronger radiance from the crystal. The creature, incensed by Chang and Chinyu's assault, shifted its focus away from Nanfeng, its lantern-like eyes glinting with bloodlust as it lunged menacingly at Chang and Chinyu. Chang nimbly evaded the creature's strikes, his body moving with the agility of a swift leopard. However, the creature's speed and strength were overwhelming. Chang was ultimately swept aside by the monster's tail, flung through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. Chinyu, witnessing this, rushed over in distress, helping Chang to his feet, concern etched on his face. Chang, are you all right? Chang gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and managed to stand, exclaiming, I'm fine. Let us continue the fight. Seizing the opportunity, Nanfeng unleashed the full brilliance of the crystal, its intense light immediately illuminating the surrounding darkness. The creature's movement slowed under the radiance, its body trembling as if striving to resist the illumination. Nanfeng astutely observed that there were tiny gaps between the creature's scales, unprotected areas that might be its weakness. Aim for the gaps in its scales, Nanfeng shouted, his voice echoing through the woods. Chang and Chinyu, upon hearing this, promptly adjusted their strategy. Chang gripped his steel pipe tightly, his gaze determined, and thrust it towards the creature's vulnerable spots. His arm muscles tensed, veins bulging, each thrust expending all his strength. Chinyu scoured the ground for larger stones, his eyes frantically searching for potential projectiles. Upon finding a suitable stone, he hurled it forcefully toward the creature's weakness, the stone hurtling through the air with a swift whoosh. Under their combined assault, the monster began to show signs of fatigue, its movements growing sluggish, and wounds began to mar its body. Black blood oozed from the gashes, dripping to the ground with a sizzling sound, releasing plumes of acrid smoke, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, calamity struck. A sudden gale swept through the woods, howling fiercely, swirling countless leaves and branches, rendering it nearly impossible to keep their eyes open as everything around them blurred into obscurity. The creature seized this chance to emit a furious roar, its voice brimming with rage and defiance. Its body suddenly swelled, the previously visible wounds healing at an alarming rate, its strength appearing to amplify. This is bad. The monster has grown stronger, Chinyu exclaimed in terror, his voice tinged with despair. The three found themselves ensnared in another crisis as the creature lashed out with its claws, launching frenzied attacks at them. The wind produced by its strikes sliced through the air like a blade, stinging their faces. They dodged left and right, yet still sustained numerous injuries. Nanfeng's crystal light waned, flickering as if on the verge of extinguishing, sweat beading on his forehead, his face pale, his body trembling from exhaustion. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Nanfeng suddenly recalled the ancient tome he had discovered in the cave, which contained the village's secrets. He closed his eyes, fervently recalling the book's contents, his mind racing to seize every detail. At last, he remembered a mysterious ritual that might be their final hope. Nanfeng swiftly relayed this method to Chang and Chinyu. The three joined hands, forming a tight circle around the crystal, and began to chant the arcane incantation. Initially, their voices trembled, laden with fear and unease. But as they continued, their tones grew steadier and more powerful. As the incantation resonated, the crystal emitted a faint glow, twinkling like a star in the darkness. Gradually, the light intensified, becoming ever more brilliant until it formed a vast protective aura enveloping the three of them. The creature seemed to sense the impending threat, frantically clawing at the barrier, producing a cacophony of grating sounds. Yet the shield stood resolute, its attacks leaving only pale streaks upon its surface. Within the sanctuary of the protective dome, the trio focused their energies, pouring their strength into the crystal. They closed their eyes, silently reciting the incantation, feeling their powers intertwine, coalescing into a formidable force. The crystal's radiance gradually extended, illuminating the creature, which howled in agony. Its cries reverberating throughout the forest. Its body began to convulse violently, scales shedding like autumn leaves, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Under the relentless glare, the creature's form became increasingly ethereal, starting from its limbs, vanishing piece by piece until it disappeared entirely, as if it had never existed, leaving behind only silence and the heavy panting of the three. With a collective sigh of relief, they collapsed onto the ground, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath. Sweat mingling with blood, soaking their garments, which clung to them in a state of disarray. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion and the relief of survival. Yet their eyes still reflected deep-seated fear, a haunting imprint of their recent harrowing experience. After a brief respite, the trio approached the enigmatic cave entrance, cautiously gazing within. The interior was enveloped in darkness, the previous eerie green glow extinguished, leaving only an abyss of black. In that darkness lay countless unknown perils, waiting for their arrival. "Shall we venture inside?" Achong asked, his voice laced with hesitation and trepidation. Nanfeng and Chunyu nodded in agreement, gripping their weapons and the crystal tightly as they slowly advanced into the cave. A foul, suffocating stench pervaded the air, as if they had stepped into a chasm filled with decaying corpses. The walls were entwined with peculiar black vines, varying in thickness, writhing as if alive. Rustling ominously as they drew near, they trudged along the passage, each step a struggle over the uneven ground littered with rubble and pits. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from ahead, reverberating through the corridor and causing their eardrums to throb painfully. The trio halted, their bodies tense, eyes alert to the source of the sound. As they drew closer, the growls became clearer, each one resembling an infernal roar that quickened their heartbeats. Then, a colossal figure materialized before them. This is a creature more colossal than any they had previously encountered. Its form seemingly composed of countless black masses of flesh that writhe and squirm, pressing against one another, merging, emitting chilling sounds akin to countless insects gnawing at something. Its head boasts 3 enormous eyes, each radiating a sinister red glow, a harbinger of boundless malevolence and ferocity. Its maw brims with a multitude of razor-sharp teeth, glistening with viscous saliva that catches the faint light, exuding a dreadful sheen. The monster detected their presence and unleashed a deafening roar, the reverberations causing the walls of the passage to tremble, loose stones cascading down. It lunged forward with ferocious intensity, rushing toward them. The trio swiftly scattered to evade. Achong darted to the left, Chunyu leaped to the right, while Nanfeng retreated a few steps. The monster's assault stirred a tempest within the tunnel. Black vines along the walls whipping violently, some uprooted and hurtling toward them. Nanfeng raised the crystal once more, attempting to strike the creature with its radiant light. Yet this time the monster seemed impervious to its brilliance. Undeterred, it continued its frenzied onslaught. Achong and Chunyu swung their weapons at the creature's body, but their strikes landed as if upon cotton, inflicting no harm. Their weapons merely sank into the creature's yielding form, failing to deliver any substantial damage. As the monster's attacks intensified, the trio found themselves cornered in the passageway. They huddled together, trembling with fear, yet their gazes were resolute, steeled with an unwavering determination to never yield. Sweat cascaded down their foreheads, trickling down their cheeks, splashing onto the ground. Their breaths came in rapid, labored gasps, each inhalation seeming to sap their last vestiges of strength. Suddenly, Nanfeng observed that the creature's eyes would momentarily close during its assaults, a potential weakness. He swiftly relayed this revelation to Achong and Chunyu, and they resolved to strike during the fleeting moment of the monster's eye closure. Their eyes fixated on the creature's gaze, waiting for that ephemeral opportunity, silently praying for success. As the monster launched another attack, its eyes indeed shut briefly. Seizing this chance, Achong and Chunyu hurled their weapons toward the creature's eyes. Achong's steel pipe arced through the air with a whistling sound, while Chunyu's stone spun rapidly, aiming for the monster's gaze. Nanfeng concentrated, channeling the crystal's light into a concentrated beam directed at the monster's eyes. His palms were slick with sweat, threatening to let the crystal slip, yet he gripped it tightly, summoning all his strength to unleash the radiant beam. The weapons and light struck the creature's eyes simultaneously, eliciting a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the tunnel. The creature began to thrash violently, its struggles causing the passage to tremble, stones cascading from the walls, fissures appearing in the ground. The trio seized the moment to dash toward the tunnel's exit. Their steps frantic and hurried, occasionally stumbling over fallen debris, yet they scrambled to their feet, pressing onward. Behind them, the monster continued to roar with fury and agony. They finally emerged from the cave, but before they could catch their breath, they beheld the village engulfed in flames, thick black smoke billowing into the sky, resembling a monstrous mushroom cloud. The smoke ascended, obscuring the moonlight, casting the entire village into darkness. Not good. Something has happened in the village, Nanfeng exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency and concern. The three hurried toward the village, hearts heavy with dread. Their steps were swift yet weighed down, each footfall echoing their racing hearts. Upon their return, they discovered chaos reigning in the village. Villagers fled in all directions, their cries and screams intertwining, saturating the air with terror. The streets were permeated with a noxious odor, a nauseating blend of burning flesh, decay, and an unidentifiable stench that threatened to induce vomiting. They intercepted a villager, inquiring about the calamity. The villager, trembling with fear, recounted that after their departure, a dense black mist had suddenly enveloped the village, rapidly spreading from all directions. Wherever the mist traveled, villagers fell unconscious, while strange shadowy figures flitted through the haze, swift and distorted, their forms indistinct, accompanied by eerie sounds reminiscent of demonic laughter. Nanfeng, Achong, and Chunyu exchanged determined glances, their eyes reflecting both resolve and a flicker of fear. They understood that the true peril was only beginning. Gripping their weapons and the crystal tightly, they braced themselves for the impending unknown challenges. Meanwhile, the darkness in the village seemed to deepen, with shadowy figures flickering amidst the mist, emitting sinister sounds, as if mocking their insignificance and impotence, foretelling an even greater calamity on the horizon. Chapter 29. Shadows of Deception. Amidst the turmoil of the village, Nanfeng, Achong, and Chunyu navigated with great difficulty. The acrid stench intensifying, a noxious blend of charred remains and decay, akin to an invisible, powerful hand gripping their throats, rendering each breath laborious and uncomfortable. Surrounding them were the cries of villagers and the cacophony of collapsing structures, each sound striking their ears, with every step felt as if they treaded upon shattered hopes, evoking despair. Suddenly, a chilling, low laughter echoed eerily from within the mist, its resonance slicing through the oppressive silence like a razor-sharp blade. The laughter drew nearer, reverberating in their ears, though soft. It sent shivers down their spines, an inescapable chill enveloping them. Achong's pupils dilated, instinctively tightening his grip on the steel pipe. He swiftly turned, his eyes wide and alert, scanning every corner in search of the source of the unsettling sound. Yet, apart from the swirling, seemingly sentient black mist, there was naught but endless darkness and the unknown, instilling terror within them. Chunyu's hands trembled uncontrollably, clutching the hastily picked up wooden stick as if it were his last lifeline. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, falling with a soft thud upon the dusty ground beneath him. "Who is there? Show yourself," Nanfeng shouted, straining to sound composed, though his voice betrayed a tremor that resonated starkly in the ominous atmosphere. Yet, the only responses were the hair-raising laughter and the flickering ghostly lights within the mist, dancing like will-o'-the-wisps, as if the eyes of some malevolent entity were watching them. As tension mounted, a shadow darted forth like a bolt of black lightning from the dense fog, targeting Chunyu with unerring precision. Chunyu's eyes widened in terror. Filled with dread and despair, instinctively, he raised his wooden stick to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the shadow collided with him, knocking him to the ground, sending his weapon spiraling into the inky darkness. Witnessing this, Achong wasted no time, brandishing his steel pipe and charging toward the shadow. The pipe sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, as though declaring war against the shadow. Yet, the shadow was unnaturally agile, effortlessly evading Achong's assault, before vanishing like a specter into the mist, as if it had never existed. Upon witnessing the scene, Nanfeng immediately unleashed the full brilliance of the crystal in his grasp, casting a radiant light that illuminated a small area around them, striving to pierce through the dense darkness akin to ink. Under the glow, they finally discerned the form of the shadow, a grotesquely contorted humanoid creature, its skin a bizarre shade of dark blue-black, as if long consumed by the forces of darkness. Its limbs were elongated and twisted, joints bending at unnatural angles, performing movements that sent shivers down their spines. Its face bore no features, save for an exaggeratedly large mouth that stretched to its ears, revealing a row of sharp fangs, each continuously dripping with a viscous black substance that glimmered ominously in the crystal's light. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, a sound so sharp and jarring it seemed to penetrate the very soul, before it lunged ferociously toward them. Achong and Nanfeng reacted swiftly. Achong brandished a steel pipe, deftly maneuvering to divert the creature's attention, while Nanfeng closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental energy to control the light emanating from the crystal, seeking the creature's weakness. The monster moved with incredible speed, each attack accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, overwhelming them with its ferocity. In the heat of battle, Nanfeng keenly observed that the creature appeared instinctively wary of the crystal's light. Each time the light struck it, its movements would falter for the briefest moment, a fleeting opportunity for them. He quickly relayed this revelation to Achong. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them, and they resolved to exploit this weakness. Nanfeng inhaled deeply, condensing the crystal's light into a focused beam akin to a laser, directing it straight at the creature's eyes. Seizing the moment, Achong leaped high, swinging the steel pipe with all his might to strike the creature's head. Upon impact, the creature let out a howl of agony, its voice reverberating through the air, shaking the very atmosphere around them. Its body convulsed violently, the once dark skin darkening further as it greedily absorbed the surrounding darkness. Growing ever more powerful, suddenly, it swelled in size, its strength surging to new heights. With its elongated limbs thrashing wildly, it launched frenzied attacks at Achong and Nanfeng, each strike generating a powerful gust, rendering them nearly defenseless. Just as they found themselves cornered and overwhelmed, Chinyu struggled to rise from the ground. His face smeared with dirt and sweat, yet his eyes gleamed with determination. In a frantic search, he finally grasped a stone and, summoning all his strength, hurled it at the creature. The stone arced through the air, striking the creature's arm with precision. Momentarily stunned, the creature halted, clearly affected by the blow. Achong and Nanfeng seized the fleeting opportunity to strike again. They coordinated seamlessly. Achong distracted the creature while Nanfeng focused intently on targeting its vulnerabilities with the crystal's light, searching for the weakest points in its defenses. After an intense and prolonged struggle, the creature began to show signs of fatigue. Its movements slowed, and wounds appeared across its body, black blood oozing from the gashes. Hissing as it fell to the ground, releasing a noxious cloud of smoke that filled the air with a nauseating stench. However, just as they believed victory was within their grasp, a sudden shift occurred. The surrounding fog coalesced as if summoned by a formidable force, forming a massive vortex. The creature seized this opportunity, roaring in rage and defiance, its body expanding once more, strength revitalized to an even greater extent than before. This creature grows stronger by the moment, Achong shouted, a note of despair creeping into his voice. His arms ached from wielding the steel pipe, sweat streaming down his forehead, yet his resolve remained unbroken. Nanfeng, observing the increasingly formidable creature before him, was struck by a sense of familiarity. He recalled the ancient tome discovered within the cave, detailing the village's secrets, and sought a solution to their dire predicament. Closing his eyes, his mind raced, grasping at every detail. At last, he remembered a mention of an ancient power, the power of purification. This force could dispel darkness and cleanse evil, demanding immense willpower and mental strength to unleash, yet the process was perilous. Any misstep could lead to failure. He swiftly conveyed this method to Achong and Chinyu. Without hesitation, the trio resolved to attempt to harness the power of purification together. Hand in hand, they formed a tight circle, slowly closing their eyes, pooling their collective will and mental energy into a singular force. As they focused, the crystal in their hands began to emit a gentle white glow, initially faint like a distant star flickering in the night, but as they poured their strength into it, the light intensified, akin to a rising sun gradually dispelling the surrounding darkness. The creature, sensing the imminent threat, became frenzied, attacking the three without restraint. Limbs thrashing and shrieks echoing as it sought to break free from the binding force of purification. Yet, beneath the radiance of this power, its assaults grew increasingly feeble. Each strike felt like a blow against cotton, incapable of inflicting real harm. Cracks began to form on its body, dark blood gushing forth, releasing a stench reminiscent of rotting decay as the forces of darkness writhed in defiance. Ultimately, enveloped by the light of purification, the creature unleashed a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the village before its form gradually dissipated, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that slowly dispersed in the wind. As the monster vanished, the surrounding fog began to lift. The cries and screams from the village waned, replaced by an eerie silence, as if the horrors they had just endured had been but a dreadful dream. Nanfeng, Achong, and Chinyu exhaled in relief, their taut nerves unwinding as they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in a mix of sweat and blood, their garments clinging unceremoniously to their forms. However, before they could catch their breath, a deep rumble echoed from the heart of the village, a sound heavy and oppressive, as though warning them from the depths of hell. They exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Quickly gathering themselves, they gripped their weapons and the crystal. Despite their exhaustion, their eyes shimmered with resolve as they supported one another, making their way toward the village center, each step laden with a weighty sense of impending peril. Upon reaching the village square, they were struck dumb by the sight before them. Towering in the center stood a massive black stone pillar, soaring high into the heavens, seemingly bridging the realms of the living and the damned. The pillar was inscribed with bizarre symbols and patterns, twisting and grotesque, emanating a powerful aura of darkness that sent chills down their spines. Surrounding the pillar lay many unconscious villagers, their bodies ensnared by a veil of black mist. As if held captive by some malevolent force, unable to break free, Nanfeng approached, attempting to rouse one of the villagers. He knelt beside them, gently shaking their shoulder, shouting, "Awaken! Awaken!" However, no matter how fervently he called out, the villagers remained unresponsive. Upon closer inspection, he observed a look of terror etched on their faces. Their eyes were tightly shut, and their brows furrowed, as if they were ensnared in a nightmarish dream. What could possibly be happening? Chinyu inquired, his voice trembling with fear. His gaze, filled with confusion and dread, swept over the unconscious villagers and the enigmatic black stone pillar, a sense of unease gnawing at his heart. Nanfeng shook his head, equally perplexed and unable to provide an explanation for the surreal scene before them. He turned once more to the black pillar, curiosity and a yearning for exploration surging within him. He cautiously approached, intent on scrutinizing the symbols and patterns adorning the stone. Just as he neared the pillar, the symbols and patterns began to flicker ominously, emanating an eerie glow that shifted in color and shape, as if narrating an ancient and mysterious language. Suddenly, a colossal figure began to rise from the pillar, casting a vast shadow over the village. It was a monstrous entity, radiating a dark luminescence, its gargantuan form nearly engulfing the entire square. Its eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, brimming with malevolence and ferocity, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. The creature was covered in sharp spines, each exuding a black mist, as if it were a harbinger of death, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The monster unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the village, causing tiles to fall from rooftops and cracks to splinter the ground. It swung its massive arms toward Nanfeng and his companions, the force of its movement conjuring a gale that threatened to topple them. The trio swiftly scattered to evade the onslaught, the ground beneath them erupting into a vast crater as dust billowed into the air. Nanfeng realized they were ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Yet, rather than retreat, his resolve only strengthened. He raised the crystal once more, channeling all his energy into it. The crystal blazed with a brilliant light, starkly contrasting the darkness enveloping the beast. Achong and Xinyu gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes resolute as they faced the monster, fear absent from their expressions, replaced instead by a fierce determination to protect their village and its inhabitants. They understood that this battle transcended their own survival. It was a fight for the very existence of their home, and defeat was not an option. Under the relentless assault of the monster, Nanfeng and his companions found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, their bodies marred with wounds, blood staining their garments. Yet they continued to resist obstinately, each attack fueled by their wrath towards the creature and their commitment to safeguarding the village. Just as despair began to creep in, Nanfeng suddenly discerned a vulnerability on the monster's body, a faintly glowing spot that appeared to be its power core. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within him. He swiftly communicated his discovery to Achong and Xinyu, and the trio resolved to concentrate their efforts on the monster's weak point. They coordinated their movements, Achong and Xinyu drawing the creature's attention by brandishing their weapons and shouting loudly, ensuring that the monster's focus remained on them. Meanwhile, Nanfeng sought the opportune moment to strike the weak point, his grip on the crystal tightening as his gaze remained fixed on the vulnerability, awaiting the perfect opportunity. After an intense skirmish, Nanfeng finally spotted his chance. As the monster attacked Achong and Xinyu, it exposed a flaw, revealing its weakness momentarily. Without hesitation, Nanfeng concentrated the crystal's radiance into a powerful beam and directed it toward the creature's vulnerability. The beam struck with formidable force, and the monster emitted a piercing shriek, its body convulsing violently. Seizing the moment of weakness, Achong and Xinyu launched their final assault, their weapons cleaving into the monster with every ounce of strength they possessed. Through their combined efforts, the creature's form began to disintegrate, its dark luminescence waning. Ultimately, the monster dissolved into a swirling cloud of black mist, gradually dissipating into the wind and vanishing from sight. With the creature's demise, the surrounding darkness began to lift, and the villagers, once unconscious, slowly regained their senses. As they beheld the scene before them, gratitude and joy filled their hearts, and they flocked to Nan Feng, Achong, and Chinyu to express their appreciation. The trio finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground in sheer exhaustion, yet their faces bore expressions of contentment. However, before they could revel in their victory, they sensed an unsettling aura still permeating the village, as if a lurking danger awaited their discovery and resolution. Chapter 30. The concealed terror in the aftermath of the calamity. The village, momentarily tranquil, felt as fragile as ice, soon shrouded by a more oppressive silence. Nan Feng, Achong, and Chinyu found their limbs heavy as lead, every muscle aching, yet they gritted their teeth and slowly rose from the ground. They gazed at the survivors around them, their hearts heavy with the weight of impending dread, devoid of any semblance of relief. The strange aura lurking in the shadows clung to them like an inescapable fog, suffocating in its intensity. Achong's brow knitted in concern, fatigue still etched on his face. Sweat and dirt clinging to his stubble, yet his gaze was resolute. Something sinister lingered in this village, and their ordeal was far from over. Chinyu nodded slightly. His hands trembling from the recent battle, his voice tinged with the remnants of fear, it felt as though a more dreadful entity awaited them. Nan Feng's lips pressed tightly together, instinctively clenching the crystal in his grasp. Its glow had dimmed, yet it still exuded a gentle, warm energy, silently reminding them that their struggle against the darkness was far from concluded. At that moment, a soft yet chilling breeze began to waft through the village. It sounded unlike anything they had heard before, intertwined with faint murmurs that seemed to whisper from the shadows, at times resembling quiet conversations, while at others evoking the lamentations of countless restless spirits, their sorrowful cries piercing the very depths of the soul. The villagers, once filled with relief, now bore expressions of terror, the joy of survival evaporating in an instant. The elderly clutched their young ones tightly, young couples huddled together, their eyes betraying a profound sense of panic and helplessness. Nan Feng, Achong, and Chinyu exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them as they resolved to follow the whispers to uncover the truth. They traversed the narrow streets, the moonlight fragmented by the towering buildings, casting elongated shadows that loomed like silent beasts lying in wait. With each step, the eerie whispers grew louder, as if an unseen force beckoned them toward an impending peril. Upon reaching the edge of the village and standing before a dilapidated house, the whispers abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had stifled the sound. The house lay in ruin, its walls choked with thick moss, glowing eerily green under the moonlight, instilling a sense of dread. The roof had caved in at several points, revealing gaping black holes that resembled the gaping maw of a monster. Achong cautiously approached, gripping the steel pipe tightly, gently nudging the precarious door with one end. With a creak, the door swung open, its sound jarring in the stillness of the night, and a wave of stale, pungent decay assaulted their senses, a noxious blend of dampness and rot that nearly made them retch. Inside, darkness enveloped them, as impenetrable as an abyss. As the southern wind hastily raised the crystal before him, he sought to illuminate the dimly lit room with its feeble glow. Bathed in the soft radiance of the crystal, they beheld a disarray of dilapidated furniture and debris scattered across the floor, the tables and chairs askew, as if they had endured a fierce struggle. The walls bore the weight of yellowed photographs, their subjects obscured by a veil of indistinctness, offering only faint silhouettes that elicited an inexplicable sense of eeriness. Suddenly, Chinyu extended a trembling finger toward the corner, his voice tinged with panic. "Look, what is that?" Following his gaze, the others spotted a dark shadow in the corner, motionless, resembling a silent observer fixated on them. Achong's heart raced, gripping the steel pipe tightly as he cautiously approached the shadow, each step taken with utmost care, fearful of disturbing something ominous. Upon nearing, he discovered it to be a black cloth bag, swollen and enigmatic, instilling a sense of dread within him. Drawing a deep breath, Achong suppressed his inner terror and gently prodded the bag with the steel pipe. As the bag was opened, a nauseating stench of decay surged forth, filling the room with its oppressive presence. Within the bag lay grotesquely dismembered human limbs, arms, thighs, and unidentifiable chunks of flesh, all teeming with writhing white maggots, which appeared particularly revolting under the crystal's dim light, sending shivers down their spines. Who could have done this? Chinyu gasped, covering his mouth, his stomach churning violently as if on the brink of expulsion. The southern wind's complexion paled significantly, his once fair visage now drained of color, eyes reflecting a mixture of anger and bewilderment. This must be connected to the bizarre occurrences in the village. We must uncover the truth. Just as they prepared to exit the room, a heavy, rhythmic footfall echoed from outside. Each step resonated in their hearts, causing their pulses to quicken. Instantly alert, Achong tightened his grip on the steel pipe, his knuckles whitening under the strain. The southern wind elevated the crystal high, attempting to discern the identity of the approaching figure, while Chunyu hastily picked up a stone from the ground, clenching it tightly in readiness for any danger. The door creaked open, revealing a towering silhouette framed in moonlight, casting a formidable outline. A black mask obscured his face, leaving only a pair of frigid eyes visible, imbued with an unending chill that felt capable of freezing souls. In his hand, he wielded a massive scythe, droplets of blood dripping from its blade, glimmering ominously in the moonlight. "Who are you? Why are you here?" the southern wind demanded, his voice trembling yet resolute. The enigmatic figure remained silent, emitting a low, chilling laugh that resonated as though it originated from the depths of hell, sending a shudder down their spines. Without warning, he swung the scythe and charged at them, the blade slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Achong lunged forward to confront the assailant, using the steel pipe to fend off the attack. The figure's strength was formidable. Each strike was imbued with tremendous force, numbing Achong's arms and nearly rendering him incapable of maintaining his grip. Chunyu, refusing to yield, hurled the stone with all his might at the figure's head. The assailant deftly sidestepped, evading the projectile, and retaliated with a swift kick that sent Chunyu sprawling to the ground, grimacing in pain. Observing this, the southern wind quickly maximized the crystal's brilliance, attempting to repel the mysterious figure with its light. The figure hesitated momentarily, seemingly wary of the illumination, but soon resumed his assault. Focusing intently, the southern wind scrutinized the figure, searching for a weakness. Amidst the fierce conflict, he noticed a faint glow emanating from beneath the mask. Realizing this could be the key to their victory, he relayed his discovery to Achong and Chunyu, and they resolved to concentrate their efforts on the mask. Achong brandished the steel pipe, persistently attacking to divert the figure's attention. Chunyu seized the opportunity to grab a wooden stick from the ground, aiming it at the mask. Meanwhile, the southern wind concentrated the crystal's light into a focused beam directed at the mask. The figure sensed the impending danger and frantically swung the scythe, attempting to thwart their combined efforts, the sound of the blade slicing through the air instilling fear. Just as Chunyu's stick was about to collide with the mask, the figure unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the room, shaking the very foundations. His body swelled with newfound power, and with a fierce swing of the scythe, he sent Chunyu and Achong sprawling, both crashing to the ground, blood seeping from their mouths, immobilized by pain. Filled with fury and guilt at the sight of his injured companions, the southern wind raised the crystal once more, channeling all his strength into it. The crystal's glow intensified, illuminating the entire room. Under the brilliance, the mysterious figure's form began to fracture, his movements growing sluggish, each step becoming a laborious endeavor. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, the southern wind charged at the figure, striking the crystal forcefully against the mask. With a resounding crack, a fissure appeared, releasing a plume of black smoke that enveloped the figure. He emitted a wretched cry, his body gradually disintegrating into a swirling mass of darkness that dissipated into the air. As the figure vanished, the foul stench that had pervaded the room began to dissipate. The southern wind assisted Achong and Chunyu to their feet, and together, they exited the forsaken dwelling, supporting each other. Outside, the moonlight remained cold and unyielding, casting a pallor over the village without offering warmth. An eerie silence blanketed the village, as if fear had shrouded all. They understood that this tranquility was merely a fleeting respite, with true peril potentially lurking ahead. Upon returning to the village center, they found the villagers gathered in the square, their expressions filled with trepidation and confusion. The southern wind approached, gazing at the helpless villagers, his heart a tumult of emotions. He feigned calmness, reassuring them that they would discover a solution to their plight. Yet, doubt gnawed at him, the lurking menace in the shadows instilling profound unease, as if unseen eyes were fixated on them from the darkness. At that moment, an eerie red light pierced the sky, resembling a lightning bolt that illuminated the village in its wake. The villagers gasped in terror, cries erupting in the night. The southern wind and his companions also looked up to see the crimson light descend upon a mountain behind the village, where black mist began to billow ominously, swirling as if imbued with life. That mountain harbors a mystery. We must investigate, the southern wind declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. Achong and Chunyu nodded in agreement, and the trio proceeded toward the mountain, their hearts heavy with trepidation about what awaited them. Upon reaching the mountain's base, they encountered an exceptionally dense fog that obscured their path, immersing them in a white abyss. The southern wind raised the crystal, attempting to dispel the fog. Yet its glow appeared feeble against the thick haze, as if on the verge of being consumed. They cautiously ascended the mountain, each step fraught with difficulty. The ground was rugged, littered with stones and depressions, causing them to stumble and scrape their knees and palms, blood flowing freely, but they endured the pain and pressed on. Suddenly, a low growl resonated from ahead, echoing through the fog, reverberating painfully in their ears. The trio halted, their bodies taut with tension, muscles trembling in anticipation as they gazed warily into the unknown. As they drew nearer, the roars became increasingly distinct, each one echoing like a furious howl from the depths of hell, quickening their heartbeats to a near-frenzied pace. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the mist. It was a monstrous entity, its body seemingly composed of countless black stones, each radiating an icy aura, as if sculpted from millennia-old ice. Its eyes glimmered with a red light, akin to burning flames, filled with boundless ferocity that sent shivers down their spines. Its maw was lined with sharp fangs, each as thick as an arm, glinting ominously in the mist, as if capable of effortlessly rending anything asunder. Upon noticing them, the creature unleashed a deafening roar, the sound reverberating through the surrounding trees, causing leaves to cascade down and smaller branches to snap. It swung its massive arms towards Nan Feng and his companions, the wind generated by its movements slicing through the air like a razor, stinging their faces. The trio quickly scattered to evade the onslaught. As the creature's attack struck the ground, creating a vast pit filled with swirling dust and smoke, Nan Feng understood that they had encountered yet another formidable foe. However, he did not falter. Instead, his resolve intensified. He raised the crystal once more, gathering all his strength into it, preparing to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the beast. Achang and Chunyu also gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes resolute as they focused on the monster. They knew this battle would be their greatest challenge, and they had to give their all, for themselves, for the villagers, and for this land shrouded in darkness. Chapter 31. Whispers of the Abyss. In that ancient and serene mountain forest, Nan Feng, Achang, and Chunyu stood as if ensnared by a mysterious spell, their bodies frozen in place, eyes locked on the terrifying creature forged from black stones before them. The air around them felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible, immense hand, heavy enough to constrict their chests, nearly suffocating them. The monster let out a long, piercing howl, its thunderous roar crashing against their eardrums like a relentless battering ram. Each roar caused the surrounding air to ripple visibly, as if attempting to expel their very souls from their bodies. The chilling aura emanating from the creature enveloped them like an all-pervasive frost, sending icy tendrils racing up their spines, making them shudder involuntarily. Achang gripped the steel pipe in his hands like a vice, his palms slick with perspiration, beads of sweat cascading down his arms and vanishing into the earth below. His knuckles turned white, nearly translucent, a pallor born of extreme tension. He lowered his voice, attempting to sound composed, yet the slight tremor in his tone betrayed his innermost fear. This creature appears formidable. Let us remain vigilant. Chunyu's throat felt as if it were ablaze, forcing him to swallow hard, the sensation akin to a raging fire within. He nodded slightly, clutching the wooden stick tightly, his arm trembling uncontrollably due to anxiety, causing the stick to sway gently. In the stillness of the forest, this faint motion was jarringly conspicuous. Nan Feng inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling violently, striving to quell the tempestuous fear surging within him. He raised the softly glowing crystal higher, though its light appeared feeble in the dense, inky mist, akin to a flickering candle in a gale, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yet, it was their solitary beacon of hope, a precious glimmer of dawn amidst encroaching darkness. The monster roared again, this time crouching slightly, each black stone shifting with the movement, producing a deep, grinding sound reminiscent of ancient war drums, heralding the imminent clash. Then, like an arrow released from its bow, it lunged at Achang with alarming speed, leaving no room for reaction. Achang's eyes widened, filled with terror and despair. His body instinctively sought to evade, yet his legs felt as if they were cemented to the ground, ensnared by an unseen, overpowering force. Just as the creature's razor-sharp claws were about to seize him, Nan Feng shouted at the top of his lungs, "Achang, get out of the way!" Simultaneously, he channeled all his strength into the crystal, unleashing a beam of faint, yet hopeful light towards the monster. The creature seemed momentarily distracted by the illumination, its fierce attack faltering for an instant. Achang seized the opportunity, sidestepping just in time to avoid the creature's assault, its claws narrowly grazing his clothing, conjuring a bone-chilling wind as if the scythe of death had swept perilously close, leaving his back drenched in cold sweat. Seeing this, Chunyu summoned his courage. Gripping the wooden stick tightly, and hurled it with every ounce of strength towards the monster's head. The stick arced through the air, imbued with Chunyu's fear and anger. The monster merely raised its massive arm, effortlessly swatting the stick away, which splintered in midair and fell to the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust, a mere footnote in this battle. This approach is futile. We must devise a strategy, Nanfeng urged, his eyes never leaving the monster, scrutinizing its every move, searching for any hint of vulnerability amidst its seemingly impenetrable defenses. Achang gasped for breath, his chest heaving, each inhalation accompanied by labored wheezes. He nodded in agreement. This monster possesses immense strength. A direct confrontation will surely spell our doom. Chunyu anxiously licked his lips, now chapped and peeling from dryness and fear, his gaze darting between the creature and his companions, filled with helplessness and confusion. But what can we do? Nanfeng's eyes swept rapidly over the monster, not overlooking a single detail in his quest to identify its weakness. Suddenly, he noticed that the connections between the stones on the creature's body appeared to possess minute fissures, nearly imperceptible against the black stone, like secrets hidden in darkness, waiting to be uncovered. Attack the fissures on its body. There lies its potential weakness. Nanfeng's voice rang out, echoing through the still forest, brimming with resolve and hope. Achang and Chunyu instantly grasped his meaning. Achang tightened his grip on the steel pipe, crouching low as he cautiously maneuvered around the monster's flank. Each step deliberate, seeking an opportunity to strike. His eyes fixated on the fissures, as if they were his only lifeline amidst this desperate battle, the hope of survival. Chunyu frantically searched for larger stones, his gaze scanning the ground eagerly, determined not to overlook any possible target. His hands trembled slightly from anxiety and urgency as he rummaged through the debris, finally uncovering a fist-sized rock. Nanfeng focused intently, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, each droplet sparkling in the moonlight. He controlled the crystal's glow, aiming to restrain the monster's movements with its light. His expression was resolute and focused as he maintained his gaze on the creature, continually adjusting the direction of the crystal's beam, akin to a general commanding an army in search of victory. Seizing the moment, Achang rushed forward, thrusting the steel pipe forcefully towards the fissures on the creature's body. The pipe struck true, emitting a dull thud as if it had collided with an unyielding boulder. The creature seemed to sense pain, roaring in fury, its voice reverberating through the trees, causing leaves to flutter down as if mourning the battle. It swung its arm towards Achang, the wind generated by its movement slicing through the air like a razor, stinging their faces. Achang hurriedly retreated, the creature's attack barely grazing his clothing, sending a chill down his spine. Sweat soaked his back, and fear of surviving a near-death experience filled his heart. Chunyu found a stone the size of his fist and hurled it at the monster with all his might. The stone spun rapidly through the air, whistling as it struck another crevice on the creature's body. The monster shuddered and emitted a low growl, a sound imbued with anger and anguish, as if declaring its unwillingness to succumb. Just as they believed they had discovered the creature's weakness, it suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of black smoke. The smoke spread rapidly, engulfing everything around them like a raging tide, obscuring their vision in an instant. Nanfeng and the others coughed, their eyes stinging from the smoke, tears streaming uncontrollably. They struggled to discern their surroundings, but were met with an impenetrable darkness, as if plunged into an endless abyss, fear overwhelming them like a tidal wave. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not scatter," Nanfeng shouted, his voice echoing through the fog, tinged with urgency and concern. He groped his way forward, hands flailing in the darkness, seeking Achang and Chunyu. Suddenly, a cold hand grasped his arm, and he turned in terror, his heart nearly stopping, only to find it was Chunyu. "Nanfeng, I'm scared. Where is Achang?" Chunyu's voice trembled with fear and helplessness, sounding particularly desolate amidst the dark mist. Just then, Achang's voice called from nearby, "I'm here. Everyone, stay calm and approach slowly." Following his voice, Nanfeng and Chunyu cautiously made their way towards Achang. In the smoke, their steps were agonizingly slow, each movement fraught with unknown dread. Their hands roamed in the darkness, brushing against branches and stones, each touch quickening their heartbeats, as if playing a game of hide-and-seek with fear itself. At long last, the three were reunited. They stood back to back, vigilantly watching for any movement in their surroundings. The monster's growls and the sound of its claws swiping through the fog sent chills down their spines. The roars seemed like curses from the depths of hell, chilling them to the bone. "This fog is too sinister. We must find a way out," Achang said anxiously, his voice laced with despair. Feeling as though they were ensnared in an inescapable prison, Nanfeng gripped the crystal tightly, attempting to use its light to disperse the smoke. But the glow appeared feeble against the dense fog, as if it were a flicker of light on the verge of being snuffed out by darkness. Suddenly, Nanfeng recalled the book he had discovered in the cave, which contained the village's secrets. It seemed to mention a method to dispel the dark mist. He closed his eyes, fervently trying to remember the book's contents, his mind racing to capture every detail. Finally, he recalled a mysterious incantation. "I remember a spell that might disperse the smoke," he announced. Chang and Qin united eagerly, their eyes shining with hope, in this desperate darkness. The incantation felt like their only lifeline. The three joined hands, forming a circle, closed their eyes, and began to chant the incantation. Initially, their voices trembled, betraying their inner fear and unease, but as they continued, their tones grew steadier and more powerful. Each syllable resonated with a mysterious force, echoing through the darkness as if declaring war on it. As the incantation echoed, something strange occurred. The once thick fog began to dissipate, revealing their surroundings. The monster, witnessing the smoke dispersing, roared in even greater fury, a deafening sound that shook the entire forest, as if it sought to flatten the woodland. It charged at them with renewed speed and strength, akin to a furious beast intent on their utter destruction. Nanfeng swiftly concentrated the crystal's light into a beam directed at the creature's eyes. The monster, struck by the brightness, instinctively closed its eyes, momentarily halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Chang and Chunyu launched their assault once more, swinging their weapons at the creature's vulnerable spots. Each swing of Chang's steel pipe whooshed through the air, while Chunyu's stones relentlessly battered the monster, each blow infused with their collective anger and hope, as though they were defiantly resisting fate. The creature's body began to show more cracks, black blood seeping from the fissures, dripping to the ground with a sizzling sound, releasing plumes of black smoke and a noxious stench. Its movements grew sluggish, its strength seemingly waning, each motion becoming a laborious struggle, as if it were a dying giant. However, just when they believed victory was within their grasp, the creature let out an enraged howl, its body convulsing violently. Subsequently, the black stones adorning its body began to fall away, each piece transforming into a cloud of black mist that surged towards Nanfeng and the others. These tendrils of darkness seemed alive, wrapping around them, attempting to pull them into an abyss of despair. They struggled desperately, wielding their weapons to fend off the encroaching mist. But it only tightened its grip, as if invisible hands were clutching them, intent on consuming their very souls. "What is this? Let go of me," Xinyu cried, his voice filled with despair, sounding so small and helpless amidst the enveloping darkness. Chang also fought valiantly, his face contorted in pain. "This mist is so strange. What should we do?" Nanfeng concentrated, reciting the mysterious incantation once more while unleashing the full brilliance of the crystal. The light and the spell's power intertwined, gradually dispersing the black mist that ensnared them. Beads of sweat dotted Nanfeng's forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute and focused as he continued to chant, as if this incantation was their sole salvation, their beacon of hope in the darkness. The monster, realizing its assault was being thwarted, let out a despairing roar. Its form began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into a swirling mass of black smoke that vanished into the air. Exhausted, Nanfeng, Chang, and Chunyu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Their chests heaved violently, sweat-soaked clothing clinging to them, remnants of the battle evident on their bodies. Their faces bore expressions of fatigue and relief, yet their eyes still reflected lingering fear, a deep imprint of their harrowing experience, as if they had endured a nightmare from which they could not awaken. "Finally, it's over," Chang said weakly, his voice tinged with exhaustion and gratitude. And in this brief moment of calm, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Nanfeng shook his head. "Not yet. The strange occurrences in the village have not been fully resolved. We must remain vigilant." After resting for a brief moment, the trio set off towards the village. Along the way, they walked in silence, each lost in thought about the challenges that lay ahead. Upon their return to the village, they found it still shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. The air hung heavy with an invisible pressure, suffocating them, as if a shadow of darkness still loomed over the small village. The villagers gathered around upon their arrival, their eyes filled with a mix of hope and fear, yearning for Nanfeng and the others to eradicate the crisis plaguing their home. The eyes of the elderly were filled with worry, while the children cowered behind their guardians, their gaze brimming with fear, as if the village had transformed into a terrifying prison. Nanfeng stepped forward, observing the helpless villagers, his heart a tumult of emotions. He feigned calmness, reassuring the villagers, "Do not worry. We shall find a solution to this predicament." Yet, uncertainty gnawed at him. The lurking danger cast a shadow of unease, as if unseen eyes were watching them intently from the darkness. At that moment, a low, mournful bell began to toll throughout the village. This sound was markedly different from the usual chimes. It resonated with a deep, oppressive tone, laden with infinite sorrow. Each toll seemed to strike at the hearts of the villagers, amplifying their anxiety. Upon hearing the bell, terror etched on their faces, the villagers hurried back to their homes, hastily locking their doors. The hurried footsteps and slamming doors echoed sharply in the stillness of the village, reminiscent of a countdown to death. Nanfeng exchanged glances with his companions and proceeded toward the source of the bell. They arrived at the village center, where they beheld a figure clad in black robes standing before an ancient bell tower. The figure was strikingly familiar. It was the enigmatic figure who had previously warned Nanfeng. Under the moonlight, the black-robed figure appeared ghostly, as if emerging from the shadows, shrouded in secrets and dread. The figure slowly turned, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his expression unreadable. "Do you believe it is over? The true terror has only just begun," he intoned, his voice hoarse and deep, echoing as if from a distant realm, imbued with a mysterious power that sent shivers down their spines, like a harbinger of impending horror. Nanfeng stepped forward, filled with confusion and anger, demanding, "Who are you? Why have you been warning us? What secrets lie hidden in this village?" The black-robed figure offered no reply. He merely raised a hand, pointing toward the top of the bell tower. His gesture was slow and enigmatic, as if guiding them toward an unknown abyss, fraught with fear and secrets. Following his direction, they beheld a strange glow flickering at the pinnacle of the bell tower. The light pulsed erratically, as if beckoning them closer. Within that radiance lay a mysterious force, evoking both curiosity and trepidation. An alluring yet deadly temptation that enticed them toward the lurking danger. "What lies above?" Shinyu asked anxiously, his voice trembling. A stark contrast to the eerie atmosphere that surrounded them. The black-robed figure remained silent, gradually vanishing into the darkness, as though he had never existed. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, it felt as though all answers were whisked away, leaving only an abyss of uncertainty and fear, forcing them to confront the unknown in solitude. Nanfeng, Achong, and Chunyu gazed at the luminous peak of the bell tower, their hearts heavy with doubt and dread. They understood that a new crisis had befallen them, one that perhaps surpassed the horrors they had previously encountered. Chapter 32. The mysterious bell tower. Nanfeng, Achong, and Shinyu stood at the base of the ancient bell tower. Gazing upward at the flickering glow at its summit, their hearts gripped tightly by an invisible hand, pounding as if they might burst from their chests at any moment. Chunyu's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, instinctively swallowing hard. The dry rasp of his throat echoed sharply in the stillness, an unwelcome intrusion. His lips quivered slightly, his voice quaking with uncertainty. That light, it seemed so sinister. Could it be another trap? Achong, upon hearing this, felt the muscles in his arms tense, gripping tightly the steel pipe stained with the black blood of monsters. Although the blood had long since dried, a faint yet acrid smell lingered, reminding them of the battle they had just endured. Achong took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling sharply, and said resolutely, "Whatever it is, we will not be deceived. Let us ascend and discover the truth." His eyes conveyed a fierce determination, embodying the courage of one who knowingly walks into danger. The three of them advanced slowly and deliberately toward the bell tower. The structure appeared like an aging elder, its surface cloaked in moss, each patch a testament to the passage of time. Amidst the crevices, resilient wild grasses swayed gently in the breeze, a scene that should have exuded life, now tinged with an unsettling aura. Nanfeng cautiously tucked away the crystal he held. Its once gentle glow seemed feeble in contrast to the ominous illumination, almost negligible, like a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness, poised to be extinguished at any moment. He reached out, slowly pushing open the heavy wooden door of the bell tower, which creaked in protest, a long, piercing sound reminiscent of a slumbering beast roused from years of sleep, echoing through the still air. As the door opened, a rush of stale, decaying air assaulted them, a pungent blend of dampness and faint rust that pierced their nostrils, provoking a wave of nausea. Through the sliver of moonlight that streamed in, they glimpsed the interior of the bell tower, a dim, damp space where extinguished oil lamps hung on the walls, thick layers of dust blanketing them, whispering tales of forgotten time. Scattered across the floor were fragments of broken tiles and rotting wood. Each step they took elicited a series of ominous creaks, each sound a warning bell, alerting them to the perils and uncertainties that lay within. With trepidation, they carefully ascended the staircase leading to the tower's summit. The wooden steps, ravaged by time, groaned underfoot, each creak a harbinger of potential collapse. The air was thick with an oppressive darkness, almost sentient, compressing their breathing space, making them feel ensnared within a claustrophobic prison. Achong led the way, his eyes wide and vigilant, scanning every corner, steel pipe poised for any lurking threat, his muscles taut with anticipation. Xinyu followed closely, hands clutching the handrail, his knuckles pale from exertion, an almost ghastly pallor reflecting his fear. He frequently glanced over his shoulder, as if something sinister trailed just behind him, his breaths coming in rapid, trembling gasps. Nan Feng brought up the rear, his fingers resting on the pocket containing the crystal, poised to retrieve it should the need arise. His gaze was resolute, yet laced with concern, meticulously observing the surroundings, leaving no detail unexamined. As they approached the tower's apex, the enigmatic light intensified, as if an unseen force beckoned them urgently, a seductive yet perilous trap lying in wait. Suddenly, Xinyu felt a cold hand rest gently upon his shoulder, a sensation akin to ancient ice, freezing him in place. He screamed in terror, his voice reverberating through the confined space, shattering the silence. Whirling around, he found nothing but the all-consuming darkness, within which countless eyes seemed to lurk, watching their every move. What is it? Achong and Nan Feng halted simultaneously, anxiety threading through their voices. Qinyu's face had drained of color, lips trembling as he stammered, I felt someone touch my shoulder. Achong furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease crossing his gaze. Yet, he maintained a facade of calm, reassuring, do not frighten yourself. It may merely be an illusion. Let us ascend swiftly. Despite the resoluteness in his tone, a sense of trepidation gnawed at his heart. Upon finally reaching the pinnacle of the clock tower, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. At the very center of the tower lay a colossal crystal ball, emanating an eerie radiance. The surface of the crystal appeared to be veiled in a delicate mist, swirling gently like a mysterious shroud, obscuring its true nature. Through the haze, indistinct images flickered within, at times clear, at times vague, as if narrating a forgotten history or foretelling impending calamity. Nan Feng cautiously approached, each step taken with utmost care, as though the ground could give way beneath him at any moment. His eyes fixated on the crystal ball, striving to discern the images within. Just as he neared the orb, it suddenly erupted with a blinding light, enveloping him like a bolt of lightning. Achong and Xinyu shouted in terror, Nan Feng. They rushed forward, only to find themselves thwarted by an invisible force, a transparent barrier that was as unyielding as stone. Amidst the brilliance, Nan Feng glimpsed a myriad of bizarre scenes. He witnessed the villagers struggling in darkness, their faces etched with fear and despair, their eyes betraying a longing for life and a dread of death. He beheld the monstrous figure of black stone re-emerging, its power magnified. Each swipe of its claws obliterated the surrounding houses, leaving desolation in its wake. A shadowy figure cloaked in black robes materialized, its features concealed, yet an overwhelming aura of malevolence radiated from it, reminiscent of a chill that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Suddenly, the light dissipated, and Nan Feng collapsed. His complexion ashen, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, each droplet a testament to the horror he had just endured. Achong and Xinyu hurried to his side, helping him to his feet. Nan Feng, are you all right? What did you see? Achong asked anxiously, his voice trembling with concern for his companion and the unknown. Panting heavily, Nan Feng replied, the village's peril is far from over. We must swiftly discover a solution. The figure in the black robe, its power is formidable. The creatures we encountered may very well be linked to it. His eyes conveyed a mix of exhaustion and resignation, yet also an unwavering determination. At that moment, a low chant resonated throughout the clock tower, its sound seemingly emanating from all directions, reverberating within the chamber. The melody was ancient, imbued with mystery, each note akin to an archaic incantation swirling in the air. Yet, it also instilled a sense of dread, as if it were a curse from the underworld. Following the sound, they discerned it emanating from a hidden compartment beneath the crystal ball. Achong moved closer, placing his hands upon the compartment and pushing it open with effort. The moment it creaked ajar, a musty air rushed forth. Inside, he discovered an ancient tome, its cover decayed and inscribed with peculiar symbols that flickered faintly in the darkness, as if recounting a forgotten narrative, each symbol a mysterious cipher awaiting deciphering. Nan Feng took the book, carefully flipping through its brittle pages, which crackled in protest at being disturbed. The text was unlike anything they had encountered before, appearing to writhe upon the pages like living entities, whispering a tale unknown to man. Focusing intently, Nan Feng endeavored to unravel the meaning behind these enigmatic words, scrutinizing every detail as his mind raced to decode the secrets concealed within. As he deciphered the text, they gradually unearthed the village's hidden history. This village had once served as an ancient site of worship, where villagers held grand ceremonies annually to beseech for bountiful harvests and peace. During one such ritual, the villagers inadvertently unleashed a sealed malevolent force. This dark energy infiltrated the village, plunging it into a chasm of dread and despair, commanding various monsters to assail the inhabitants, thus enveloping the community in chaos. To seal this evil, a mysterious sorcerer clad in black robes emerged. He harnessed his power to confine the malevolence within the crystal ball atop the clock tower, encircling it with formidable wards constructed from ancient magic and cryptic runes, interwoven to form an impenetrable barrier. However, as time progressed, the potency of these wards waned, allowing the evil to stir once more, yearning to break free and reclaim dominion over the world. It seems the creatures we faced earlier are merely minions of this malevolent force, Achong remarked gravely, a glimmer of anger and concern evident in his eyes. Chun Yu's expression morphed into one of despair, his gaze filled with helplessness and dread as he stammered. What shall we do? We are no match for it. Nan Feng closed the tome, his eyes radiating resolve, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Now that we understand the source, there must be a way to confront it. This book may hold clues to a solution. We must search diligently. His tone was firm and empowering, as though rallying both himself and his companions. Just as they prepared to delve into the tome once more, the crystal ball erupted with violent tremors, its radiance intensifying. The light blazed like the sun, blinding in its brilliance. Subsequently, a tremendous force surged forth from the orb, akin to a tempest, casting the three of them violently to the ground. They landed heavily, blood trickling from their lips, the crimson droplets stark against the moonlight. The crystal ball began to levitate, shrouded in an increasingly dense mist, resembling a thick cloud enveloping the entire tower. The images within became clearer, revealing the dark-robed figure once more, standing amidst shadows, wielding a black staff that flickered with an otherworldly light, reminiscent of hellfire, radiating malevolence. The figure chanted incantations directed at the crystal ball, and with each utterance, the dark energy intensified, shaking the very structure of the clock tower. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot forth from the orb, resembling a bolt of dark lightning, racing towards the village. Wherever the light touched, darkness engulfed all, and the anguished cries of the villagers echoed, filled with torment and despair, a mournful symphony of death. Nan Feng and his companions watched in horror, realizing that the malevolent force had commenced its vengeance, plunging the village into grave peril. We cannot remain idle. Nan Feng struggled to rise, his voice resonating with conviction and resolve, a defiant cry against the encroaching darkness. Achong and Xinyu rose alongside him, their eyes alight with determination, as if declaring war against the malevolent force. The trio resolved that whatever awaited them ahead, they would face it courageously for the sake of the village, the villagers, and for themselves. Their eyes sparkled with a fervent light, a testament to their unwavering commitment to justice and an insatiable thirst for victory. They grasped their weapons once more and advanced toward the base of the bell tower. Along the way, they were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of malevolent power, each step beset with an extraordinary weight, as if their feet were burdened by stones of immense heaviness. This oppressive force loomed over them like an invisible net, ensnaring them tightly. Upon exiting the bell tower, they were confronted by a village completely shrouded in darkness, the air thick with a rancid stench reminiscent of decay, as if it had transformed into a ghost town. In the shadows, countless eyes appeared to lurk, the noxious odor inducing nausea, as if the village itself were cloaked in the shadow of death. They navigated cautiously through the village, strange sounds echoing around them. At times, it resembled the mournful cries of someone grieving a lost loved one, a chilling lament that pierced the air. At other moments, it was the eerie laughter of unseen entities, reminiscent of demonic mockery. Suddenly, a dark figure darted past them with blinding speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. Achong instinctively swung his steel pipe toward the direction of the shadow's disappearance, yet he struck nothing but air, the emptiness amplifying his unease. Be cautious, danger lurks everywhere, Nan Feng warned, his gaze betraying a flicker of tension and concern. They pressed on and reached the village square, where a thick black mist enveloped the area, within which indistinct shapes swayed ominously. These figures twisted and elongated, as if performing a grotesque dance. The black mist rendered their surroundings obscured, and the indistinct shapes evoked a sense of dread, as if they were ensnared in a realm of mystery and terror. Xinyu gripped his wooden stick tightly, his palms slick with sweat, nearly losing his grip. What are those things? He asked in a quavering voice, laced with fear. Nan Feng remained silent, his eyes fixated on the shapes, searching for their weaknesses with an expression of intense focus and determination, as if seeking the key to vanquishing the enemy. Suddenly, the figures charged at them with alarming speed, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts lunging at their prey. Achong was the first to strike, swinging his steel pipe at the looming shadows. The pipe collided with them, producing a series of dull thuds, yet it seemed to inflict no harm, the figures advancing undeterred. Yu, unwilling to be outdone, hurled his wooden stick at the approaching shapes. It arced through the mist, but was effortlessly caught by one of the figures, which then flung it back toward them, barely missing Yu. Nanfeng quickly retrieved a crystal and unleashed its light to its fullest potential. The illumination pierced through the surrounding darkness, and the figures appeared to falter, their movements slowing as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Seizing the opportunity, Nanfeng concentrated, directing the radiant light toward the shapes. The light struck them, eliciting agonized shrieks as their forms began to dissipate into wisps of azure smoke. Yet, these apparitions seemed inexhaustible, surging toward them in relentless waves, as if they could never be vanquished. Exhaustion began to weigh heavily on Nanfeng and his companions. Their attacks grew feeble, their arms aching from continuous exertion, breaths coming in labored gasps. Just as despair began to creep in, Nanfeng recalled an ancient defensive formation he had read about. He quickly relayed the details to Aichong and Yu, and the three of them positioned themselves as instructed. Hand in hand, they closed their eyes and focused, channeling their energies together. Through their concerted efforts, a luminous barrier materialized around them, warm and soft, resembling a sturdy shield that repelled the encroaching figures. The apparitions relentlessly crashed against the barrier, producing a cacophony of sound, causing it to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. Each tremor quickened their heartbeats. Gritting their teeth, Nanfeng and the others strained to maintain the stability of the barrier, their faces etched with pain and fatigue, yet their eyes burned with resolve. They understood that should the barrier falter, they would be faced with annihilation, plunging the entire village into irredeemable despair. Protected by the barrier, Nanfeng reopened the ancient tome, desperately seeking a means to obliterate the vile forces. His eyes raced across the pages, absorbing every detail as if each word were a seed of hope, striving to uncover the elusive key to victory. Finally, he stumbled upon an account detailing the eradication of malevolent powers. It stated that to completely eradicate the evil, 3 ancient keys must be found, each representing courage, wisdom, and hope. Only by uniting these 3 keys could they unlock the seal containing the malevolence and obliterate it entirely. These keys were hidden in 3 mysterious locations within the village, fraught with peril and challenges, awaiting the brave to explore. Nanfeng divulged this method to Aichong and Yu, igniting a flicker of hope in their eyes, a beacon in the darkness illuminating their path forward. But where shall we search for these 3 keys? Yu inquired, his expression a mix of confusion and anticipation. Nanfeng pondered briefly before responding. According to the clues in the book, the keys are likely concealed in 3 mysterious sites within the village. We must locate them swiftly, otherwise, the village is doomed. His tone carried a sense of urgency and concern. Time was of the essence, and they could not afford to squander it. At that moment, the barrier shuddered violently, as if struck by an explosive force. An enormous silhouette began to materialize from the mist, dwarfing all the creatures they had previously encountered. Its form was composed of dark vapor, coalescing from the depths of an endless abyss, with eyes aglow in a menacing red, radiating an aura of unspeakable evil and ferocity, as if it were a demon from the netherworld. The creature emitted a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the village, shaking the very foundations, causing roof tiles to plummet and fissures to mar the ground. The barrier, too, bore cracks from the force of the roar, threatening to shatter at any moment. Nanfeng and his companions gazed in terror at the monster, their bodies trembling involuntarily, gripped by an overwhelming fear of the unknown and the might it possessed. Yet, within their eyes glimmered a steadfast determination. They understood that a far more arduous battle loomed ahead, and they must give their all, for the village, for themselves, and for every flicker of hope. Chapter 33. The pursuit in shadows. The monster's earth-shattering roar detonated within the hearts of Nanfeng, Aichong, and Yu like a colossal bomb. The barrier, strained to its limit, cracked and splintered like fragile glass, the fissures spreading like a spider's web, each sound tightening their hearts, as if it would shatter entirely in the next moment, exposing them to the monster's wrath. Their faces paled to a ghostly white, beads of sweat cascading uncontrollably from their brows, tracing glistening trails down their cheeks before splattering onto the dusty ground. Their breaths came in rapid, labored gasps, each inhalation akin to tugging at a dilapidated bellows on the verge of collapse, their chests heaving violently, as if to break free from their confines. This barrier won't hold much longer. Aichong's voice trembled involuntarily, fear surging within him like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf him entirely. Yet his grip on the steel pipe remained unwavering, as steadfast as iron, with knuckles blanching from exertion. reflecting a near-morbid pallor that accentuated the tension and indomitable spirit within him. Chun Yu's legs trembled uncontrollably, causing the wooden stick in his hands to quiver as well. He swallowed hard, the dryness in his throat producing a dull gurgling sound that seemed jarringly out of place in the thick atmosphere of anxiety. What should we do? Nanfang's gaze was locked onto the monster like a hawk, his mind racing with acute tension and fear, missing no subtle movements of the creature. Suddenly, he caught sight of a swirling mass of black mist at the monster's neck, its form and flow oddly discordant with the surrounding dark aura. Attack its neck. That mist might be its weakness, Nanfeng shouted, his voice thin and feeble amidst the monster's continuous roars, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Chang was the first to react. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the wild fear surging within him. Then, like a poised cheetah, he sprang from the defensive barrier, charging fiercely towards the beast. With powerful swings of the steel pipe, he created a whooshing sound, aiming directly for the monster's neck. The creature sensed the lethal threat. Its enormous claws, imbued with tremendous force, swiped down violently, slicing through the air with a sharp, ear-piercing whistle, akin to the shriek of death itself. Chang's eyes sharpened, his form flickering like a specter as he narrowly evaded the deadly strike. The monster's claws grazing past his clothing, sending a chilling wave down his spine. Seeing this, Chinyu mustered all his courage, gripping the wooden stick tightly, employing all his strength to hurl it towards the monster. The stick spun through the air at high speed, accompanied by a rushing sound, akin to a cannonball racing toward its target. Yet, the monster merely flicked its head dismissively, effortlessly shattering the stick into splinters that scattered like snowflakes, littering the ground. Seizing the moment, Nanfeng channeled all his energy into the crystal, condensing its light into a razor-sharp blade, then thrusting it fiercely towards the mist at the monster's neck. The instant the light made contact with the mist, the creature emitted a howl of extreme agony, as if seared by a molten iron, the sound reverberating through the air. Its body shook uncontrollably, the black mist at its neck roiling like boiling water. Effective. Continue the assault, Nanfeng shouted again, his voice filled with the exhilaration of impending victory. Chang and Chun Yu exchanged a glance, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. Fear no longer gripped them. Disregarding their own safety, they launched a renewed attack. Chang swung the steel pipe with all his might, each strike imbued with a determination to fight to the last breath, the friction of the metal against the air producing sharp sounds. Meanwhile, Chun Yu frantically searched for stones, his eyes expressing urgency and resolve, hurling each stone towards the beast, each one carrying his yearning for triumph. Under the combined efforts of the three, the black mist surrounding the monster gradually thinned, dissipating like morning fog under the sun. The creature's movements became sluggish, each shift resembling a struggle through thick mud, appearing increasingly laborious. However, just as they believed victory was within reach, the monster erupted in one final frenzy. It opened its cavernous maw, a gaping abyss that seemed to lead to endless darkness. Then, a torrent of blackness surged forth from its mouth, a relentless wave that blotted out the light, crashing towards them with overwhelming force. The trio was caught off guard, instantly engulfed by the black deluge. In the darkness, they found themselves in a chaotic realm, feeling an irresistible power tearing at their bodies, as if their very souls were being shredded, each inch of skin aflame with excruciating pain. As though countless sharp needles were piercing deep, Nanfeng clutched the crystal tightly, concentrating all his thoughts upon it, attempting to dispel the encroaching darkness with its soft, hopeful glow. Yet, in the overwhelming, ink-like void, the light appeared weak and insignificant, almost immediately devoured by the relentless blackness. Time passed, stretching on interminably, until the black torrent finally began to recede. The three lay battered on the ground, their bodies covered in a myriad of wounds, blood gushing from them and quickly staining the earth, pooling into grotesque puddles. Their breaths were as faint as threads, their eyes reflecting profound despair, as if shrouded in darkness, with no glimmer of hope in sight. At that moment, a spark of inspiration flashed through Nanfeng's mind. He recalled a mysterious symbol he had seen in an ancient tome, said to embody powerful and enigmatic purifying forces, summoning every ounce of his dwindling strength. He shakily traced the symbol in the bloodstained, dusty earth. As the symbol took shape, a faint light emerged from it, akin to the first rays of dawn, flowing forth like a clear spring, gradually dispelling the surrounding nightmarish shadows. Chang and Chun Yu, witnessing this, felt hope rekindled within them. They struggled to rise, each movement accompanied by sharp pain, yet they gritted their teeth, enduring the agony and channeling their remaining strength into that burgeoning light. Through their combined efforts, the light intensified, becoming a radiant dome that enveloped them and the monster. Under the purifying influence of the dome, the creature emitted shrieks of anguish, filled with suffering and defiance. As if engaged in its final battle, its form began to fade, dissipating like smoke in the wind. The black mist gradually consumed inch by the light. Eventually, the monster vanished without a trace, leaving behind a profound silence, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood and a faint charred aroma. The three collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, exhaustion and pain draining them of nearly all their strength, rendering them nearly immobile. Yet, in their eyes flickered a glimmer of determination, for they understood that the crisis was far from over. The malevolent forces lurking in the depths of the village remained, like a ticking time bomb, poised to erupt once more. After a brief respite, they summoned their indomitable will and steadfast faith, slowly rising to their feet, dragging their weary bodies deeper into the village, ready to embark on the arduous quest for the three keys that represented courage, wisdom, and hope. They arrived before an abandoned shrine at the village's edge, resembling an elderly figure nearing the end of its days, teetering under the eroding weight of time. A musty, decaying odor permeated the air, a scent born of years gone by, mingled with damp mold and a hint of dust. The door stood ajar, swaying gently in the breeze, creaking with a sound that seemed to narrate untold stories of the past, echoing ominously in the stillness. Nanfeng stepped forward, extending his hand to slowly push open the door. As it creaked open, a wave of thick dust assaulted them, like an invisible barrier, choking them and causing them to cough, as if their throats were stuffed with cotton, an unbearable discomfort. The ancestral hall is shrouded in darkness and dampness, its walls adorned with a dense tapestry of cobwebs, resembling a colossal net imbued with an eerie aura, poised to ensnare any intruder. In the corners lie a few dilapidated sacrificial implements, their original luster long lost to the ravages of time, appearing forlorn and battered, as if silently recounting tales of past splendor and glory. At the heart of the hall stands a magnificent stone statue, its visage obscured and seemingly eroded by the merciless sands of time. Yet, its posture suggests an elder engaged in fervent prayer, hands clasped and head bowed, as if beseeching the divine with endless supplications. A Chong circumnavigated the statue, his gaze fixated upon it, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. Suddenly, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, he exclaimed, "Look, could this be the place for the key?" He discovered a groove at the base of the statue, its shape closely resembling that of the key they sought, with dimensions almost identical. Nanfeng and Chunyu, upon hearing this, hurried over to crouch down and examine the groove with great care. "It's highly possible that the key is nearby," Nanfeng pondered aloud. The trio immediately commenced a thorough search within the hall, leaving no corner unexamined, diligently sifting through each item. They moved the worn tables and chairs, checking beneath them for hidden keys. They climbed dusty cabinets, rummaging through every drawer. They even knelt on the ground, inch by inch, inspecting the floor in hopes of uncovering a clue. However, despite their exhaustive search, the elusive key remained unfound. Just as despair began to settle in, Chinyu suddenly spotted an unusual mural on the wall. The mural depicted a mysterious and solemn ritual, with figures encircling a colossal crystal orb, each grasping a key. Their faces etched with reverence and awe, as if partaking in an ancient and enigmatic ceremony. "Do you think this painting could be related to the key?" Chinyu pointed excitedly at the mural, hope gleaming in his eyes. Nanfeng and Chang stepped forward, leaning in closely to examine each detail. Nanfeng's gaze fell upon one figure's hand in the mural, noticing a unique symbol on the key it held, reminiscent of a symbol they had previously encountered in an ancient tome. Although not identical, it bore a subtle connection. "I believe I know where the key is," Nanfeng suddenly declared, a flicker of confidence igniting in his eyes. Approaching the stone statue, he cautiously manipulated a mechanism on it, following the mural's guidance. As he did so, it emitted a series of creaks, as if a long-dormant machine was being awakened. The statue slowly shifted, revealing a concealed entrance to an underground chamber. A chilling breeze emanated from the entrance, reminiscent of a draft from the depths of the inferno, sending shivers down their spines. The trio cautiously stepped into the chamber, which was permeated by a damp, cold atmosphere. The walls were encrusted with gems that emitted a faint glow, akin to fireflies in the dark, barely illuminating the confined space. At the center of the chamber lay a massive stone sarcophagus, adorned with strange symbols and patterns. These symbols seemingly pulsated with life, shimmering mysteriously in the dim light. Eluding comprehension, Achong stepped forward, placing his hands on the sarcophagus, straining to open it, but it remained immovable, as if sealed by an arcane force. Nanfeng scrutinized the symbols on the sarcophagus, realizing their close ties to the descriptions in the ancient book. Each symbol appeared to be a cryptic code, awaiting decipherment. He followed the book's instructions, gently tapping on the sarcophagus, each knock resonating with a distinct rhythm, as if engaging in a mysterious dialogue with the stone. With each reverberation, the sarcophagus gradually began to open, releasing a nauseating stench of decay, a putrid amalgamation of rotting flesh and age-old odors that provoked a visceral reaction. Inside lay the body of an elegantly attired corpse, its hand clutching a key that radiated a golden glow, reminiscent of the rising sun, dazzling in its brilliance. It was the very key they had desperately sought, a symbol of courage. As Nanfeng carefully retrieved the key, a low rumble echoed throughout the chamber, reverberating as if from the depths below, causing the ground to tremble violently, and the gems on the walls flickered erratically. We triggered a mechanism. We must flee, Nanfeng shouted, his voice laced with urgency and alarm. The trio dashed towards the chamber's exit, their footsteps frantic and hasty. However, just as they were about to escape, a colossal black tentacle erupted from the ground, resembling a towering pillar, blocking their path. The surface of the tentacle bristled with sharp barbs, each glinting ominously, exuding a repugnant stench that threatened to induce revulsion. A Chang swung a steel pipe at the tentacle with all his might, the pipe slicing through the air like a hammer. Yet, the tentacle proved remarkably resilient. The pipe struck with a dull thud, as though it had met solid steel, inflicting no damage. Seeing this, Chunyu hastily picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the tentacle with all his strength. The stone arched through the air, hurtling towards its target. However, the tentacle merely flicked it aside, the stone crashing against the wall and sending dust spiraling into the air. Nanfeng raised the crystal once more, channeling all his energy into it, attempting to repel the tentacle with its brilliance. Yet, the tentacle seemed impervious to the light, advancing steadily towards them, each inch bringing a palpable sense of dread. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, despair threatening to engulf them, Nanfeng suddenly discerned a weakness at the base of the tentacle, where the skin appeared thinner and lighter in hue. He shared this revelation with the Chang and Chunyu, and the three resolved to concentrate their efforts on attacking the tentacle's root. A Chang summoned every ounce of strength to thrust the steel pipe into the tentacle's base, his arm straining with effort, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Chunyu seized a sharp stone, launching it at the tentacle's root, the stone embodying his hopes and fears as it sped toward its mark. Meanwhile, Nanfeng concentrated the crystal's light into a brilliant beam, directing it at the tentacle's weak point, the radiance slicing through the darkness like a sword. Under the combined assault of the trio, the tentacle was finally severed, its black ichor spraying forth like a fountain, releasing a nauseating aroma that seeped into their very bones, making them feel utterly wretched. Seizing the moment, they fled the chamber and exited the abandoned ancestral hall, clutching the key that symbolized courage. Their journey to uncover the remaining two keys continuing. In the waning light of the sunset, their figures appeared weary, yet their eyes shone with determination and resilience. As if proclaiming to the world that they would not be vanquished by adversity, they ventured into an ancient forest behind the village, where towering trees loomed densely, casting a shadowy canopy that obscured the sky, transforming the woodland into a verdant sea, with sunlight trickling through the leaves in scattered beams, reminiscent of ethereal starlight. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves, crunching beneath their feet, each sound akin to the forest whispering its ancient, enigmatic secrets. The air was imbued with a damp aroma, a blend of earth, wood, and decaying foliage, occasionally punctuated by the calls of unknown creatures, their voices echoing through the stillness, sending shivers down their spines, as if countless eyes were lurking in the darkness, watching their every move. As they wandered along, they stumbled upon an ancient wooden cabin, its doors and windows firmly shut as if resisting the outside world. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, characterized by an indescribable sense of oppression and dread, suggesting that the cabin concealed an unspoken secret. Chang cautiously approached, treading lightly, fearful of disturbing something hidden within. He extended his hand and gently pushed the door open. With a creak, it swung ajar, releasing a potent aroma of herbs that assailed their senses, a peculiar blend of various botanicals, sharp yet mysterious. Inside, the cabin was furnished with dilapidated tables and chairs, while shelves overflowed with an assortment of peculiar bottles and jars containing unknown herbs and liquids. These substances glimmered ominously in the dim light, as if harboring some arcane power. In a corner of the cabin sat an elderly man in a rickety chair, his hair and beard a snowy white reminiscent of early winter's frost. His face was a tapestry of wrinkles, each line a testament to the passage of time. Yet his gaze was sharp, penetrating, imbued with a wisdom and mystery born of countless experiences. Upon noticing their entrance, the old man smiled faintly, a glimmer of satisfaction and anticipation in his expression, and said, "At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your coming for quite some time." The trio exchanged puzzled glances. Enveloped in a fog of uncertainty, Ninfeng stepped forward, his eyes betraying a mix of wariness and curiosity. "Who are you? Why have you been waiting for us?" The elder did not respond directly. Instead, he gestured towards an unassuming box on the table. It appeared ordinary, yet radiated an invisible allure. "Open it, and you shall discover the truth." With trepidation, they approached the box, moving slowly, their hearts heavy with apprehension. As they lifted the lid, they uncovered a key radiating a mesmerizing blue light, reminiscent of the depths of the ocean, mysterious and enchanting. "How did this key come to be in your possession?" Chun Yu inquired, curiosity and confusion etched upon his features. The old man chuckled softly, a hint of enigma in his smile. "I am the guardian of this key, awaiting the worthy to claim it. Now that you have arrived, it is evident that you are those destined for it. However, to possess this key, you must first undergo a trial." "What sort of trial?" Eichong asked, his voice tinged with anxiety and anticipation. The elder pointed towards the forest beyond the cabin, where the trees swayed gently in the wind as though challenging them. Within that forest lies a labyrinth filled with dangers and traps. You must navigate it and emerge before nightfall to claim the key. Should you fail, you shall be forever lost within the woods. The trio exchanged resolute glances, an unspoken communication passing among them. They understood the peril that lay ahead. Each step could lead to life or death. Yet, for the sake of their village and countless innocent lives, they had no choice. Taking a deep breath, they exited the cabin and ventured towards the labyrinthine forest. As they stepped into the maze's entrance, thick fog enveloped them, cold and damp, carrying a scent of decay that stung their lungs with each breath. Chen Yu instinctively drew closer to Nanfeng and Eichong, his expression vigilant, fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening with tension. Once inside the maze, the intricate paths left them disoriented. Towering thickets of thorns lined the way, their sharp points glistening ominously in the faint light, seemingly poised to tear their skin. They advanced cautiously, each step laden with care, wary of triggering hidden snares. Suddenly, a faint, haunting sound of weeping echoed around them, as if the spirits trapped within the maze were lamenting their fates. Chinyu shuddered, his voice trembling. What is that sound?" Eichong furrowed his brow, gripping his steel pipe tightly as he scanned their surroundings. "Stay calm. It may be some mechanism in this maze trying to unsettle us." Meanwhile, Nanfeng closed his eyes, concentrating, attempting to sense an escape route. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, revealing his inner turmoil. Just then, Chinyu suddenly found himself falling into a bottomless pit. "Chinyu!" Nanfeng and Eichong shouted in unison, rushing to the edge of the chasm. They saw Chinyu lying at the bottom, his body marred by sharp stones, blood seeping from numerous wounds, staining his clothes. "Don't worry about me. Keep searching for the exit," Chinyu managed to utter, his voice strained with pain and defiance. Eichong and Nanfeng exchanged determined glances. "No, we won't leave you behind." They quickly surveyed their surroundings, spotting a fallen dead tree nearby, its branches long and thick. Together, they exerted great effort to break off a branch and extended it into the pit for Chinyu to grasp. "Hold on tight, we'll pull you up," Eichong shouted. Gritting their teeth, they strained with all their might, muscles taut, sweat cascading down their faces. Finally, with their combined efforts, they successfully hoisted Chinyu back to safety. Grateful, he looked at them and said, "Thank you." Nanfeng patted his shoulder. "We are a team. We will not abandon anyone." After a brief respite, the trio resumed their quest for the exit. They began to observe the subtle traces on the ground, crushed leaves, broken twigs, clues to guide their way. As time passed, darkness descended, shrouding the maze in an increasingly dim light. Suddenly, a massive spider descended from the branches above, its body as large as a basin, 8 eyes glimmering with a sinister red glow, green slime dripping from its mandibles. Eichong reacted swiftly, swinging his steel pipe in an attempt to strike the creature. The spider nimbly evaded the blow and rapidly closed in on them. Nanfeng raised a crystal, hoping to repel the spider with its light, but it seemed unfazed by the illumination. Chinyu picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the arachnid, causing it to pause momentarily. The three engaged in a fierce struggle against the spider, Eichong continuously swinging his pipe to restrain its movements. Chinyu sought opportunities to distract it with stones, while Nanfeng used the light to draw its attention, searching for its weaknesses. After an intense confrontation, Eichong finally spotted an opening. Summoning all his strength, he plunged the steel pipe into the spider's head. The creature emitted a piercing scream, thrashing briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, they pressed onward. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm them, Nanfeng suddenly noticed that the fog ahead seemed to thin. A spark of hope ignited within him, and he quickened his pace toward that direction. Indeed, they soon spotted the exit of the labyrinth. Elated, they raced out and returned to the cabin. The elder, pleased by their successful navigation through the maze, nodded approvingly and handed them the key, symbolizing wisdom. With both keys in hand, their confidence surged. They understood that the final key, representing hope, lay somewhere in the village. If they could find it, they would eradicate the malevolent forces once and for all. Departing the forest, they set their course toward the village, where the stench of evil grew ever more potent, as if a storm were imminent. Upon their return, they were met with an even darker atmosphere, the anguished cries of villagers echoing in their ears. They quickened their pace, heading toward the heart of the village. In the heart of the village square, they beheld the figure clad in black robes, standing before an immense magical array, a dark staff gripped tightly in hand, reciting incantations. The array emanated a formidable malevolence, warping the very fabric of space around it. Upon noticing their return, the figure let out a derisive laugh and declared, "Do you truly believe that merely securing 2 keys could thwart me? How naive." Nanfeng raised the 2 keys he held, asserting, "We shall undoubtedly find the final key and eradicate you and your nefarious powers once and for all." The black-robed figure chuckled dismissively, brandishing his staff and summoning a horde of shadowy figures that surged towards Nanfeng and his companions. The shadows moved with astonishing speed, reaching them in an instant. Nanfeng, Achang, and Chunyu swiftly adopted defensive stances, engaging in a desperate struggle against the encroaching shadows. These phantoms were as elusive as wraiths, their movements swift and their strength overwhelming. Achang wielded a steel pipe, tirelessly repelling the advancing shadows, yet they continued to pour forth, gradually overwhelming him. Meanwhile, Chunyu, armed with a wooden stick, assisted Achang while deftly evading the shadow's assaults. His body bore numerous injuries, yet he persevered with gritted teeth. Nanfeng, while battling the shadows, sought a weakness in the black-robed figure. He discerned that when the figure summoned the shadows, a faint light flickered from the staff, seemingly the source of his power. Determined to take a risk, Nanfeng concentrated, channeling the light of his crystal into a sharp beam aimed at the staff. The beam struck true, causing the figure to emit a muffled grunt as the staff trembled slightly in his grasp. His countenance darkened, and he once more waved the staff, intensifying his control over the shadows. The shadows' assaults grew fiercer, and the trio found themselves increasingly beleaguered. Yet, they did not yield. Through cooperation, courage, and cunning, they repelled the shadows time and again. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Nanfeng suddenly sensed a mysterious force beckoning him. Following the pull of this energy, he arrived at an abandoned ancient well. An enigmatic aura enveloped the well, as if it concealed boundless secrets. Approaching the edge, Nanfeng peered into the depths, where a faint glow shimmered. Could the final key reside within? He thought to himself. Ignoring the peril, he cautiously descended the well's walls to its bottom. The air was damp and thick with moisture, the walls cloaked in moss. In a corner of the well, he discovered a box radiating white light, within which lay the key they sought, the emblem of hope. Upon grasping the key, an immense power surged through him. He swiftly ascended to the surface to reunite with Achang and Chunyu. Armed with 3 keys, the trio approached the black-robed figure. Upon seeing the keys in their possession, the figure's expression soured. He brandished his staff in an attempt to hinder their advance towards the magical array. Undaunted, they focused their energies, merging the powers of the 3 keys. A brilliant light erupted from their hands, piercing through the air like a sword aimed at the black-robed figure and the array. Under the impact of this radiant force, the figure screamed in agony as his form began to dissipate, and the magical array crumbled, with the figure's vanishing and the array's collapse. The darkness engulfing the village gradually receded, and sunlight once again graced the land. The villagers' cries fell silent, and tranquility returned to the village. Nanfeng, Achang, and Chunyu gazed upon the scene before them, hearts swelling with joy and pride. They knew they had succeeded. They had saved the village. However, just when they believed all was concluded, Nanfeng sensed a faint malevolent energy emanating from the depths of the village. His expression shifted, and he said, "The matter is not yet resolved. The evil force has not been entirely vanquished." Achang and Chunyu, upon hearing this, wore grave expressions. Following the sinister energy's trail, they discovered its source, a long-abandoned basement. The entrance to the basement was sealed by a massive stone slab, inscribed with peculiar symbols that exuded a chilling aura. Achang approached to push the slab, yet it remained immovable. Observing the symbols closely, Nanfeng noticed their intricate connection to the malevolent force they had encountered. He attempted to touch the symbols with the 3 keys. And when the key of hope made contact with an eye-shaped symbol, the slab began to tremble violently before slowly sliding aside. A putrid stench wafted from the basement, reminiscent of something long decayed and hidden. The trio covered their noses and cautiously entered the dark, damp space. Water dripped from the walls, its sound echoing ominously in the silence, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. At the center of the basement swirled a massive black vortex, from which billowed dark mist, seemingly filled with countless contorted faces writhing and screaming. As they approached, they felt an overwhelming force attempting to draw them into the vortex. Achong steadied himself, shouting, "What on earth is this?" Nanfeng gripped the 3 keys tightly, striving to resist the pull of the vortex. His arms trembled with effort, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and dampening the ground below. Suddenly, enormous black tendrils erupted from the vortex, swinging towards them with alarming speed. Achong could not evade in time and was struck by one of the tendrils, slamming him against the wall with a dull thud. Seeing this, Chen Yu rushed to assist Achong, while Nanfeng concentrated fiercely, unleashing the full radiance of the 3 keys to form a protective barrier that temporarily repelled the tendril's assault. However, the strikes intensified, and the barrier began to show signs of cracking under the relentless barrage. Gritting his teeth, Nanfeng yelled, "We cannot be defeated like this. Let us devise a plan together." Chen Yu scanned the surroundings and noticed some old iron chains in a corner of the basement. An idea sparked within him, and he said to Achong, "Let us bind the tendrils with the chains. It might just halt their advance." Achong nodded in agreement, and without a second thought, the two dashed towards the chains. Securing them, they coordinated with Nanfeng. As the tendrils lunged again, Achong and Chen Yu seized the moment, ensnaring a tendril with the chains and yanking with all their might. The tendril became entangled, its movement slowing, but it seemed enraged and thrashed about even more violently, causing the dark mist to surge from the vortex. Seizing the opportunity, Nanfeng amplified the key's power, their brilliance transforming into daggers aimed at the tendrils and the vortex. Through their concerted efforts, the tendrils were finally severed, and foul black ichor splattered everywhere, releasing a nauseating odor. Though the vortex's pull began to wane, the malevolent energy still lingered ominously within the basement, showing no signs of abating. The trio remained vigilant, continuing their search for a means to dispel this dark force. They scoured the basement and discovered ancient inscriptions and symbols etched into the walls. Nanfeng meticulously examined these writings, seeking clues to unravel the evil power. After considerable effort, he finally uncovered a hidden mechanism, a circular disc adorned with various symbols, which required specific rotations to activate. Recalling the contents of ancient tomes and their previous encounters in the village, he pondered the correct sequence of symbols. As time slipped by, the malevolent force seemed to grow stronger, the temperature in the basement plummeting, their breaths crystallizing into white fog. At last, Nanfeng determined the order of symbols. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rotated the disc. As it turned, a deep rumble resonated, shaking the ground beneath them, while the black mist in the vortex churned violently. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the disc, piercing towards the vortex's core. Under the radiant illumination, the black mist gradually dissipated, and the vortex slowly diminished in size. The 3 individuals observed the unfolding scene with palpable tension, their hearts brimming with anticipation. However, just as the vortex was on the verge of vanishing completely, an even more formidable evil force erupted from its depths, manifesting as a colossal black figure that hovered ominously in the center of the basement. This shadowy entity, lacking discernible features, emanated a chilling aura, as if it were the very embodiment of malevolence. It extended its arms, unleashing a torrent of dark rays aimed at the trio. Chapter 34. Abyssal Shadow. The countless dark rays surged forth like a legion of vengeful spirits escaping from the depths of hell, carrying with them an air of coldness and death. They tore through the frigid atmosphere of the basement with thunderous momentum, heading straight for Nanfeng, Achong, and Chen Yu. In an instant, their pupils constricted sharply, fear washing over them like a tidal wave, clenching their hearts so tightly they could scarcely breathe. Yet, the wealth of adventurous experience they had accrued through countless perils compelled them to react swiftly in this life-threatening moment. Nanfeng, filled with urgency, had no time to ponder. He rapidly crossed the 3 keys he held, symbols of courage, wisdom, and hope, channeling every ounce of strength into them without reservation. In that moment, 3 beams of light intertwined and coalesced, bursting forth into a blindingly radiant curtain, resembling an indomitable shield that stood defiantly before them. Attempting to withstand the onslaught of lethal attacks, Achong and Chunyu immediately sought refuge behind the luminous barrier, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. Knuckles whitening from the strain, betraying their inner tension and resolve. Beads of sweat rolled uncontrollably down their foreheads, tracing paths across their dust-laden, weary faces before splattering onto the ground, stirring up tiny clouds of dust. The dark rays collided violently with the shimmering barrier, producing a shrill, piercing sound akin to the wailing of demons, a noise that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, sending shivers down their spines. The barrier quaked under the relentless force, its glow flickering erratically, reminiscent of a candle flame in a tempest, poised to extinguish and expose them to the looming threat of death. Nan Feng gritted his teeth, his facial muscles taut with exertion, veins bulging in his arms like enraged serpents. His gaze reflected a resolute determination, silently vowing to maintain the stability of the barrier at all costs, safeguarding both his companions and his own life. Achong and Chunyu, too, could not afford to waver. They remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any potential dangers, while rapidly contemplating counterattack strategies. Each collision of the dark rays quickened their heartbeats. Yet they steadfastly suppressed their inner terror, resolutely holding their ground. This stalemate could not persist. The barrier would not endure for long. Achong shouted hoarsely, his voice echoing ominously in the cavernous, shadowy space, laced with an unmistakable tremor. Chunyu, frantic with urgency, scanned the area in a desperate bid to find anything that could help them turn the precarious situation around. In a moment of near despair, he suddenly spotted a dilapidated chest nestled in a corner of the basement, its surface etched with peculiar symbols. The twisted, eerie lines of these symbols seemed to bear a profound connection to the ancient texts they had encountered in long-forgotten ruins. Nan Feng, the chest. It might hold a solution, Chunyu exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement and trepidation. Following his pointed direction, Nan Feng's heart surged with hope, as if a glimmer of dawn had pierced the darkness. Suppressing his exhilaration, he concentrated all his energy, while simultaneously resisting the dark rays, channeling a faint yet resilient force through the light of the keys to carefully guide Achong toward the chest. Achong inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. He crouched low, akin to a stealthy panther, and, seizing the moment between attacks, dashed toward the chest. His steps were hurried yet light, each footfall teetering on the precipice of life and death. The dark figure seemed to sense Achong's intentions and unleashed a thicker beam of destructive power, akin to a bolt of black lightning, hurtling toward him. Achong's eyes sharpened, and with the keen instincts and agility honed from years of adventure, he darted aside like a wraith, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The ray grazed his clothing, leaving a charred mark and a pungent odor of singed fabric in its wake. Finally reaching the chest, his hands trembled slightly from anxiety and exertion as he lifted the lid. An overwhelming scent of decay assaulted his senses, mingled with a faint blue glow that shimmered mysteriously in the oppressive darkness of the basement. Without pausing to ponder, he hastily rifled through the contents. His hands sifted through various items until he unearthed an ancient tome and a crystal pendant radiating blue light. Grasping these treasures as if they were priceless artifacts, he hurried back to join Nan Feng and Chunyu. Nan Feng eagerly seized the book and began to leaf through its pages. To his astonishment, the text appeared to come alive, flowing and dancing before his eyes. Drawing upon his prior experience deciphering ancient texts, he swiftly scanned for any clues that might offer a solution to their dire predicament. Meanwhile, the barrier, under the relentless assault of dark rays, began to falter, emitting a sharp crack like shattering glass, scattering into countless motes of light. In an instant, the trio found themselves exposed to the onslaught of darkness. And without time for panic, they raised their weapons to defend against the incoming beams. As Nan Feng wielded his keys to fend off the attacks, he continued to read frantically, sweat beading on his forehead, each droplet a testament to his race against death. Time was of the essence. Each second felt like a countdown of life itself. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Nan Feng's eyes, his previously dim expression now ablaze with hope. He had uncovered a critical passage detailing an ancient and mysterious sealing ritual. This ceremony required the 3 keys, the mystical crystal pendant, and the combined strength of the trio to successfully bind the malevolent force. Without a moment's hesitation, he shared the method with Achong and Chunyu. The 3 immediately positioned themselves in a triangular formation, carefully placing the keys and the pendant at the center. They closed their eyes, inhaling deeply, casting aside all distractions, and poured their essence into the keys and pendant without reserve. As they exerted their will, the keys and pendant awakened like slumbering titans, radiating a brilliant light. The 3 beams intertwined with the blue glow of the pendant, forming a colossal and enigmatic cocoon that enveloped both the trio and the terrifying black figure. Sensing the imminent danger, the shadowy entity unleashed a deafening roar, a sound that seemed to rip through the fabric of space, causing the entire basement to tremble. It thrashed wildly, its massive form writhing in a desperate attempt to break free from the cocoon's grasp. Each struggle sent shockwaves through the barrier, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Fine cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the cocoon, and the trio felt an immense pressure, as though an invisible mountain bore down upon them. Their breaths were rapid and heavy, each inhalation akin to straining against a frayed bellows. Their hearts raced as if striving to burst free from the confines of their chests. Yet, they showed not a flicker of retreat. Their gazes imbued with unwavering conviction and indomitable resolve. Nan Fong clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, with blood trickling down his fingers, pooling on the ground to bloom like crimson flowers. He silently prayed for the success of the ritual, as sweat mingled with blood, blurring his vision. Just as the light cocoon was on the verge of shattering, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through Nan Feng's mind. He recalled the mysterious symbol he had encountered in the bell tower, a symbol seemingly imbued with a potent, arcane power, indelibly etched in the recesses of his memory. Drawing upon his tenacious will and clear recollection, he laboriously inscribed that symbol in radiant light within the cocoon. The moment the symbol appeared, it emanated a formidable and ancient force, surging forth like a torrential flood, merging into the light cocoon. Instantly, the power of the cocoon intensified. The previously spreading cracks began to mend, and the struggles of the dark figure gradually subsided. As the ritual progressed, the dark figure's form began to dissipate, transforming into wisps of black mist as if scattered by the wind. These mists were slowly absorbed by the light cocoon, becoming thinner and purer under its cleansing power. The trio sensed the stifling aura of malevolence around them waning, their inner flames of hope igniting ever brighter. However, just as they believed victory was within reach, the basement floor suddenly trembled violently, as though an invisible giant hand were shaking the very world. Cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web, and the ground began to collapse. Stones tumbling incessantly. "This is bad. The basement is going to collapse," Chun Yu exclaimed in terror, his voice laced with despair and fear. With no time to spare, they continued to grit their teeth, maintaining the sealing ritual while desperately sprinting towards the basement exit. At that moment, the ceiling began to rain stones, each one carrying immense force, crashing to the ground and sending dust billowing into the air. They struggled through the dust and debris, every step fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could spell their doom beneath a falling stone. Finally, they reached the exit of the basement. Just as they stepped out, a deafening crash resonated behind them. The entire basement collapsed, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. The trio collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, fatigue and pain rendering them nearly motionless. Their bodies felt as if all strength had been siphoned away, leaving them to lie on the ground, gazing skyward, their hearts awash with mixed emotions. Yet, they understood that the ordeal was not over. Though the malevolent force had been sealed, it had not been entirely vanquished and could return at any moment. After resting briefly, they slowly rose to their feet, only to discover that the villagers had gathered around them, their eyes filled with fear and concern. Upon seeing Nan Fong and the others emerge, the villagers hurried over, clamoring to inquire what had transpired. Nan Fong succinctly recounted the events, and the villagers, upon hearing his tale, displayed expressions of astonishment and gratitude. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered within Nan Fong. He perceived a hidden, unspoken tension in the villagers' gazes. Whenever he directed his attention towards a particular villager, that individual would swiftly avert their eyes, betraying a hint of panic and evasion. This peculiar sensation filled him with doubt, prompting him to delve deeper into the mystery lurking beneath the surface. In the days that followed, Nan Fong, Chong, and Chun Yu began to discreetly observe the villagers' every move. They soon discerned that some villagers would stealthily depart the village at night, heading towards an abandoned mine located behind the settlement. Once a vital economic source for the village, the mine had been forsaken after a bizarre accident years ago. Various terrifying tales surrounded that incident. Some claimed to have seen apparitions within the mine, while others spoke of an evil force that had surged forth from the depths, consuming everything in its wake. One night, Nan Fong, Chong, and Chun Yu quietly trailed a few villagers as they made their way to the mine. The moonlight bathed them, elongating their shadows in an eerily surreal manner. They tread cautiously, ever mindful to evade the villagers' notice, pausing frequently to scan their surroundings, fearful of detection. Their footsteps were as light as a cat's, nearly silent. Upon reaching the mine, they were met with a pungent odor, a noxious blend of decay, dampness, and age. as if something was rotting and fermenting in the darkness. At the entrance loomed a massive stone door, ajar, allowing a faint glow to seep through. Its eerie light stark against the surrounding gloom. They crept closer to the stone door, peering through the crack to glimpse a vast cavern within, where peculiar instruments and devices lay scattered about, their twisted forms gleaming with a cold metallic luster. A cadre of figures clad in black robes busied themselves, their movements mechanical and strange, as if controlled by some invisible force. The faces of these robed figures were shrouded, obscured by hoods, rendering their features unrecognizable. They traversed the cavern, muttering incantations that hinted at a mysterious ritual. At the center of the cavern stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a crystal ball radiating a sinister black light, its surface etched with bizarre symbols that resonated with the malevolent force they had previously encountered. Each symbol appeared as an evil eye, watching intently from the shadows. Who are they? What are they doing? Chen Yu whispered, his voice trembling with fear. Nanfeng furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. He scrutinized the scene within the cavern, striving to uncover any clues. Suddenly, he noticed one of the robed figures clutching an object resembling a compass, its needle spinning erratically, drawn towards the crystal ball as if by some magnetic force. I believe I understand now, Nanfeng murmured gravely. That crystal ball may be the source of the malevolent power, and they are attempting to awaken it. Achang clenched his fists, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes, the veins in his arms bulging with rage. We cannot allow them to succeed. The trio resolved to infiltrate the cavern and thwart the robed figure's scheme. They cautiously pushed open the stone door, striving to produce no sound. The door creaked slightly, a jarring sound in the stillness of the cavern. Yet, the instant they stepped into the cavern, one of the robed figures abruptly turned to face them. Who goes there? The figure demanded, their voice chilling, as if echoing from the depths of hell. The three felt a jolt of alarm, realizing they had been discovered. Achang was the first to charge forward, wielding a steel pipe, aiming a strike at the robed figure. The figure deftly dodged, emitting a sharp whistle that reverberated throughout the cavern, instilling a sense of dread. With the whistle's sound, the other robed figures converged swiftly around them, their movements agile and ghostly, their eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. Nanfeng and Chen Yu, unwilling to yield, engaged in fierce combat with the robed figures. The assailants appeared to wield strange sorcery, their attacks infused with dark energy that rendered them nearly impossible to evade. At times, black flames would erupt from their palms, or they would unleash beams of darkness, each strike laden with the threat of death. Amidst the fray, Nanfeng realized a connection between the robed figure's sorcery and the crystal ball. Whenever the crystal ball flickered with light, the robed figure's powers surged, their assaults growing increasingly ferocious. He understood that to vanquish these robed figures, the crystal ball must first be destroyed. He shared this revelation with Achang and Chen Yu, and the three resolved to concentrate their efforts towards the crystal ball. The figure in the black robe sensed their intentions and swiftly surrounded the crystal orb, attempting to thwart their efforts. Achang and Chen Yu stood resolutely at the forefront, wielding their weapons to fend off the onslaught of the cloaked figures. Their silhouettes appeared diminutive against the barrage, yet they stood undaunted, each swing of their weapons imbued with the determination of those who would fight to the last. Meanwhile, Nanfeng lingered behind, seeking an opportune moment, his gaze fixated on the vulnerabilities in the black-robed defenders, akin to a leopard stalking its prey. Suddenly, Nanfeng discerned a fleeting gap in their defenses. Seizing the moment, he transformed the key in his hand into a brilliant beam of light, shooting forth towards the crystal orb like a bolt of lightning. The light struck the orb with a deafening crash, fissures erupting across its surface, spreading like a spider's web. The cloaked figures, upon witnessing this, exhibited expressions of sheer terror, frantically lunging toward Nanfeng and his allies in a desperate bid to prevent the orb shattering. However, it was already too late. With a thunderous explosion, the crystal orb shattered completely, unleashing a formidable force that surged forth like a roaring tsunami, sending the black-robed figures sprawling. The three were knocked to the ground by the force, struggling to rise as they found the cave enveloped in a thick haze, mingled with an acrid scent. As the smoke dissipated, they beheld the cloaked figures lying motionless on the ground, seemingly rendered unconscious. Approaching cautiously, they lifted the hoods of the black-robed figures, only to discover that these individuals were villagers from their own community. What could have transpired? Why had the villagers been transformed in such a manner? Chen Yu inquired, astonishment lacing his voice with confusion. Nanfeng also felt a profound bewilderment as he scrutinized the villagers' bodies, noting a peculiar mark upon them, reminiscent of the malevolent symbols they had encountered in the basement, each line seemingly infused with a sinister energy. Just then, Nanfeng sensed a familiar aura of malevolence emanating from below. His expression shifted, realizing the situation was far more complex than it appeared. He looked up at the cave's ceiling and discovered a concealed passage from which the dark aura was emanating. Chapter 35. The hidden enigma suppressing the tumult of dread within. Nanfeng's eyes glimmered like two cold stars, fixated on the hidden passage at the cave's apex. The entrance was shrouded in a dense, inky darkness, swirling as if alive, creeping ominously into every corner of the cave. This only intensified the already eerie atmosphere, as though they were ensconced in a cursed subterranean purgatory, where every breath was laden with the scent of decay and death. There's something peculiar above. We must investigate. Nanfeng urged, deliberately lowering his voice in an effort to maintain calm, though the slight tremor betrayed his underlying anxiety. Chang and Qinyu exchanged instinctive glances. A flicker of fear evident in their eyes, yet it was swiftly replaced by resolute determination as they nodded in agreement. Having faced the forces of evil countless times, they were no longer the naive youths who first arrived at the village. Their wills had been tempered like steel, resilient and unyielding. Chang took the initiative, swiftly scouring the cave for any overlooked corners. At last, he discovered some discarded wooden planks and tangled ropes. Utilizing his deft hands and wealth of experience, he skillfully assembled the materials, and before long, a makeshift yet functional climbing ladder stood before them. He secured the ladder beneath the passageway, testing its stability with a firm shake before turning to his companions. I will ascend first to scout ahead. You two remain here to assist. Qinyu immediately waved his hands, his tone resolute. No, that's far too dangerous. We should go together. Nanfeng, momentarily contemplative, eventually nodded in agreement. Yes, together we shall go. We can look out for one another. Chang, unable to sway his companions, reluctantly acquiesced. The trio inhaled deeply, a mixture of tension and anticipation filling their lungs, and ascended the ladder in succession. With each step upward, the oppressive aura of malevolence surged toward them, akin to invisible hands gripping their throats, rendering each breath laborious and heavy. At last, they reached the passageway's entrance. It was engulfed in impenetrable darkness, eerily silent. As if time itself had frozen, Nanfeng cautiously retrieved the crystal pendant, which emitted a faint blue glow in the thick darkness. Though dim, the light offered a glimmer of hope, illuminating a narrow, rugged path ahead. They proceeded slowly through the passage, the ground beneath them uneven with protrusions and depressions, occasionally stepping on sharp stones that emitted a jarring crunch, each sound echoing in the oppressive silence like a heavy tolling bell. Suddenly, without warning, a massive stone door loomed before them. The door was etched with bizarre patterns, which at first glance resembled ancient, cryptic writing. Upon closer inspection, they appeared as grotesque. Contorted faces, vividly animated in the pendant's feeble blue light, as if they might leap forth and attack at any moment. Chang instinctively reached out to touch the door, a bone-chilling coldness instantly coursing from his fingertips, spreading throughout his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily as an inexplicable fear began to creep into his heart. These patterns looked sinister. Could there be some kind of mechanism? Qinyu asked warily, his voice trembling slightly. Nanfeng did not respond immediately, his gaze intently fixed on the stone door, meticulously examining every detail in search of a means to unlock it. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he noticed a recess in the door, its shape strikingly similar to the key they had previously discovered, as though it had been crafted specifically for it. With a slight tremor, he retrieved the key from his pocket and gently inserted it into the recess. The moment the key was inserted, the door emitted a deep, rumbling roar, reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening, and gradually swung open, stirring a cloud of dust. A pungent, putrid stench assaulted them, a nauseating blend of decay, rot, and an unknown malevolence, making the three of them gag. They quickly covered their mouths and noses, stifling their rising nausea, and cautiously advanced into the chamber, pendant held aloft. Inside lay a vast stone chamber, its walls adorned with crystals emitting an eerie glow, flickering intermittently, casting the entire space into a surreal, ghostly realm, where every shadow concealed untold dangers. In the center of the chamber rested an enormous stone sarcophagus, inscribed with mysterious symbols intricately linked to the malevolent forces they had previously encountered, each line infused with ancient, sinister power. Surrounding the sarcophagus was a circle of candelabra, burning with black flames that flickered silently, exuding a chilling aura, as if these flames were emissaries from the underworld, guarding the malevolent secrets contained within the sarcophagus. What could possibly lie within this sarcophagus? Chang swallowed hard, the dryness in his throat producing a faint gurgle, his voice trembling involuntarily as fear took hold deep within him. The southern wind furrowed his brow, acutely sensing a formidable and malevolent force concealed within the stone sarcophagus. It felt as though a slumbering demon was gradually awakening, poised to unleash a dreadful calamity. Suddenly, the sarcophagus vibrated violently without warning, the symbols on its lid flickering with an eerie luminescence, as if engaged in some arcane ritual. The three were startled, instinctively retreating several steps while swiftly adopting defensive stances. Their eyes fixated on the sarcophagus, refusing to show any sign of weakness. As the tremors intensified, the sarcophagus slowly creaked open, and a surging black mist billowed forth, as if alive, rapidly enveloping the entire stone chamber, shrouding them in darkness. Within the haze, a figure gradually materialized. It was a towering humanoid entity, cloaked in a shroud of black fog, its features obscured and indistinct. Surrounding its form was a ring of black flames, leaving charred footprints on the ground with each step it took, as if everything it touched would be consumed by darkness and malevolence. "You should not have come here." A deep, raspy voice emerged from the shadow, echoing as if from the depths of a hellish abyss, laden with endless resentment and fury, each word striking the hearts of the three like a heavy hammer. The southern wind inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, summoning his courage to declare, "No matter what you are, we will not allow you to continue your malevolence." With that, he firmly grasped three keys representing courage, wisdom, and hope, along with a crystal pendant, channeling every ounce of his strength. A faint aura of light began to shimmer around him, preparing to launch an attack. The shadow responded with a chilling, sinister laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's haunting call, sending shivers down their spines. "You, with your meager strength?" Utterly naive. No sooner had the words left its lips than it swung its hand violently, unleashing a torrent of black flames that shot towards the trio like a vicious serpent, igniting the air with a sizzle. The southern wind swiftly crossed the three keys together, gathering all his might to unleash a radiant shield of light that firmly repelled the fiery onslaught. The flames collided with the barrier, hissing and erupting into a dazzling display of sparks, a perilous spectacle akin to a miniature fireworks show. Seeing this, Achong and Chunyu refused to be outdone. Achong gripped a steel pipe tightly, shouting as he charged towards the shadow. The pipe whistled through the air as he swung it, aimed directly at the shadow's head, each gust a proclamation of his strength and resolve. The shadow flickered, evading Achong's strike with an agility akin to that of a wraith, extending a hand that seemed to coalesce from darkness itself, seizing Achong's pipe in an unyielding grip. Achong strained against it, his face reddening with effort, but found the pipe ensnared by an invisible, overpowering force, rendering him immobile, as if ensnared in an abyss of eternal darkness. Seizing the moment, Chenyu picked up a stone from the ground, exerting all his strength to hurl it at the shadow. The shadow merely turned its head, and with a single glance, the stone disintegrated mid-air into dust, as if it had never existed, chilling Chenyu's heart with fear. At that moment, the southern wind focused intently, channeling all his thoughts into the crystal pendant, coalescing its light into a razor-sharp blade aimed at the shadow's arm. The shadow howled in pain, its roar reverberating through the stone chamber, causing the walls to tremble, and it released its grip on Achong's pipe, black mist swirling violently around its arm as if ablaze. The three were locked in a fierce battle with the shadow. Its power was overwhelming, each attack imbued with a sense of annihilation, as if it sought to reduce the world to ashes. Its speed was astonishing, eluding capture like a specter, as it flickered in and out of existence within the darkness. Despite their synchronized efforts, communicating through mere glances and gestures, the trio gradually found themselves in dire straits under the relentless assault of the shadow. Their bodies bore multiple wounds, blood seeping from their injuries, staining their garments and mingling with the encroaching darkness. In the midst of the fray, the southern wind keenly observed that the shadow's strength seemed intricately linked to the crystals within the chamber. Each time a crystal flickered with light, the shadow's power surged, its strikes growing fiercer, swifter, and more potent. He realized that to weaken the shadow, they must shatter these crystals to turn the tide of battle. He promptly shared this revelation with Achong and Chenyu, and they swiftly resolved to split their efforts. Achong and Chenyu would divert the shadow's attention, charging at it like fearless warriors, brandishing their weapons and relentlessly assaulting it, striving to draw its focus away from the southern wind. Their eyes were resolute, brimming with determination, each attack fueled by a sense of desperation. Enraged by their onslaught, the shadow roared, channeling all its might upon Achong and Chenyu, launching a barrage of ferocious strikes. Its attacks raged like a tempest, overwhelming them. Achong and Chenyu dodged and weaved, their wounds multiplying, blood soaking their garments. Yet they gritted their teeth and pressed on, showing no signs of retreat. Their eyes radiated an indomitable spirit, declaring to the shadow that they would not yield easily. Taking advantage of the shadow's distraction, the southern wind dashed towards the chamber's walls, his steps urgent and resolute, driven by a singular conviction: destroy the crystals. He approached one crystal, infusing it with the light from his keys, attempting to obliterate it. However, the crystal proved astonishingly resilient, as though forged from the most indestructible metal. The light from the keys barely left a faint mark upon its surface. Just as despair began to creep into his heart, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a mysterious incantation he had encountered in ancient texts, a phrase that shimmered like a beacon of hope in the darkness. He began to chant the incantation, and as he did, the light from the crystal pendant intensified, harmonizing with the glow of the keys, intertwining to forge an overwhelming force. Illuminated by this brilliance, cracks began to form upon the crystal's surface, resembling a spider's web as they rapidly spread, culminating in a resounding shatter, scattering countless fragments across the ground. With the destruction of the first crystal, a chain reaction seemed to be triggered, causing the other crystals to crack as well. The shadow sensed impending doom, unleashing an enraged roar as it abandoned its assault on Chang and Chunyu, pivoting towards the southern wind with lightning speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning. The southern wind turned swiftly, crossing the three keys once more to unleash a protective barrier against the shadow's onslaught. Chang and Chunyu seized the opportunity to join him in the struggle against the shadow. As the crystals shattered one after another, the shadow's power began to wane. Its attack slowed, the black mist enveloping it thinning, as if it had lost its source of strength. The trio glimpsed the light of victory, their spirits reignited with fervor, intensifying their assault on the shadow. Their strikes grew more ferocious, their teamwork increasingly seamless, each blow infused with their yearning for triumph. At last, under the weight of their combined efforts, the shadow emitted a haunting wail, a sound that resonated as its final struggle, before its form gradually dissipated into the ether, vanishing like smoke. With the shadow's demise, the black flames within the chamber extinguished, and the eerie crystals shattered into lifeless dust. The three collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, exhaustion and pain rendering them nearly immobile. Their bodies were utterly exhausted, as if all their strength had been drained away, covered in a multitude of wounds, blood staining the ground beneath them. Yet, their eyes gleamed with the joy of victory, a triumph achieved after enduring numerous hardships. However, before they could even catch their breath, the ground of the stone chamber suddenly began to tremble violently, as if an invisible giant hand was shaking the entire world. "This place is collapsing," Nanfeng shouted, his voice laced with urgency and tension. The three struggled to rise, sprinting towards the stone door. At that moment, stones began to fall from the ceiling, each one crashing down with immense force, raising clouds of dust upon impact. They fought their way through the debris and dust, each step fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could lead to a deadly blow from the falling rocks. Finally, they reached the stone door. Just as they were about to step through, a deafening roar echoed behind them, and the entire chamber collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. They had no time to rejoice as they noticed a thick smoke beginning to fill the passageway, pungent and dense, rendering their vision hazy as if they were engulfed in a fog. They groped their way along the corridor, their hearts heavy with fear and concern. What awaited them at the end of the passage was unknown, and they were uncertain if there were other dangers lurking in the village. In the darkness, the sound of their footsteps reverberated in the corridor, each step echoing with uncertainty and dread. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm them, a faint light appeared ahead, weak yet reminiscent of a lighthouse in the dark, offering a glimmer of hope. Chapter 36. The enigmatic valley guided by that faint light. The trio stumbled towards the end of the passage. As they approached the exit, a blinding light surged in unexpectedly, piercing their eyes like a multitude of sharp needles, forcing them to instinctively shield their faces, closing their eyes tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down their cheeks. After what felt like an eternity, they gradually adjusted to the intense brightness. But what lay before them filled them with confusion. Shock and bewilderment quickly replaced the earlier pain. Instead of the familiar village, they found themselves in a valley strewn with bizarre, jagged rocks. The surrounding peaks were steep and treacherous, as if cleaved by a colossal axe, reaching high into the clouds. The odd formations resembled monstrous beasts, with sharp angles poised to pounce, while others stood like silent giants, gazing down upon the valley with an air of authority and mystery. A light mist enveloped the valley, like a thin veil, adding an aura of enigma and eeriness, obscuring the path ahead and concealing the secrets hidden within. "Where are we? How do we end up here?" Chunyu asked, his face etched with confusion, his voice still carrying the remnants of panic from their narrow escape, his chest heaving. His gaze was filled with disorientation as he turned his head, seeking any semblance of familiarity in their surroundings. Achong scrutinized the area warily, gripping the steel pipe tightly as if it were his only lifeline in this unknown realm. His eyes were sharp, missing no detail, whatever this place is. We must proceed cautiously. We've faced so many dangers, we cannot falter now. He stepped protectively in front of Chunyu and Nanfeng, adopting a stance ready for battle. Nanfeng furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting contemplation and focus as he carefully observed everything around them, searching for clues. He knelt down, gently tracing his fingers over peculiar marks on the ground, his frown deepening. These impressions seemed like those left by some colossal creature, and they were distinctly fresh. He rose, pointing in the direction the marks led. Let us follow these tracks. Perhaps they will lead us to a way out or reveal what is truly happening here. The trio advanced cautiously along the tracks, each step taken with utmost care, fearful of disturbing whatever unknown lurked in the shadows. The valley was eerily silent, their footsteps echoing through the vast expanse, the occasional gust of wind sounding like mournful wails, sending chills down their spines. As they walked, a massive cave suddenly loomed ahead, enveloped in a faint purple glow, flickering uncertainly as if beckoning them closer, while simultaneously warning them to stay away. They could faintly hear a deep, rumbling growl emanating from within, a sound that seemed to rise from the depths of hell, filled with rage and hunger. There's something in that cave, Achong whispered, his voice barely audible, tension evident in his demeanor, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His grip on the steel pipe tightened, knuckles turning white. Nanfeng inhaled deeply, clutching the key and crystal pendant in his hand, feeling it tremble as if sensing the imminent danger. Whatever it is, we must venture inside. The answers may lie within. After all we have endured, we cannot let fear of the unknown deter us. His voice, though calm, was imbued with resolute determination. As they approached the cave, the purple glow intensified, and the growls grew clearer, each sound striking their hearts like a heavy hammer. Entering the cave, they were met with a damp, decaying odor that assaulted their senses. A mixture of mold, rot, and an unidentifiable stench that nearly suffocated them. The cave was vast and shadowy, its walls embedded with stones radiating a sinister purple light, casting eerie shadows that seemed to conceal endless dangers. At the center of the cave lay a massive pool, its surface swirling with a dark liquid, bubbles rising as if a mysterious world lurked beneath, poised to unleash unknown creatures. Surrounding the pool were strange symbols carved into the stone, reminiscent of those they had encountered in the stone chamber, yet with subtle differences, resembling an ancient, cryptic language, whispering secrets long forgotten. This pool looks ominous. It surely harbors danger, Chunyu stammered, swallowing hard, his voice trembling involuntarily, instinctively recoiling slightly. His gaze was fixed on the pool, filled with trepidation and vigilance. Before Nanfeng could respond, the dark liquid in the pool began to churn violently, bubbling as if boiling, producing a gurgling sound. A colossal figure slowly emerged from the depths, growing taller, its body covered in black scales glistening under the purple glow. Its head was triangular, eyes glowing a menacing crimson, like two burning flames, radiating ferocity and savagery. A long tail whipped behind it, creating gusts of wind that sent stones and dust swirling around. What kind of monster is this? Achong exclaimed in terror, his steel pipe trembling in his grasp, his voice quaking with fear. His legs felt weak, yet he stood firm, bracing himself for the creature's onslaught. The monster unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the cave like thunder, an overwhelming force emanating from it, nearly toppling the three. They struggled to maintain their footing, hands pressed against the ground to avoid being swept away. It seems we are in for more trouble. Nanfeng gritted his teeth, intertwining the three keys in his hands, representing courage, wisdom, and hope, now glowing faintly. His gaze was resolute, fixed on the beast, bracing for the impending attack. The monster lunged towards them with blinding speed, like a flash of lightning, closing the distance in an instant. The southern wind swiftly conjured a luminous barrier, formed by the convergence of three keys and the power of a crystal pendant, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. The beast's force was tremendous, causing the barrier to tremble violently under its assault, reminiscent of a flickering candle flame in a tempest on the brink of shattering. Achong and Chunyu were equally undeterred, launching their attacks from either side. Achong swung a steel pipe, voicing bold shouts to bolster his courage, and struck fiercely at the creature's legs. The steel pipe clashed against the beast's scales with a resounding clang, sparks flying, yet the creature appeared largely unfazed, merely retracting its legs slightly. Meanwhile, Chunyu picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might at the creature's eyes. Enraged by their assault, the beast turned abruptly, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of black venom toward Achong. Caught off guard, Chong was unable to evade in time, and the venom splattered onto his arm, instantly emitting a plume of green smoke as his skin was corroded in excruciating agony. Chong let out a harrowing scream as the flesh on his arm rapidly decomposed, revealing crimson muscle and white bone, a charred scent pervading the air. Chong! Both Nanfeng and Chenyu cried out in alarm. Witnessing the dire situation, Nanfeng channeled all his focus into the crystal pendant, summoning a formidable blade of radiant light, shimmering with brilliance and imbued with boundless power, aimed straight at the beast's head. The creature sensed the impending threat and swiftly raised its claws to defend itself. The luminous blade struck its claws, emitting a sizzling sound as it carved a deep gash. Black blood oozing from the wound and dripping onto the ground, creating small corrosive pits. The three engaged fiercely with the creature, which possessed immense strength. Each attack brought them perilously close to disaster. Its claws were razor-sharp, each swipe generating a gust of wind as if it could tear through the very air. Its tail lashed about like a nimble whip, relentlessly smashing against the surrounding rocks, reducing them to rubble. Yet, they did not falter. With unwavering resolve and seamless coordination, they held their ground against the beast. During the fray, Nanfeng noticed that the creature seemed wary of the purple stones embedded in the cave walls. Whenever it approached those stones, its movements would slow, and a flicker of fear would cross its eyes. Evading the creature's attacks, Nanfeng shouted, "Chong, Chenyu, it seems this creature fears the purple stones. Let us lure it toward the cave wall." Together, they began to attack the beast while guiding it toward the wall. Sensing their intent, the creature grew increasingly frenzied, launching reckless assaults to thwart their plan. It roared incessantly, the sound reverberating through the cave, as if the very walls might collapse at any moment. After an intense struggle, they finally succeeded in hurting the creature near the wall. As it drew close to the purple stones, they suddenly emitted a blinding radiance, as brilliant as the sun, enveloping the beast. It let out a tormented howl, its strength rapidly waning. Its body began to tremble, the formerly fierce gleam in its eyes now filled with terror and despair. Seizing the opportunity, the trio concentrated their efforts for a final strike. Nanfeng maximized the powers of the three keys and the crystal pendant, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that surged toward the creature like a colossal dragon. Chong and Chenyu, expending their last vestiges of strength, hurled their weapons at the beast. At the moment the light and weapons struck, the creature emitted a piercing wail before its body gradually collapsed, transforming into a pool of black liquid that merged with the surrounding waters. With the creature's demise, the purple glow in the cave slowly dimmed, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. The three collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, their bodies feeling as though all strength had been siphoned away. Sweat and blood mingled, soaking their garments. Yet in their eyes flickered a resolute hope. They understood this was merely another challenge in their adventurous journey, with more unknowns awaiting their exploration and confrontation. Chapter 37. Echoes of the valley. The trio lay sprawled on the cave floor, as if their very spines had been extracted, heavy breaths echoing in the near silence, starkly contrasting with the stillness of the space, reminiscent of the muffled sounds from an old bellows. After a prolonged moment, Nanfeng was the first to stir, his body trembling slightly as he strained to push himself up from the ground. His gaze swept around the cave, which was permeated by a pungent metallic odor, thick enough to be tangible, mingling with the lingering scent of battle, invading their nostrils and provoking a cough. "Is everyone all right?" Nanfeng inquired, his voice hoarse with fatigue, akin to the rasping of sandpaper. His eyes brimmed with concern as he turned to Chong and Chenyu. Chong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, laboriously raising his arm, which had been corroded by the venom. The wound had been crudely bandaged, yet the cloth was soaked with blood, the vivid crimson a stark sight. "I'll survive, it's just this arm. I doubt I'll be using it for a while," he replied, forcing a smile that twisted painfully under the strain. Chenyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the dried residue leaving a dark crimson mark. "I'm all right. Just feel like my bones are about to fall apart," he said, shifting his shoulders with a creaking sound, as if his body were a collection of loose parts. The three supported each other as they struggled to rise, each movement laborious, as if burdened by 1,000-pound weight. They trudged forward with heavy steps, gradually exiting the cave. The mist in the valley had thickened, enveloping the landscape like a dense blanket. The already rugged path became increasingly difficult to discern, each step fraught with uncertainty. They advanced cautiously, treading carefully, eyes fixed on the ground lest they misstep and plunge into an unknown abyss. As they continued, Nanfeng suddenly halted, his brow furrowed tightly, resembling two mountain peaks on the verge of converging. He crouched down, his knees thudding against the ground with a dull sound. His fingers brushed lightly over the marks on the earth, his gaze revealing a blend of curiosity and concentration. The traces appeared more chaotic than those they had previously encountered, as if an invisible hand had carelessly smeared them. These marks are peculiar. They don't seem to belong to the same creature, Nanfeng remarked, his tone grave and contemplative. Achong and Chunyu gathered around, with Chunyu scratching his head, his hair now tousled. Could there be other monsters in this valley? He asked, his voice quivering with a hint of fear and anxiety. Achong tightened his grip on the steel pipe, his movements slightly sluggish due to his injury. But his gaze remained steadfast, like a flickering flame. Whatever it is, we will face it with caution, Achong declared, swinging the steel pipe as a gesture of encouragement. At that moment, a low rumbling echoed from the depths of the valley, reminiscent of distant thunder rolling in, or perhaps the footsteps of some colossal creature, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The three exchanged wary glances, their expressions betraying alertness and apprehension. Their bodies tensed, muscles quivering, ever ready to confront the unknown peril. What is that sound? Chinyu gulped, his throat emitting a nervous gurgle, his voice involuntarily trembling. He instinctively recoiled, much like a startled rabbit. Nanfeng rose. Clutching the keys and crystal pendant tightly, the pendant quivered in his grasp, as if sensing the imminent danger. Let us not panic. We shall approach slowly and see if we can uncover a way to escape, he said, his voice steady and resolute, attempting to quell their rising anxiety. They followed the direction of the sound, gradually making their way deeper into the valley. With each step, the rumble became increasingly distinct, and the tremors beneath their feet grew more pronounced, as if an invisible hand were shaking the very fabric of the world. Suddenly, before them appeared a vast stone forest, where the rocks took on various shapes, some towering into the clouds, seemingly intent on piercing the heavens, others intertwined to form a natural labyrinth that dissuaded any attempts to advance. The stone forest appeared perilous. Should we circumvent it? Achong regarded the looming stones with a growing sense of unease. His eyes conveyed hesitation and concern, his brow furrowed in a deep line. Nanfeng shook his head, his gaze resolute and unwavering. The sound emanated from within. Circumventing it might cause us to miss crucial clues. Furthermore, the exit could very well lie on the other side of the stone forest. As he spoke, he took the first step towards the stones. The three of them cautiously entered the forest, where the paths twisted and turned like an enormous spider's web. They quickly became disoriented, surrounded by the silent sentinels of stone that watched their every move. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by strange whispers that seemed to echo from the depths of the forest. The voices were low and indistinct, reminiscent of a beast's growl, imbued with a primal ferocity. Why do I feel as though we are being watched? Chinyu pressed close to Nanfeng, his body trembling slightly, eyes filled with trepidation. His hands clutched at Nanfeng's clothing, as if it were his sole lifeline. Achong remained alert, scanning the surroundings with his steel pipe raised, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Don't frighten yourself. It could merely be the sound of the wind, he said, though the wariness in his eyes betrayed his words. Yet, the strange sounds grew clearer, as though something was slowly approaching. Nanfeng tightened his grip on his weapon. Crouching slightly into a defensive stance, his eyes fixed on the source of the noise, missing no detail. At that moment, a shadow darted through the gaps in the stone forest, moving with the swiftness of a black lightning bolt, leaving them no time to discern its form. What was that? Achong shouted, his voice reverberating through the forest. He swung his steel pipe in pursuit of the vanishing shadow, his steps hurried and frantic. Achong, don't act rashly. Nanfeng and Chunyu hastily followed suit. They navigated the stone labyrinth, the jagged edges of the rocks tearing at their clothes and skin, leaving trails of blood behind. Yet, they paid no heed to the pain, consumed by the desire to find the shadow. However, they found no trace of it. Just as confusion began to settle in, they stumbled upon a massive platform ahead, glimmering with a faint light, like a beacon in the darkness. Cautiously, they ascended the platform, where a gigantic stone disc lay engraved with peculiar symbols and patterns. These markings bore resemblance to those they had encountered previously in the stone chamber and cave. Yet there were distinct differences. They resembled an ancient and enigmatic language, whispering secrets long hidden from mankind. This stone disc appears ancient. Could these symbols be some form of guidance? Nanfeng knelt, carefully examining the engravings. His fingers brushed against the symbols, as if he could feel their warmth and history. Chinyu leaned closer, his eyes wide with concentration, desperately trying to recall something. I feel as though I've seen these symbols before, but I can't quite place them, he murmured, tapping his head in an effort to awaken his dormant memories. Achong remained vigilant nearby, his eyes scanning the surroundings. His grip on the steel pipe was firm, poised for any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, the symbols on the disc began to flicker. their glow intensifying until the three were enveloped in radiance, their vision blurring. They felt a wave of dizziness, as though caught in a colossal vortex. When the light faded, they found themselves not in the stone forest, but before an immense cave, its entrance cloaked in a mysterious glow, the sound of trickling water faintly audible from within. Where's this? How did we arrive here? Achong looked around in confusion, his eyes clouded with bewilderment. He waved his arms in the air, grasping for any clue. Nanfeng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. It seems this stone disc is a teleportation device, bringing us here. This cave may conceal even more secrets. Let us venture inside. As he spoke, he moved toward the cave's entrance. The three inhaled deeply, a mix of tension and anticipation coursing through them, and they stepped into the cave. The interior was spacious and profound, the walls adorned with crystals radiating a soft glow, resembling stars in the night sky, illuminating their path ahead. As they traversed the cave's passage, the sound of water grew clearer, almost beckoning them forward. Suddenly, they encountered an underground river, its waters roaring like an enraged beast, blocking their path. A rudimentary stone bridge spanned the river, appearing precarious and on the verge of collapse. The gaps between the stones were wide, revealing the turbulent waters below. This bridge seems unsafe. Should we seek another route? Chenyu hesitated, fear and concern evident in his eyes as he instinctively recoiled. Ninfeng scrutinized the bridge, missing no detail. He circled it, gently shaking the structure. There are no other paths. If we proceed with caution, we should be able to cross, he assured, patting Chenyu on the shoulder for encouragement. Achang nodded. I will go first to test the bridge's strength. With that, he gingerly stepped onto the bridge, each movement a careful assessment of its stability. His steps were slow and deliberate, his gaze fixed on the stones beneath him. When he reached the midpoint, the bridge suddenly creaked ominously, the sound sharp and piercing, as if it were groaning in agony. Achong halted, trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Achong, be careful, Nanfeng and Chenyu called out, their voices echoing in the cave. Their eyes remained locked on Achong, hands instinctively clenched, as if their grip could lend him strength. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Achong's expression hardened with determination. He pressed onward, each step a test of his resolve. At last, he reached the opposite bank, waving to signal his companions. Cautiously, Nanfeng and Chenyu followed suit. As they reached the midpoint, the bridge began to sway violently, a stone dislodging and tumbling into the raging waters below, instantly consumed by the current. The splashes of water struck their faces, icy and biting. Quick, run, Nanfeng shouted. And they hastened their pace, leaping to the shore just as the bridge was about to collapse. Their chests heaved as they gasped for air, relief flooding through them after their narrow escape. Just as they began to relax, a deep, menacing roar resonated from the depths of the cave. Far more terrifying than any creature they had previously encountered, steeped in boundless fury and authority. The three exchanged pale glances, their blood seemingly frozen in their veins, acutely aware that a far graver challenge awaited them ahead. Chapter 38, The Unknown Fear. The deep growl reverberated through the cave, each wave crashing against their hearts like a heavy hammer, causing their pulses to race in unison. At this moment, the bodies of the three men were as taut as strings on the verge of snapping, every muscle quivering from excessive tension. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, continuously rolled down their foreheads, glimmering with a sinister and frigid light in the dim, eerie cavern. What on earth is that? Chenyu's voice trembled violently, nearly breaking into a sob as his body instinctively sought refuge behind Nanfeng. His hands clamped onto Nanfeng's arm like a vice, his nails almost piercing the flesh. His eyes filled with terror and helplessness, breath coming in rapid, chaotic bursts. Nanfeng's brow furrowed into a tight knot, his gaze revealing an unprecedented gravity, as if he bore the weight of all the world's concerns and resoluteness. He slowly drew the slightly damaged dagger from his waist, its blade catching the faint glow emitted by the crystalline walls, flashing with a chilling light. Whatever it is, we must not falter. We have come this far. To give up now is tantamount to death. After all the hardships we've faced, we cannot throw it all away. His voice was low yet resolute, each word squeezed out like a desperate plea, attempting to infuse his companions with the dwindling courage. Achong tightened his grip on the somewhat bent steel pipe, despite the excruciating pain shooting through his injured arm, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, his eyes burned with an indomitable fire, a fierce desire for survival and defiance against adversity. Yes, let's fight. If we must die, let it be on our terms rather than waiting idly for doom. He gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse with pain and anger, laced with a fierce determination. The trio cautiously edged towards the source of the growling sound, each step taken with utmost care, as if the ground beneath them were riddled with deadly traps. Any misstep could lead to their doom. The cave was permeated with a damp, decaying odor, a nauseating mix of rotting flesh, mold, and an unknown peril that invaded their nostrils, stirring their stomachs in turmoil. As they drew nearer, the growling grew more distinct, accompanied by a strange scraping sound, akin to massive scales gliding over rough stone, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a pair of enormous red eyes appeared in the darkness ahead, glowing like two blood-red lanterns, radiating a chilling light that seemed capable of piercing the darkness and stabbing straight into their hearts. The eyes slowly shifted, cold and greedy, fixating on them as if assessing its imminent prey. What kind of monster is this? Chun Yu exclaimed in terror, his legs giving way beneath him, nearly collapsing to the ground had it not been for Nan Feng's timely grasp. Both Nan Feng and Achong gasped in shock at the horrifying sight, their hearts contracting as if gripped by an invisible hand. Yet, having endured countless hardships, they quickly regained their composure. Nan Feng tightened his grip on the dagger, crouching slightly, knees bent, poised for an attack, his gaze locked onto the creature's every movement, leaving no detail overlooked. Achong positioned the steel pipe before him, gripping it tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, his eyes revealing a fierce resolution to face death unflinchingly. The creature emerged slowly from the shadows, its massive form resembling a moving mountain, covered in black scales the size of palms, shimmering coldly under the faint light, like an impenetrable armor. Its body undulated like a colossal serpent, but it boasted 6 stout legs, each adorned with sharp barbs resembling blades that could tear flesh with a mere swipe. Its head was flattened, akin to a gigantic shovel, filled with razor-sharp fangs, each as thick as a finger, dripping with green venom that sizzled as it hit the ground, corroding small pits with a noxious scent wafting through the air. This creature is too powerful. We are no match for it, Chun Yu exclaimed in despair, his voice echoing in the cavern, laden with boundless fear and hopelessness, his body trembling, his face etched with helplessness. Nan Feng gritted his teeth, a glint of ferocity in his eyes, a determination to survive in the face of despair. How can we know unless we try? We will search for its weakness. There must be a way. We cannot give up so easily. We shall find its flaw. With that, he bent down to pick up a stone from the ground, arm raised high, channeling all his strength to hurl it at the creature's eyes. The stone arced through the air, striking true against the creature's eye. The monster let out a furious roar, the sound reverberating through the cave, causing dust to cascade down from the stone walls, rocks tumbling from above. Crashing to the ground with a dull thud, it lunged forward, its 6 legs carving deep marks into the ground like a plow, raising a cloud of dust. Achong, seeing this, wasted no time and charged forward, swinging the steel pipe towards the creature's leg. The pipe struck the leg with a heavy thud, but the creature seemed unfazed, merely pausing momentarily before viciously sweeping another leg towards Achong. Caught off guard, Achong was struck, sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the stone wall with a dull thud, blood spurting from his mouth, splattering against the cold stone, a stark contrast. Achong, Nan Feng and Chun Yu shouted in unison, urgency propelling them towards Achong. Chun Yu's voice cracked with worry and anxiety. Just then, the creature attacked again, opening its cavernous maw, aimed at the 3, its gaping mouth large enough to swallow a grown man whole. Nan Feng acted swiftly, pulling Chun Yu and the injured Achong out of harm's way. The creature's teeth clamped down where they had just stood, instantly gouging a massive pit in the ground. Debris flying, dust swirling. This won't do. We need a plan, Nan Feng urged, scanning the surroundings rapidly for any usable terrain or weapon. Sweat dripped incessantly from his forehead, pooling on the ground. Suddenly, he spotted a massive stalactite on one side of the cave, hanging just above head height. An idea sparked in his mind, his eyes brightening as he shouted to Chun Yu and Achong. Let's lure the monster beneath the stalactite and use it to attack. This is our only chance. Success hinges on this moment. Chun Yu and Achong nodded, their faces still shadowed by deep fear, bodies shaking, yet they chose to trust Nan Feng. The 3 began to move slowly towards the stalactite, constantly using their voices and weapons to draw the monster's attention. Chun Yu ran while shouting insults, attempting to provoke the beast. Achong, disregarding his pain, swung the steel pipe, creating a clamor. The monster, thoroughly incensed by their taunts, roared loudly, its voice deafening as it charged recklessly toward the trio, moving with blinding speed, stirring a whirlwind in its wake. As the monster reached beneath the stalactite, Nan Feng shouted, "Attack!" Chun Yu and Achong surged from both sides, weapons raised, striking fiercely at the creature's legs in an attempt to halt its advance. Chun Yu swung his makeshift club at the creature's legs with all his might, while Achong, ignoring his injuries, brought the steel pipe down with force, pouring all his strength into each strike. The creature, enraged by their assault, thrashed violently, attempting to shake off their attacks, its 6 legs flailing, leaving deep impressions in the ground. At that moment, Nanfeng seized the opportunity, channeling all his strength as he hurled the dagger towards the point where the stalactite met the cave ceiling. The dagger glimmered ominously in the air, striking its target with precision. The stalactite began to tremble, emitting creaking sounds as if lamenting its impending fate. The creature seemed to sense the looming danger and attempted to flee, yet was firmly ensnared by Chong and Chenyu. Chong, disregarding the creature's barbed legs, clung tightly to one of its limbs, while Chenyu desperately struck at the creature's eyes with a short stick, striving to disorient it. With a resounding crash, the stalactite plummeted from the cavern's ceiling, descending upon the creature with tremendous force. The monster let out a desperate roar, attempting to evade the impending doom. But it was too late. The massive stalactite crashed down upon it, pinning it beneath its weight and producing a dull thud. Instantly, a cloud of thick dust enveloped the cave, filling the air and causing the 3 to cough uncontrollably, their eyes stinging and unable to open. They anxiously stared at the creature beneath the stalactite, holding their breath, uncertain if it had met its demise. After what felt like an eternity, the dust began to settle, revealing the creature's mangled body, crushed and bloodied beneath the stalactite, its once vibrant red eyes now dim and lifeless. Only then did the trio exhale in relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing as they collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, their chests heaving, hearts filled with the joy of survival. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely one of the many perils they would encounter in this enigmatic valley, with more unknown challenges awaiting them. They had no choice but to press onward, seeking a glimmer of hope in this treacherous journey. Chapter 39. The mysterious altar. The trio, having narrowly escaped, felt as though their strength had been utterly drained, slumped against the cold, damp ground. Their chests rose and fell violently, breaths escaping in ragged gasps akin to the groans of a weary bellows. Sweat streamed down their foreheads, cascading down their cheeks and mingling with the dust on the ground, leaving streaks of grime upon their faces. Nanfeng was the first to regain his composure from the shock, his eyes reflecting a fleeting sense of relief, soon replaced by vigilance. He sprang to his feet, his legs rooted firmly to the ground, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. The creature, now a grotesque mass beneath the stalactite, exuded a nauseating stench that invaded their nostrils, stirring unease within their stomachs. Yet, Nanfeng understood that in this unpredictable and perilous cavern, there might still lurk greater dangers, like a cold-blooded predator hidden in the shadows, poised to strike. Chong, how are you? Nanfeng inquired, maintaining a keen awareness of even the slightest sound, a whisper of wind or the faintest rustle of stones, as he approached Chong with deliberate steps. Chong's face was as pale as parchment, devoid of color, as if all vitality had been drained from him. His injured arm hung limply, resembling a marionette with severed strings. The bandages soaked in blood, a stark testament to the brutality of their recent battle. I'm not dead yet, but this arm won't be much use for a while. Chong managed a weak smile, attempting to mask the grim atmosphere with a semblance of levity. However, the pain twisted his expression into something more akin to a grimace, his mouth contorting painfully, muscles twitching in discomfort. Chenyu gritted his teeth, using his hands to push himself up with great effort, his shoulders creaking like an old machine straining under its load, each joint protesting in anguish. I feel like my bones are about to fall apart. But at least I'm still alive, he muttered, wiping the dried, dark red blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze lingering on the mangled creature. Fear still etched deeply in his eyes, a thorn rooted in his heart. After a brief respite, their strength somewhat renewed, they continued along the winding, uneven passage of the cave. Each step was taken with utmost caution, as if testing the ground beneath them, eyes alert to every corner, wary of triggering any hidden traps or disturbing lurking creatures. As they proceeded, the path suddenly opened into a vast, circular chamber. The walls were embedded with countless crystals, emanating a soft, mysterious glow that illuminated the space, yet carried an inexplicable eeriness. The light was gentle, shrouded in a veil, obscuring the secrets hidden within the chamber. At the center of this space stood an ancient, solemn altar, resembling a silent giant that had weathered the ravages of time, guarding its clandestine truths. The altar was constructed from massive black stones, each one polished by the passage of years, covered in strange symbols and enigmatic patterns. These markings bore a fluidity and rhythm, reminiscent of those previously encountered in stone chambers, caves, and tablets, yet possessed subtle differences. They seemed to speak a forgotten language, narrating a story lost to time. exuding an ancient aura that beckoned exploration and revelation. Atop the altar rested a peculiar vessel, crafted from a semi-transparent material that resembled crystal yet held a deeper mystery. A flickering light emanated from within, oscillating between brilliance and dimness, as if inviting them closer while simultaneously issuing a warning. "What is this place?" Chinyu gasped, his eyes wide with confusion, his mind shrouded in a thick fog as he scanned the unfamiliar surroundings for any familiar traces, but found none. His expression was laden with uncertainty, his hands instinctively clutching the fabric of his clothes. Nanfeng furrowed his brow, his gaze imbued with profound contemplation and alertness, as if striving to decipher the hidden enigma of this chamber. "I don't know, but this altar is certainly significant. It might be related to our escape from here," he murmured, cautiously approaching the altar, each step deliberate, scrutinizing the subtle changes in the environment, fearful of overlooking any detail. Achong gripped the slightly bent steel pipe tightly, despite the pain radiating from his injured arm, rendering his movements slow and arduous, each lift akin to bearing a tremendous weight. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, prepared to confront any unforeseen developments. That look conveyed a message to the unknown. He would not retreat, even if faced with insurmountable peril. The trio approached the altar with utmost care, every step akin to walking on a razor's edge, fraught with danger and uncertainty. Nanfeng reached the altar, bending down to examine the symbols and patterns with focused intensity, leaving no detail unexamined, as though he sought to etch them into memory. His fingers lightly traced the symbols, as if attempting to converse with the ancient history they represented, searching for clues to their escape. "These symbols seem to tell a story, but I cannot decipher it," he lamented, his brow furrowed, confusion etched across his face, ensnared in a riddle that offered no resolution, his heart heavy with anxiety and helplessness. Chinyu leaned in, his eyes wide with concentration as he struggled to recall. "I truly feel these symbols are familiar, as if I have seen them somewhere before, yet I just cannot remember." As he spoke, he irritably tapped his head, his face a mask of frustration, as if those memories were just within reach, yet eluding him. The tension caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. At that moment, a sudden burst of intense light emanated from the vessel on the altar, akin to a star erupting in brilliance, illuminating the cave as if it were day. The three were momentarily blinded by this unexpected radiance, instinctively shielding their eyes, the brightness causing them pain and eliciting tears. As the luminosity diminished slightly, they lowered their hands and were astonished to discover a phantasmal figure slowly rising from the vessel. The apparition was clad in an ancient and resplendent robe, its fabric adorned with patterns resembling the cosmos, shimmering with an enigmatic glow that spoke of ages past. The figure's features were obscured, shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering its true visage indecipherable, yet emanating an aura of formidable authority, as if it were a mysterious sovereign from antiquity. "Outsiders, your presence here is a rare occurrence," the figure intoned, its voice deep and ethereal, as if traversing the vast expanse of time, echoing with the weight of history. "This valley harbors countless secrets, yet it is fraught with peril. You have been seeking a way to depart, but without the right guidance, you shall never escape." Nanfeng stepped forward, inhaling deeply, summoning his courage to ask, "Can you tell us how to leave? We have been trapped here for far too long and have faced numerous dangers. Each moment feels like an eternity. We yearn to return home." His voice carried a note of urgency and hope, as if he glimpsed a flicker of light in the darkness, a longing for freedom and homecoming. The apparition nodded slightly, its movement seemingly stirring the air around it, causing ripples that reverberated through the space. "The key to your departure lies within your grasp." Its gaze fell upon the key and crystal pendant held by Nanfeng, imbued with a penetrating intensity that made the objects feel heavier, as if burdened with the valley's secrets and hopes. "These two items are the keys to unlocking the valley's mysteries. Only by gathering all the fragments can you uncover the true exit." "Fragments? What fragments? Where should we search?" Chun Yu inquired anxiously, his voice trembling with tension and eagerness, his eyes filled with a fervent desire for answers. He stepped forward, instinctively extending his hands as if to seize the impending revelation. The apparition did not respond directly, but raised its hand, pointing towards the depths of the cave, a gesture imbued with profound significance, as if guiding them toward an unknown fate. "The answers lie ahead. But remember, every step is fraught with danger. Only with unwavering faith and unity can you overcome the formidable challenges that await." With that, the figure began to fade, dissipating like mist into the air, and the vessel's light dimmed, restoring the cave's former atmosphere of mystery and silence, as if all that transpired was but a fleeting dream. The three exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a blend of confusion about the uncertain path ahead, a murkiness that clouded their vision of the future, coupled with a resolute determination to escape. A fiery resolve that dispelled their fears. They understood that the trials awaiting them might be even more daunting, the dangers potentially more lethal. Yet to return to their normal lives, they must press on. They readied their gear, gripping their weapons tightly, inhaling deeply, their breaths mingling anxiety, anticipation, and a hint of trepidation. They advanced with steadfast determination into the depths of the cave, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Infused with an unknown fear and a yearning for hope, each step a challenge to fate, their silhouettes gradually receding into the mysterious cavern, embarking on an adventure into the unknown. Chapter 40. Fractured clues. The water creature, driven to madness by excruciating pain, thrashed its massive body, churning the murky green lake as if a colossal bomb had detonated within it. Waves surged with unfathomable force, akin to a frenzied beast, relentlessly crashing the three against the cavern walls. Achong was caught off guard, struck by a monstrous wave, his body flung uncontrollably like a marionette with severed strings, his injured arm colliding brutally with the jagged rocks. In that instant, searing agony engulfed him, plunging his vision into darkness, his mind momentarily blank. On the brink of losing consciousness, he gritted his teeth, a muffled groan escaping his lips, while the steel pipe in his grasp, already slightly bent, nearly slipped from his fingers due to the sudden impact. Chen Yu clutched the ancient sword he had just acquired, initially believing it would afford him some protection in this crisis. However, the creature's tail, as thick as a massive pillar, swept towards him with alarming speed, leaving him no time to react before he was struck by the overwhelming force, sent hurtling like a kite into the air. He crashed heavily onto the ground by the lake's edge, stirring up a cloud of dust, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, slowly dripping onto the soiled earth, staining it a dark crimson. Nan Feng, enduring the pain and chill, struggled to rise from the icy water. The frigid lake pierced him like countless steel needles, penetrating his very marrow, while anxiety and fear surged within him like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf him entirely. He gasped for air, each breath forming plumes of vapor in the frigid atmosphere. Instinctively, he peered into the murky depths, where something faintly glimmered amidst the creature's turmoil. Without a second thought, he took a deep breath and plunged into the water, disregarding the biting cold and lurking dangers. The foul, icy water enveloped him instantly, each stroke feeling as though he were dragging an insurmountable weight. His limbs grew numb in the frigid depths, movements becoming sluggish. Yet the flickering light beckoned him onward like a beacon in the dark. At last, he approached the source of the glimmer. As he focused, he realized it was a fragment emitting a soft glow. Remarkably, this shard seemed to resonate with the crystal pendant he always wore, a wondrous connection sparking between them as the pendant pulsed in response. Just as Nan Feng grasped the fragment, the agitated creature sensed an imminent threat, its murky eyes flashing with ferocity as it lunged into the depths, propelling itself toward him like a bolt of black lightning. Wherever it swam, the turbulent waters surged, creating a formidable current that nearly rendered Nan Feng powerless, forcing him to be tossed about in the tumult. He flailed desperately, fighting to swim toward the shore, each stroke of his arms feeling as if the creature's wrathful current was nipping at his heels. As the creature closed in, its gaping maw poised to devour him, Chen Yu summoned an unexpected surge of strength, struggling to rise from the ground. He grasped a sizable stone, mustering all his might to hurl it at the beast. The stone struck with a resounding thud, catching the creature off guard, prompting an enraged roar as its massive form pivoted toward Chen Yu. In that moment, Achong also managed to rise, his face as pale as a ghost, cold sweat pouring from his brow, his injured arm hanging limply at his side, nearly devoid of strength. But his gaze was resolute. Gritting his teeth, wielding the steel pipe with the last remnants of his strength, he struck the ground fiercely, producing a series of loud thuds in an attempt to capture the attention of the water monster. "Come on, beast. Look this way," Achong shouted hoarsely, his voice gravelly from pain and exertion. The water monster, caught in the struggle with the three, grew increasingly agitated. It rampaged through the lake, its massive form generating towering waves, the water surging like a breached dam, swiftly inundating the low-lying areas of the cave. Seizing the moment, Nan Feng exerted every last ounce of energy to scramble ashore. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, glancing at the shard in his hand, then at the water monster and his companions, a newfound determination swelling within him. "This shard is surely the key. We must take it to find the exit," he declared, his voice echoing through the cavern. "Indeed, we will find a way out." Chen Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded vigorously in agreement. Achong gritted his teeth, forcing out a resolute statement. Yes, we shall die trying to escape. Ignoring their wounds, the trio began to search along the lakeside for a path to the temple across the water. They cautiously explored every nook and cranny, finally discovering a narrow walkway in a more secluded area. Portions of the pathway were damaged, wooden planks splintered, revealing dark gaps, appearing precarious and on the verge of collapse. They stepped onto the walkway with utmost care, testing each step to ensure the boards could support their weight. The lake water relentlessly lashed against the path, splashing droplets that soaked their clothes, causing them to shiver in the cold. The water monster seemed unwilling to let them depart so easily, repeatedly generating colossal waves that battered the walkway. At one point, a massive wave surged up like a wall of water, crashing towards Chunyu. He barely had time to react, slipping and finding himself half suspended over the edge. In that critical moment, disregarding the pain in his arm, Achong lunged forward, gripping Chinyu's arm with his uninjured hand. "Hold on," Achong bellowed, veins bulging on his arm, his face etched with strain. "Thank you." Chinyu, pale and shaken, managed to reply. After enduring great hardships, they finally reached the opposite shore. The ancient temple loomed before them, its grand entrance firmly shut, inscribed with symbols that were reminiscent yet more intricate than those they had seen before. These symbols seemed alive, faintly shimmering with a mysterious glow in the dim light. Nanfeng took out the shard and the crystal pendant, his heart filled with anticipation as he carefully inserted the shard into the recess of the door. Upon contact, a wondrous phenomenon occurred. The symbols on the door suddenly blazed with brilliant light, intertwining and forming an intricate, enigmatic pattern. Just as they were about to delve deeper into the meaning of this pattern, a chilling, guttural roar emanated from within the temple. The sound was deep and oppressive, as if it had risen from the depths of hell, imbued with endless terror and the unknown. The three exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound fear of the unknown and a fervent anticipation of unraveling the mystery. "What lies within?" Chinyu swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Whatever it is, we must go in and find out." Nanfeng inhaled deeply, clutching the pendant tightly. "Yes, we've come this far. What is there to fear?" Achong affirmed, tightening his grip on the steel pipe. Armed with determination, they slowly pushed open the temple's grand door. The hinges creaked loudly, a piercing sound in the silence. A musty, decaying odor assaulted their senses, prompting them to grimace. In the dim light, a colossal statue stood at the center of the temple, its features obscured by the dust of ages, entwined in thick iron chains inscribed with mysterious symbols. At the base of the statue lay several recesses, seemingly designed for other shards. "It appears we have found the right place, but where are the other shards?" Chinyu murmured, his tone laced with confusion and urgency. Before Nanfeng could respond, countless shadowy figures surged from the temple's walls, rapidly closing in on them. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were creatures resembling bats, yet as large as eagles. Their wings spread wide, casting a shadow in the dim light as they flapped, producing a dreadful sound. Their eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and their sharp teeth glistened ominously in the darkness, instilling dread. "Be careful," Nanfeng shouted, swiftly adopting a defensive stance. Achong swung his steel pipe, charging at the swarm of creatures, shouting, "You all go ahead. I will hold them off." Nanfeng and Chinyu refused to back down, one wielding the pendant to deflect the creatures' attacks, while the other swung his sword to dispatch the encroaching shadows. The monsters were numerous, pouring ceaselessly from the walls, launching wave after wave of assault. The trio gradually found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, accumulating numerous wounds. During the fray, Nanfeng noticed that these creatures seemed to recoil from the light of the crystal pendant. Whenever the pendant's glow illuminated them, they emitted piercing cries. Retreating in fear, an idea sparked in his mind. He concentrated, striving to amplify the pendant's brilliance. The approaching creatures, caught in the light, writhed as if burned by fire, flapping their wings desperately, emitting shrill cries, momentarily deterred. Seizing this opportunity, the three began to search within the temple for clues regarding the other shards. They meticulously scoured every corner, leaving no potential hiding place unexplored. At last, in a dim corner of the temple, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. The pages were brittle and yellowed, threatening to disintegrate at the slightest touch. Chinyu cautiously knelt, trembling hands gently opening the book. The text and symbols bore similarities to what they had encountered before, yet were even more obscure. "What does it say?" Achong leaned closer, urgency in his voice. "I'm not entirely sure. It seems to contain clues about the other shards," Chinyu replied, scrutinizing the pages. After a painstaking deciphering, they discovered that the other shards were scattered across several perilous regions in the valley, guarded by formidable guardian beasts. Before they could further examine these clues, The horde of creatures launched another assault. This time, they appeared even more frenzied, recklessly charging at the trio. Nanfeng maximized the pendant's radiance, temporarily halting the onslaught. "We can't delay any longer. We must leave here and seek the other shards," he urged anxiously. "Indeed, otherwise we will perish here," Chenyu concurred. The three hastily fled down another passage of the temple, escaping the encirclement of the creatures. They dashed through the corridor, the creatures' cries echoing behind them. At the end of the passage stood a massive stone door, engraved with a map that seemed to guide them to the location of the next shard. Without hesitation, they inhaled deeply and ventured into the unknown beyond the stone door. Their footsteps reverberated in the silent corridor, carrying their longing for home and their wariness of the impending dangers. They knew the path ahead was fraught with challenges, but in their quest to escape this dreadful valley and return to their ordinary lives, they had no choice but to forge ahead. Chapter 41. The Swamp of Despair. The three stood resolutely before the enormous stone door, surrounded by an eerie stillness, as if time itself had frozen. Only their rapid heartbeats echoed, sounding like a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating silence. The stone door appeared to be slowly pushed open by the hand of time, emitting a deep, resonant creak. The sound seemed to transcend countless centuries, echoing from the depths of antiquity, enveloped in an endless shroud of mystery and the unknown, casting a veil of unease over their hearts. As the stone door creaked open, a wave of damp mist surged forth, engulfing them as swiftly as a tumultuous tide. The air was laced with the acrid scent of decaying leaves, the metallic tang of muddy waters, and an indescribable, eerie essence that invaded their nostrils and throats, prompting involuntary coughs and furrowed brows, as if heralding their imminent entry into a realm fraught with perilous uncertainties. Summoning their courage, they stepped through the stone threshold, only to be met with an almost palpable stench of damp decay that hit them like an invisible wall, choking them and provoking a tumultuous churn in their stomachs. Before them lay an expansive, seemingly endless swamp, shrouded in a thick, inky green fog that hung heavily above the mire, as if the entire world was ensconced within its oppressive embrace. The density of the mist was staggering. Despite their utmost efforts, they could barely discern the ground ahead. A mere 5 meters away, each tentative step felt like groping in darkness, venturing into an uncharted territory rife with unknown dangers. The ground was riddled with treacherous puddles, the surface deceptively calm, mirroring the chaotic fog above, yet concealing lethal perils beneath. A mere slip of the foot could plunge them into the abyss, into a mire that seemed to connect with the very depths of hell. The more one struggled, the more rapidly one would descend, as if countless invisible hands were pulling them into the dark. This place felt even more perilous than the cave they had previously traversed. Chenyu's brow furrowed in deep concern, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead, accentuated by the oppressive humidity. His eyes brimmed with vigilance, akin to a startled beast, scanning the surroundings for any hidden threats. His voice dropped to a near whisper, as if fearing to disturb whatever malevolence lurked in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal force. "No matter how dangerous it is, we must find the fragments," Nanfeng declared, his gaze resolute as iron, as if he could pierce through the thick fog to glimpse a distant hope. He clutched the crystal pendant tightly. Its faint glow flickered and danced amidst the dense mist, resembling a solitary lamp that might extinguish at any moment. Yet, even so, it persisted in radiating its light, defiantly battling against the eerie surroundings, offering the trio a glimmer of solace in their despair. Chang gingerly moved his injured arm, the pain akin to a sharp knife tearing at his wounds, causing him to tremble slightly with every subtle motion. Yet, determination shone in his eyes, a steadfast resolve that refused to submit to fate. "Indeed, we cannot afford to give up now," he gritted through clenched teeth, his voice imbued with undeniable firmness, each word emerging as if forced through gritted jaws. They advanced cautiously, every step preceded by their weapons. Chunyu's slender, yet somewhat fragile sword, Chang's bent steel pipe, a vital support, and Nanfeng's makeshift, rugged wooden stick, prodding the ground ahead, carefully gauging the solidity beneath their feet. The swamp occasionally emitted burbling sounds, the gas bubbling up from the depths, whispering eerie tales from the abyss, intensifying their inexplicable dread, as if countless cold eyes were watching their every move from the shadows. Suddenly, Nanfeng's foot faltered, and he plummeted into the abyss without warning. His eyes widened in terror, reflecting sheer panic and despair, his features contorted with fear as he cried out, "Pull me up." His voice echoed across the desolate swamp, filled with unending despair and a desperate plea, akin to a wounded bird's mournful cry in the dark. Chenyu and Chang reacted swiftly, without hesitation. Chenyu extended his sword, his arm quivering with effort as he shouted, "Nanfeng, grab the sword." Chang braced the steel pipe firmly against the ground, using it as a fulcrum, his feet pushing against the muddy surface in a desperate attempt to gain traction. Their muscles tensed, veins bulging as they exerted every ounce of strength to grasp Ninfeng's arm. After a grueling struggle, their limbs ached from overexertion, sweat cascading down their brows and merging with the muck below, yet they persevered. At last, through their relentless efforts, they managed to pull Ninfeng from the mire. Phew! That was close, he gasped, his chest heaving like a battered bellows, coated in foul-smelling sludge that dripped from his clothes and hair, reminiscent of someone who had emerged from a colossal cesspool. Before they could fully process the recent ordeal, Yu suddenly pointed ahead, his voice trembling and barely coherent. Look, what is that? The others followed his gaze, and through the fog, they discerned a vague figure swaying. Instantly, tension gripped them, their nerves taut as drawn bowstrings, ready to snap at any moment. Their weapons clutched tightly, fingers whitening with the pressure. They cautiously approached the silhouette. As they drew nearer, they confirmed it was indeed a person, tattered and disheveled, clothes mired in mud and dried leaves, as if torn apart by countless hands, hair wild like weeds in an overgrown field, appearing eerily spectral in the mist. Hey, who are you? Ninfeng called out, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Fading into the fog, the figure remained silent, standing still as a statue, time seemingly frozen around it. Upon reaching the figure, horror gripped them. The person was lifeless, eyes hollow and vacant, staring into an infinite void, skin an unnatural pallor, as if all vitality had been drained, resembling a long-abandoned corpse. What has happened here? Chang's voice quivered, his body trembling with palpable fear, teeth chattering uncontrollably. They discovered a weathered diary on the deceased, its pages yellowed and brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. The writing was blurred, soaked with tears and mud, yet through their careful scrutiny, they managed to glean some of its contents. The diary revealed that this individual was yet another adventurer ensnared in the valley, initially brimming with hope to traverse the swamp in search of an exit. At first, he recorded his plans and dreams for the future with confidence. However, as time elapsed, he became lost in the vast expanse of the swamp, unable to find his way. As food dwindled, he was beset by hunger and despair, the diary's entries devolving into frantic scrawls of hopelessness. He chronicled his struggles, fears, and longing for survival, ultimately succumbing to the mire, becoming yet another life consumed by the swamp, his tale forever entombed within the pages of that tattered diary. We cannot repeat his fate. The southern wind spoke with an unyielding conviction, his gaze reflecting a determination akin to burning bridges. They pressed onward, the mist in the swamp seemingly intent on obstructing their path, growing denser and obscuring their vision to the point where they could scarcely see their own hands. Chang's wound began to fester, his complexion turned increasingly pallid, devoid of color, his lips cracked and parched, his steps faltering and weak, each movement a testament to immense pain. As though his legs were leaden. How are you holding up, Chang? Yu inquired with palpable concern. His eyes filled with worry as he gently placed a hand on Chang's shoulder, attempting to lend him strength. I'm managing, just a bit fatigued. Chang replied, forcing a strained smile, yet his ashen face and feeble tone belied his true state. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, cold perspiration born of agony. The southern wind hastily rummaged through his backpack, retrieving the scant medication they possessed, a precious lifeline in their arduous journey. He meticulously tended to Chang's wound, each movement deliberate and gentle, fearful of causing him further pain. With trembling hands, he opened the medicine bottle, sprinkling the powder delicately onto Chang's injury. Chang winced slightly, yet stifled any sound of discomfort. As they trudged onward, they stumbled upon several corpses, their demise tragically gruesome. Some were half submerged in the swamp, as if the mire itself sought to convey the dangers lurking within, their upper bodies faintly visible through the fog, resembling a dire warning from the abyss. Others lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by tattered tools that once represented hope for survival but now bore silent witness to their grim fate, caked in mud and blood, whispering tales of their struggles and despair in life. These haunting scenes weighed heavily on the trio, fear entwining their hearts like creeping vines, almost consuming their very souls. In a relatively drier section of the swamp, the southern wind unearthed a stone partially buried in the mud, etched with peculiar symbols. He eagerly called his companions over. Come look, could this be related to the fragments? His voice carried a rare note of joy and anticipation, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the swamp. The three gathered around the stone, their heads bent close together, scrutinizing the symbols. Yu furrowed his brow, his eyes locked onto the inscriptions, striving to recall similar markings he had encountered in ancient texts and caves. These symbols seem somewhat familiar. Let me think, he murmured, gesturing in the air as if to unearth clues buried deep within his memory, his expression a blend of focus and contemplation, as if ensnared by an intricate puzzle. Suddenly, Chong let out a blood-curdling scream, and the others spun around to see his legs ensnared in the mire, sinking deeper with alarming haste. "Help me," Chong cried, his voice laced with terror and despair, flailing his arms in a frantic attempt to grasp onto anything that might save him, his eyes shimmering with a desperate will to survive. The southern wind and Chunyu rushed forward, both extending their hands in a fervent effort to pull Chong free. Yet, the swamp-esque grip was relentless, and Chong's body continued to descend, their efforts seemingly in vain. As the mire consumed Chong, leaving only his upper body exposed, his face contorted with fear and hopelessness, he repeatedly pleaded, "Save me. I don't want to die." "Hold on, Chong," the southern wind urged, his voice trembling with emotion, his eyes glistening with tears, a visage of urgency and agony. They searched frantically for something to leverage against the swamp's pull, and at last spotted a sturdy branch not far away. The southern wind and Chinyu dashed towards it, mud splattering across their bodies, but they paid it no heed. They seized the branch and swiftly extended it to Chong. With the last vestiges of his strength, Chong clutched the branch, and the two strained against the mire, their feet digging into the earth, bodies leaning back, summoning every ounce of strength to pull him up. Their arms bulged with exertion, sweat cascading down their faces, mingling with the mud below. After a harrowing struggle, they finally extricated Chong from the swamp. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his body trembling violently, his eyes still reflecting the remnants of fear. His clothes were caked in muck, as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The trio understood that in this treacherous swamp, death lurked at every corner, a Damoclean sword poised to fall at any moment. Yet, in their quest for an exit and a return to normalcy, they had no choice but to forge ahead, venturing towards the unknown perils and that seemingly elusive glimmer of hope. Chapter 42. The hidden dark river. Chong's strength waned with each encounter against the swamp, his legs heavy as though laden with lead. A momentary lapse in focus caused him to lose his balance, crashing into the muddy ground. He gasped for breath, each inhalation akin to drawing air through a dilapidated bellows, his chest heaving violently, producing a heavy, rapid sound. His complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. Sweat mingling with the foul-smelling mire flowed continuously from his brow, quickly absorbed by the thick sludge beneath him. His injured arm throbbed with excruciating pain from the exertions of maintaining balance, each breath sending sharp pangs through his body, distorting his features in agony. Unable to contain himself, he let out a muffled groan from deep within. I can't endure this pain any longer." Chong gritted his teeth, struggling to articulate his suffering and helplessness. Meanwhile, Chunyu and the southern wind remained fixated on the stone inscribed with the enigmatic symbols, their anxiety knitting their brows into a tight frown. Chunyu's eyes were bloodshot, a testament to his prolonged focus and exhaustion. He stared intently at the mysterious symbols, his gaze imbued with a relentless determination, as if he sought to pierce through the secrets concealed within. His fingers caressed the symbols, hoping to glean overlooked clues through tactile memory, muttering to himself, "This shape, this arrangement, must hold special significance. Where have I seen it before? I recall something similar in ancient texts, but the pivotal details elude me." The southern wind, equally engrossed, widened his eyes, scrutinizing every detail of the symbols, determined not to overlook even the faintest scratch or curve that could unlock the mystery. Could this be linked to the markings we encountered in the cave? He speculated aloud. Chinyu nodded slightly, contemplating. It's possible. The cave's markings served as guidance. Perhaps these symbols are part of the same lineage, though we have yet to uncover their connection. Time slipped away unnoticed until Chinyu's finger, as if guided by an unseen force, halted on an arrow-shaped symbol. In that instant, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes, illuminating his weary face like a torch in the darkness. This symbol recurs and consistently points in the same direction. Perhaps this is the path we should take. His voice trembled with enthusiasm, echoing through the eerily silent swamp, akin to a clarion call shattering the darkness. As the southern wind heard the words, a spark of hope ignited in his eyes, transforming his previously dull gaze into one of vivid determination, as if he had glimpsed the dawn amidst the boundless darkness. Is it true? Let us hasten in this direction. Perhaps we shall soon discover an exit. His words brimmed with anticipation and urgency. Chong also struggled to rise, his legs still trembling, each movement an arduous endeavor. Yet, he firmly gripped the wooden stick he was using as a cane, nodding resolutely as he declared, "Very well, no matter how challenging it may be, We shall walk together and surely find a way out. The trio adjusted their stance and cautiously advanced along the path indicated by the symbols. A thick fog enveloped them like a heavy, impenetrable curtain, shrouding their surroundings in near total obscurity, where their hands barely discerned their fingers. They could only rely on their vague instincts, trudging forward step by laborious step. The ground beneath their feet was soft and treacherous. Each stride felt as though they were treading upon a vast sponge, ready to swallow them whole. With a misstep, Achong stumbled, his left foot sinking into the muck, and he lurched forward uncontrollably. Chinyu, quick to react, reached out and caught him. "Be careful," Chinyu exclaimed anxiously. Achong strained to extricate his foot from the mire. His shoes caked in heavy sludge, and he managed a wry smile, remarking, "This cursed place is truly fraught with peril. Each step is a gamble, and I cannot fathom when it will end." As they pressed on, the southern wind suddenly halted, tilting his head slightly to the side, straining to listen intently to the sounds around him. A faint trickling of water reached his ears, like a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Initially taken aback, his face soon lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Do you hear that? It's the sound of water. There might be a river nearby. If we follow it, we may find our way out." Without hesitation, the three of them trudged toward the sound of the water, the ground becoming increasingly boggy, each step demanding Herculean effort. Their shoes were ensnared by the muck, each foot pulled from the earth with a squelching sound, as if the swamp were making a final effort to keep them from escaping. "Why is this mud so sticky? It feels as though countless hands are tugging at us." Achong lamented, straining to lift his legs. Chinyu encouraged him, "Don't lose heart. We'll soon reach the riverbank. Hold on." At last, after pushing through a dense thicket of reeds nearly impossible to navigate, they stumbled upon a hidden dark river veiled in fog. The water was shallow yet swift, littered with dead branches and leaves that emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. Achong surveyed the turbulent current with trepidation. "This river looks treacherous. What if we're swept away? With such a strong flow, we can't possibly steer our course." Chinyu pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute. "Let us gather some branches and vines to fashion a makeshift raft. If we can manage the raft correctly, we may have a chance to escape safely." With a shared sense of purpose, the three of them, disregarding their fatigue, scoured the area for suitable materials. They struggled to snap brittle branches from the trees at the marsh's edge, each requiring considerable effort to break. Some branches were ancient and fragile, snapping easily, while others were remarkably resilient, necessitating the strength of several to yield. Achong bore the pain in his arms as he helped pass the materials, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and moistening the ground beneath. "This branch is long enough. It should suffice," he said, handing a branch to Chinyu, who, along with the southern wind, was responsible for binding the materials. Their fingers were sore from the rough vines, which left angry red marks on their skin. Each tug felt like a cruel slice against their flesh. Yet, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. The vines need to be secured tightly, otherwise, the raft will fall apart, and that would be disastrous, Chinyu remarked, pulling the vine with determination. The southern wind nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, I will bind it securely." After considerable effort, they finally completed the rudimentary raft. Cautiously, they set it upon the river and boarded in turn. As soon as the raft hit the water, it began to sway violently in the rushing current. The three clung tightly to the edges, not daring to relax for a moment. The frigid river splashed against them, sending shivers down their spines. Chinyu shouted, "Everyone hold steady. Don't panic. Maintain your balance and follow my lead." After drifting for a while, an immense whirlpool suddenly loomed ahead. The vortex spun with ferocious speed, the surrounding waters forming a funnel, splashing violently and roaring like an enraged beast, threatening to consume all in its path. The raft was inexorably drawn toward the whirlpool's powerful pull. "Quickly, paddle hard to steer clear of the vortex," Chinyu urged, his voice tinged with urgency. The three of them frantically paddled with their branches, attempting to redirect the raft. However, the whirlpool's force was too strong, and the raft was relentlessly drawn closer. In a moment of inspiration, the southern wind noticed a large rock jutting out of the water at the edge of the whirlpool. "Let us steer the raft toward that rock. If we can grab hold of it, we'll be safe. Quickly, everyone, put in your strength." With a shared effort, they paddled with all their might, sweat soaking their clothes as it dripped down their faces, mingling with the icy river water. Just as the raft was about to be sucked into the whirlpool, they successfully maneuvered it toward the rock. One by one, they grasped the stone, climbing onto its relatively safe surface. Lying atop the rock, they gazed at the tumultuous waters and the terrifying whirlpool, their hearts still racing. Achong gasped for breath. "That was far too close. We nearly met our end there." Chinyu wiped the water from his face, cautioning, "Let us not relax just yet. We are not out of danger." They understood the urgency of their situation. Lingering too long was not an option, and they needed to find a means of escape swiftly. After a brief respite, they resumed their observations of the environment. Seeking new clues, the southern wind suddenly noticed that the fog appeared thinner further downstream, dimly revealing a hint of light. He excitedly pointed in that direction, exclaiming, "Look! There seems to be light over there. Perhaps the exit lies ahead." Chen Yu and Chong followed his gaze, their eyes rekindling with hope. Chen Yu stood up, shaking off the water, declaring, "All right, we've rested enough. Let us set off toward the light. This time, we must find the way out and return to our normal lives." Chong, though still weak, stood firm, his eyes shining with resolve. "Yes, no matter the obstacles we face, we must persevere." After a brief adjustment, they prepared to embark once more on their uncertain journey, advancing toward that glimmer of light, silently praying that this time they would discover the path to escape the swamp and return to their ordinary lives. They were acutely aware that further dangers awaited them. Yet as long as that flicker of hope persisted, they would never surrender. Chapter 43. Light and Shadow with a fervent longing for escape. The three rose slowly from the rock, every movement imbued with the fatigue of having survived peril. Their gaze remained fixed upon the elusive light, that beam flickering through the dense fog, appearing as the sole salvation amidst the darkness, holding all their hopes. Chong's body remained frail, each step akin to dragging a heavy shackle, burdened and laborious. The pain of his wounds shadowed him, like countless sharp needles incessantly pricking at his nerves. Yet, he clenched his teeth, his jaw bulging with effort, enduring his discomfort as he resolutely followed behind. In that moment, a singular, unwavering conviction filled his heart. He must escape this seemingly endless swamp and return to a life of normalcy. He silently encouraged himself, "It won't be long now. Just hold on a little longer." He absolutely could not falter at this moment. Chen Yu gripped the long sword tightly, its blade trembling slightly, a testament to prolonged tension and exhaustion. He scanned the surroundings with vigilance, his eyes wide as saucers, missing not a single rustle of grass or whisper of the wind. The mist that enveloped the swamp had somewhat dissipated compared to before, yet it remained dense, with danger lurking like a specter concealed in the shadows. Hiding in every nook and cranny, he was not only wary of the treacherous, soft ground beneath his feet, but also frequently turned to check on his companions, his focused expression resembling that of a resolute warrior engaged in a silent standoff with the swamp itself. He lowered his voice to caution his comrades. "Everyone, be careful. There may be more dangers awaiting us in this place." Nan Feng clutched the crystal pendant tightly. Its glow flickered erratically in the mist, sometimes dim, sometimes bright, as if striving to guide them. Occasionally, he lifted his gaze toward the distant light, which shone like a morning star in the darkness, their only glimmer of hope. He silently prayed that this light was not a mere illusion, but a genuine beacon leading them to safety. "It must be real. It absolutely must lead us out," Nan Feng murmured softly. As they pressed onward, they noticed the river's current growing increasingly turbulent, the once surging waters now more ferocious. Enormous splashes erupted on the surface, as if some colossal creature lurked beneath, ready to strike. Suddenly, a massive aquatic beast leapt from the river with a tremendous splash. Towering over them, it stood more than twice the height of a person, its body covered in hard scales that glimmered coldly in the dim light. With its cavernous maw agape, revealing sharp, glistening fangs, it exuded a nauseating stench. It let out a deafening roar, a sound that resonated like a tolling bell, vibrating in their ears, while the splashing water drenched them like a torrential downpour. "Watch out!" Chen Yu shouted, his voice hoarse, swiftly positioning Nan Feng and Chong behind him. He raised his long sword high, its blade gleaming ominously in the dim light, prepared to confront the beast's assault. Chong gripped the steel pipe tightly. Despite the pain from his injuries causing his arm to tremble, his eyes radiated determination, a steadfast refusal to yield to fate. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a few words. "Let us fight." Nan Feng swiftly adjusted his stance, his gaze sharp as he sought the creature's weakness, ready to seize the moment. The beast lunged at them, claws bared and moving swiftly, creating a fierce gust of wind. Chen Yu sidestepped nimbly, evading the beast's frontal attack while swinging his sword toward its flank. The blade struck the creature's tough scales with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. In pain, the beast whirled around, launching another assault, its tail sweeping through the air like a hefty whip. Chong seized the opportunity, summoning all his strength to slam the steel pipe onto the beast's head. With a resounding thud, the blow left the creature momentarily dazed, its movements sluggish, its head swaying unsteadily. Nan Feng charged forward, the crystal pendant in his hand emitting a peculiar glow that pierced the beast's eyes like a sword. The creature howled in agony, its cries echoing throughout the swamp as it thrashed wildly in the river, creating towering waves that battered the shore. The trio dared not relax. Continuing to engage the beast, Xinyu aimed for its abdomen once more. Chang searched for openings to strike its legs. Nanfeng manipulated the pendant, using its light to disrupt the creature's vision. After a fierce struggle, the beast finally succumbed to fatigue, its massive body slowly sinking beneath the river's surface, leaving only ripples in its wake. Exhausted, the three collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, sweat mingling with water streaming down their faces. Their chests rose and fell violently, akin to a battered bellows, each breath accompanied by a heavy wheeze. That was too perilous, Chang panted, a tremor in his voice as he recalled the life and death struggle, still shaken. Xinyu wiped the water from his face and shook his drenched hair, saying, "As long as we're all safe, we must leave this place quickly. There may be other dangers nearby. Who knows what other monsters might be lurking in the shadows." After a brief respite, they pressed on. As they drew closer to the light, the swamp's mist grew thinner, and the surroundings gradually became clearer. They discovered a peculiar stone forest ahead, with enormous stone pillars arranged in a seemingly deliberate maze, reminiscent of an ancient giant's handiwork. The pillars were etched with symbols akin to those they had seen before, weathered and enigmatic. "These pillars seem ancient. The symbols might provide us with further clues," Nanfeng remarked, stepping forward to examine the carvings closely, tracing the symbols with his fingers to feel the passage of time etched into them. Xinyu and Chang joined him, their curiosity piqued. Xinyu observed intently, recalling relevant details from ancient texts and caves, attempting to discern connections among the symbols. His brow furrowed in concentration as he murmured, "The shape of this symbol resembles a directional marker mentioned in the ancient texts. Could it be? Look, this symbol seems related to the route we discovered earlier. Perhaps we need to navigate through this stone forest," Xinyu pointed out, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. The three cautiously entered the stone forest, the passage between the pillars narrow and winding, like a vast labyrinth. They remained alert, weapons firmly in hand, taking light steps to avoid any potential threats. With each movement, the sound of their anxious heartbeats echoed in the stillness of the stone grove. As they meandered through the stone forest, a strange sound reached their ears, resembling someone weeping softly, or perhaps an arcane incantation. The eerie sound reverberated within the stone confines, sending chills down their spines. It seemed to emanate from all directions, drawing nearer yet remaining elusive, rendering its source indistinguishable. "What is that sound?" Chang asked nervously, his body trembling slightly, his grip on the steel pipe tightening, knuckles turning white from the strain. Xinyu and Nanfeng halted, straining their ears to listen. Xinyu lowered his voice, advising, "Stay silent, be cautious, and move slowly. We mustn't alert any lurking dangers that may be waiting ahead." They cautiously followed the sound's direction, each step deliberate and slow, their eyes fixed on the path ahead, missing no detail. Suddenly, a vast cavern appeared before them, the sound unmistakably emanating from within. The trio exchanged wary glances, but determined to find an exit, they decided to venture into the cave. Taking a deep breath, they nodded to one another, as if bolstering their resolve. The cave was steeped in a mysterious aura, the walls shimmering faintly, reminiscent of fireflies flickering in the dark. They noticed that the cave floor was adorned with more symbols, forming a colossal and intricate pattern, enigmatic and perplexing. As they studied the design, the deep recesses of the cave suddenly echoed with the sound of approaching footsteps, steadily drawing near. Each footfall was deliberate and slow, as if a giant were advancing toward them, each sound resonating heavily in their hearts, quickening their pulses with dread. Chapter 44. Breaking the deadlock within the confines of the cave, the sound of footsteps approached, resonating ominously and striking heavily against the frayed nerves of the three companions. Chang's breathing quickened, turning labored as his chest heaved violently. His hand trembled uncontrollably around the steel pipe, his voice breaking with a near-desperate plea. "What on earth is drawing near? I feel my legs weakening beneath me." Xinyu swiftly positioned his sword before him, the blade quivering slightly in response to his tense grip, a tangible manifestation of his anxiety and vigilance. He lowered his voice, striving for steadiness to instill calm in his comrades. "Remain silent and prepare yourselves. Do not let chaos ensue. In times like these, composure is paramount." Nanfeng, clutching a crystal pendant, felt its glow flicker intensely in his palm, as if it too sensed the encroaching peril and issued a silent warning. As they stood on high alert, hearts pounding like thunder, a figure emerged slowly from the depths of the cave. Initially, it appeared as an indistinct silhouette, contorted and shrouded in an eerie aura. As it drew closer, the details sharpened. The trio was taken aback to discover that it was a semi-transparent humanoid light, its features grotesquely warped, emanating a ghostly green luminescence, resembling a mysterious entity from another realm. "Is this a ghost?" A Chong exclaimed in terror, instinctively retreating, nearly tripping on the uneven ground of the cave. His eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with fear, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, reflecting the eerie glow of the apparition. Chun Yu's brow furrowed tightly, fingers gripping the hilt of his sword so fiercely that his knuckles turned white. He intoned gravely, "Whatever it may be, do not act rashly. Impulsive actions will only plunge us deeper into danger." His gaze remained fixed on the specter, attentive to every subtle movement and shift, poised for any potential assault. The apparition emitted a high-pitched, piercing sound, akin to the grinding of old gears or the scraping of metal, reverberating throughout the cave and causing their eardrums to ache, yet obscuring any discernible meaning. Ninfeng concentrated intently, seeking clues within the entity's motions and sounds. He squinted, scrutinizing each gesture, when suddenly he perceived a connection between the specter's hand movements and the symbols etched upon the stone pillars. "Wait!" Ninfeng exclaimed, excitement and surprise lacing his voice. Its movements seemed to convey a message related to those symbols. His eyes sparkled, as if a glimmer of dawn pierced through the darkness, eager to unravel this enigma. The three of them focused intently on the spectral figure, striving to decipher its gestures. The movements were erratic, sometimes rapid, sometimes slow, the bending and stretching of its fingers seemingly imbued with significance. As their interpretation deepened, they grasped that the apparition was guiding them toward a deeper recess of the cave, a location harboring the key to their escape from this dire predicament. Despite the dread swelling within them, every fiber of their being screaming of danger, the trio resolved to follow the light. As they ventured further into the cave, the darkness deepened, and the walls flickered with strange luminescence, some bright, some dim, some blue, others purple, like countless eyes watching them, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a thick black mist surged forth, enveloping them like a roaring tide. Sinister whispers echoed within the fog, as if countless lost souls lamented, their voices intertwining in a chilling cacophony. A Chong, in a panic, flailed the steel pipe wildly, shouting, "What is this ghastly thing? Are we doomed to remain trapped forever?" His voice quivered, sounding particularly helpless amidst the mist. Chen Yu quickly shielded Nanfeng and a Chong behind him, brandishing his sword in an attempt to disperse the fog. His strikes were fierce, each swing generating a gust of wind, yet the mist clung tenaciously, resisting his efforts. It seemed to possess a will of its own, wrapping around them, obscuring their vision and stifling their breath. Nanfeng gripped the crystal pendant tightly, focusing his energy, striving to harness its power against the encroaching fog. Closing his eyes, he murmured incantations, and the pendant's glow intensified, engaging in a fierce struggle against the mist. The radiance acted like a sword, attempting to slice through the shroud, while the fog fought back, constricting the light's reach. Amidst the battle of light and mist, Ninfeng discerned a weakness in the fog's form. He noticed a central core around which the mist swirled. He shouted with conviction, "Everyone, concentrate your strength on the densest part of the fog. That is the key." His voice resounded with hope amidst the gloom. The trio, galvanized by his words, pooled their energies. Chun Yu channeled all his might into his sword, shouting as he thrust towards the core, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. A Chong, summoning his courage, gripped the steel pipe with both hands, launching himself at the core with all his strength, determination etched on his face. Sweat soaking through his shirt, Nanfeng directed the light of his pendant like a laser beam, aimed straight at the core of the mist. With a resounding crash, the fog dissipated instantaneously, the force of the impact causing the trio to stagger backward. As the mist cleared, a colossal stone door emerged before them, adorned with intricate symbols reminiscent of those they had previously encountered. These patterns, complex and enigmatic, exuded an ancient and formidable aura, having withstood the ravages of time. Among the designs were strange interwoven lines, forming various mystical symbols, some resembling soaring birds, others like sinuous serpents, and yet others like flickering flames. The apparition halted before the stone door, gesturing as if to urge them to push it open. Understanding this to be a call to action, they united their efforts, standing before the door and pushing with all their might. The door was immensely heavy, remaining stubbornly unmoved at first, but they did not relent, gritting their teeth and summoning all their strength. With a deep, rumbling sound, the door began to yield, revealing a blinding light that surged forth, illuminating the entire cave. Within this radiance, the trio beheld a vast circular chamber, its walls encrusted with enormous gemstones that bathed the space in a soft glow. At the center stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient tome radiating golden light. The cover was etched with mysterious symbols that seemed to pulse with life. Glimmering softly, cautiously, they stepped into the circular chamber, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Chang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. This place still feels perilous. Do we truly dare to approach that book? Yu furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before responding. Since we have come this far, this ancient tome may hold the key to our escape. Regardless of the danger, we must take the risk. Nanfeng nodded, gripping the crystal pendant tightly, bracing himself for the unknown that lay ahead. As they neared the pedestal, the ancient tome suddenly erupted with brilliant light, projecting phantoms into the air. Within these illusions, they glimpsed the past of this ancient ruin. It was once a sacred site of a powerful civilization, where rituals were performed to commune with the divine. Yet, a cataclysmic disaster had obliterated this civilization, burying the ruins deep underground, along with countless secrets. As the phantoms faded, the tome slowly opened, revealing its contents. The words shimmered with a soft glow, seemingly beckoning them closer. Nanfeng meticulously read the text, uncovering a method to escape the ruins. However, this process required them to locate 3 ancient gemstones and place them in designated spots within the cave to unlock the passage to the outside world. The 3 exchanged resolute glances, their eyes filled with determination. They resolved to follow the tome's guidance and search for the 3 gemstones. In their quest, they would encounter various dangers anew. Once, they triggered an ancient mechanism, causing countless arrows to shoot from the walls. Yu brandished his sword to shield Nanfeng and Chang from the onslaught. His arms bore the marks of arrows, yet he persevered through the pain. On another occasion, they found themselves ensnared in a vast labyrinth, its walls shifting continuously, disorienting them. However, guided by his instinct towards the crystal pendant and his understanding of the ancient texts, Nanfeng ultimately led them out of the maze. After a grueling search, they finally discovered 3 gemstones. The moment they placed the gems in their designated spots, a tremendous roar echoed through the cave. The ground trembled, and the light on the walls flickered more intensely. Soon, a colossal portal materialized before them, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, radiating hope. Without hesitation, the trio stepped into the portal, and the light enveloped them instantly. When the brilliance faded, they found themselves outside the ruins. Sunlight bathed them, warm and bright, while a gentle breeze wafted the scents of the outside world. They had succeeded, finally escaping the perilous and enigmatic ruins. Chang leaped with joy, exclaiming, "We are finally out." Yu and Nanfeng exchanged relieved smiles, their faces weary but filled with joy and liberation. They understood that this adventure was merely a fragment of their lives, with countless unknowns awaiting them in the future. Yet at that moment, they wished to savor this hard-won freedom and sunshine. Chapter 45. An unexpected turn emerging from the ruins and basking in daylight. The 3 believed their thrilling adventure had reached its conclusion. However, the trajectory of fate often takes sudden and unforeseen turns. Chang, longing for home, envisioned the comfort of his warm bed. He hurried forward, eager to return to the familiar haven and rest, dispelling the fatigue of their journey. Yet, upon reaching his doorstep, he sensed something amiss. The door stood ajar, and chaotic rummaging echoed from within. His heart tightened, urgency coursing through him as he muttered, "Which scoundrel dares to wreak havoc in my home?" He burst inside, bellowing, "Who's in there? Show yourself." Yu and Nanfeng exchanged glances, sensing each other's vigilance and concern, and promptly followed suit. The interior was a scene of disarray, furniture strewn about, clothes and miscellaneous items scattered across the floor. Several strangers clad in black were frantically searching, their expressions a mix of anxiety and greed. The leader of the black-clad figures turned slowly at the sound, displaying no panic, but instead a cruel smirk, as if everything was under his control. "At last, we've been waiting for you. Hand over the items you retrieved from the ruins, or we shan't be courteous." His voice was icy and devoid of emotion. Yu's expression darkened as he brandished his sword, its blade glinting coldly. "Who are you? How do you know we visited the ruins? Speak clearly, or you shall not take anything." The leader remained silent, simply gesturing for his subordinates to close in. Blades gleaming ominously in the dim light, tension thick in the air. Chang clenched his steel pipe, knuckles whitening as he gritted his teeth. "If you want to steal, you should first ask if the weapon in my hand agrees." A fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Chang swung his pipe with ferocity, each strike fueled by rage, forcing the approaching black-clad figures to retreat. "Let us see if you dare to disturb my home again," he shouted, while Yu, agile and precise, wielded his sword with deadly grace, alternating between thrusts and slashes, engaging the black-clad intruders fluidly. Meanwhile, Nanfeng stood to the side, concentrating on manipulating the crystal pendant, its light flickering like a lively sword, disrupting the enemy's movements. He keenly observed the battlefield, searching for vulnerabilities among the black-clad assailants, mumbling incantations to maximize the pendant's power. During the fray, Nanfeng astutely noted that while the black-clad fighters were skilled, they seemed wary of the pendant's light. An idea struck him. He intensified his focus on the pendant, shouting, "Behold!" A brilliant burst of light erupted, resembling a blazing sun, causing the black-clad figures to squint and shield their eyes, their movements slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Chenyu shouted, "Meet your end." Unleashing a flurry of swift sword strikes, he cornered the assailants against the wall. Sensing danger, the leader of the black-clad figures glared fiercely, suddenly producing a smoke bomb from his pocket and hurling it to the ground. A cloud of smoke enveloped the room, filling the air with a pungent odor. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the black-clad figures had vanished without a trace, leaving chaos behind. Achong stomped his foot in frustration, his face etched with annoyance. They got away. Those bastards better not cross my path again. Chenyu sheathed his sword, furrowing his brow. These individuals are certainly not ordinary. They may be backed by a more formidable force. We must tread carefully. The trio began to tidy the room. While rummaging through belongings, Achong discovered that an old box he had concealed beneath his bed had been disturbed, its contents in disarray. Frowning, he pondered, this box contains nothing but childhood knickknacks. There is nothing special here. Why would the black-clad figures be interested in it? Upon closer inspection, he found a hidden compartment at the bottom of the box. When he pressed it gently, the compartment sprang open, revealing an exquisite wooden box. Staring at the box, Achong was taken aback, struggling to recall when he had placed it there. His hands trembled slightly as he opened the wooden box, revealing a jade pendant emanating a soft glow, inscribed with a peculiar symbol reminiscent of what they had encountered in the ruins. "What is this?" Achong exclaimed, his voice brimming with confusion. Chenyu and Nanfeng approached, and upon seeing the pendant, their expressions turned grave. Nanfeng picked it up, inspecting it closely, noting a faint energy coursing within, akin to a slumbering serpent, exuding an aura of mystery. "This pendant is undoubtedly extraordinary. It may be closely tied to our experiences in the ruins," Nanfeng remarked, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. After a moment of thought, Chenyu spoke slowly. "It seems we must uncover the origins of this pendant and the true intentions of those black-clad figures. We cannot allow ourselves to be manipulated." In pursuit of answers, the trio resolved to visit a venerable scholar in the town. The scholar, named Li Chongshan, with his silver hair and wise gaze, was a respected figure, known for his extensive knowledge of ancient texts and mysterious artifacts. Upon their arrival at Li Chongshan's residence, the room was suffused with the faint aroma of ink, and shelves were lined with various ancient volumes. When Li Chongshan beheld the jade pendant in their hands, his face shifted dramatically, shock and excitement replacing his calm demeanor. His voice trembling slightly, "Where did you acquire this jade pendant?" "It is a treasure from ancient times, said to possess the power to alter fate." The trio was taken aback by his reaction. Achong stepped forward eagerly, asking, "Lilau, what is the purpose of this pendant? Why are the black-clad figures after it? Please, enlighten us." Li Chongshan sat down slowly, sipping tea to steady himself before responding. "According to legend, gathering 3 such pendants can unlock a mysterious treasure, containing powers capable of changing the world. I suspect those black-clad figures are after this very treasure. If it falls into the hands of those with ill intentions, the consequences would be dire." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the trio resolved to safeguard the pendant before strategizing against the black-clad figures. Unbeknownst to them, danger loomed ever closer. In the shadows of the small town, a multitude of eyes vigilantly observed their every move, heralding an impending and formidable crisis. As night descended, darkness surged forth like a tide, enveloping the town in an eerie silence. Achong lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. As the events of the day replayed incessantly in his mind, he gazed at the ceiling, his heart laden with anxiety. Those cloaked figures would undoubtedly not relent. What if they returned? He could not bear to think of the trouble he might bring to Chenyu and Nanfeng. Growing increasingly agitated, he resolved to sit up, lighting a cigarette in an attempt to calm his racing thoughts amidst the swirling smoke. Meanwhile, Chenyu paced thoughtfully in his room, acutely aware that their trio lacked the strength to confront the hidden forces lurking behind the scenes. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, they must devise a means to uncover more clues and prepare for what lay ahead, refusing to remain passive. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient tome discovered within the ruins. Although much of its content remained undeciphered, It might harbor secrets pertaining to the jade pendant and the treasure. Rising, he made his way to the study, carefully retrieving the ancient book. He lit an oil lamp, the flickering yellow light illuminating his serious countenance as he meticulously perused the pages, seeking new insights among the archaic symbols and characters. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from outside, causing Chunyu to become immediately alert. He extinguished the lamp and stealthily approached the window to peer outside. Shadows darted swiftly through the darkness, agile figures heading towards Chong's residence. Alarmed, Chunyu hastily roused Nanfeng, urgently exclaiming, "Get up! Chong may be in danger." The cloaked figures are back. The two swiftly made their way to Chong's home, their footsteps echoing as they ran, the wind howling around them. Upon arrival, they found Chong's house surrounded by the cloaked figures, their silhouettes looming ominously in the yard. Chunyu and Nanfeng stealthily infiltrated the premises, using debris for cover, preparing to launch a surprise attack against their adversaries. The cloaked figures appeared to sense something amiss, beginning to search the area, their footsteps reverberating through the yard. A fierce game of hide-and-seek ensued between Chunyu, Nanfeng, and the cloaked figures. In the darkness, both sides engaged in a relentless struggle. Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures spotted Chunyu and shouted, "Over here." Others quickly converged on him, their blades glinting menacingly. Chunyu drew his sword, shouting, "Bring it on," and engaged in combat with the cloaked figures. Nanfeng, utilizing the radiance of the crystal pendant, obscured the vision of their foes while chanting incantations, the light shimmering like a blade in the dark. Chong, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the house armed with a steel pipe, joining the fray. In an instant, the yard transformed into a cacophony of clashing steel and battle cries, the metallic sounds ringing in their ears. During the skirmish, Chunyu discerned that these cloaked figures were far more ferocious than before. They seemed to possess unique techniques and coordinated movements, making their defense increasingly challenging. Chong winced as one of the cloaked figures struck his arm, but he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I'll fight you to the end." Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Li Chongshan appeared unexpectedly, wielding an ancient artifact that emanated a mysterious aura. He chanted a powerful incantation, and as he did, the artifact burst forth with a brilliant light, enveloping the cloaked figures. Within the radiance, the cloaked figures writhed in agony, emitting anguished cries, and soon collapsed, bereft of their capacity to resist. Chunyu and the others stared at Li Chongshan in astonishment, bewildered by his sudden arrival and formidable power. Panting, Li Chongshan explained, "These cloaked figures belong to a nefarious organization that seeks an ancient treasure, intending to exploit its power to dominate the world. I have been covertly monitoring their movements, and upon sensing their actions today, I rushed to aid you. This organization employs ruthless tactics. We must thwart their plans." The three expressed their gratitude for Li Chongshan's assistance, curiosity piquing regarding his identity and capabilities. Perceiving their intrigue, Li Chongshan recounted his tale. His family had safeguarded the secrets of the ancient treasure for generations, and he had undergone rigorous training from a young age, mastering various mystical arts and knowledge. For many years, he had quietly protected the secrets of the treasure, ensuring they were not misused by dark forces. To uphold this secret, he had sacrificed much, bearing this heavy burden alone. After hearing Li Chongshan's account, the trio felt a profound admiration for him. He informed them that to fully thwart the evil organization's conspiracy, they must swiftly locate the other two jade pendants and unlock the treasure before the organization could act. He expressed his willingness to assist them in the search for the pendants, united in the quest to safeguard the peace of the world. His gaze was resolute, conveying an undeniable determination. Under Li Chongshan's guidance, the trio commenced their study of the ancient tome, seeking clues about the remaining jade pendants. They gathered around a table, the tome spread out before them, the dim light casting shadows as they furrowed their brows in concentration. The tome contained legends and hints regarding the jade pendants, its convoluted text demanding their repeated scrutiny and analysis, word by word. Based on these clues, they theorized that the other two jade pendants might be hidden in a mysterious valley and an ancient castle, respectively. The valley was said to be guarded by formidable magical beasts, while the ancient castle was riddled with traps and dangers. They resolved to split into two groups. Chunyu and Nanfeng would venture to the mysterious valley, while Chong and Li Chongshan would head to the ancient castle. Before parting, they exchanged solemn reminders. Chunyu patted Chong's shoulder. "Chong, be cautious. If danger arises, do not fight recklessly. Reach out to us." Chong nodded vigorously. "You too. The valley will surely hold peril. Stay vigilant." Thus, Chunyu and Nanfeng embarked on their journey to the mysterious valley. They traversed rugged terrain, The path fraught with thorns, the scorching sun beating down upon them, soaking their clothes in sweat, only to be dried by the mountain breeze, leaving behind streaks of white salt. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the mysterious valley. A thin veil of mist enveloped the valley, obscuring their view and hinting at countless unseen dangers within. Proceeding cautiously into the valley, Chenyu and Nanfeng remained vigilant, their steps light, wary of disturbing anything. Suddenly, a colossal magical beast erupted from the depths of the valley, towering over them. Its spiny body resembled a hedgehog, and it exhaled fierce flames, the heat wave washing over them. Chenyu and Nanfeng immediately prepared for battle. Chenyu brandished his sword, calling out, "Over here," attempting to draw the creature's attention, while Nanfeng focused intently on finding the beast's weakness, manipulating the crystal pendant. The beast charged at them with a furious roar, its speed astonishing, creating a fierce wind in its wake. Chenyu agilely evaded its strikes, rolling and leaping as he sought opportunities to counterattack. Seizing a moment, he thrust his sword toward the beast's leg, but its tough hide rendered the strike superficial. Meanwhile, Nanfeng utilized the pendant's glow to obscure the beast's sight, the shimmering light slowing its movements. After a fierce battle, they finally discerned the creature's vulnerability. Nanfeng realized that the beast's eyes were highly sensitive to light. He shouted, "Chenyu, attack its eyes." Understanding the command, Chenyu surged forward, sword raised high, exclaiming, "Face your doom." With a decisive thrust, he struck the beast's vital point. It let out a piercing cry, swaying unsteadily before collapsing, raising a cloud of dust. With the beast vanquished, they pressed deeper into the valley, discovering a cave hidden within its depths. The cave emanated an air of mystery, as if an invisible hand beckoned them forth. Chenyu and Nanfeng ventured into the cavern, where they beheld a colossal stone sarcophagus adorned with bizarre symbols, twisting and curling as if narrating ancient tales. Approaching the sarcophagus, they meticulously examined the engravings. Chenyu reached out to touch the symbols, attempting to fathom their enigma. Suddenly, the sarcophagus radiated a brilliant light, intensifying until it gradually opened. A formidable force surged forth from within, akin to a tempest, staggering them back several steps. As the luminosity subsided, they discovered a resplendent jade pendant lying inside, the very second pendant they had sought. Its dazzling glow seemed to encapsulate boundless energy. Meanwhile, Achong and Li Chongshan arrived at the ancient castle, which exuded an ominous aura, steeped in decay, as if forgotten by time. They tread cautiously within, each step laden with vigilance. The castle was fraught with traps and mechanisms. A mere misstep on the tiles could trigger hidden spikes, while arrows occasionally shot from the walls. Utilizing their wits and valor, Achong and Li Chongshan deftly evaded the perils. Armed with insights gleaned from ancient texts, Li Chongshan predicted the locations of the traps, while Achong's agility proved invaluable in navigating through danger. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon a secret chamber. The door was tightly shut, etched with peculiar patterns that intertwined to form a mysterious array. Li Chongshan scrutinized the designs and produced a uniquely shaped key from his pocket, which fit the lock perfectly. He inserted the key and turned it gently. With a crisp sound, the door to the chamber creaked open. Inside lay a grand treasure chest, encrusted with various gemstones that shimmered brilliantly, as if proclaiming its worth. As they approached and opened the chest, they found another jade pendant, the third one they had been searching for. This pendant was smooth and lustrous, harmonizing beautifully with the previous two. At that moment, the castle began to tremble violently. Their actions had triggered its self-destruct mechanism. Debris fell around them, dust swirling in the air. Achong and Li Chongshan hastily fled, dashing through the ruins as walls crumbled behind them. Just as the castle was on the brink of collapse, they escaped, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of relief, Chenyu and Nanfeng met with Achong and Li Chongshan at their designated rendezvous. They revealed the jade pendants they had each discovered, and when placed together, the three pendants emitted a brilliant light. Within that radiance, they glimpsed a mysterious realm, the fabled location of the ancient treasures. The space flickered with luminescence, as if a wondrous world beckoned them. Under Li Chongshan's guidance, the trio stepped into the enigmatic domain. Inside, a plethora of precious artifacts filled the space, mountains of gold and jewels gleaming dazzlingly, mesmerizing them. Yet, before they could thoroughly explore, they heard footsteps approaching. The leader of the nefarious organization entered, flanked by a cohort of cloaked figures. Clad in a long black robe with a hood obscuring his face, only his cold eyes betrayed his insatiable greed and ambition. With a chilling smile, he declared, "Did you truly believe you could seize the treasure first? You are gravely mistaken. Surrender the pendants, or face dire consequences." His voice echoed ominously, laden with menace. With weapons clenched tightly, Xinyu and his companions confronted the cloaked figures. An ultimate showdown loomed, the outcome uncertain. Would they safeguard the treasure and thwart the malevolent organization scheme? Their gazes resolute and fearless, they braced themselves to engage in a fierce battle for the peace of the world.